Hey guys, welcome to the Bulldogs Robot in 30 Hours. Right now we have just started on getting down some of the rules and figuring out all of the restrictions of the game, making sure that we know everything that's going on before we get into designing, building, electrifying, programming a robot. So we're going to turn over here and we have some boards that are set up, and we're going to start presenting what we found as some of the important parts of the rules manual that you might not get an in-depth look at just on the first skim through. So over here, we'll start with 4.5 and snake around.
We did 4.5.
Yeah.
All right, so if we're going to start doing the rule boards, we want to do a recording of that at the same time so we can do that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so we should probably figure out who did what section. No, but we should have the people that went over it do the. Yeah, so you should do it.
So we're going to start off with section 4.5 and then snake around and some of the important ones that we analyzed.
Wait, I gotta think how we're gonna do that, 'cause it's gonna be hard to hear on the live stream.
Let me start with 4.4.
I'll give you all of your GC rules content in a couple minutes. We are just finalizing some of the stream and recording setup. So you guys can go back to this when you need it. But also read the manual on your own time, because we might be wrong.
So I think it might be a little classy if we move the garbage out.
Probably a good idea.
What we're gonna do for the recording, I'm just gonna have you guys use the handheld mic during that. I actually have two, so. We don't want to we're gonna make this easier.
Yeah. So you don't log in.
Check, check.
Mic check, mic check. I actually have no way to verify if this is working, so that was kind of worthless, but I'm sure you guys in chat can relay that to Tyler. 20 people. Superstars.
Wow. So make sure you introduce yourselves. Bulldogs Robot 30 hours.
All right. Long time no see, guys. I'm Nick from the Bulldogs Robot in 30 Hours team, and we're back at you again with the Freight Frenzy rule overview.
Yeah. I'm Howard. I'm the design lead for the Bulldogs Robot in 30 Hours, and I'm going to be talking with Nick about section 4.5 of the game manual.
All right, no delay. Let's just get into it. So to start off, we'll go through some of the general rules about how you actually need to set up Freight Frenzy. I keep wanting to say Rover Ruckus. How to actually set up this game to play it. So for one preload box goes at each robot start point. Those are the X boxes that were showed off in the game animation. And then half of the remaining freight is placed in each warehouse. It's just divided down the middle and put into each corner. One duck is placed on the barcode, another is placed on the carousel, and then the rest are put on the Alliance loading bay under the carousel, just for use in endgame. Drive teams can select the robot start point. It's pretty similar to past FTC games where you can put it anywhere on the Alliance wall, but it cannot be touching the carousel, the warehouse, or the barrier. So you're limited to kind of that open stretch of wall. Do what you will with that information. Robots must preload exactly one box. Must was a hard word used in the rule there, meaning that you have to preload a box, whether that just means you have to be touching it or it has to be within your robot. Volume, we're not quite sure yet, but you have to preload at least one. And then finally, shipping element, your team custom one, can start on the loading dock or barcode in place of a duck. And if you do that, then the extra duck just goes back to your Alliance loading bay. Those are the pretty basic starting the match rules. Howard will run you through the numbers.
All right, so that's good because I like numbers. So for scoring, first of all, during autonomous, you can deliver the duck that was preloaded on the carousel or started out on the carousel to the game field to get 10 points. During auton, there are 4 places that you can park. The storage unit and the warehouse are the 2 main locations, but for both of those, you can either park touching it or park entirely inside of it. If you park touching the storage unit, you get 3 points. If you park inside of it, you get 6 points. And if you park touching the warehouse, you get 5, and inside of the warehouse entirely, you get 10. During autonomous, you can detect which part of the barcode the duck is on, or your scoring element, your team's own scoring element if you do that route, to get either 10 or 20 points by placing a block in the correct part of your shipping, the storage unit, that. And then also just during auton, delivering freight to a storage unit gets you 2 points, delivering it to a shipping hub gets 6 points. Next is the driver-controlled period, which is a little bit simpler in terms of rules. There's a little bit less going on. Any freight scored in the storage unit will get you 1 point. And any freight in the lower level of the shipping hub is 2 points, middle level is 4 points, and high level is 6 points. During endgame, if you deliver a duck to the floor, so using the carousel, every duck that you deliver to the floor or shipping element, if you use a shipping element in place of a duck, is 6 points. If you balance your shipping hub so it's not leaning to either side, it's on that center bit that's sticking out of the bottom, that is 10 points. If the shared hub, so the hub that both teams can put game pieces on, is leaning towards your side, so your alliance put more game pieces on there and tipped it to your side, that will get you 20 points. If you park at endgame touching the warehouse, you get 3 points, and if you're in the warehouse, you get 6 points. And using your alliance game piece to cap your shipping hub will get you 15 points. So for penalties, a minor penalty will subtract 10 points from an alliance, and a major penalty will subtract 30.
So one final note on that front, as I'm sure you noticed hearing us go through that, there are about maybe 50 different game elements here that are all called some variation of shipping or loading or freight or whatever. Just make sure you got that terminology down, because if you don't, then this is going to get confusing real fast. We're still getting there. But that's about all of the major Freight Frenzy points from 4.5. We're going to have some new people walk you through a new section of the rules.
All right, my name is Montana, and with my friend here, we're going to introduce 4.6.
Hey, I'm Jesse. I'm the programming lead for the Bulldogs RI 30 hours team. So Monty will start, and then I'll go through the general stuff.
For sure. As I said, my name is Montana, and I'm a part of the Robot in 30 Hours. I'm more of a mechanical and putting things together, but I would love to go over the rules with you guys. So to start out, some general safety procedures. You cannot extend outside of the field on purpose. There are allowances of accidental extension, but just try to avoid it because we want to be safe in the playing of our game, Freight Frenzy. You may not have any sharp or dangerous apparatus on the robot. All team members must have glasses or goggles on while you are on the field. Closed-toed shoes are also important. As far as the auton to teleop period, this is more of a general gameplay rule, but there is a 5-second grace period with a 3, 2, 1 go countdown. All right, all you.
All right, so now to general rules. You cannot force an opposing robot to break a rule. That is not good. You can't knock out pieces from robots, so if they're controlling a piece, you cannot in any way, shape, or form intentionally force it out of them. If your robot is in 2 places at once, you will be awarded the highest point value of those places. If your element is in contact with the robot, so say you have some cargo and you're going to place it into the scoring area, it will be considered 0 points until it is no longer in contact with the robot. One important thing to note is that there's a 1-inch tolerance in either direction on elements of the field, such as the wall or some of the tape, things of that nature. Another very general rule is that the robot must be contained within 18 by 18 by 18 inch volume. And now moving more into specific game pieces, you cannot place additional ducks onto the carousel during autonomous period. There's one that's preloaded onto the carousel to begin with, but after that is knocked off, you can no longer place another one. There's no hard defense, which would include pinning, trapping, etc. for 5+ seconds during teleop, and absolutely none during autonomous. You cannot make game pieces easier or harder to score in any way, shape, or form, so you cannot intentionally misform the game pieces in some way. You cannot intentionally descore opponent pieces. You cannot intentionally move any of the shipping hubs, which are the teeter-totter scoring elements. A hub is unbalanced if a robot is touching it. So if your robot is supporting in any way your alliance's shipping hub, it will not be counted as points. And if you touch an opponent's hub, it will be balanced for them. You cannot touch or interact with in any way, shape, or form the shared hub in autonomous, which is the one behind the PVC gaps. You cannot block opponent capping, which is when they go to put their team shipping element on top of their hub. The shipping element must also go on your hub. You cannot place it on an opponent's or on the shared hub. Robots must be fully outside the warehouse to score. You cannot go inside of it or extend into it in any way. Let's see. The robot cannot place objects on the carousel, so you can't pick up a duck and put it back on the carousel to get extra points. You have to have your human player do that. The robot can also not touch the top or the bottom of the carousel. You can only touch the edges of it when you're interacting with it. And you can also not touch the opponent's carousel, and any robot that is touching a carousel is considered safe. So there will be some penalties applied to touching them if you go and do that. You may only intentionally control one element at a time. I say intentionally with a lot of gusto, I suppose, because you can, say, run into a cargo element or something like that unintentionally, and that'll be fine. It's up to the ref to decide that, though. Carousel objects must hit the ground, so you cannot catch them mid-air, and they will not be scored until they hit the ground. You can only put one duck at a time on the carousel. The duck must start on the carousel touching the bar, I believe is called the stabilizer plate in the game manual's terminology, when you begin spinning. And before you place another duck onto the carousel, you must completely stop the carousel. So that's that. We're going to move it along to the next section of the rules. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for joining us with 4.6 rules.
All right, hello, I'm Sakib. This is 4.1 scoring summary. So we already went over the gameplay. This is more to talk about our strategy and what we're going to put our emphasis on. So Gavin will start with like the autonomous points, and I'll talk about the drive control and end game.
So, like Sakib said, my name's Gavin. I'm going to tell you about what we're going to be looking for in the autonomous period, the first 30 seconds of the match. We're basically going to prioritize the sections with the most points. So looking to spin the wheel, looking to spin the carousel to deliver the duck onto the field is going to be the highest priority.
as well as prioritizing the autonomous bonuses on the bottom. So it's going to require us to pay close attention to the field and look at the duck and the shipping element and determine where we're going to put our preloaded our preloaded freight. So like I said, we're going to prioritize the two bottom ones because it's 10 and 20 points each, as well as the top one for delivering the duck, which is 10 points. And if we have time, we will work on positioning our robot inside of the warehouse because that will give us 10 points. So that's a few of the things to look out for in our autonomous period, and you'll be able to see those soon.
Yeah. Onto the driver control, we're going to do the freight, so it's going to be on an Alliance shipping hub. The one we're going to try for is level 3 because it gives us the max amount of points because it's 6, right? And then going in the end game, we're going to Alliance shipping hub balanced. That's going to give us 10 points, right? So we're going to put more emphasis on that. Shared shipping hub unbalanced, that's going to give us 20. So the last 30 seconds or so, we're going to try to aim for this. And the final capping each team shipping element, which is like 15. So yeah, that's the scoring summary, and we'll move on to the next section.
Hi guys,
The best choice in markers.
my name's Cole Jordan. I'm a mechanical engineering major here at Kettering University, and we now have Section 4.8. Section 4.8 is some of the more important penalties. This is a little bit of a recap, but these are what penalties we thought would have a good impact on match performance. It's kind of hard to read here, so I apologize for that. Our first penalty is penalty GS3A, which is moving your own alliance's shipping hub, and that incurs a major penalty. The next thing is GS3D, which is moving the shared shipping hub. We think that there's a good potential for a lot of contact with those shipping hubs, and we're concerned about incurring any penalties from pushing them. Another penalty that we've got here is our GS5B, which is scoring while inside the warehouse. That incurs a minor penalty, but we're concerned about not having our robot completely out of our warehouse and trying to place game elements on some of our shipping hubs.
Hey guys, I'm Luke Fenstermacher. I'm also a mechanical engineer here at Kettering University. Going into the back half of our list, first we have contact with the top or bottom of the carousel, incurring a minor penalty for doing it once, and then for continuous breaking of this rule, you are going to incur multiple more penalties along with that. So that's very important. You can only touch the rim of the carousel, which can definitely influence your design. On top of that, we have the carousel elements. Anything that's coming off of the carousel must touch the floor before you control that element. So for the shipping crate for your team, you might have some sort of strategy with that will have to be touching the floor first. So you may have a little bit more trouble actually getting control of that because of it. And lastly, we have a drive team cannot load the carousel before it is stopped. That will be a major penalty if done so. So you just need to make sure your strategy can effectively stop the carousel before you end up loading it with the ducks or the shipping elements so that you can avoid these penalties. So that is all we have for 4.8. This, again, was somewhat just of a recap of prior rules, but as always, make sure to read the full game manual to get the full effect.
Okie dokie. Hi, I'm Justin Pointer. I'm a mechanical engineer here. I'm going to go over section 4.4. Honestly, should have done this one first, but there's a lot. I'm not going to go over all of it, and as stated many, many times before, you should really go through and read all these, especially if you're a new team. There's a lot of lingo that goes on, and this will help you a lot of knowing what's going on, what everyone's talking about. So a couple of the main ones that we want to talk about. So first, balance, unbalance. These are with the shipping hubs and balance. So the definition of that is when the shipping hub is balanced, when it's completely supported by the playing field floor. and only the shipping dome base, the very bottom of it, the flat part, is touching the playing field. So any other orientation where it's sitting on the side, that's considered unbalanced. The barcodes. The barcodes are going to be the white pieces of tape that you're going to see on the field. Those are where you either are going to have a duck or the team shipping element that you make that will be placed on one of those. Another one of our key ones to look at is what's considered freight. So freight is either the cargo, the boxes, or the ducks. The cargo being those kind of wiffle balls, the boxes being the yellow kind of waffle boxes there, and then also the ducks. And then there's also shipping hubs. So think of it kind of like a building. Level 1 is on the bottom, level 2 is in the middle, level 3 is on top. And then one other last one, the definition of warehouse operations. So that is when you start completely out of the warehouse, drive into the warehouse area, pick up one piece of freight, and then drive fully out of the warehouse. So again, those are the ones that we're going to go through that are kind of important, but there's a lot of them, especially if you're a new team. We highly recommend you go through and read all of these so you know everything that's going on.
We're going to spin that one around and keep it on.
We're writing them.
We're writing it down. I'll take that. Or Justin, do you want to save and write? Here, Justin,
don't want me to
write.
You know, okay, I can write. You want to talk? All right. So, right now, I think the most important part of defining our strategy is kind of starting a baseline for some of the priorities that we want to reach for throughout this 30-hour build. So, for that, we're kind of going to start by addressing the scoring, first of all, since to win a match, which is going to be the goal of every match, you want to score the most points, obviously. So for that, you kind of want to look for the big ticket items that are going to score you the most points overall in the match. And then you can further break that down into whether it's an item that will take a short amount of time for high scores or maybe just overtime, what you're going to be doing for the bulk of the match. So starting out, we have our game elements, the freight. That's going to be a big one. But before we get to actually moving around the freight, before we get to capping, going around on spinning the carousel, one of the most important things is pretty simple. We're going to want to drive for any sort of scoring in the match. So we'll just make that our 0 priority because it is the first priority, but it's kind of a given, and 0 is a cool programming CS method to do that. So priority 0, we're going to actually have our robot drive and be mobile around the field. So aside from that, then we're going to kind of look at the we're going to look at the freight and how that's going to give a score. So for the bulk of the match, just from a time point of view, we are going to be in regular gameplay outside of Auton and outside of endgame. So if we look at that category, we're kind of going to be mainly focusing on just scoring this freight on the either alliance or shared shipping hub. So we are going to want to manipulate that freight in some sort of way. So at a base, we probably are going to go back over this and maybe define some more specifics later on. But we'll say for now, 1, we want to be able to manipulate the freight. Write that as nice as I can. Any addition on that, Cole?
So I think we've already got our drive and we've got our manipulate freight, and now that does, while being pretty broad, that covers a majority of the scoring, is driving and being able to manipulate that freight. I think the next thing that we should have as our priority 2 is having an Auton ability, because there's a lot of great opportunities to have an Auton. So that's sort of a subgroup of these first, but I think next priority is just any sort of auton whatsoever. Because even if you're just able to move a little bit and get some of those parking points, that's still points you won't get elsewhere in the match. So I think we can say our priority 2 is autonomous capability.
Sure. I think that sort of does fall into the driving and manipulating, but I mean, one of the big parts of Auton is delivering the duck from the carousel, right? That'll get you 10 points pretty easily. So do we want to say maybe that we want to be able to manipulate the carousel?
Yeah, a carousel manipulation, spinning that's going to come up in the auton period, and that's going to come up during normal gameplay. So I think, still thinking about the ducks, we might want to sort of look at for other big ticket scoring opportunities in our autonomous period. The ability to detect the position of that duck can give you 20 points if you detect the position of the duck and place the whatever element on the corresponding spot of your shipping hub. So maybe not our number 3 priority, but definitely should be high, is the ability to, in the autonomous period, detect the location of that duck. So Luke, do we want to table that for now, or do we want to put them up right early?
I'd say that's a decent amount of programming.
That is a high-level skill to have.
So I think we'll put that on at some point, but I think we can we'll say that's our programming team's job right there. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we have all the mechanical abilities first, because what you have in mechanical or what you have in programming isn't going to have much of an effect if you don't have the mechanics to actually figure it out, right? So moving on to our 3rd priority, kind of the only other game objective here I see is capping, using our shipping element and putting that on top of the Alliance shipping hub. So it seems like once you manipulate the freight, which we'll be doing for most of the match, and then controlling the carousel there, we want to be able to do something with the shipping element. And since that is a little bit more difficult of a task, you do have to obviously reach pretty high on the shipping hub to score that shipping element. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, and because of that, we might want to spend a little bit less time on it, since while it is a decent number of points down here with the 15 for doing the capping, it is going to be a little bit more difficult to get the control of it and then put it up somewhere higher like there. So might need a different mechanism for that. So because of that, I think we'll put that as our 3rd.
And precision really is key to doing that task. As we discussed a little earlier, you do incur penalties if you accidentally move your own shipping hub while doing that. So you really want to focus on the precision when you're capping that shipping hub. You don't want to accidentally move your own thing. You just want to contact your game piece and not contact the shipping hub.
Exactly. I think that might be a little bit more lenient on some of the minor, but we do want to make sure at the end of the day that you are not making huge contact with that, because that, I mean, you could definitely, with enough force, you might even de-score some of your own freight on the shipping hub there. So definitely something to look out for. So yeah, those are currently our big 3 priorities in order of at least the game objectives here. We obviously have a lot of different subtasks in this. So manipulating freight is a pretty large category, since you can score the freight on the low level, on the mid level, the high level. Those different levels there will get you different points. So those are going to play into our strategy as well. But at the end of the day, we do want to find a solution to manipulating the freight at first. After that, in terms of game objectives, we want to control the carousel, since we feel that that is an easier task. For what it's worth, it may just be a simple motor and a wheel that you drive up to and do that. And then beyond that, it's a lot of just control and practice with the driving. But that'll get us a decent amount of points in the auton period and the end game period. And then lastly, we want to focus on capping the shipping hub with our shipping element, since that may include making a more complex mechanism. So if this is going to take a decent amount of time, we want to make sure that we can at least secure these 2 at first, since those will get us a decent amount of points. And they are kind of crucial to, yes, those large scores and helping you win the matches at the end of the day, whereas the shipping hub is kind of more finite with the 15 points there for just the single task. So we will focus on them in this order pretty much. So these are our main priorities, I guess, in terms of game objectives here. But like I said, we have a lot of decisions to make on how we're going to approach the game in itself, because you can score on different levels. You can have different strategies with the carousels. Is pretty standard in its autonomous and end game, and so is the capping. But we are going to have to figure out how we're going to address going to different levels, whether that be different forms of mechanisms or different strategies. We definitely feel like some of the previous year's games have somewhat of an effect on this. So when it comes to the method of scoring, you can reach over, like in Rover Ruckus a couple years ago, you can reach over, and that might increase your cycles in the amount of time that you have, which will score you more points. So we're really going to focus on a couple different methods of prototyping to make sure that we try to get everything that we can and end up with the most effective strategy overall, and not just the most effective mechanisms.
Yeah, I think that covers our priorities for this. And another big thing that's always important for us is with the 30-hour time constraint, when you're doing your priorities, you don't want to just look at what scoring opportunities you have, but you really want to take into account your own capability. We have a huge time limit with 30 hours, but any team should look at what systems do you feel comfortable making and what is a reach goal. You should always have your reach goals for some of those high point opportunities, but always take into account your own capabilities and what you know you're going to be able to do well.
Fantastic. And with that, everyone's at lunch. But we can get started on the field and showing that off a little bit more in high detail if we'd like.
So we'll walk on over to our setup field here. No problem. Now, of course, our field is not completely finished yet. We still have a couple of elements to nail down in place, but thanks to the easy use of the Andy Mark field guide, we are coming along with that. So what elements do we want to start taking a peek at right now, Luke? I think we can start some of our major scoring areas, our shipping hubs.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
So, as you would know from the game reveal, probably the bulk of your scoring is going to be done here on your Alliance-specific shipping hub. We have a Red Alliance shipping hub and a Blue Alliance shipping hub. There's also a shared shipping hub by your warehouses. As we discussed, the freight is placed on your shipping hub, and there are various, throughout the match, throughout Auton, different bonuses you can get for what level. We know a big one in Auton is going to be able to figure where that duck or your team's created freight piece is, and in turn use that, if it's in first, second, or third, to put on the first, second, or third level of your Alliance shipping hub. I think that's going to be something I'm interested to see in the gameplay during this season, how teams are going to be able to detect that duck and put that there. And then we know there's a bonus at the end of the match for balancing your shipping hub out. So there's going to have to be a good deal of strategy, as you've got 3 different weights for your freight pieces, and one the wrong way, heavy one up too high, light one down too low, can easily throw off your balance. Just right now we can see we've got some heavy ones down there that are tossing up to the wrong side, but so that's going to be a big issue for teams, I think, is trying to get this balanced, and you've got to take into account everything that goes on there and the height it goes on there.
Exactly. So as you can see here, another thing that I wanted to mention for sure, it kind of seemed to me when I was watching the video like we weren't going to be able to fit too many pieces of freight on the actual shipping hubs, but you can kind of see a pretty good idea here. It's a decent amount of freight on the top of the shipping hub even. So you're going to be able to fit a decent amount if you really try to go for that. So I don't think it's going to be a crazy problem having to find spaces to fit everything, but at that, it's still something to pay attention to. Like Cole was mentioning with the balance, you do have some leeway. I think we tried it out so that when you have one of the heavy weighted ones on the side of the top, that in itself is not weighing it down in the wrong direction. But as you get farther out, that'll kind of weigh it down. So you do have a little bit of leeway, but as you get scoring into the larger numbers, you're definitely going to have to pay attention to where on the shipping hub you are placing your freight. So that's going to be a big piece of the actual driver controlled period and how you approach that strategy.
Teams also want to take careful account of accidentally nudging your shipping hub. That will incur penalties. So you want to be pretty precise when you're putting things on here and just navigating the field. You don't want any part of your robot accidentally kicking this to one side or the other. You don't want to incur any penalties from that.
And especially with the balancing as well. If you knock this just a little bit, it's going to be kind of difficult to get back up. So you don't want to control the shipping hub itself. So you're going to have to very strategically place this freight to make sure that you are correctly balancing it to get those points in the end.
Going into balance again, we have our shared shipping hub at the warehouses back here. Shared shipping hub is only one level, but that balancing does come into play at the end of the match where you don't want this thing balanced. If you're on one alliance or the other, you want your shared shipping hub tipped to your end to get penalty. Not to get a penalty, sorry, to get a bonus point. You want the bonus points by tipping it over to your end, but as you can see right now, we've got some of our heavyweights on here. There's probably going to have to be a lot of game pieces put over here to tip it one way or the other, and I think there's going to be a good battle from each side trying to tip it their side or the other.
Exactly. Want to move over to our carousel?
We can move over to our carousels, definitely. Our carousel, thank you, Luke. Our carousel is going to be coming in throughout the match. First off in Auton, when there will be a duck starting on your carousel or your team's own design shipping piece. Obviously, the carousel is going to be some sort of mechanism on your robot needed to come over here and push this off. And I see a lot of potential penalties with the carousel. If you look close at your rulebook, you see you can't contact the top of it, and you cannot contact the bottom of it. You're only allowed to touch this edge rim here to spin it around. So teams should be very careful about how they're spinning this. Another thing to take into account is your drive stream loading these ducks onto the carousel. They have to wait for the carousel to have completely stopped before loading an additional game piece on here. That's another big potential for penalties. In the heat of a match, you're rushing through, it's still spinning, put one on, penalty.
Exactly. I guess a little bit further, this may not quite influence your design as much, but something that we thought was interesting was the place that you put the duck on the carousel. So you're going to have to kind of decide how quickly you're going to spin this carousel, and then as far as the actual mechanical part of the challenge, but then also for the human part of the challenge and where the human player is placing the duck on the carousel is going to matter a bit. So if you have this on the outside and you start spinning this carousel, if you go a little bit too quickly, it can fall off, and you obviously don't want that. But if you put it a little bit on the inside, you still spin it, works out fine. But we found that when you are on the inside here, it's going to take more turning right there. Now, whether that's going to be something big, we will have to do the math on and completely decide where our strategy will take us there. But at the time being, maybe somewhere in the middle is a safe bet. Just like that. And on top of that, we have had some interesting ideas. Maybe you can keep the duck on the outside, spin a little bit slower, and then spin it kind of quickly at the end to throw it off. So if you have a better ability to stop with your motor and you can kind of just throw it like that, use inertia, and then let the duck go, then that might save you a little bit of time. But those are things that we are going to investigate in the future.
And you should also keep in mind, whenever you're taking something off the carousel with your robot, the rules state that it has to touch the floor before your robot's in control of it. So you can't drive up and catch that. That will incur a penalty. I think now we can some general field things that we thought might be of concern. One main thing is the barriers on the field that are made out of these pipes that your robot will have to drive over if you want to get to your shared hub or towards your warehouse. We think that this is going to come into play during a lot of designing of robots. You want to make sure your wheels are going to be able to give you the traction to get up over here, and you don't want to get stuck in between here, and you don't want to not be able to get over here. You don't have a whole lot of space to squeeze through on the side. Some people might be able to do that, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So a lot of design in mind, and clearance is definitely going to be the name of the game, especially for those fast cycles. So definitely something to consider, and we will see how these challenges are going to affect the way that we approach a situation and overall design the architecture of our robot. I think that is most of what we've got going for the field here as far as actual scoring objectives. So Cole, unless you got something else to add?
I think that covers the field pretty well.
Fantastic.
Whenever others get back, then you guys can just like start more. Hey, chat, by the way, if you got any questions for anybody in the team, go ahead and post that in chat, and we'll try to take those as we go through. We're just going to return back with some music and more of a normal type stream. Don't forget we have our check-in at 8 p.m. Eastern today, as well as a FTC recap breaking down the game at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Are we live, Tyler? Can they see me? We should get a chat. We're live? Cool.
It's a live stream.
We should get a chat box up. Does anyone have a laptop? All right. So, if you haven't noticed, the majority of the team went to eat lunch because, well, people were presenting the rules, there wasn't too much to do, and we were all hungry. So they're still eating. They'll be back within the next 5-10 minutes or so. So we're gonna do a segment where us three here try and figure out, us four, sorry, I didn't see you in the corner, try and figure out what the robot could look like without the majority of the design team. So guys, what are you thinking? I think we should start off, and please don't flame me for using my thumb, with something like this.
Around the phone there.
Yeah, around it.
I got an improvement for you, Nick.
Do you have a rag? Oh, my hero. Okay.
Beautiful.
So this is the base shape that the robot's going to be. Now, a decision that we do actually have to make as a team, straying away from the playful nature of this for a second, is whether we want to go with mechanism or some typical traction type wheels. And to decide that, we're going to need to get a couple chassis together and prototype if mechanism wheels going over that little, what's the official name, boundary? Going over the boundaries will result in the wheels kind of getting locked. Like if it starts strafing over the boundaries like this, and the robot's front is here, will these two wheels get locked in between here and have enough strafing power to get out of it or not? We don't know. So that's something that we're going to have to prototype in a second. But as I'm sure you FTC people out there already know, if we can do mechanism, we most likely will, because moving and rotating at the same time can be a huge asset depending on how you design your robot. So barring any issue with the boundaries, I'm sure we will get together a mechanism chassis within the next hour or so. Stay tuned for a speed run of that. But moving away from that,
Beautiful wheels. Beautiful.
isometric mechanism wheels. You're not going to find this content anywhere else but fun. So make sure to subscribe.
Beautiful.
Use referral code Nick for, that doesn't exist. Don't try it.
For a free follow.
Yeah, for what he said. Speak of the devil, looks like the majority of the team have returned. So,
Hi guys, we're talking about design. We're brainstorming design concepts for the live stream.
so what we're probably going to do is we're going to split up into a lot of smaller groups and start taking out the majority's whiteboards. Everyone's going to kind of draw their own idea on what the robot's going to look like, what some certain mechanisms could be, and we'll reconvene. I'm sure Luke will take the camera around, go into each group, just seeing what they're thinking, and we'll reconvene in a little bit, go over what everyone thought, and try and get a comprehensive idea of this thing together.
Sounds like a plan. All right. So, Clear up some whiteboards.
We want to do some discussion about strategy first, or are we just jumping into design?
I see a strategy for priorities. I don't disagree.
I don't know who made the priority list, but it seems relatively comprehensive.
What priority? Yeah, do we have three?
Those are the
Oh, okay.
We'll get into
That's a
this.
good name.
Do you see the priority list?
All right, Justin, you're with
We
me.
already did. We made notes.
Oh, cool.
Where's the mic on this thing?
That's a good question that I don't
Like,
have an answer.
can it hear me the best, or is it like just recording that table? And also, we need a chat bug. Oh, yeah, if we could. I want to.
I think
Okay.
if people were asking.
Some community interaction would spice this up.
So let's start with phrase manipulation and I think maybe one group on carousel or maybe one.
So, Carousel, as I'm sure everyone here can kind of imagine, is kind of a solved challenge to put it that way, especially considering the fact that A, you can only touch the rim of the actual carousel, and B, to anyone that follows first a little bit outside of FTC, if you look at last year's FRC game, which conveniently you have 2 years of data to look at, the control panel was practically the exact same as this. And most people kind of converged on a compliant wheel on a stick design for that. I'd be shocked if
We have a reference right here of a compliant wheel on a stick.
we've got about 3 references. If you look at our old robot in 3 days for FRC just in the background, you might be able to spot the same thing. Frankly, I would be shocked if the design didn't converge on a similar thing for the carousel, but prove me wrong. Show me some crazy linkage-based duck grabber that's kind of illegal. Oh, we got a chat box. How high above the ground is the carousel? Taller than 18 inches? Question mark.
There's a
That
tape measure over
is
there.
a
We can
solid-
figure that out. We're engineers.
The walls are 1 foot, so it's going to be a little bit over.
It's the moment of truth. Do you have to extend to hit this thing? And the answer is no. The bottom of the tape measure, the bottom of the carousel is about a tiny bit over 12.5 inches from the ground. Yep, it's like pretty close to 12 and 5/8 inches from the ground. So you shouldn't need to do any funny extension stuff if you want to spin this thing.
Camera operator.
I need some like elevator music in the background. It's too quiet.
Yeah, we've had music.
It might be accurate.
Everyone grab a whiteboard, pick a partner. Justin, we're doing Boole.
Okay.
And start drawing. It's like art class, except
Who's working on
worse.
Never did so hot in art.
Yeah, me neither actually. If I'm not gonna say names, but West 7th grade art teacher, if you're out there, I hope you're proud. I finally learned how to do isometric. You giving me a C- really paid off.
How many years did it take you to learn isometric, Nick?
I just took
An engineering degree.
I just had to get taught again. All right. So, Justin, looks like the camera's going to be centered on us for a second, but I'm sure you'll get whisked away in no time. What are we doing for break? So, it's worth noting on a strategic point almost. Is there any benefit to differentiating between grabbing the cubes or the balls? So we know the cubes can be heavier, which is beneficial in some instances, like for the shared hub, but actually might be pretty detrimental if you're putting it on your own shipping hub.
It looks like Andy, you already got an answer. But yes, you can only pick up one item at a time, whether it's a box, a ball, a duck. There's only one at a time. So there's different weights. So this one has, you can see it's got 2 weights on that side, 2 weights on this side. That's the heavy weight. Then you have a medium weight. There's one on that side, one on that side. The weight is this metal part. And then you have no weights, which is obviously open. And then also there is a ball that you have to carry. It's kind of like a wiffle ball. So this is by far the lightest. I don't know, it's probably pretty close. These are pretty close in weight. The cube's probably a little bit heavier. But, we should measure that. Do you have a pair of calipers somewhere?
She should tape measure that.
Or just
Robot
tape measure.
30 hours. Or check the game manual for exact dimensions, because we probably went over that, but we forget things. Because
Ball is, it looks like just under 3 inches in diameter, and the cube is like 2 inches. So, yeah, it is a different, grabbing this will be a different width than grabbing this.
So, for what it's worth, an interesting challenge for this year's game is actually going to be if you want to. So, all you robot fans out there know that when in doubt, you want as wide of an intake as possible. You want to be able to, you don't want to rely on your driver having pinpoint accuracy to pick up a game piece, so you want a wide intake. One of the challenges might be preventing yourself from picking up more than one to incur a penalty. Like if I just make a wide, as I'm sure you guys know, there was a intake style that was very popular in, what was it, Rover Ruckus, where it was just kind of something like this. It had surgical tubing, like I believe the nickname is car wash intake. And would just pick up two, and then there'd be some sort of J-hopper that sort of. But for a game like this, if you want to do something like that, you'd almost have to restrict it to being one wide. Prevent picking up more than you wanted to. Unless we can think of some clever design feature, which I'm sure we'll be able to do something.
Charlie had a good question. How easy is it to pick, if it's heavy or light from a far away distance? I think you can kind of see on the camera. I think it'll be pretty easy. The weights that we have, which I think will be, what'll be officially used, they're kind of shiny, so you can kind of see if they're sitting like this. If they're sitting up and down, like at an angle, it might be kind of hard. But if you're seeing it kind of right on, you're looking kind of at the waffle, it'll probably be much easier.
I was going to try and point at the ground. So for what it's worth, it's easy to tell if they're heavy or light in your hands. But
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like from a distance, it might be a little bit more challenging.
If you scatter them like on the field, just like toss them. So like if you're a driver, I'm driving my FTC Robot. It's actually quite difficult.
It'll be pretty difficult because if there's ones like this, it's kind of getting blocked, so it's going to be kind of hard. I think, that's something we'll look at design is you want to be able to not only pick up the lighter ones, pick up the heavier ones, and just have your robot be able to pick up no matter what weight it is. But that is an interesting challenge for sure.
I wonder if that noise is supposed to happen.
That's just the lock there. You're fine.
So yeah, that's an interesting strategic development is going to be how much this weight actually matters. Because there are some times where, what's a good... Got to be a good parallel to draw here somewhere.
I don't know, but like a basic claw, you probably want to design so that it can pick up the heaviest one, but it'll also do just fine for the lighter one. So
so we'll see if that kind of becomes a meta later on, like you've got teams that are trying to target headed cubes, or if it kind of just falls by the wayside in terms of... Because
there's no point difference.
There's no point difference, but 20 points for tipping the shared up towards you is non-negligible.
Yeah, that is a good point. The heavy weight does really move the teeter around. So, and you also got to look at how far out you put it. I mean, the farther you put it out, the more it's going to sway it over.
And especially like for your own shared hub, if you put your own storage hub, again, like I said, there's about 50 different game elements that say storage of some sort. If you're expecting it to only tilt a little and it goes thump, you're like, oh man, oh man, that was heavy. So
yeah, that's a good question, and that'll be a good challenge.
So if we want a wide intake, but to only limit our robot to holding one, what do we do?
So I don't know if you can, because I mean I think it's going to come down to driver.
No.
That, or what do you add?
Here's a thought I had.
What you want?
See, you made the number one mistake in all of competition robotics, trusting the driver. And this is coming from a driver. What if you had, so let's imagine a top plate, right? A big top plate of like Lexan. And let's imagine it has two side plates like this, but it doesn't actually have a bottom.
And let's say we have like a bottom over here, but from there to there, so like there's a bottom here under this top plate, and it's clear Lexan, so I'm just going to draw it real. From here to here, we've got vector movements.
Actually, I do have an idea of one way this could be used.
And then
to funnel it in.
on top of this, you've got a ton of those car wash rollers. So if you dump this into somewhere, it's going to funnel a lot of game pieces in here, but you're only going to get to control
So
one.
is that
So if you lift the intake up, then all these pieces fall by the wayside.
because you can only pick up, like
You can only control one.
you can only control one. So even like pushing around, that's controlling. That's not allowed.
No, pushing is allowed. Hurting isn't allowed.
Okay, so you can't have like a
You
big.
can't strategically.
Got it. Okay.
But like incidental contacts,
But yeah, that would be a good design because then once you get one in, whatever it may be, to grab it. The only thing is, man, these are pretty heavy. The heavyweight one is, it's got some weight to it. So getting it to go through rollers and whatnot is going to be a challenge.
we're gonna, of course,
Test this all
as
out.
I'm sure everyone here knows, what we're doing right now is utter nonsense. This is just determining what to prototype, and then we use that data to make a real decision.
Exactly. Yep.
I anticipate if we can get some rigid enough car wash rollers, my theory, my hypothesis, if you will, is that those won't be too hard to grab.
Yeah.
But I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again, that's a given. But that's just one solution to this problem. We could even do some cute things where it's like two of those little sushi rollers
Yeah.
from Andy Mark right here, you kind of like suck it in the final way. But that's just one solution to a problem. There's always more. So that's a Mark 1 vector intake.
I mean, there's always the option of a claw. Now, claws aren't. Could take time, but if you do have a claw on an arm, that could help get you the different levels on the. Oh, now I'm forgetting the name of it.
Oh, the shipping hub?
Shipping hub. That's the name of it. So that could help getting up higher on the shipping hub. So that's always an option, and that should be pretty adjustable to get the different sizes and also get the different heights.
So I will say a claw is always an option. If you want to do a claw, Godspeed, don't let it stop you. One of the best principles to design your intake though, in any game really, is something called touch it own it. And that means if I drive my robot up to a cube or a power cell for FRC, anything that the robot wants to control, if I drive up to it, I should own it. And a claw kind of goes against that, because you gotta line it up and you gotta squeeze it and you gotta lift it up. So it's a very good multi-purpose intake, and heck, if you have a out-of-this-world driver, then maybe a claw is new for you. So, but it's generally best to have your robot just touch it, own it.
The good question is will that kind of funnel idea count as herding?
It doesn't go against my interpretation, but I could be wrong. The way I always interpreted herding was
You're, like,
deliberately
pushing in a
moving
direction.
a lot of game pieces to a more advantageous position. That's the way I interpret it. I could be wrong, and let me actually
Probably should look that
double
up.
check that.
Because that could be, that's a good question. Because just moving it could just be, hey, you're moving more than one piece.
It could be.
But then there's also, you're going to be driving around, pushing around pieces. So,
Pushing pieces while driving is definitely legal. That I'm so
Yeah.
So the definition of herding as listed. Herding, as defined by the game manual, this is word for word. Pushing or moving one or more scoring elements to a desired location or direction that gains a strategic advantage beyond moving the robot around the playing field. See also the definition of plowing. I'll read that off next. Definition of plowing is inadvertent contact with game elements well in the path of the robot moving about the playing field that provides no additional advantages beyond field mobility. That to me doesn't violate either, because you're not really moving game pieces. The moment you lift it up, all of these game pieces stay where they are. But I'm curious to hear your guys' interpretation.
yeah. That's maybe, I don't know if there's a submitted question. I think we should be fine. I think. As long as you're not pushing it like towards anywhere that we're scoring the items. So.
Curious. Any chat rules warriors out there that want to help us out with this one?
Because I can't imagine.
It could go either way. I
Because
wouldn't think so.
This isn't controlling. If I have a ball right here, I'm not controlling. Because I think controlling, the definition is like one-to-one movement.
Yeah.
With your robot.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah. I don't know. And here's my opinion. I think this is not a bad way to pick up one item. I think it's just a lot to pick up one item.
Your intake is the most important part of this whole thing.
But here's the thing, right? If you get an object, it has to go through all this before you grab it.
Yeah.
Is there, and I know you don't want to do a small intake because then you have to get right up to it. But, oh man. I don't know, now I'm thinking about it.
My philosophy is always big intake no matter what.
Because like I'm saying, like just use that. Just use the small one, but that's going to be way too...
So there is something that
kind
of
of
brings
like
on
a
good idea.
rollers that were just out, bringing it in. That was just kind of...
I'm gonna draw something, and you tell me if this is what you're thinking. But when you said that, this is kind of the concept I. What if you just had a small pocket like this? So here's this little floor where a ball. You couldn't draw a ball, so I used to keep last time. Where a ball sits, right? You've got this pocket in the back of it. And what if you had these two rollers that had? First of all, they got like little sushi rollers on them, so if anything touches them, they should suck in. And I'm generally not a fan of those styles of intakes, because you still got to be pretty precise. But the difference for this one could be, you could use some sort of, maybe an auxiliary wheel, like kind of on an arc out like this.
Yeah.
And then you had the car wash.
So flinging it in.
Yeah, like you had a big.
I mean, it's just
you
like
had this collection radius basically
Yeah.
to funnel one.
And it would just, I mean, it's going off this. It's just get rid of the top. You don't need the top part, and kind of make it smaller, right?
So like you have a plate that looked like.
Man, this is quite the sketch. If you just tuned in and you're looking at this, you probably have no idea what you're looking at.
I'm doing my best, Justin.
But here's kind of like a top view.
Yeah. I guess if we're really worried about the ball, we can just kind of.
I'm gonna redo that.
Gotcha. Nice. Wow, I actually caught something.
So
Bring it here.
you got this.
It's like an Xbox controller.
Like it's.
Wow, that's like.
I know. I told you about my art grade, right? So you've got these two things right here, and you've got a mirrored plate on the bottom.
That creates part of the wall. That makes the wall.
Yeah, hilarious. I'm gonna have you draw something next. And
Okay.
You'll either shut me up or I'll make fun of you as well. See, man, this is bad.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll try this one more time.
Third time's the charm. Third time's the charm.
Tries the charm. Okay, yeah, you're right. So I'll draw it a little slower. I hope chat's listening.
Hey, he said it's like an actual car wash. We just need to put some water squirters in there, and we're all good.
So you've got these two things.
You can put a rubber ducky through and clean it. And we got told that we need to hurry up because we only have 29 hours left.
Bro, go easy. So you've got these two rollers here. These would be the car wash rollers. I'll just symbolize that with an X. And you've got these two, which would be like just more
normal,
typical. I'm gonna draw it through the plate just for clarity. Yeah, I get it. This is a bad drawing. And then you've got a plate. So you'd have the effective collection radius here. If you think of using one of these.
Could use something like this, or something
yeah,
that's
or
more like surgical tubing, and then use kind of these on the inside, maybe two of these on the outside, possibly.
Actually, I really like these on the inside. I think you still want the surgical tubing on the outside because you can make it so long. Just clip.
And that might be good for the inside for getting them put in. Because that's one thing, is you kind of want it to be variable because, again, if you're going from a ball to a cube, like you got different sizes. So it would squeeze the bigger object, the ball, more, whereas that you might be able to just get it pushed in. It's not a bad idea.
Thoughts, chat? This is a group process. we could just
I think this is getting somewhere. I like this option way better than this option.
This seems much more constrained.
Yeah.
In a way.
This is flirting with the rules a little bit too much sometimes.
I still think that's legal, but I like this one more.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking this. And then, I mean, you could put this on like a simple Thor link if you wanted to lift it all up and down.
There's some merit to that.
You know?
Shoot it up the back.
It's or shoot it out the back. That's an option.
That wouldn't actually be.
Yeah, but moving the object up there, like if you had a conveyor to get it up there, man, moving one of these is gonna be a pain in the butt. I mean, if it was just like the whipple balls, yeah. I mean, you move these right
Well,
around.
and this is just stupid design. It's like, what if? What if you had this? And this is probably getting outside the realm of what we want to do in 30 hours. But now I'm just geeking a little. What if you had like this whole manipulator on a virtual floor bar? So you had, so your ball rests here, you've got the car wash rollers here, you've got like some star rollers here, sushi rollers, whatever. And you had a virtual floor bar here. And you also had like 2 squishy wheels here that were driven. So you could kind of like raise your virtual floor bar up to here, and then just spit it out back. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to kind of get it to spit out. And the only thing is with the sushi rollers, right? Is there's not enough getting the different variants in size.
Maybe just compression, combine.
Yeah, probably would be a better option because you need the give on it.
I just really like the sushi rollers. They make a lot of little things easy.
These are by Andy Mark, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So Andy Mark sells these, and they sell them in all kinds of different, how squishy they are, non-technical terms.
Useful, but not delicious. Don't ask me how I know. But we may have one less than the inventory says.
Yeah, so Andy Mark sells these in all kinds of different colors, and what's the durometer? Durometer. Different durometer is how squishy or how soft or how hard these are. Bluer ones are, I think, one of the harder ones.
Blue is the second hardest, or it's
yeah.
it's the second softest actually. I believe it goes green, blue, red, black.
Got it. So
where did you get the red finger wheel? So I'm gonna make a hard assumption here, and this will be verified in a second. I also believe these are an Andy Mark product.
are those Andy Mark?
Luke.
I think so.
Yeah. Luke? Well, I don't know where Luke. Whenever I need him, he's gone, man. Like, all right. All right, here's the real deep chat. Do you have anything else you want to ask myself and Justin as of right now? If not, I'll take you guys around the ringer, show you what everyone else has been discussing while me and Justin have been doing silly things over here.
This is by Andy Mark. This is one that they've had for a while, and then they just have this brand new product that just came out this year. So it's very similar to this one, but it only kind of has 2 of these little fins on it. So this is a new product by Andy Mark that just came out this year. So maybe we could incorporate one of these or one of these. We'll look into it once we get farther down the line.
All right, questions, comments, concerns before I show you the rest of, hopefully they've been having a productive discussion. Maybe they've just been gossiping about Justin and I's design. I'll give you 10 seconds, and then I'm taking you.
What are the heights of the shipping hub?
Let's find out. Justin, you want to grab that tape measure?
That's a good question.
Oh man, that sounds gross.
That's a fantastic sound. So the first one is about 3 inches off the ground. Again, remember that this can tilt side to side. So if you put, a couple of these blocks here, and these are the lightweight ones, you put them on one side, it'll be, that's about 1.5 inches off the ground, with it tilted. Not tilted, the level 2 is at about 9 inches. Again, all these exact measurements will be in the rule book and everything, so go read that if you want the exact measurements. I'm giving you kind of a rough estimate. So second one is about 9 inches, and all the way down it's at about 7 inches. The top height is at, looks like just over 15 inches, and angled, it's about 13.5 inches. So there's slight variance there, and of course, I didn't measure the other side. It'll also be higher up if it's tilted over, so there's a little bit of variance there. So,
How is that noise like not an issue?
you want me to change that?
Is there a lock that like I'm missing?
Probably. But yeah, there's.
Am I just blowing through the brake?
There's a little bit of variance on it, so that's definitely something that you'll probably want to account for in your design. That they'll be at different heights.
Man, this is why I'm not the camera operator. This is
Okay. I need a high-def picture of myself for business purposes. That's going on my LinkedIn.
okay. Where are we going?
Let's take a tour. All right. Let's see what everyone else has been taking care of. Well, Justin and I have been going on. All right, gentlemen. You want to give a quick 5-minute overview on what you've been talking about? Well, we've been keeping everyone entertained.
So one of the big discussion pieces that we've been talking about is those PVC pipes that are going across the field. We have some concerns with driving over those, especially with a Mecanum drivetrain. So we were talking about ways that we could potentially get to those game pieces on the other side without necessarily having to drive over them. So one of the ideas that we had talked about would be basically a linear slide type mechanism that could extend out, reach over, grab the game piece, and then pull it back without having to pass over that center tube section. So that's very similar, as a lot of you probably know, to what a lot of teams did in Rover Ruckus to get over the crater. So it's a proven solution. It's just that with this, we'd probably have to extend farther than a lot of teams did that year. So it would need a multi-stage linear slide mechanism, which might be kind of complicated to build. Then we were also talking about a couple of different types of grabbers that we could potentially put on the end of something like this. So do you want to talk about that?
We were trying to decide how we were going to pick up the cubes and the balls. And we actually came up with pretty much the same solution that a lot of the teams for, is it Power Up?
Yeah,
the FRC Power Up competition came up with, which is basically you stick two rollers on 2 different bars, and you make both of those spring-loaded. So when it goes to pick up a, can you give me a cube? Can you give me a cube? Someone? When you go to grab a cube, these start preloaded smaller than the cube itself, and the rollers actually roll over the cube itself and keep pressure on them. So that would allow us to just, and since we don't have the ability to carry multiple at the same time, we don't really have a need to move this into any other mechanism. So we can roll up to a cube, grab it, and these two will keep tension on it. Retract the linear mechanism.
For what it's worth, I'm getting a lot of messages from chat right now asking, you need to go into the warehouse, that system is illegal. Doesn't the robot have to be in the warehouse to intake?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they just cited a rule, start completely out of the warehouse, then drive completely in the warehouse, or that's not
okay.
That will work then.
All right, good catch.
So this is why you read the manual. We will be lecturing both of them in doing so after they get off camera. Thank you, chat, for being so diligent, but I'm sure the intake system you guys are talking about still has merit, regardless of the linear sliding.
I mean, we could still keep the linear mechanism to place on the hubs.
Also remember,
anyway.
30 hours.
Right.
Yeah, also, and for what it's worth, we're talking a big game, or I'm not actually sure they can hear me. For what it's worth, we're talking a big game about Mechanism wheels might have a problem going into the barrier or whatnot, going into the warehouse. We haven't tested this. So another good thing to do is before we start designing solutions to what we perceive might be a problem, test if it's an actual problem. A lot of people did the same thing in FRC 2020, where some people made really over-engineered solutions to get over the barrier, and then some people just said, we're just gonna drive over it really fast. And honestly, usually works just about as well. So always test if it's a problem, which we will be doing the moment we get a mechanism chassis going. Skinny robot? Skinny robot?
That's a possibility.
That actually is not a bad idea.
What does that even mean?
So they don't go all the way out. You want to talk about
Yeah,
that?
there's a gap.
Oh!
There's a gap.
Oh, you're smart. I know the measurement.
So
That's important though. You know how far it is? It's
13.68 inches.
So, all right, here.
Well, I'll
11/16, 13 inches and 11/16.
13 inches, 11/16 is the space between where there is no barrier. So in theory, yeah, you could make a really skinny robot and go in there, and it would work. Do you want to do that option? I don't know. You guys can probably consider that, you know. Are you bringing the camera? Yeah, bring it over and we'll kind of show them what it looks like.
Pick up the what? Almost tipped the whole thing over.
So you normally talk about that. So what they're referring to is, and forgive us, we still do need to set the actual barriers.
That's in place. That's in perfect spot.
Well, this is like not fastened down.
Well, it's still at the right location.
It's at the right location here. So yeah, there's a gap, and we've got this test chassis that was left over from a Kettering summer camp, and it almost fits through it with a little modification. Like if it was an inch shorter, it could just travel through here without worrying about going over the berms.
If your wheels were on the inside, you'd be fine.
And that's a legitimate discussion to have, because in a game where you can only hold one piece, you don't really need to.
You don't need width.
It really depends on your robot design, because again, you still want a wide intake regardless. Yeah. So it's a trade-off between, do you have a really wide intake? Do you? I don't know.
Could be an option. The one thing that was brought up was a good point is if you get a teammate that's kind of stuck there, that's a problem because that's going to be a challenge to get around. And,
well, you can ram them.
You could. And there's also, is that the same distance back there too?
Slightly longer.
Oh, so there's slightly more width back there.
That's 13 3/4. That's 13 and 11/16.
Okay.
What a weird. Very close.
The 16
At that point, just make them the same. And then again, just something you've thought of but might be good to actually say. If you're gonna do that, don't design your robot to the 16th. Give your driver some error to work with. If I were going with that strategy, and we'll see what the team thinks about the whole skinny robot debacle, I'd say it's 13 and roughly 3/4.
You want to be like
I'd say you'd want to be maximum 12 inches wide. That would be my constraint.
Well, and you also got to account for zip ties, the actual method of hold down on the official field, because those are you're going to have some variance there as well on each field.
Yeah. Yeah, as I'm sure everyone knows, field tolerances are 3 inches on a good day, so your results may vary, but
good point.
That's a very interesting, and especially if you have a strafing chassis like you're doing Mechanim. Theoretically, I could have like there's no good real intake.
I mean, if you slide against the wall, if you have a bumper so your wheels aren't touching the wall, you can just hit the wall and slide along with the wall.
Yeah, like if I had a really wide intake on this face, I could just strafe sideways here and then turn to, I don't know, but you might not have to sacrifice intake with if you were to do something like that.
You could just put the intake above.
True.
Still.
Like if you rotate it so the intake's this way and it's just higher than the bar.
Yeah. It's gonna float over it.
That's something I didn't even consider until someone in the chat brought it up.
You have an extra 5 inches if you're going to 12 inch robot. You have an extra 5 inches of frame perimeter to stick out that side.
So that's not actually how it works.
That's not how that works. That's how it works at first. I'm wrong.
In FRC, he's right. You'd have more frame perimeter on the other side. In FTC, it's 18 by 18 regardless.
Well, it would be pretty feasible. I mean, if you have your sideways here, you just throw your intake up. You're still 18 wide, but just go up a little bit, go over.
Oh, ooh, that's kind of a cool idea.
Yeah. So your robot's still 18 by 18, but just slightly above. Your drive wheels are only wide enough to be that 12.
Ooh, that could be.
So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
so at that, still have a small wheelbase, but that's
Depends on what archetype of robot we're going. 4-bar, arm, elevator. We'll decide on that as we go, but we have to figure out how that is impacted by this, since the drivetrain is going to be the base, right?
So my hot take on that would be, we're going to need to decide if we want to be a thin guy soon. That's definitely something we're going to have to do within the next
Wide guy.
or a big boy. But something we need to do ASAP, and something that we can probably get started on very soon, is we need to get a Mechanim chassis going, and we need to determine how big an issue just Dukes of Hazzarding it over the boundary is going to be.
So let's get this tied down.
Well, do we have a Mechanim chassis? Oh, we've got the funny one.
So that's a little clearer. So we've got a couple options to test. So you don't have to power each one of them, but we can kind of just simulate what's going on there.
Change your wheels on the one I already got. We won't do the mechanism stuff, but like if you just want to try can mechanism wheels go forward, you don't need a whole lot to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
you need that chassis with mechanism wheels on it.
you're right. Some I also want to try strafing into it, but for the main thing now.
Or reduce the hazard. That's what you need. We got 4 mechanisms.
Oh, you can't touch them in the top and bottom? Oh, so you have to touch that. Yeah, that would work. I would just maybe make it a bit smaller. Because, I mean, that's...
So is that exact right there?
You want it really small. Does the field edge go on the inside of the pad or the outside?
The field edge is
HME 13 and 11/16 out of that. There's a tape measure.
You FTC people can comment. Is the field edge normally this wobbly?
It's missing a bolt. It's missing a bolt.
FTC teams on my team, they were normally that wobbly, but I kind of think we just built it wrong.
Make your scoring element.
Yeah, they were also on a
Yeah, I don't know how loud that is. That would be interesting. It'd be hard to design.
Run away.
It would be pretty hard to design. Make your scoring element a ramp.
Yeah, I don't know if that would work within the rules, but
Is there a maximum size?
yeah, there's like restrictions on it.
Read the manual.
Make it
bro.
fold out?
Read the manual.
Does someone have that laptop that has the barrier?
You're missing the top brace for the junction of the wall too.
Oh yeah, right there, I think. See, there's one there.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You love to see it.
It's a feature, not a bug. Sure. It's rework.
Everyone loves compliant mechanisms.
Does someone have the barrier laptop?
What barrier?
Someone, I think there's a laptop around here that has the barrier instructions.
Yeah, Mark has it.
Oh, sweet. Does that have the barrier instructions? Borrow that. Is there a screen camera going on? Is that does anyone like have a laptop with it up? I kind of want to like check it
So, you know when you make a mechanism chassis that's
out.
12-ish inches.
You're 100.
Well, I know it only gets a measure from one side.
And I think on my
It's 52.7, but if you look at Mark's manual, it says 0.68.
I haven't played any other FTC
Where's Howard would know that? Howard, there's a good question. I wonder if you know it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's indeterminate. Mark said it's
Good question.
Oh no, never mind. Someone else in the chat got it. That is 1 inch pipe, where in Sky Zone it was 3/4 inch, so 3/4.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can't just use your old Skystone field and have it be exactly the same. If you wanted something to do some practice with, it probably wouldn't be too different. So just in the meantime, until you get some 1-inch pipe, you could take a part of your old field and try driving over it with the chassis.
But it's gonna.
In the meantime, too, you can always just go to the hardware store and pick up some 1-inch pipe and just set it off of those places and zip tie it down to the field. So that's what I'd recommend for starting off. If you don't, if you want to get some stuff tested before you can buy the stuff from Andy Mark.
Of course.
Fortunately, one of the best
Do you? Oh, I could get the string up on here.
It's probably not going to activate any.
Well, the chat probably.
Oh no, we got chat here.
Oh, yo, we got a chat TV now.
Kind of stuff there.
Well, then I can update that.
Hey, can someone in chat say something? Okay. Just type letters. I don't care.
We got chat.
I only
Another
have.
thing I just found out.
But they I found a couple of assembly guys where they couldn't go with it. They didn't have this measure. They didn't have this measure.
All right, thank you everyone that typed the letters. We are seeing you guys loud and clear. but still no phone mount. Some things
Don't
never
need it.
change.
We don't need it.
Some things never change.
We can just use one
Okay.
All right. What are we doing? We're gonna chassis driving and we're gonna full send it. We didn't update the guide.
I just tried. I mean, I tried
Oh, we're
pushing a
gonna go on the
chassis
robot.
against it.
They're gonna drive it.
Oh. Yeah, I tried pushing one against it, and the bars kind of bent. So that's another thing that.
Yeah, but pushing and driving are way different.
I mean, yeah. So we got the software update for this one. 20 to 21. This is gonna be just battery equipment.
All the guys I have is all.
Like right at that limit of height.
This one's also too.
Big sweet suckers.
It's gonna turn green.
What are you guys trying to figure out?
Field guide. Every version I have access to is Ultimate Goal on the
that's awesome.
First Inspire's website. We're gonna exactly get there. 3 guys on their phone.
We didn't discuss that at all. Justin and I focused on intake. Mark focused on an illegal mechanism. So,
Well, okay.
shout out chat for calling our bluff on that.
Half of it's illegal. It's still useful for placing
That's
stuff
really
at the
going to
top.
hold up in court.
Always remember. Half of
Fair
the
enough.
ball is still.
Can't argue with that one.
Someone put
That's going to hold up.
Because this basically is 2 separate sets of devices. So do we want to talk about it? So we can run a video on this really quick, just to walk through.
So we're currently trying to find the part of the manual that tells us exactly how the barrier is situated with these under the fields plates right here and how the zip ties adhere those. That's for ultimate goal.
There's Ultimate Goal. Both your field guides are for Ultimate Goal.
So,
At the very least, I know this guy got a good traffic.
I think we have
This is the only screen I can get, but it doesn't work. 13.05 with He's out.
So what do we do?
because it's kind of a weird process. You update one thing to take other thing to do it.
That's
That's a good idea.
it doesn't. It's kind of
Operating system before
I think it's 7, not 75, so 11/16. Go down. Whatever. 16. But that's not because the guy over there was a lot bigger.
because I'm gonna go through the process.
Probably discovered that it's not going to match back.
I also forgot my mouse.
It's a texture they put over it after they made the design. Doesn't match up at all.
It does look the same at that point, though.
At least for right now. Normally when it's just
So I think let's.
that's right.
We'll check the 75 because that one's the right spot. What's the texture look like?
This is basically like it has to. No, that's fine. That's just it. Let's do around the next one. We don't get
Panels out.
just one.
You want to get this
So it was around got to go up here. It's not going to be the prettiest. No, I think
That's right. I think we're going to go with it, right? Push it.
I like that.
Any fun things on the chat? Saying something?
No, nothing right now.
Good.
Oh boy. How does chat feel about this game in general? I want to know. This is definitely very different than what I was expecting for a game called Freight Frenzy, but what are you guys thinking? Okay, let's play a few teams.
Y'all in there.
Weird. Well, yeah, so that's definitely going to be something. It's a little bit of challenge there. So you want to grab the chassis? So we have something pretty special that Andy Mark sent us that will definitely help out with that. So let's look. Right here, Justin's got the chassis.
So it is complex for middle school, definitely. Coming from the high school level, it's hard.
So this is a chassis from AndyMark that is Mecanum, and you can see that they actually
Mecanum.
whatever. We'll all pronounce it different. But as you can kind of see, they've kind of cut out an area here, and it does. You put it on there. There's clearance between it. So this was obviously kind of designed for this purpose. So this is something that AndyMark sells that we have a chassis of here. And we are working on getting this all wired up and whatnot, and we'll be testing this here shortly to see if this can drive over no problem. So.
Yep, as you heard Nick allude to a little bit earlier, we're trying to figure out exactly what it's going to feel like, what it's going to look like to try and drive over this with these Mecanum wheels. So thank you to Andy Mark for giving us that. Here, feel.
So this is on the
Is that a custom towel runner? No, so I believe, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a product that Andy Mark dropped today after the reveal.
Yes.
So they're now offering a new towel runner chassis with said ground clearance. I believe specifically designed to help you tackle this challenge.
Correct.
Oh, definitely.
Did that six-wheel drive go over the barrier? So it went over the barrier when we pushed it, but that is not an accurate representation. We're going to be giving it power in 1 second. We're just waiting for the programmers to do their computer voodoo, and then we'll full send it over the barrier, and you guys will be able to see it live. But when pushing it, the pipe seemed to flex a little bit, but it still seemed to go over relatively harmlessly.
He was asking about that one too. We haven't driven that.
The big boy. Yeah, that's
We'll do one and then we wait to see.
What's everyone's thoughts on this game so far? You guys liking it? You guys not liking it? You guys curious? Bored? What is Freight Frenzy doing for you?
We already asked that one.
Huh?
We already asked that.
Well, now they've had more time to.
Everyone that joined in the last 15
They've had more time to.
All 30 complex
their
last 20 minutes.
Middle school teams.
I like the fondue tower.
Yes.
Nice.
That needs to be the new nickname. You
Oh
need
my
to just call it the
God.
fondue tower.
The only nickname I've ever seen stick around was the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. And that's what, are we going to call this the Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, the Wheel of Despair.
You need to get some of the stickers with the colors that have one on Kettering.
Oh my God. Fondue frenzy. This is bad.
Yes.
I'm sure you're probably. That has a Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Do the same thing as you guys have.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, in this game, it's less about precision and more about control of the speed. Because we saw that if you go fast, it just whips the duck straight off. Yeah. That's programming issue. That's why I'm in mechanical.
Cookie platter. You just changed power.
Cookie platter?
Everyone seems to have a lot of food names in this game. Oh, that's kind of interesting. that these two balls kind of settle to different.
Yeah. Same down here.
Has chat seen that? Point the camera.
Let's do a deep dive.
Luke and Cole might already showed you guys this, but this is something I just noticed. Maybe they didn't.
No, we didn't.
It's that balls. There's an upper ridge on this upper plate, and balls will either settle into the inner or outer ring, and it's very similar on the bottom two plates where they've got kind of designated pockets. Like, pick it up. Is there any way to just? Does this just come apart? Or? Oh, it's a screw?
No, so lift up. It's hard. Okay, you may have to rotate.
We're going to be the first ones to break the field.
I put together everything.
Oh yeah, that's well on there.
Cool. So, yeah, you guys can see that this middle plate, it's also got designated pockets where the ball is going to fall in one of them for sure. And the bottom plate is, I'll spare Mark the heartache of having to do that again, but it's almost the exact same thing. Just the pockets are a little different.
Yeah.
So they will settle somewhere. The cubes probably don't care as
But there's
much. Oh, they kind of do.
but still moving it around will shift the load a little bit at least.
So it's not just a chicken shoot. There are some rings to aim for, but it's still going to be a chicken shoot.
Oh, easier that way you can push down.
Yeah.
So that's to be expected. So you'll go to make sure you have the latest version of all these softwares, and then just switch up.
Sweet.
What's your prediction? How many teams are gonna they're gonna have like a full top and they're gonna accidentally like hook onto their
Ooh.
That's going to be a common occurrence.
I'm not sure, but
I could see that being an issue.
I've seen enough Sky Swim Heartbreak to know teams and things mounted.
That or a ball gets wedged underneath there and they can't get it level.
That too, yeah.
Yeah. Juggling skills.
Which one about autonomouses are going to grab onto that and push it across the field?
Okay, so.
Oh! Nick is getting shown up. Nick's leaving. How's it going over here with the field?
We're still putting these barriers in place, figuring out the right measurements. We're hoping to run a mechanism drive over this with a lot of speed.
Yeah.
So right now, we don't have the exact method of getting the barrier adhered to the field, so we're kind of just going at a one type of thing. We're going to make sure that this is the exact one seated, but we're not sure if this is the right place to put it at. So at that, we're kind of just going to secure it, but we only need one to actually test it out.
Yeah, that's actually a good point for small teams who don't have the resources to get the entire field built. You can do just a couple of the core sections and test out your robot on that. Although, FTCs are smaller fields, but, there's still a lot of resources required to get one of these, to buy one of these, and to put it together. So you don't need an entire field to test out everything. You get a couple of the components, you can get a good idea of how you'll do in a matchup.
And there's a good question that just got asked that if a ball is under the fondue, which is great.
What's the fondue?
They're calling that the fondue tower. I love it.
You want to take a look at that?
Well, we just looked at it. But yeah, if a ball is wedged underneath there, no, it will not be counted as balance because it's not on only the base. But I could.
Also, to get a ball under there, it's probably going to have to be unbalanced no matter what.
Yeah, it'll have to be unbalanced to start to get the ball under there.
Yeah.
How about a block?
The block? Block is...
Like, get it balanced.
A block's, we're balanced. I can balance it with a block.
Well, that's the thing, is if it's getting held up by a block, it's not considered balanced.
Yeah, this is held up by a block. This won't be considered balanced.
That would be not balanced.
So if you want to balance it, it didn't work, but,
You can move them around.
Now we're balanced.
Yep.
And obviously, it's going to be a big concern to touch this while your robot.
Yeah, or just like knocking a piece off. I mean, they're pretty well in there, but like if you're
balanced, it's going to be harder to throw it off. But if you put a piece in the wrong spot, see
the lightweight ones don't do things. So but there was a medium weight one, and that really shifts everything.
Yeah,
and then
but here we go. This block took this one off balance. Now he's off balance. I took the block off. Still off
there.
balance.
Because that top, remember, doesn't have ridges, to hold them in place, so they can still move, 360 around.
Yeah.
So once you're off balance, it's going to take some work to get it rebalanced.
Yeah, if I turn it the other way, you can see everything up top switches, and now it's just staying unbalanced.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something to watch out for.
correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not supposed to try to manipulate.
You
shipping
cannot.
hub, right?
You cannot.
You're not
Exactly,
allowed.
at all. I know
No.
you can't relocate it on purpose, but can you touch it on purpose? I don't think you can touch it on
I don't
purpose.
think you can like try and touch it to.
So, I think that's what they had in mind when they're making that rule. I mean, not only making it so that you can't get it closer to the warehouse, but just making it so that if it's unbalanced like that, but you know that it can be, you can't just push it like that, right? Because that would be to your own advantage.
Yeah, it's something we might want to look at.
Difficult.
Yeah, so I can clarify that.
But,
So
could you do this? Grab a ball and push it.
no, because it's still being controlled by a robot. So your robot or any game piece that your robot is technically controlling, so if it's holding or pushing, say, a bolt or a duck or something like that, your hub will count as unbalanced even if it's actually balanced. So make sure it's balanced. It has to be balanced completely by itself.
Yeah. So it has to be by using the pieces
I'll
themselves.
clear those out. A really good question just got asked in chat, which is if we load 2 of the heavier blocks on opposite sides of the bottom, which should balance it, how many balls will throw it off balance at the top?
Wow,
So, is this our heavy or is this a medium?
That's the medium
2
weight.
heavies, which are 2 weights. We're gonna load him there. Who's it gonna say? Charlie, you've got. We're trying to throw it off balance. Let's see how many of the circular pieces.
Theoretically, we want to see right here.
I don't know if you can get enough balls over there to tip it over.
Blocks, right?
So I mean that'll keep it balanced front to back pretty much because I think it's
We're
got
trying
more
to throw it
leverage
off.
farther up. But I think since it's on the same axis right here, I think it's keeping it balanced this way the most because you got the most leverage from here. 'cause
Gotcha.
it's a
So you
higher
want to,
moment, so you wanna be on the other side.
we're trying to work in a different direction.
Right here. So that's gonna
Well,
that's
if
gonna throw.
if we straighten him out, and we,
But if you're already there, it's. If you had 2 heavy ones in the bottom balanced, it would be pretty. I mean, it would take a little bit of work to put them on there.
Oh,
But once you get it pushed over, then yeah, it does go over.
let's see if we do those there. Looks like
if you want to just drop them in one by one.
I think for worst case, we might just want to try this. This is pretty close. Like the slightest bit of force, and that's kind of going to go unbalanced. So if we have one more ball around here.
Do we have another? How many are in the game?
That's a good question. I don't know if we have more of the balls anywhere.
No. So I guess we're looking at about 5. So we said the balls will throw it off to the top. Yeah. So it looks like about 5 is like it's going to be right on the edge there. If you kind of do a little bit of force, it's going to go out of balance with 5. But I
Do we
think
have a scale on here?
less than that should be good. So
Does anyone know, are the weights of the cubes put in the rule book?
I would imagine it would be.
That would be good. Can you check that, Howard?
Yeah.
That would be a good thing to know. And then, like,
Howard checking?
if not, can we wait? Do we have a little?
That way people that have these little blocks from like Robotics can put weights in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could honestly, if you had a 3D printer, and you could 3D print this part, no problem, and then just throw some old bolts in there to get the weight right.
Actually, a lot of people already put files for those on GrabCAD from 2018.
Yeah, the same
If
thing.
anyone wants, look up Robotics cube on GrabCAD or Thingiverse. You can break it around.
Got it. So this is the same piece as Rover Ruckus. So.
And there was one
Ruckus.
before that I forgot.
Block Party was the OG. That was my first year in FTC. That was a good one. But
So, if you're a team that's been around, you might still have some of these chilling.
Yep, and we're looking up the exact weights in the manual right now. If not, we'll try to grab a scale from somewhere.
Yeah.
That basically just
Oops.
let's do
Oh,
Somebody
there you go.
looked it up already.
50 grams, 29, 135. Yeah. And I think
Howard, we got the weight. Someone said it in chat.
Oh, okay.
and the balls are even lighter than 50 grams. So, yeah, the whatever 6 times, yeah, it's probably pretty close to that with the balls because they're definitely probably half the weight, if not more, than the cubes themselves. So there is.
So we've got a barrier now.
There's a pretty wide range of weights.
You want to start the barriers off of those?
Yeah, very.
Sure.
You just want to hit them with the rope.
Well, they're still getting. Or if you guys have one ready, you know, you can.
You want to show them getting the barrier robot ready, or?
They were doing.
At one point they were doing some splits.
To show it. We're gonna try and get one of these little just frame bots to see how hard it is to kind of go over this. So, I mean, you can push them over, but the question is, will it drive over?
Yeah, that wasn't a lot of force right there. That's for sure.
You want to try the heavier 6-wheel?
Or do you want? Can we get those driving, or is that gonna take some work?
Yeah, it was driving earlier.
This one was? Like, in this state? You can.
This is designed with a lot less clearance on it. This is a
Again,
older FTC bot. Just gonna take a look at what
yeah, it's gonna be
slide
hard
over.
to. Yeah, it kind of bottoms
You can
out
get a
there.
first wheel, but once you're stuck in there, and I don't know how well you guys can see it on the chat, but this piece is flexing like crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
It's gonna be harder without a whole lot of clearance on a heavy robot like this.
Yeah, the 6-wheel drive is. You might be able, but that has very, very little clearance.
Very low
so.
clearance on this one.
Push it really fast.
You might be able to just kind of go for it and get it over,
You've
but
done it.
you might be able to.
I think it's a possibility. But a lighter robot's gonna have an easier time at any speed.
Yeah. But they will be zip tied down, so there is some movement on there, right? So, yeah, something that we'll look into. We're gonna keep testing out. I mean, that's obviously a big question for a lot of teams is how hard and what will go over those. You know.
We're gonna try mechanical a little bit.
Yeah. Should we show what they're doing here for now?
Is that camera on? Okay. You're just not swinging this one around.
Here, let me move this one out of the way. And we can start showing what they're doing.
You need to make it skinny.
Put that on here.
Trust.
This way.
It's a new Andy Marks.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it.
Do we know what he is? What Andy Mark calls him?
So if we call that
No, it's
center-
brand new.
Brand new.
I mean,
Yeah, it's released today, I think.
Right.
yeah. I was told not to open the box.
It's not gonna actually do much.
So right here, guys, we are setting up one of those new Andy Mark tile runner, which is now available from Andy Mark, and there's some great clearance in the middle there, and it's got Mecanum wheels on it. So this is probably a great design to have to get over these barriers. We're going to try and test that out right here in a couple minutes once we get this thing up and running.
We're gonna do the gold builder one too. We're gonna try both.
Yep, we've got 2 of these to try out.
So what we did was we placed the Lexan panel where we believe we want it roughly. Using what we are going to affix to the Lexan panel, we created center punch holes, which are simply indents for the drill bit to sit in and drill into. So now that the center punch has been used and the indents have been created, we are now going to take the drill bit using our 5/30 seconds drill and remove the material to make a hole, to which we will then zip tie to this guy. If you're doing it for your team, we'd probably recommend bolts, but because this is just a test piece, we want to zip tie it so that there's not a lot of design constraints that we have. So I will go through those holes.
Yeah.
What do you need?
Looks like you're figuring it out there.
A location.
Looks like you're figuring
To
it
drill
out.
that? Yeah. I mean, you can just go into the in there. There's nice steel tables. Just go right into it.
But it has been a while. No problem.
This one might not be a speed run.
Yeah, definitely. I love the guy. These things are super nice. Yeah, if you need every
Do you want to take this one?
Yeah. Just sometimes.
Yeah, you can try, shape the ears over the. Hurt my chest, bro. No. That's all. Ask me again.
You guys have a scale?
A scale?
Yeah, like I think it'd be really cool to weigh out all the pieces.
We got some of the weights already.
Okay, we have scale. We have scale right here.
Will they do like very light?
We should probably use instructions. Okay. So, I'm not sure if this quite qualifies as a,
They can't hear you. They can't hear me. No, my
They're hearing from this one. Do you guys want main camera?
yeah,
Okay.
spotlight.
We're doing a switch on the cameras.
I can switch the audio.
Oh, can you? No? Okay, so we'll switch the cameras.
Remember when opening things, do not care to save packaging, just rip wild.
Yeah.
This camera split screen is going to be a much narrower because of the vertical.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from there. All right, we'll get you guys a good view here.
So we need quad. All right, you're gonna see a live or checkout.
Chat, come back.
You guys are gonna see a live first-time assembly from two FTC rookies of the Go Build a Strafer chassis.
No FTC experience between either of us. Yeah.
Minor. So, apparently though, this is very highly regarded in the FTC meta. A lot of top-tier FTC teams speak very highly about the Strafer chassis, and the Go Builder only has 24 millimeters of clearance. I measured that. We won't get the barriers until this week though, so I'm not sure if it will clear. Well,
We're
we
gonna
will
see it here,
find
Charlie.
out if it clears for you. That is why you guys are tuned into the stream, and let us know if there's any other semi-destructive testing you guys would like us to take care of.
And
Speaking
shout
of,
out to
does
Go
anyone
Builder.
have a phone charger?
Oh yeah, I'll get it for you in a minute.
Yep.
As he was about to say before, I made an unimportant comment about the depleting battery in my phone. Huge shout out to Go Builder for providing this. We are broke college students, so being able to make this FTC content for you guys without blowing out our own pockets is a huge deal for us.
Hey, Justin, can you get those wire cutters?
We really appreciate it.
They're on the field somewhere.
Go Build a smiley face. Yeah, so apparently you guys really
Thanks,
like
buddy.
Go Build the things.
I like their mechanicals. That's enough for me to like the company. Those are some beautiful mechanical wheels.
Quite pretty. Yeah, last year we didn't use Go Build it, and then half of all the comments were, why aren't you using Go Build it? It's like, we're broke. Hush. So to start off, we have these 4 frame rails, and we need 2 of the things called quad frame mounters. They kind of look like X. Yes. To start off, we place the C channel upwards, and we need 16 11 millimeter screws. 16 8 millimeter screws. I was wrong.
How many of these you need?
We need 4 of those. But we need the screws. 11 millimeter screws. Or 8 millimeter screws. Okay, these are 16 millimeter. Nice. All right. We're gonna have to figure out something real quick because this is about to turn into a massacre if we start opening hardware packs.
Only opening the ones we're using.
I'm gonna open this, but we're gonna have to like.
He's a bag, right? No, just cut a little bit at the top.
Reflex to say the least.
We're gonna have to be real careful about keeping them in the bag.
One of these came in a bag, so we can unbag them and put the screws in the bag.
Yeah, but that's too smart. So.
Howard, I got a puzzle for you.
Doth anyone have Allen keys? Chat, make sure to say anything you want to see or hear about. We are here to serve, and we'd love to have some. I can stand talking to Cole for so long, but community input makes this a whole lot more fun.
I want the community input. I can't stand talking to him for anything.
Okay.
Please.
I mean, we talked about this. So we're going to put aside our differences for one weekend.
No.
It's just heralded dirty laundry for fun.
Exactly. Ran into me in the hallway.
This doesn't feel like the right Allen key, I'll keep it real. Like, it definitely transfers torque, but it feels a little too, definitely too...
Those yellow ones are English, I think, that the go-go stuff is metric.
Does anyone have any
This is a metric.
Allen keys?
There's a few right there that I was using.
I'm pretty sure those...
Does anyone have just a metric? Hey, Luke, is there a metric set of Allen keys over there? I would love to know.
Because the moment we do, we're going to lose them. I don't trust these first updates. So I'm putting in a quad attachment. We should.
By the
We
way,
had 4
just in
rails.
case there are all the teams out there, lock tight your screws before competition.
But we will not be, because if you came to Robot 30 hours for good build practice, you're in the wrong place.
Loctite is love, Loctite is
Howard,
life.
I need an M4 Allen key. Oh my God, Howard. Howard.
Does it need to be a key?
I'll take anything. I'll take a T.
I'll take a single M4. Oh, two single M4s.
I'll have one M4 and one more M4. How often do you guys think we'll see mechanism wheels this season? That's a great question. A lot of it really depends on the tests we're going to be running once we get this thing up. If mechanism wheels can traverse this thing without much of a problem, then I'd suspect most people went straight from the norm and just build what they left to build. But if it's a big issue, then we might see quite a few more custom drivetrains where you've got bigger wheels, or I don't know. If it's, we'll see.
If that decision will only be made from what we do here today.
Yeah. Again, going back to FRC, the moment they revealed the infinite recharge field with the rendezvous wheels, or the rendezvous bars, I thought we were going to see pneumatic wheels on every drivetrain, but it turns out it just wasn't too much of an issue, and people kind of just stuck with what they knew.
I've got one.
Oh, you are my hero.
You do it? That's weird. That's really not that weird.
Meter, 0.5 millimeter screws. No. I figured that out on the 4 millimeter Allen key, and it didn't work. So. Yeah, it's a 3 millimeter. Charlie Goodman has very kindly. He's he's mentoring this build. He's a sponsor.
It's M4 metric, not 4 millimeter. M4 doesn't mean 4 millimeters. Are we cranking these down? Because I think they're hitting. Crank these down?
No, you're not supposed to put these ones in. No. So it's just the 4 side ones.
Alright.
And then we put the same screws.
What is everyone working on? Does anyone need some? I need something. Alright. You want to start prototyping crate collectors? Sure. Yes. Sure.
I liked, let me find it. Me and Vic in my head came up with a little bit idea. We're calling it the Xbox 360 Streetmark. But an idea of, we thought we want to be as wide as possible. This ended up being kind of yeah. Well, that was the thing.
So for what it's worth, we're making this go build a strafer in the recommended configuration where it's like super wide and these 2 bars are in the middle. But our strategy may dictate that we shorten. So just food for thought, we're not married to the idea of being a wide guy.
I think that's the great thing about a lot of these kits you can get is you do have a little bit of room to play around and get something a little bit more tailored to your specific needs. But these are always just a great starting point.
Justin, don't shoot it out the back.
I was going to say, we can't launch game pieces.
Scratch that. No, I mean, you could. It'd be
you can
legal.
just like drop them in place.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in terms of a 30 hour.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Something like that.
Does anyone have an M3 Allen key that's slightly bigger? Because I'm just tightening it.
Need anything? Thanks, Mark.
guessing we're probably not going to let 3D printers.
Howard, do you have any other crazy intake concepts? Because we're probably going to want to prototype like 2.
So I have another one that is similar to what a lot of teams did for Rover Ruckus, which is a set of wheels or something on top, and a flat platform on the bottom to hold a single brick or whatever. We could do that.
Okay. Do you want to do that one, and then we can prototype the Xbox one, and we'll see which one does better.
Sounds good. And I got this
6-inch
ready.
mechanisms.
Together. Well, what were you saying
6-inch
with,
mechanisms.
Oh, that's he was also talking about
mechanisms.
a very similar idea. To that,
No
so you can
thanks.
Work with him on some prototype.
Okay. You guys can get a set of like, I think
Yeah,
it's
basically the
2-foot
same thing,
diameter
yeah.
mechanisms on McMaster for like, I think it's
You just need to
800 a
have some
pop.
way of dragging this from
Here's a
the
challenge.
Right, and like that's
Just
the
do
difficult part, 'cause
2
so
mechanisms,
all of our parts-
and then you don't have to deal with the width problem. either.
Motors
He's
and
kind of
actually-
spitting. Rocker
They're
boat.
all set with an off-center axis and they clamp.
So
in
I don't
place.
actually have a good way of
So you can
tightening
twist
these
them to get
screws.
tensioning. So if you want, you can put just a gear right there and sandwich a gear
thanks,
between
Justin.
these pieces and run another gear on one side to drive it.
Justin.
Or you could do chain and sprocket.
Well,
You got
use a
some
longer
options.
one. I literally asked for that earlier. This is not the right size.
I don't know.
Huh?
Yeah, there should be setting brown personnel for motors.
Huh?
Setting brown personnel.
You are the
Maybe in
worst.
that box. Sounds like a personal problem.
I figured. Oh.
Mounting clamps.
I'm interested in to see in what way the Go Building chassis gets stuck, if it does. So are we. My,
That's a little really hard to spin because it's got.
I tell you the password, but we're on stream.
Yeah.
Where's the key? I don't have one.
Yeah, those work the same.
You guys are about to
These
see
you'd have to-
manslaughter live on
Actually,
camera.
That might not be a bad idea,
It's
honestly.
about to dome Justin.
Somebody just.
Honestly.
Wait. Is that what I did?
No, don't do that.
Yeah, this is even the right. Do we have 2 of those? Or? We might have one of those, another one somewhere else. Because then we could just this is my concern. Because these aren't as expensive as screws to be honest.
The side U channels are the risk. Yeah. I guess it really doesn't matter, but
Intake, you thinking 2?
4 roughly.
Okay.
Yeah, so these
All right,
have a
guys.
5mm
So
tax
I
inside.
think at 4 o'clock on the dot, let's just do a quick little stand up and address our goals, our situation, and what we want to get accomplished. Okay? Kind of get you good.
Sounds good.
For leads, if you can just like,
I'm not seeing any.
Justin, if I'll join you in a second, but do you want to locate some at least 1/8-inch Lexan plates that we can cut the Xboxes out of? It's gonna need to be bigger than that.
Question, for an initial prototype, could you guys just use some of the Tetrix to make a frame for it and just see how it goes?
Maybe.
Because the Tetrix, you could just run axle straight through.
Or a piece of plywood.
Yeah, even a piece of plywood would work, but I'm just saying something that you just bolt together and not even have to cut anything. But I was just because in FTC, a lot of times you really don't need to cut stuff. What I was going to do, I was just going to do 2 of these, and we just tried.
Don't do anything. You're on my personal account.
Okay, so for what it's worth, I just
But if that's
this is a rigged vote.
Yeah, we need to find working motors.
That's my personal.
I'm not gonna lie, I said it like it.
Out of curiosity, do you know where there are any motors?
I do not.
That's something we need. Yeah, we're kind of out of like motors at all. Other than that one, but we want to keep that together. Hold on.
Does anyone, if anyone could find that slightly longer M3T handle, does anyone want to do that? Find an M3T handle? Would mucho appreciate it. New poll in chat. Are you excited for Freight Frenzy? We've got a dead even split between people that are hyped and people that are indifferent. And then 8% of the population are not rocking with Freight Frenzy.
That 8% is him.
I...
These are ready to go. You're just too slow.
Dude, I'm literally doing this by hand.
I know. Be faster.
I'm trying my best. I don't have ratchet hands.
How do you not? You're a mechanical engineer.
Dude, yeah, they haven't taught me.
What's
I
the
haven't.
point?
I haven't taken that class yet.
Still a couple years behind.
Yeah, I got held back in.
Where do I get the instructions? Because your phone has gone off every 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, it's on low battery. Just do go build a strafer chassis instructions. Again, that's the go build a strafer, one of the predominant chassis in FTC metagame.
This is the Kit V4.
Kit V4.
With these beautiful mechanical wheels.
The gentleman building a tile riser has just gotten a question. How tall is the base chassis? Intake going to have to go up quickly, around 5 or 6 inches? How tall is the base chassis?
Ideally, we need how tall is the base chassis?
Yeah. An interesting pull from him to recharge with the carousel wheel. I wonder how the strategy is going to play it with so many ways to score. That's an interesting take. Yeah, it's definitely a game where 4.5 inches, tile runner 4.5 inches. But yeah, it's definitely a game where your initial strategy is going to determine your robot a lot. I don't think there's games where you can kind of just tell some designs are going to converge, and I don't think this is one of them.
No, I think this game you're going to see a whole lot of interesting approaches to everything.
So I don't actually have that Allen key, so
What do you think of half-inch plywood?
I'm not a fan.
It's the thinnest they got.
No.
Do you have any bushings that you can jam in there?
This is on a date.
I don't know.
You should check.
Or should I just? We have a lot of Lexan over there. Should I just use some of that? Or not Lexan, polyacrylic or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally against using acrylic for intakes, but whatever.
But it's a.
Okay, so we're missing a lot of. No! No! Oh no! Oh god! Okay, so we're gonna take apart this all.
Why?
You messed it up.
I did. So it's 11mm screws for these ones,
Oh.
and 8mm put it in the chassis. Okay, we really need a long T-handle.
Please.
Luke.
I'll try. I stream.
Okay.
16.
This is why you always read the directions very carefully. I saw 8mm, and
You saw 8mm on a different page and just went.
it was the same page, but unfortunately the 11mm presided it.
After 16, I threw them back in the pot.
Okay, so how about 0.5 millimeter up?
Perfect. Indistinguishable.
That's not it.
Oh, I can't tell what. Oh no, I can't tell which way he's facing. He's facing this way.
The strafer kit does have the hexel keys. They're fairly long. Where? No way!
Lesson 2. Look at what's in front of you.
Thanks, Charlie.
Shout out to Charlie.
I'm out of my element. If you guys couldn't tell we're FRC kids, we are.
Where's Chad, bro?
Thank you, Charlie, as always, the mentor for this strafer speedrun. Yes, this is not the first.
Oh no.
Chad was looking. You noticed I just did several things wrong.
Here, try something.
The keen-eyed among you, probably Charlie.
Now let's get a Charlie counter. This is worthless. They don't have any 1/8 inch?
That way it won't break it.
They could. That looks like.
Well, I don't know. This is the only thing they have.
What about the?
No, there's plenty of this. There's plenty of them.
Oh, cool.
You just want thinner than this?
We're probably 1/8 inch is probably going to be the sweet spot if I was a betting man.
You're killing me, Smalls.
I'm sorry. Dude, can the 6-wheel drive go over the tubes or does it get stuck?
Oh, we already answered.
So it
gotta
kind of
push
it kind of goes. We pushed it over and it goes.
We are working on getting the chassis powered up so we can test it under the robot's own might. But it shouldn't, my prediction is it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We will film it the moment we get that thing going. But by pushing it over, it does traverse it pretty much.
Well, when we lined it up right next to it and just started pushing, it got stuck every time. But if we took it a couple feet back and really shoved it, built up the momentum before we hit it, we were able to go over that.
So I guess to answer your question, give us a second.
Yeah. Under its own power, we'll find that out.
Ooh, the pole's shifting away. Looks like more than half of everyone's hyped for Freight Frenzy. Anyone had any crazy strategic revelations about the game in your own FTC team kickoff groups? Anyone going for a crazy show cold out of the box strategy? Or are you going to keep your cards close to your chest in case your adversaries are watching?
No, I was saying that one.
There's a bag inside of another bag.
Take a Sharpie.
That's
like
awesome.
And mark it.
Maybe those two, that's one bag inside of the bag.
Please do not break the crossbar. Just throw it.
Oh, I shouldn't do that. What I'm looking at.
I am focusing on my own
Doing something like
right
this.
now.
Okay. It's not like the only way I can really fit it. I'd love to do this, but there's a lot of issues with that. So, yeah.
Did you answer that question yet?
What if you
Yes.
just put a standoff right here and then have it
TLDR, it depends, but we think so.
and the gear underneath?
That's probably still a little on the thick side, right?
No, that's perfect.
That would
Oh,
work.
okay. Because there's also like that.
That's
Yeah, yeah, that would work.
Okay. And then there's actually
Oh, there's
one
no
that's
set
tiny
tube.
bit
This one's
thinner.
messed up
That.
too.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, there's two of these.
But the first one you showed me was perfect.
My guy just pulled it off. I heard I just pulled the screw through it. I had a screw in there, he just pulled it. I realized. I was trying to get this hub off because it doesn't have a set screw. Look, you looking at me. Yeah, I didn't know it was that either. Yep, this happens a lot.
Okay, use 16 11mm length screws to attach the four quad block mounts to the ends of the 10
Because
tools.
basically what happens
These
is,
channels will be the crossbars, then use 16
the shaft gets marred up like that. You can see the marks. That bites
fasten the
onto
crossbars. Man.
So what my team usually tries to do is we don't try to not transfer a lot of torque through these shafts because that's how you break them. We try to transfer torque through hubs and screws. Like if we have a climbing mechanism, we try to never transmit the force through an axle if possible, because these
Justin, you want to
little
help out with this
5mm
endeavor?
axles. Sure.
Oh yeah, these guys.
If you want to get a second motor assembly, whatever Cole's doing.
Especially when
Then
people
we should all
crank
finish
up
around the
really,
same
really
time.
hard on the set screw, and then it twists anyway. It doesn't help you bends and flexes. See if you can torque this to begin with as well.
I will say, this construction, this Go Build a construction system is very, oh man, I just keep dropping things. It's very intuitive and it feels rigid and I like it.
Oh, Go Build is awesome.
Yeah.
I love Go Build.
Like it feels quality while I'm holding
I mean, I
it.
don't need to take this off. That one you probably don't. What I would do, honestly, is get a gear. So I have a gear here. It's kind of big. Probably a smaller one. Maybe you want a medium-sized one. That one might be a little bit.
Does anyone have a speaker that can play non-copyrighted music?
Put it right here. Put screws
Because
through
it's a
this
little,
side
it's a
onto the
little
holes,
too.
and put the piece on the wheel on the other.
Yeah.
But it only plays
Like
copyright.
this.
Yeah. Can we play Montero? Is Montero copyrighted? You guys heard Montero?
Nick, you don't want to hear this. Most classical music is actually not copyrighted.
Something like
Yeah,
this.
Montero's a classic, bro.
And then you could drive this off the motor.
Beethoven's 4th, 5th, and 6th.
It won't go through both because the hub is
I don't know
threaded
if
and
you
this piece
define
isn't.
it as
That's why you
good,
need to go.
but these all seem nice.
Nope.
Dude, I used to rock out to Beethoven. I played piano for like a long time. Yeah, I'm not playing.
The classic Nick times.
Yeah, you play piano?
I did play piano, yeah.
Bro, I'm impressed. You actually have some culture.
Yeah, so I don't know what he just said. It was probably really funny. But I played Dynamite by Teo Cruz for my 4th grade
Okay, you
recital.
lost all my respect.
Do you know Dynamite by Teo Cruz? It's the one where he says like his first verse is entirely in one note. So I just sit there just banging the one C key
I know what
for the entirety of the first
It's not making it any better. I was almost proud of you for a second. But
Hey, I play. Still out. Oh, where is it?
iPad, bed. So these are the hubs that connect to the motors. These are nice because they actually have a flat spot for the motor piece.
I don't know whether we ever left.
So they have a set screw on the opposite side that just keeps them coming off, but all the torque is transferred through that flat spot.
Okay, 11 mil screws go on the sides of these.
You want to use these to drive. Yeah, these go onto the motors, and then you can screw the gear onto these. Okay. And they're just self-threading. So, and I can show this to the camera really quick. These are some of the Andy Mark motor hubs that you guys might look at in your season. They don't look like you can screw into them very easily, but you just need to push the screws in and then self-tap onto these little holes in the corner.
Luke, I can't help but notice that we haven't really done the sprints.
Okay, so remember when I told you like 10 minutes ago that we were going to meet at 4?
Yeah?
Yeah, so we're going to meet at 4.
Oh, that's what that's for?
Yeah.
Trust. I mean, can we just... Should be fixed, make sure you have the live button.
One side of that right now. I'm gonna
I think we got it. Yeah, it should be. All good. We could just tell...
Oh, this is missing a set screw. Can I jank in a set screw?
No, you don't need a set screw.
No, it'll be interesting.
Can I just use a normal screw? It's long enough?
I don't think so.
What's your guys' favorite song?
Why not?
What was the chat?
Did they say that?
Huh?
He was talking to himself. He's
Yeah,
talking to
pretty
his
much.
own chat inside his head.
Got it. How about that for a set screw?
Dude, they're telling me to... They're telling me to make a Kiwi drive.
You guys like that for a set screw?
No. Man, that's...
Diffie swerve? I love Diffie swerve.
Woo, Diffie swerve! Yay.
Man, we only got 34 people, man. Last Robot in 30 hours, we had 80 easy. Where's all the hype? Tell your friends. If you're a team watching this, everyone join on your phones. I want to see those numbers pop up.
Now join on all your devices at the same time.
We'll do something stupid when it hits 100 viewers, but let's get some more hype here. Come on. Tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your grandma. Take your phone. Download Twitch.
We're on YouTube.
Watch the stream.
We're on YouTube.
Yeah, we're on YouTube.
Oh! It's YouTube. YouTube. My fault.
But if you go to Twitch, I tried to restart.
Yeah, if you go to Twitch, you can watch Kettering Kickoff as well. You should do both.
Have both open and we can just check back in with us and see what we're doing.
Yeah, come on, fun fam. Where you at?
This is so stupid. Good work, though. That gear's a bit big, but I don't know if I can get it. There are gears.
If you think about it, gears are just really rigid intake wheels.
Is there a way we could capture more of this table? There may be more gears back in that area that we were a little bit ago.
So I said that, and then 6 people actually left.
Nick. So that's on the right side. So I want to keep the content on the right side of the frame. I want to capture more of this table if possible.
What?
I want to capture more of the table.
Well, then we don't catch Nick's entertaining.
Wait, did you get that?
Hey chat, would you rather see Nick or would you rather see us?
Really, really banking on you guys. So some of you might be wondering, man, the Go Build a Strafer chassis is pretty quick to assemble normally. Why are they still doing it?
That is a good question.
That's the reason, right here.
Well, I don't think we have an answer for that one.
I saw you mess your top. I saw.
I haven't missed anything.
I saw you.
I haven't missed anything.
I can assemble a kitbot with my eyes closed.
He's having fun.
I speed ran a kitbot last Robot 2 days, but this FTC thing, man, I'm new to it. I'm new blood.
Yeah, Nick is basically an example of somebody building an FTC robot or a Go Build a Strafer for the first time. So if he can do it in this kind of speed, you guys should be able to do it in at least half the time.
What's that?
Yeah, I think that was a compliment.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So when you
I cannot compliment
down, there's a lift. Shown there.
Huh?
When you put this on, there is no lift. Ready? No lift. So that must be correct.
Yeah, but how come it doesn't go down on this one?
I don't know. Look at the bearing. Right? It's like sitting on those, but on this one it went down.
You're probably going to need to take off the screws before you put in the bearings.
Oh, okay. Where's the...
Just following directions.
Yeah, it says.
Either that or loosen up the screws so that way they might be able to have a tiny bit of travel because once it gets really high performance there. The way that I've done it before is that put the bearing.
Oh yeah, you just loosen them up a tiny bit and...
Oh, okay. There you go. You're welcome.
The thrust bearing goes in this window. I'm kind of shocked they even got a thrust bearing on them, actually.
Well, the thing is that there's a lot of force pushing back on those bevel gears. You need that thrust bearing, otherwise it's going to kill the motor channel.
I kind of just thought the Delaware Spacer.
The Delaware Spacer could have worked, but I like that they actually
No, me too.
thrust bearing because it definitely adds a lot to longevity of the system. You can actually count on the Strafer to last multiple seasons if you want, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't trust bevel gears. I just run pulley cords 45 degrees from each other.
No, you bad.
It's mechanically efficient. It's a clutch, if you will.
Bad Nick. Clutch? Okay.
A clutch
that sounds like a... Okay. Oh, that's horrible. Never again.
Nick, you're gonna make our viewership go
You're gonna drop the viewership.
Yeah, I actually am. it's dropping.
You're making it weird. What happened?
32. You lost one. Thanks to
Yeah, you're picking them up.
Well, we appreciate everyone watching the stream. We know this isn't the super exciting part yet. This is more the groundwork for everything we got to show you. So thank you for you guys sticking it
Nobody
out.
saw that.
What?
It's good.
Nothing.
What? No, I didn't do anything wrong.
How could Cole do something wrong?
Nope. Good.
I built one.
Cole, you've never done anything wrong.
I have never done anything wrong.
Did Justin already build one?
Yeah.
I built two.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Come on. I am just being.
This is the garbage / snacks bin. I'm gonna set that over here.
Garbage / snack.
That's so bad.
Don't want to confuse them. But everybody needs a little more aluminum in their diet.
Something iron.
Think that's iron, but
Sure. Pro tip: swap out the iron in your blood for aluminum. Be lighter.
Yeah, he's spitting. Great weight loss tactic.
Are those weight loss tips?
Yeah.
Welcome to First Weight Loss Tips. We're your hosts.
Swap out your homes for
100%
flexing.
not authorized.
And you can't break it.
Hey guys, meeting in 2 minutes.
Meeting in 2 minutes.
Can we postpone that by 5? So
Meeting in 2 minutes.
I have screws out.
So much for postponing. There's so many of these. There's so many of those there. None of them are very exciting. What are those?
Cool, man. How many of these do we need? One motor a spare? No, make 4.
You know, I just thought of an idea, dude. Why don't we just dump these directly to the motors?
No. Pick them all up.
Gap is scary just because of teammate? Oh, I kind of get what you're saying. And also that thing keeps losing signal.
It's because it goes to sleep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. It's kind of the whole. Man, if you think about it, you can really draw a lot of comparisons with this and Infinite Recharge for FRC. It was kind of the whole trench debacle where it's like, the trench might be super useful, but what do you do if you've got a slightly slower partner that also likes to chill in the trench? Yeah, I only know FTC. But yeah, honestly, if you guys don't know that game, you could watch the video. You can probably draw quite a few strategic parallels between that and this in terms of using the small gap and obviously the carousel.
Are you looking at this? What?
Oh, you weren't kidding?
No, I genuinely had no idea what that was.
What? There's no poster.
There's no poster! Dude, there's no poster! How was I supposed
It's
to know
what Kettering
game that
Kickoff
was?
is playing right now.
Is it?
Yes.
I thought that was like Star Wars.
Infinite Recharge.
That's what it's called?
Yes.
I thought it was called like...
It's
Yeah, I thought it was called like, Lucasfilms presents something.
No. It's sponsored by Star Wars.
Okay, but I thought it was called Star Wars.
No.
Alrighty.
Oh
Star
my
Wars:
God.
The Force for Change is like the full thing.
I thought you were playing.
No, I genuinely thought it was just like
All
named
right,
Star Wars.
stand-up meeting right now.
What?
Go over the board.
Should I move the cameras?
I'm not good at comedy.
I think this should all be wireless.
You want us to do stand-up?
No.
Good. I'm not good at comedy.
Okay.
All right, removing you all. Sorry, we got our trying to do meetings every 2 hours. Make sure all the team is on the same page. So we'll aim there. Everyone. Legit. All right.
Alrighty. All right, let's start with design. Design. What have we accomplished so far? What do we need to accomplish next?
So what we've accomplished so far is we've basically decided that we want to try grabbing onto some of the different cargo pieces or whatever they're called. So the boxes and freight. Yeah, freight. And we want to be able to move that around in some way. So we're currently prototyping a couple of different mechanisms to actually grab and pick those up. And next what we're going to have to do is actually finish and do some testing with those mechanisms.
Okay, so main things are testing freight mechanisms.
Yeah, all right, first prototype them, so build them.
The prototyping / testing.
Luke, do you want an eraser?
I'm
So there's one. There's one.
Prototype freight mechanisms. And then test. So is that doable in the next 2 hours? Testing? Test?
Hopefully. But no
It would be towards the end.
We can find all the things we need to get.
Freight mech, and then all right, sounds good. Okay. Ooh. Never mind, we'll save that. All right, we'll do mechanical next.
All right. So what we have done so far is, quite honestly, a whole lot of nothing. It's been game analysis and rule learning, and we just started building the Go Build a Straight for chassis, along with getting the new tile runner up to speed so we can test both of them. What we need to do, obviously, is finish the Go Build a Chassis and tile runner, and then alongside that we'll be prototyping 2 different intakes, and hopefully that should all get done before the next quote-unquote sprint session starts. The 2 intake prototypes, it's going to be a definite close call, but we will haul to get it done. Or I guess start. Start and finish.
Start. Okay, I'll do start.
If we work fast, we might be able to pull it off, but we definitely want to start getting some real quantitative data on can we pull these things in with our concept.
And then we also want to test the barrier, right?
Yes.
Test
Yes.
all. What's the plural of chassis?
Chassis.
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 Just add like 6 S's.
Something.
There you go.
Just keep adding S's.
All right. What do we got? Electrical.
All right, we got the electric test board in progress. We have the 2. We have the control hub and the expansion hub mounted on the Andy Mark chassis right now. So next we're going to do the battery, and then we should be able to hand it off to
the test drivers, whoever wants to test drive the chassis for the obstacles. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Awesome. That's on the handy mark right now, or? Fantastic. All right, so we'll finish that in the next 2 hours. Yeah. And what after that? Is that going to be that's the main focus for the next 2 hours then?
That's the main focus for the next 2 hours, and then once we have an actual chassis, we'll determine the amount of motors that we have, hopefully, and then we'll be able to plan out wire routes and stuff for the actual chassis. And that's probably going to be our plan for the rest of the day.
Start for wiring. Fantastic. Thank you very much, electrical and programming.
So, programming, so far we have all three of these set up. We have the driver hub, controller hub, good. Expansion hub, only one of them. We did the video. Drive code is not working yet. I'm running into an issue with the code that I am working on fixing right now. So, for the foreseeable future, I'll be working on Mechanism drive code, probably tile runner code just to get something going for that. And after that, I'll be working on the freight mechanism code.
Fantastic. So that is where we're at with our 4 subgroups. Does anyone need a job at the moment?
Are we all busy?
Set? It seems like everyone's working pretty diligently. All good? Fantastic. Cool. Back to it.
That could have been an email.
That could have been an email.
Don't mind me. I'll just work on this one.
Howard.
Yeah.
Howard, can you move?
Not dropped on the ground.
Sweet.
Dude, you're not even gonna pick it up. What do you do?
There.
Oh yeah. I saw you hesitate, and then you walked away. What wheels are you guys going to use? Man, people are so interested in the wheels. We don't know right now. You guys love the wheels. So we're going to be testing the Mechanism wheels. If that goes relatively painlessly, we'll be pursuing those. If not, we will probably go to a more standard, I guess, basic traction wheels. What's on our Andy Mark test right now? Tile runner? Just some basic Andy Mark traction wheels. So not Mechanisms. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to have those 2 prototype chassis, each with a different kind of wheel. We'll see what happens.
Look what you did.
Make sure this looks okay. Perfect. The Andy Mark logos covering your face. That's what we're looking for.
What'd you like to see?
I hope no one cares, but I'm
Perfect, perfect casting, right?
I don't know. They were just sitting over there.
Oh, those aren't those.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't used for anything.
Mess with the traction in the middle that is lifted. That's an interesting take.
That would be.
Yeah, that would be one way to keep from high siding. So if we start running into those tubes on the other side, it could give us an extra kick of traction to get over the top. That actually might be something to try if we have some issues with the mechanisms.
Mechs in the mechs with the traction in the middle that is lifted.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we did with FRC when we ran Mechanism. It works pretty well.
You ran Mechanism in FRC?
Yeah.
This team was Mechanism.
When your team knows what they're doing, it works pretty well.
Yeah, the thing with Mechanism is at FTC, a lot of times it's not as optimal because you do lose these amount of force from the way that the vectors cancel out. And also Mechanisms aren't always the highest traction.
I think
but at the same time, a team that designs their robot in such a way that they can do it.
There's no beef with Mechanism. There's no beef with Mechanism. It's just unconventional.
Just waiting on Nick.
A lot of the issues
It's less conventional nowadays.
It's the new teams trying to use it that have no experience with it.
Because also a lot of the issue with Mechanism 2 is weight distribution on a robot. Because a lot of teams don't run closed loop on your motors.
Center mass needs to be near the middle somehow.
Yeah, you want your center mass to be near the middle, and also it helps to run each motor with an encoder feedback to keep the velocity controlled. to match each wheel's velocity. Because then even if your weight distribution is off, it'll help you strafe sideways.
We usually got away without needing them if I remember correctly.
Yeah, if you have a pretty good center of mass, it shouldn't need that. But
I don't even know if
the thing is too with FTC, especially if you use either onbot Java or blocks, I know that there are both that there are already preset functions to do closed loop velocity control in those that you just drag and drop pretty easily. So it's pretty easy to integrate velocity control into motors as long as you have stuff.
Oh boy, there he goes programming again.
This will be
I mean, I guess that would work.
That motor doesn't fit.
Rules say robot must be completely in the warehouse to collect the piece, no reaching in. That is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that is something that
We prototyped wrongly before. Well,
yes.
concept.
We forgot to whip those two into reading the manual enough.
That guy.
But
So what are you talking about? I have no idea what's
True,
going
you
on.
did suggest it, and I just kind of went along with
it has been rectified, and honestly, I kind of feel like the game would be a little bit more, or at least the robot design would be a little bit more interesting if they allowed it.
True. But then it would also be very similar to a lot of the Robo Ruckus bots.
Yeah, well, if you don't want it to be similar to that, then don't use the same two game pieces. But that's just my take.
That is a fair point.
No extendo. Like that word.
They now have a chunk of metal in them. The weights.
They're heavy.
Oh, they're different.
Completely
They're
different.
just completely different.
A little ball of steel was put in.
If you guys heard of road or off-road mechanisms, they might work good for this game. An off-road mechanism?
Off-road?
Those two things don't really seem like they go together.
No. Off-road mechanisms.
What?
I kind of just interpolated that he meant mechanisms.
Okay.
Howard, have you used OnBot?
What?
Have you used OnBot?
I have before, yeah.
You have a second.
Hey, do we even have a set up of electrical brains of one of these guys?
Wow, that's wrong.
Well, Charlie Goodman has heard of off-road mechanisms, and he's saying that they usually damage the floor tiles.
No, it's super.
I have a mechanism driving block.
Or is he just a test?
Not even.
I don't know.
It's just platforming motors.
I like how you're calling it key, though.
Well, if
What's
you
his
give me
name?
5 minutes, I can make you a faction.
What's his name?
This guy.
I'm not sure
Did
exactly.
he come with electrical?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's his name? Name it.
Well, my team, I have all my team's libraries.
Why am I doing
Just pull them. I can figure out the robot.
I'm gonna call him
If it's just
Strafey. That's his new
The
name.
thing about blocks is that it's not, you won't run into syntax errors because all the syntax is taken care of. That's the main reason why I like it for really quick work. It's limited in some of the things that it can do, so it's not, you can't do as much of it as Java, either OnBot or Android Studio. But that's what I have my team do because they're all middle schoolers, so
But I do have double-sided.
they're not going to get to the level of advancement probably that they can do with Java, except for some vision processing type stuff.
Alright, okay, so I found a
Dude, I
box
cannot
program
find
on here actually.
Metric screws, so those are probably going to be M3 screws. Yeah, it's interesting. Some FTC manufacturers use metric, some don't. Rev uses all metric, which is interesting.
Sounds like my
GoBuilder uses metric, I think.
Yep.
But Andy Mark and Tetrix, if I recall, they both use English screws, so like 1032s, 832s, things like that. So you got to make sure that you have the right screws when you're working with a couple of different companies' products, which can be a little confusing.
How am I supposed to put the metric?
My guess is that the metric screws are going to be in a different location, but I don't know where they will be.
Alright, I finally have the chest.
Yeah, these need a lot of converters.
Actually, what?
Basically, those are adapters that convert the 3.3 volt logic of the control house to the 5 volt logic of the encoders. So I have a few of them somewhere. I can look for them for you if you need.
Yeah. Duct tape is 30 seconds.
Okay, that's rigid.
Yeah, have you seen
I
that?
can go and see if there are any back there that we can grab too. I think I had a few.
Output shifts. Special. You guys know this? No. There's one part. Those gotta go in. Where's the middle? It's down there. The output shafts are. We need. Shafts will look like
I can't find the
Okay.
Oh.
I think a couple
A thrust washer.
So basically what these do is you plug this connector side to here, so that way the red wire.
A miter gear. thrust washer, and a flange bearing.
I put them, the flange bearings came in the package. Throw them in here. He's got to go in the robot as you're doing this? I did not.
So
They should light up as soon
take
as you
the
power
end of the
them
chassis.
on.
We take this, and we.
You want to stand up that way? We can both do one. Am I looking at this one?
Yeah, no, you're looking at it.
I do this one, you do that.
It's weird.
Yeah, I was trying to read it, but it's not.
Well done.
Kind of showing conflicting directions.
I don't know what comes first.
What's the overall picture?
So this is on the other side again.
So I presume.
Orally.
Rep the chest will look like it doesn't figure out. Okay, so they're like that.
They go like
And inside, no, they definitely do. So it's gonna be like, you've got this, and then you've got that little
Here, a few
stack
more.
inside there. So you got like the thrust washer.
After you make sure that they're working,
This is the outside one.
Yeah.
We look like this.
There's 2 more. Yeah, we got plenty now.
So, okay,
I
so
think
we
the
need
threading
to
is
take
really
this.
short or something.
I'm gonna open
No, those are meant
Is the thrust washer is just the ball cage, right?
almost. Is that the motor that got it?
This is used for
What's the one that they crossed?
the balls and the exterior piece. This only shows just the balls. The balls go right on the mother here.
Oh, yep.
I think that's
Yep, so
incorrect.
that's probably.
I thought so too, but the other.
Yeah, well, you're gonna use that.
What the heck? The balls are.
So you don't use one of the ball cages?
No, you only use half of it.
Okay.
What's going on?
I'm just reading the instructions.
So for these
good idea.
for these thrust bearings, you only use one of the ball cages, correct?
Yeah.
That's really unconventional.
Yeah, because on the motor you can go back. You want to try to get that side, I try to get this side.
I guess I need tape.
How is this whole table moving?
They got different.
Take the ball cage.
Oh, Nick, I think you're like pushing the table over here as time goes on.
Huh?
You're like pushing the table over here.
table
is shifted way over. You're stealing our space.
You were here first, bro.
So we're all making the same robot.
I don't care.
You're gonna fight over the table, kid?
I'll fight, bro. Yeah, our robot's gonna be better.
We break up into 3 different teams.
We're on the same team.
We're gonna do better.
Okay.
Once we jump on the ball.
Nick, do we need to have a video talking about how to build proper teamwork?
Hush.
No, I think that's a good idea.
Hush. Alas.
How to build proper teamwork is to have.
Chat, what do you think? Say in the chat whether or not we need to do a video to teach Nick teamwork.
Hush.
Any team workers in the chat?
Any team workers?
Any teamwork enthusiasts?
Either that or any therapists. Nick might need one soon.
Thanks, Howard. What's going on here?
Let's just drag Nick out.
Put him on the spot. In all seriousness, I do somewhat tolerate Nick under most circumstances.
Shots off. Where's the hex key? There.
How come? Do you see this?
We got content there. We want to. All right.
Content online.
We are going to
So I think I got it.
take you away from Nick and Howard, yelling at each other for a quick minute, and we're going to show you guys what you all are looking for. So this, well, not all, not entirely, but
Start is what you're looking for. All right, guys.
so here we got a basic chassis that's got. Do you guys still call them Omnis in the FTC? Omnis, and are those considered high tractions or just, I don't know, not necessarily high tractions, but,
So why did it stop working is the question.
well, because the camera's on it, that's why it stopped working.
Yeah, that's
But, while Luke is figuring that out, pretty basic chassis, not much on it right now, but should show something pretty basic that's two-wheel drive, how well it does with getting over this little bump.
Hey, I just.
Alright, well it was working a second ago. That's a shame.
Can you get it back?
Let's see.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
I just restarted it. Oh, this is so sad. Why did this is so sad. Restarting robot.
Maybe, possible.
Oh, I figured it out. Okay. I guess controller disconnected for a second. There we go. Okay. All right. So we're not done setting up the six-wheeler yet, but for as far as the four-wheeler with just the two driven back wheels, here's what we got. So it goes over pretty well. Looks like if you get stuck there, you just need a little bit of momentum. This, however, might be a problem.
Press spinning. That's a cool trick.
So
I guess one other note too, you guys.
if this was four-wheel drive, it would get right off.
Yeah.
But this right now is a two-wheel drive, so it is fully possible to get stuck on here. So
Recommendation to teams: try to have all of your wheels driven.
yeah.
Let's see. Try with
Angle.
yeah. This. So, might have some luck if you're at an angle.
Oh yeah.
That got beat.
And again, this is where four-wheel drive might help again, the back wheels.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is definitely a concern for teams if you're going to try and be driving over this. I mean, as we've seen. I think we have any comments.
There we go. Going backwards seems to be about the same.
Yeah. So with momentum, two-wheel drive works, but it looks like four-wheel drive is definitely something most teams should consider. But yeah, you can still get high-centered very easily. And what motors are those?
Never rest 20 to 1s, I believe.
All right, so never rest 20 to 1s.
How's it look? I didn't see it.
It goes over, but you can still get it stuck.
How do you go over it slow?
So then you can get it stuck there. It gets hung up on the motors.
Okay.
So, but four-wheel drive would probably get you off.
They're going too slow, you're not even gonna. They have kind of.
Gotta have some momentum.
You gotta bring it with some speed, yeah.
Nope. Oh no. Fuck. Takes me. Does it fit in that little gap too?
No, this one's just a little bit too wide for that. It's close. Those ones aren't mounted down.
This is mine now.
That one is obviously not mounted down. Let's hope that doesn't happen in competition. Man, yeah, you can definitely.
They're a pretty common method for FTC.
Yeah. So this chassis, I mean, it works, but man, I don't think I would be driving that in competition. There's too many chances to get stuck. Ooh, close. Yeah. So that's the other thing we discussed earlier is you might be able to get through that little gap there.
Is this mounted down? Yeah. If you shave down those bolts a little bit. No.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah. No, it just.
It's a little hard to line up, but. Wait, are you guys planning on trying to get that 6-wheel drive working, or?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That works.
Yeah, oh, I have a nasty idea.
Nasty idea? I'm listening. All right. I'll put the stream back. So, in conclusion, it works. We'll have plenty more chassis that we'll be testing out here. But 2-wheel drive might not be the best option. It seems to get stuck in some scenarios, so definitely something to consider for teams.
Why do they give them screwed in? Yes. I'm in love with Go Build Us parts. Don't give the clamping housing clamps.
All right, you guys are back on stream here.
Back on main. See you, chat.
Just joining us, we're building a Go Build It chassis, given to us graciously by Go Build It.
Okay, my side is finally done.
I did that on purpose. What are you zip tying? I'm not zip tying anything.
What it's worth, this feels
taking
right.
apart zip ties? No, I'm cutting bolts. What?
This feels like you're gonna.
Anything's a bolt cutter if you try hard enough, my friend. True. Same thing with anything's a hammer if you try hard enough. Exactly. Now you get it. One of my favorite FRC mentors had this saying that he picked up when he worked at Ford.
So,
and that was, every tool has 2 uses, what it's meant for and a hammer. And I live by that statement. No, it's every tool has at least 2 uses. Exactly. About that.
We messed up, we gotta go bald. It's just 3 wheels.
Alright, I finally got this one motor on.
Okay, so what you did.
What happened to a hex trap? Oh.
Yeah, I think you might have timed it a little bit before it got flushed up. Gotcha.
Wait, I guess we're going this way. This is super dangerous.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine.
Go build a much love. Redo the construction. Weird though. So if you press that E
Here's a
click
problem. I have questions.
Can we move the alliance hubs? JK, who asked, that's great, JK. Can we move the alliance hubs? No, that is a major penalty. So that would be, I think, 30 points, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's 30 points deducted if you move one of those. So I would strongly recommend not moving that.
Your alliance partners would not be very good friends with you if you did that.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
No, we know everything we're doing. Between Nick and I, we have over 4 hours of FTC experience.
Just 4?
At least.
Whoa, dude, I am so impressed.
4, that's like 2 more than 2.
That's like a lot.
1 greater than 3.
Yep.
All right.
Slightly less than 10.
We know math.
We're all roasting that.
Just a hair under 70.
Come to Kettering, kids. Welcome to Kettering. I need a small space.
No, it's been a long time. It's stopped.
We'll manage.
No, I'm upset.
We'll manage.
We need to put a full 7 here to get through this.
Dude. Oh my god. Alright, we take you got your fancy drive motors? So why do we only use half a dress
Put
bearing
a zip
here?
tie right there and use a
Yeah,
zip tie.
use a full dress bearing on the motor.
Put a zip tie on the shaft. True. I mean, that's what I've done with BattleBots parts before and it survives. If it works for a BattleBot, it should work for an FTC bot, right, Nick? Good.
I'm so confused.
What else isn't new?
I guess.
Welcome to FTC. Like, what are you confused about?
Why you only need to use half of a thrust bearing on the driven miter gear, but use a full one for the motor assembly.
What? You mean only one side of the thrust
bearing, yeah.
Because the aluminum plate on the other side should be fine.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it be the same for this? There's a spacer.
Well, why'd they give us
That's a good point, but I'm not sure.
What kind of bolts do
Actually. I'm gonna full send it. I'd still just go with it though.
Yeah,
I'm full
but I
sending.
trust.
I'm just gonna put it on here.
It's now bolted
Clearance
in.
is one of those.
Doesn't actually say.
Here y'all want chairs.
I mean, if we all sit, it'll be fine, but I felt weird being the only one sitting because then I'm in the way.
Wait, what's happening?
But I think what I'm going to kind of do
what screws to put in here. It's just
something
the
like
next
this
picture is just assembly.
for this prototype, and then
Right,
just a
yeah.
back wall right
Steps
there.
are just
So that way it just goes in scoops.
Okay.
The final step is use 16 miller screws to fasten the wheels to the hyper hubs.
Yeah, that's different.
Using 16 11mm screws, mount the drive motor assemblies into your chassis.
We have 25.
11mm screws?
Yeah, so they just gave us a lot more. Shout out to Go Build, they gave us a lot more screws.
Because we're stupid. Using 16 11. Okay.
Are they about to drive a robot? He's got to test it first. He's going to sketchy 1000.
These are 11. We'll share.
Hey, Luke, a zip tie will make it efficient.
You got it. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Doesn't work,
Oh, that.
I'm surprised I haven't faced it.
Wait. I'm not going to question it.
Don't jinx it.
What's happening on the field right now?
They're just trying to add extra weight to see what happens.
So I don't know about you, but
Stand
I'm
down.
not
These ain't fitting real good. No.
Yeah, that's the high side pretty bad.
How smart.
Did we answer if we could move the Alliance hubs?
We cannot.
Or,
Nope, cannot.
the table's so progressively moving.
Dude, I'm sorry. It's literally a rolling table.
There are locks on the wheel.
You're straight. How are you getting your side ones started in?
The motor doesn't.
All right, moving you guys off stream for another hot second.
Alright, sounds good. As long as it's a hot second, not a cold second.
Oh, gosh darn it.
I was going to say that's in
All right, we got another chassis for you guys to check out on driving over the gaps there. So
first off, do not mind the smaller chassis on top of the bigger chassis.
it is a prototype. That's just prototyping 101.
Yeah, it's prototype.
So this is we're looking up. Do you have any idea? Did you find chassis? I'm still trying to figure out which
it's
one
a
chassis
pretty
is.
standard tile runner 6-wheel AMR chassis, I believe.
Yeah, 6-wheel drive, and then yeah, you want to drive it over? It gets pretty stuck.
Go real fast this time.
That was as fast as we could go.
As fast as you go.
There's more. So at that, this has some not fantastic ground clearance, which is probably our main problem here. But still, it's.
Yeah, I think this chassis just doesn't have nearly enough ground clearance.
Not to say that 6 wheels would not work. I think that 6 wheels would be better than 2 powered wheels for sure. But this is something that we.
This was a chassis that was laying around, and obviously the ground clearance is really hurting it in this aspect. So,
take a peek right here. As you can see, the wheels are not that much lower than the belly pan right there. So I think it looks like we shouldn't have a problem
lowering the wheels.
I was just gonna say we take off the belly pan.
Oh, okay.
That's just a couple screws. So I think we'll take
Yeah, I
off
don't know if you
the
could-
belly pan and then try this again for you.
All right. We'll go back over to them and check it out. But yeah, it doesn't. We'll do some quick modifications to get some more accurate results for you guys on the 6-wheel drive.
I assume you did that for the weight.
No. There was no expansion hub on this one.
Oh, no, I understand.
So,
all right.
Yeah. Not incredibly proud
Moving
of
you
it.
guys back.
Is this too long or is
Nice.
short?
You want to say nice to that sound?
Oh wait.
All All right. Y'all are back on stream. Don't spill any more screws.
But what is doing that?
Will do.
It's fine. It's fine. Just send it. It's 30 hours. We're on a time crunch.
Not gonna. It's good.
Where are the rest of the
How many hours we got left at this point?
True, do we have an hour countdown?
Yeah, we should get like a big timer. That would be cool. I don't know. We're at like 26 some odd hours left or something like that. Right? Been going for 3.5 hours.
No clue.
Did the time start at 1 o'clock or noon? That's the question.
It started at noon.
Started at noon.
With the reveal.
So we're at like 20.
We have 21 hours left.
21?
I haven't checked
We're
my
not.
clock
We're
in a
not. We're
while.
not 9 hours in.
Why are these normal?
Oh, I thought I just said it was robot
Oh.
25 hours. We have 26 hours left.
Yeah, we're at like 26-ish.
Man, that's actually pretty bad.
Yeah.
For what?
If we're revealing at 8, that means we technically start our time 2 to make it 30 hours.
What?
Oh no!
What kind of math was that?
Well, it is when we're around it, we actually started building. I guess started prototyping, I guess.
Nice.
That wasn't even funny.
What a man. Yeah, let's see if I can do this from memory.
Hey, Luke. Those expansions.
I can't even do it. Chat still on us? Pro tip,
Oh
if
my
you don't have
God.
cutters, just hurt it with an Allen wrench.
That'll work.
Put it with a different Allen wrench because it'll be taking
No, we don't need to bother Jesse to get that in the code right now. We're just trying to get mechanic code going.
What if I use, this is a bit cursed, but could I use a bush under the spacer? No.
As long as it's not too long.
Take this.
It doesn't even fit.
Dang.
Because like I need a spacer before having. Does that work? No.
Where?
Also, you notice how
Why
some
does
of
it
these
do
like
the zip
nice
tie
bags,
pack,
but the
man?
screws aren't.
If you want, I can show you.
Stick a bunch of zip ties on there? Is that really?
No, just wrap a zip tie around like this, basically, and then it's a
Yeah.
spacer.
What gives?
Right?
I mean,
It's a small spacer, but it's still a spacer.
Yep.
I
We
guess
don't got
that'd
anything else
work.
that works in the pinch. Like I said, I've done it with
nuts, too.
BattleBots parts before. Yeah, if you have a big enough nut to go over there, you can do that. The question is whether you do it or not. But
Sure.
it works.
I mean, we have other ones in the
Let's see how stable this is.
Are they all 340 seconds?
I got the wrong bearings.
330 seconds are one of the more common sizes. That
There's no
764
way.
is for FTC.
There's only like 2 sizes that are in this.
Usually they're number 6 and number 8.
This works, I guess.
Yeah, it works. You set it up with another motor, you can do that.
Now what are you going to use it for?
It's an intake prototype.
Oh.
So we're both prototyping some different kinds of intakes really quick to see how we can pick up the game pieces.
I guess this one could be used for an intake detector or a spinner.
Yeah, that could. This one was going to be more of a scoop. That'll go and just grab it from the top and push it onto a platform with a little wall right there. That one was going to be more side to side, kind of like a lot of power on intakes.
It's way bulkier than I like it to be.
But that's also just the prototype, right?
Yeah.
So one thing about prototyping, you guys, with your teams, with the prototype, you should try to demonstrate more functionality before you worry about packaging as much. Because that'll tell you whether the concept works at all before you spend all the extra time to get it to fit together and make it more elegant on your robot. So it doesn't need to look pretty, it doesn't need to be perfectly sized. It just needs to show whether or not the concept is viable. Then you can improve it later on. So most of you guys, I'm assuming, are not going to be building a robot in 30 hours either, so you're going to have a lot more time to iterate and go through different prototypes. So it makes sense to not have to cut and machine a ton of parts just to prove a concept when you can just throw some parts together and make something that's close enough.
I appreciate you telling me after I'd assembled.
I'm so sorry. I did not see.
I didn't see that. Jet didn't see.
How long do they have to build?
Usually 8 weeks. Yeah, at least for Michigan, some other states are actually a lot longer than Michigan. I guess most other states, but.
Other states do it February.
Yeah, so other states have more like 12, 14 weeks a lot of times. So really compact build space.
Cool. Sure, I will take a motor. I would like a motor assembly.
Why are you trying to impersonate a robot, Nick? Are you sure he isn't one? I'm pretty sure a robot would be more perfect than him.
Oh, your burns need some work, man.
What do you mean? That was pretty good. Thanks. Appreciate it, man. Nick, you know I love you, right? What happened to my...
Howard,
that was the worst part of them all.
Where's the screw bag?
Nick and I have an interesting friendship.
Just shut up, Howard.
It's not a stream, it's just everybody sharing their thoughts about Nick's personal relationships.
We're just building a robot as a side tonight.
Yeah, I just need 11 millimeter screws.
You need a hug, Nick?
You know how big something is, you just hit it and you find it. You need the big part, so I hit the pile of parts so I found the big one.
Mass. Man, I really did put that on. Here and then pick it back up. I'm not sure how that'll work with the ball, but I'm assuming it will work about the same. Yeah, if anything, it probably works better with the ball. Well, not necessarily, because as it's trying to roll out, if I keep it in about the same spacing, it starts to roll the ball backwards. True. Which might be a problem. I can't really grab onto it. Yeah. But also at the same time, if we run into a problem with that, could we just put a servo at the back that just kicks it out? Is it a lemon? Just a servo with a little arm that just pushes it into it. That would work, yeah. The servo is just to basically tell a position over PWM, so you just pull a trigger and then it moves the servo or press a button and move the servo. So it's not hard to program. It's pretty easy to integrate hardware-wise. So that could work. Sounds like an idea to me. It's definitely an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea yet, but it's an idea.
There are no bad ideas in front of it.
Sure. Sure. Let's go with that. Apparently, you haven't seen me doing some prototyping sessions. It's perfectly acceptable to say that ideas are bad and not be embarrassed, because everyone has bad ideas sometimes. The trick is just to get to the good ideas. Nick knows a lot about having bad ideas, doesn't he? This really is a roast session
like
on
5
Nick right
minutes, and it's just right back.
This really is a roast session on Nick right now, isn't it?
Dude, if you're gonna do it, be funny.
Yo, sorry, Nick, I couldn't resist. You could do it, be funny.
Yeah, I'm actually hungry.
Screw in.
I heard that.
What? Trying to get it in.
I just found 2 screws that were glued together. What? I don't know how to respond to that. But don't glue screws together, kids.
Do.
You said do?
Do.
Why?
It's way faster than turning any nut down on it.
No, the 2 screws glued together, not a screw and a nut, like 2 screws.
That's safe. They have 2 screws where you would have 1.
Mechanical advantage.
Are you sure that's how that works? I'm certain. Just out of curiosity.
Okay.
College for almost 2 years.
Sweet. All right, we are taking the stream back over. We got this 6-wheel drive, a little bit more ground clearance.
Alrighty.
So,
yeah, we took off the belly pin. It's got a decent chunk more under there, which definitely does help. As you can see, it goes over just fine. We have a decent amount of momentum. And then, you have one side stuck in there. So do it, get it on the back, works fine. However, you go over a little bit slow, get the middle on there, still might have a problem there.
Yep.
This specific chassis, you've got those side rails that are just a little bit too tall.
So still can get high centered, but much better with the extra ground clearance. So, and again, this is a 6-wheel drive, pretty standard chassis from previous years. So
try some turning on it. Go at an angle, something to test. Still some ability.
yeah, it still gets over.
Yeah, the momentum is the big thing still.
Oh, but it still does get stuck on those little bits on the side.
Not enough clearance there. As long as you don't balance that center on there, you should be fine. Yeah.
Sweet.
Definitely more effective than the 2-wheel. That's for sure.
Yeah. This is the best one we've tested so far, but hopefully we will keep testing more and more chassis for you guys and see some different results. You're now heading back.
We also have to find another one of these connectors. See one in storage or okay, before I do this, don't judge me.
You know we have
actually works.
You know we have a harbor press.
Is that a whoa? Is that a pen? Did you just knock it out with a pen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, every tool has 2 uses. It's what it's meant for and a hammer.
I guess a pen works, yeah.
Yeah, it's great, right? I know what I'm doing sometimes, or at least I've been able to portray that I do. Yeah, I totally meant for that to happen, right?
Totally what we wanted. Very cool. What is dude? Hi. Man, I keep
Yeah,
like
so-
losing track of where I have all my things.
Yeah, so the 6-wheel drive with just out all the, it had a bunch of extra stuff on the bottom. When we removed that, it definitely went over much better. What is the total ground clearance now? That is a great question. I will go measure that right now so we can tell you guys.
This is such a mess already.
So,
when we were messing around with the field, we did.
here. So the ground clearance on this chassis is still very little. It's still about maybe quarter of inch. You can see kind of where the wheels are
On axle, right?
to the bottom. So also, you know, it's getting stuck right here. So that's something to look for. We could possibly maybe modify the chassis. That's not something we're going to do, but that's an option for teams. But I think this does work, but you would probably want to look into options that would maybe get you some more ground clearance. And the two chassis that we are currently working on should give us that. So again, these were chassis that we were testing that are from just previous year's chassis that we have laying around. So yeah. All right, where are you at in the process so far?
Put the wheels on right now.
Do you have one more of those special mounts? The weird square ones?
These ones?
Yeah.
There's a few more.
See one more of those.
One thing that I find interesting about FTC parts is that manufacturers have not as common of standards as FRC
Yeah, it's
does.
weird.
So
It's
a lot
like
of
this-
parts are not very compatible with each other.
It
without
feels like
some
all
adapters.
over the place, yeah.
Yeah. So what my team normally does when using a couple of different types of parts is we 3D print adapters to connect them. Another option for teams would be to use polycarb and drill or machine out their own adapter plates, things like that.
Getting there.
But
What's the final play, Cole?
Wheels pictures tell me to do different things. So in here, this, whatever you want to call this, the step down, this section, is facing outward. And on this picture, he's facing inward.
Where is the... Wait, what?
So this is the side that's going inside the chassis, right? This is a picture, yeah.
yeah, you're going to need actually a power switch in between that.
Okay. See those ribs on there.
At least for it to be competition legal, you don't need it just to run it, but safety things. So
That's
we
what's
have
going
actually
on.
really good. I can grab you guys a switch if you need. Look for one.
See though, you got a weird.
I trust you. What screws go in here?
16 millimeters and washers.
Wait, what even gets attached to it?
Is there not like a center hub?
Where? Oh, I put mine on backwards.
No, you put. Yep.
A switch
Oh,
here,
no.
but I need to find non-broken wiring.
Oh,
That really quick. You're gonna get power to the second
So you don't have any questions that aren't related to going over the boundaries?
This power wire from here to here.
No, that's the question everyone wants to know, is the boundaries.
commodity.
Who cares if you can score points? It's just, can you get over the boundaries?
I mean, to be fair,
Chilling here?
no, it's fine.
Nick, quick question.
I have a quick answer. What are these? I don't know.
What are those?
We've finished assembling and have a 12-pack of grommets.
Hey,
That's awesome.
if you put it together and you have extra parts, you made it
Those are
better.
probably wire grommets if you wanted to run wires through here.
Oh no! Who cares? Do you know, Sarah, do you know what screw goes into these? The tandem wheels.
16 millimeter. I dumped them out on the ground right there.
Hero.
And,
If I give out my phone number on stream, will someone play iMessage games with me?
Hey, middle school student?
Middle school student.
Well, I had no mentor.
Welcome back to middle school, question mark? Start at the local Minecraft PE while you're at it.
Did you ever do that? Play local Minecraft PE?
I wish.
Dude.
I never bought it, but like, there was one person that would
Where'd you
always
get
be
washers?
running a server.
Oh, there's washers?
Yeah.
Why did you not say this? What my school used to do is someone would bring like, someone would go on the bus with a DS and they'd get Mario Kart and they'd do the DS download play to where everyone could play as a Shy Guy. And that would be our school bus. You just play Mario Kart.
Found the washers. These weren't used for anything either.
You made it better, dude.
Nice.
It's okay.
These are the washers that come out. Those are just
so good, man.
It's out of stock.
Already?
Already.
It's out of stock?
Yeah.
Dang.
What is these guys?
Yeah, that's directly because of us, actually. Because of our access.
Slightly off. Wait, what is this? It doesn't matter much slightly, but the back wheels and braces should be on hole 2, verse 3. Slightly off standard.
No!
What?
What have we done? What have we done?
Oh.
Nothing's fine.
Okay, I could not find a switch, but you can just use extension for now.
Charlie, why did you wait to say something?
No, it's right.
No, it's not.
Not possible, honestly.
Oh, what no.
We need to
This
figure out
is supposed to be
some
here.
to be able to actually extend it and retract it.
This.
But it shouldn't be too hard. It would basically be a pulley up here.
No!
Charlie, I love you and we hate you.
This one's wrong too!
No, this one's fine.
Oh no, this brace is. No, this one's
Well, you're
right.
going to put the
Okay,
pulley
so
on this piece, just off to the side.
It says we're building on 310 instead of 29.
That's a good question, but I don't have an answer to yet.
Okay.
My team before has used
Oh.
bearings in a little 3D printed house
No.
to keep the string from jumping off.
Only this one's
So we've also just taken pieces of metal, just bent them around and then put a bearing through it. There are a couple of options.
Nothing. It won't matter though.
Okay,
How will it matter?
what's up, guys?
Does it matter?
It's going to slightly hurt the approach angle at the rear, but not much.
What's
Charlie, they built this whole thing
when this
wrong.
was supposed to be here. So this is one.
Your mechanical wheels will be inbound or inboard a little bit. I don't think it's going to be that big. Of a
This is
problem.
an inch
it's
too
gonna
short.
hit.
So that's only going to affect the the approach angle from.
I don't think that's going to be a problem, honestly. The positioning of mechanical wheels don't exactly matter as long as you have a wide chassis base. So the
Ship
worst
it.
that would happen is if you had wheels a little bit farther.
Yeah, but now it's like uneven.
No, it's not.
Is there a
Like the
hub?
back will stick out a little and those ones won't.
That's not going to hurt.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Maybe
Yeah,
it is.
it'll come in handy later.
Yeah, this was the plan. Trust me, guys.
Something like that. It works pretty good. No, we just need a wall back here to.
Are we planning on having those on the
Yeah,
side?
even you could just put a bar down there for now and test it. Right.
That?
Yeah. We're planning on side to side collecting.
That's
and not-
one of the prototypes. We're also
Okay.
working on another prototype that's
over the top.
just one wheel on the top and a flat platform on the bottom.
Gotcha.
So that's what I'm working on. That's what he's working on.
Sweet. All right. Are we trying a combination of those wheels and?
We're going to try some different wheels after we
Okay.
get the assembly built to see how they perform.
Sounds good.
That's perfect.
So once we have that, we can do some stuff on stream with those different prototypes.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. Does anyone have music?
Yeah, can we?
Could really use it.
I wonder if there's a Spotify playlist that's like anti-DMCA. We could just put it on classical, right?
Certain classical.
Right, it has to be
I know there are first robotics playlists on Spotify.
Ooh, true.
Can we just do steam powered on loop for the next? 30
No.
hours?
Please. No, I don't think so. I normally listen to metal music. We can just play some of that if we want. But
Well, we get DMCA to be playing Alaska right now.
what did you say?
Nice.
We need to do what's the classical? Is it like the gladiator, the entrance of the gladiator? We need to do the clown music, because that's how we're doing.
Clown.
You know what is it?
What are you on about?
The circus music.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, that. That's
gonna
what we need playing.
No,
That's
better
what we
yet, you
are.
gotta play the
Yeah.
shoot. Of course, I forget the movie.
Oh, we didn't look at this. This is the last page. Justin, we don't read ahead. We follow instructions.
This is the last page. It's a lot less obvious, like up here.
I'm not a flexible
And
person.
from there, and True. It's fine. It's not gonna affect
It's still a
anything.
mistake.
Can we get
should
some
redo
music?
it.
Someone want to look into that?
It can't affect a thing.
It's gonna bug me.
It's not gonna affect.
Well,
a thing.
here's the thing:
No,
is that
Nick usually does music for BattleBots teams.
It's gonna bug me.
No, please don't.
We're gonna just redo it. That will legitimately bug me for the rest of the week.
Nick, how much time is it going to take to redo that, and how much is it actually going to affect the
It
end
won't
result?
affect a thing.
Nick,
It won't change a thing.
It's gonna take like, no, it's gonna take like 15.
Oh yeah, the one thing he was pointing out
Just
is that
like
the
20
cable
minutes to get
management getting through here may not go through with the motor in the current position.
That will.
remember,
It's gonna
Nick,
take like 13
30
minutes.
hours.
It's not worth it.
No, if we're doing this
Such
right.
an annoyance.
I say no.
No, we're doing it.
We gotta.
lead.
We gotta.
Nick,
It's gonna
I
bug.
don't think so.
It's such a bad idea to
Start doing some of those, like,
do it. Undo all of this. This is gears and stuff that got layered in.
So what's
And it's just so he's an inch, so this is here instead, so he's an inch further out. It's going to affect nothing on the drivetrain. It's only going to, your approach angle.
I'm
is
already
going to-
like 10% done. It's half of the issue is us figuring
Bad
this
idea.
out.
It's a bad idea.
It probably is, but doesn't it bug you?
No, not at all.
Really?
Like,
Dude,
it could, I
it's a
could
robot in
not care
30
less.
hours. Things are not going to be perfect.
I could not care less.
Be happy, kid. Time that's
It
taken.
makes no difference.
I guess it's like
But if it
Instead of
does,
taking 5 minutes to make a decision, we could just do it. And 10
Ooh.
minutes.
I would have just taken the 2 minutes to go, oh, it
That's
doesn't matter.
fair.
Howard, do you bring that one down one more so then it'll get more compression on them?
That's what I'm thinking.
No, it couldn't. It could not bug me less than it does.
It literally could not.
Nick,
bug
maybe, maybe decided music. Choice.
Maybe we need to just put earbuds in for
bug me
Nick.
less.
Anyone got some headphones? I didn't bring
I
headphones.
occasionally put earbuds in to ignore Nick if that counts.
Yeah. I think
Hilarious,
that'd be
Howard.
best.
Actually hilarious.
time ticking yellow.
The back doesn't matter. Look at
The
this.
back
It's a
doesn't
brace.
matter. Look at the center.
Run the cables through.
I have done worse.
Dude, what
No.
skills am I supposed to use here? Because I can't get any of these stuff. Same though.
Steamworks. Look at 302.
All right, wait. Can we check? Are the back ones right?
I got that metal.
Is this one right?
This one's
This
fine.
one's fine. The front
Okay.
one's fine.
That's front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it says back doesn't matter. Look at the center brace. Can you run the cables? Fine, running the cables.
It'll be tight, but it looks like we can.
I'm gonna just use these. They're in screw size.
That's not in English. That means I don't care. That means let it be in Croatian. And I've heard my family
care
say
if I
that
steal this?
on a roof,
Go for it.
working on an engine, and after getting into a car accident. It's a great phrase.
Those are some interesting scenarios.
I had a cousin's wedding where 6 cars got totaled as they left, as they were all drunk and they just hit each other.
Dude!
What?
That sounds
It's
like
fine.
a wedding, man.
It's fine.
It doesn't matter.
Sounds like a working on
That's what it means. Let be.
Let it be officially known that we do not condone inebriated driving. Let it be very officially known.
It didn't even happen. It happened in the old pictures.
Oh my god.
It's fine. And the phrase, neka neka, we should all, Americans and English, should take that into your hearts.
So strong.
Let it be. That's all it is.
But they have oil. Me eat meat. Me open bag with bare hands.
They have olive oil.
Well, yeah.
They have olive oil and like donkeys.
Close enough.
They have an Olive Garden
That's
though.
Americans are now going to take over.
What?
Olive oil and donkeys. That's
What about Americans taking over?
And also like a bunch of tourists.
Nick is interested.
They don't like
For Howard. Did you just call me Nick? Yes, I did.
Dude, you don't know how much that hurts my feelings.
Did you bring the Miata?
Do we need to go
Nick's
for
a Miata boy again?
Do we need to go for the joyride?
Stay less.
Stay
Throw the hard top.
less.
Throw the hard top into the velvet room.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, it might fit in the back of my car.
The center brace should be in hole 9 from the back. That I don't care about. The center brace I don't care about.
I love
This
how-
is wheelbase. This is wheelbase.
I love how
That's
chat
important.
is helping us put this
Yeah,
together
but
quicker
wheelbase
than
is
you
something
guys
that
following
directly
the
helps.
actual instructions.
So I'm
man.
done my side. You don't have an excuse.
Well, then why don't we move this while we're waiting? Oh, well, we can't.
Please don't.
This one's fun.
I love how chat is helping you guys put this together quicker than the actual instructions. Yes. Allowing. Thank you, chat.
Okay.
Chat's a real easy.
Oh, it looks like we are currently posting some videos on our YouTube channel. Those are going to be just short videos explaining different concepts. We'll have those coming out over the next 30 hours or so. We'll have all kinds of different things that we're
30 hours.
we're making.
Why would you say that?
Who would robot for that long? It must be eating.
Okay, so we can run the cables through the center brace.
Cable management thing.
All right, these
Cable management, who needs that?
I'm not sure we'll actually fit with the rods.
Good point.
Cable
if
management,
I
you
do it
mean
like
wizardry?
this.
Oh, what do we need them for?
That's so that because these are sharp edges.
So this spacing or this spacing? I kind of like this spacing.
Yeah, but with
Honestly,
a cable,
just try one. Then if it doesn't work,
you
try
can
another.
you can
Or if it does work,
scratch
try
it down
another
and
and see
get
if it
bare
works
metal.
better.
No, just being a real,
Keep,
No.
keep
The
track
cable's
of what you
moving,
do.
yes. But that, no.
being a real pain.
I like his
Literally,
I'm trying to get it right first.
I did electrical.
look. I can literally see where it's been eating away at the cables already.
Where? How do I fit the grommet in?
No, I'm
not how it
saying I
works.
can literally see. Never mind.
Just right. No.
There we go.
I was my team's electrical captain. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm concerned.
We never once had multiple fires.
The fact that they specify multiple is the concern.
It's a rite of passage for FRC teams to light a 775
Yeah, it's going to be
on fire.
tight, but it looks like it'll fit.
Our team has never done
Throw it in
something.
the sink.
Charlie,
That sim's dead. and now we move on.
we had some problems.
I don't know how, Charlie, you can tell we did it wrong from home, but you did, and we did it wrong. We're fixing our one that was very wrong.
I am putting Charlie's name on this robot.
Yeah.
Charlie is a sponsor now.
Who's Charlie?
Charlie, the guy in the chat who's corrected every mistake. made.
Charlie Goodman.
Thank you, Charlie. They needed the help.
We could beat him.
Nick needed the help.
Either of us could do it individually, but together.
Easily hit him with
What?
I don't care about
The
it.
Miata
It
would
should
fall
be
apart.
total. No, I have
Why does this table keep
245,000
shifting
miles.
over here further?
We can just hit him. Yeah, this is how we
Fix
get
the
back.
table, dude.
Do we want chairs?
No.
What are you doing?
Like, the amount of space here has just been
In a second, my prototype's going to be ready for some motor power, I think.
I need that.
We can move things beneath.
Dude, how did I get my cable through here, but I can't get it through yours?
Well, they keep pushing the table.
You just need power.
Yeah, I just need the motor to spin, basically. You could probably just hook it up to one of the drivetrain ports.
Can you
on-
set two motors to spin up, actually? Because I'm going to need that too.
Two. That's like too many.
Honestly, if you wanted, whatever the two-wheel drive robot that you have earlier, you can take it out.
Yes, sir.
My friend is an NB and I kept making fun of him for not getting it.
Nah, if you
I was so sad.
you either get an NA or you get an ND. You don't get any others.
He is an NB.
In a few minutes, could I have somebody, can we actually weigh out some of the game elements? I know we talked about it before, but I actually want to weigh and see what the differences are.
Do we get a scale?
Oh, we have two scales.
Yeah,
Those
well,
those don't go nearly accurate enough. Or the two ones over there,
You have one that goes nearly accurate enough.
like the two over there, we do.
I don't know, I'm asking.
Oh no, we couldn't find one was the thing.
There's a smaller one on the floor over there.
Yeah, but it only does like to the 0.1 of a pound.
You gotta.
Yeah, so it's not going to be great for a game.
That was the most accurate thing we had, and it's not going to be.
You know, all the other teams have one potentially?
Starts.
I don't know.
I think it'd be great to be able to show if there's actually differences or how much of a tolerance difference.
There is. Some of the weights of the cubes I know and are on in the rules.
You know, I'm telling you what the actual weight that we have.
Yeah.
How it's different than what's in the manual. I promise you, it's not exact.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It's probably a good idea.
Why can I not get these?
There, yeah.
Sure, that's not going to work.
I'll show you the trick.
No, Howard broke it.
And then I'm also caught up on video, so if we have any others to do at some point, it'd be awesome.
Okay, sweet.
I think once we finish these tiles,
Yeah,
we could
that's
break-
there's not like it needs to be done immediately or anything like that. So,
All right, sounds good.
yeah. And once we start hitting dinner time, I would probably expect our beer should start going up. Hopefully.
Oh,
All right. So we'll see. Or once Kettering kickoff FRC's done.
Yeah.
Have playoffs started yet?
They just did Alliance selection. I think.
Who's
they're-
first captain?
I'll just do this. I got it.
I don't remember.
We just did Alliance. Just now.
Dylan, your question of how many can you carry? It is just one. So leads to a bit of a challenge in some aspects. That's for sure.
Oh, I see.
Oh man, now we're counting down 27 hours. I think
We don't need this, bro.
Yeah, I think we are with 27 hours. Yeah. 27 hours, people.
Did you already move the bar?
We got over a day.
Yeah, if you put it like that, it doesn't sound too bad.
What
screws
do we use?
somewhere?
The small ones.
The small ones?
Yeah.
There's an adapter right here. I'm assuming it's just dumb control. You don't need any encoder plugged in. Yeah. Okay. Any idea how the encoder's coming?
Jesse, how Mechanum code?
Dude, how tight did someone do that? Okay.
Oh, it's tilted.
You guys want seats or are you guys fine?
Question for you,
I'm pretty weak.
have you done much programming with Android Studio?
Can't relate.
No.
Just like he is not going.
So that was the purpose of the
Language.
wait.
What? I just said, what am I doing?
I'm sure they do.
And then he said something else.
I don't know where to look.
I didn't actually do that.
I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, I heard.
I just said, what am I even doing? That was it.
I'm not quite sure.
What am I even doing?
Why am I here?
It's not just over everywhere.
Crazy.
I don't even get paid to do it. I'm
What?
not work.
Crazy.
I know, I'm pretty wild. So you gotta watch out for those robotics kids. You know?
No.
Yeah, not really.
They're pretty crazy.
Hey, Baron, all I want.
All I want for Christmas is you.
Can we get copyrighted if we sing the music?
I don't think so.
People have been actually on Twitch.
Really?
People have played guitar covers of it and they've been copyrighted.
I think Twitch has got bigger problems than.
Well, I think it was either Twitch or YouTube. I honestly can't remember. It might have been YouTube.
Yeah.
Because they've got way better. Like they've got scary stuff.
Well, it's not YouTube doing it. It's other companies with their own third-party stuff.
Yeah.
If YouTube even knows they exist, then we won.
Hey, Chad. Did you just get Monster?
Robotics
You guys like
kids are
Monster
the
or Red Bull
devils.
better?
Well, thank you, Happy Kid. I saw it. No one else saw it, but
Well,
I'm watching. I won't rat you out anymore.
no.
What? Message deleted. I've been Nightbot caught Happy Kid.
Oh,
That
what?
is unfortunate.
We
I
can't.
think the Nightbot was a little rude to you.
Nightbot-
I'll stand up for you.
Nightbot will be like, you just spam emotes and you put like 2 emotes.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I guess
My one gripe with the default Nightbot settings.
my only constructive criticism, probably just stick to one. You did put forward the same thing. Nightbot got upset. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, we forgive you, but
It's only been like a little bit.
It's been.
Wait, dude, both wires, are they both supposed to go through this ground?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying we should move that to proper.
should we start a
position as well.
rebuild timer?
Don't need to. It is such a non-issue.
We don't need to.
I thought you were doing it the right way.
No, we're not. I never once advocated the right way.
I like Cole's idea. I like Cole's
Let
idea.
it be known, I have never
Where you
once
just
said-
like put it through here and then back.
we can thank you.
Started a timer.
This is supposed to be one more forward. It is.
You just can't.
It's fine.
Half the time.
We'll
Hey, Nick,
find
it's been
out.
15 minutes.
It's been what?
It's been 15 minutes.
Exactly. Wasted.
or use wisely.
I wouldn't say.
Leading as example.
I wouldn't say wise.
Yeah.
We'll leave that.
We are leading as example. Building a robot properly. I mean, that's properly. I mean, like this probably properly, and whatever we slap on top is not.
On the original one, this didn't get into place, so I just kept wedging it over with an
iPod is a game.
to the gears. We're not doing it properly.
That's fine. It's fine. It's only a little bit
wasn't
sketchy.
Nobody noticed.
Well, you just told me.
Yeah, but what do they know?
Now everybody.
Go ahead.
You got 37.
Small Nightbot is a gangster.
I guess he got like chat banned.
Yeah, because he put like 4 emojis, and Nightbot's just like, no.
No more. Nightbot doesn't understand how the kids these days. Nightbot doesn't understand humor.
I had my foot out.
Sorry, but Nightbot's not really aligned with the times, if that makes sense, you know? It's not up to date.
All right, I don't know how to pronounce that. Tutor M. Go for it.
Hey yo, Montana here. I was working with electrical. We have successfully wired a chassis with mechanism wheels. We are uploading code currently, so
Any
we'd
of the
like to test
Never
that
should work,
to
it just might
in
have
near minutes.
slightly messed up encoder outputs.
We're gonna test that here in a minute. We think they'll work, but we obviously need to test that. If you go back in the stream a little bit, we've tested 2 other chassis that have not had mechanism wheels. So we're testing a couple different variants of wheels to see how well they work.
Okay. With this screw, I'm officially back where
We started 3 hours ago.
it was not 3 hours.
I don't know if it was 5 hours. It's crazy. Time flies. True.
Almost where we are.
We do only have 20
It
hours.
is
midnight,
We had
right?
30 hours left.
I entrust
Nick,
the
it's midnight. You gotta go home, bud.
trust the issue of
Your mommy's gonna worry about you.
My choice of hours still count. I'm technically electric.
Robot 30 hours, I think, actually.
Reminder, you go through these grommets.
Because the broadcast was at.
I'm just gonna ball touch. What if I did this? I'm holding the bar here to try and figure out what my blocking scenario needs to be here.
I need a prying device.
Old school.
Prying device?
Yeah, like a flathead screw.
Oh, it's not crying? A crying device?
Nick's over there.
Man, you guys are gonna get him to leave. Nick's gonna dip out of here real soon.
He doesn't even know. He didn't even hear that one. Dude.
Nick and I are a package combo.
Nick's over there. For our sake, don't make us.
Just Nick, I don't know if you want to be over here.
No, I don't know about that one.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
Wait, they tested tile rider.
Okay. Where's Luke?
It's right there.
Hi.
Yo, Luke, you got the robots that I can do words. Some testing with.
Antonio, wait, did they test the tile riser? No, we have not tested the tile riser. We are building that one. That one's somewhere. Oh, it's over getting coded actually at the moment. So that one's getting built. And then the we're currently doing some prototyping for some intake mechanisms. So that is currently getting roughly prototyped at the moment. And then I think that's the only questions at the moment. So
Prototype is coming along nicely. I think we almost have both of them. No, right now my goal is just to see the state test. So.
Yep. Tile riser is that guy?
yeah, that's called the tile riser from Andy Mark. That is a brand new chassis that just came out, and little secret, it was designed to go over those. Over the barriers, or what are they called? What's the official name?
Barrier, right?
Barrier?
It's the boundary.
Boundary. That's right. The chassis is designed to.
Barrier.
Is it? I thought it was.
I trust Justin.
Barrier or boundary?
Justin was right. Are you guys sure?
Boom! I don't know. Either way.
The thingy.
Yeah, that chassis is designed to go over that. I just looked. Sadly, that chassis is sold out. So hopefully Andy Mark gets some more of those in stock soon. And of course,
stay tuned and we'll see how the testing goes. But I think that's probably going to be the chassis that a lot of teams are going to go with, and or at least mimic if they're going to go with their own custom designs.
Can I lift this up and put the wheels on?
Yeah, I'm just getting these routed.
Oh, and Charlie, I was able to get the cables through, even though this middle one is in the wrong position.
Nice.
All right, I think this is good. It might be easy. I do need another cable.
I like it. It kind of holds it in place.
What kind of cable? I'm gonna go see if there's another. Okay, or there's one right here. Must know, yeah, there's one, some of these motors that we need to borrow. I'll go check. Okay. Cool.
Nice.
Grab them both. It's a bit slow, so it might be worth changing the gear ratio, but it's a proof of concept. Sure. This is still in a very janky form, but yeah, the janky form is better than the milk form.
I just want to see if we have
Because that's the thing, we're not going to watch that.
Will this live stream still be available once you're done in case you want to rewatch? Yes, this live stream will be available after. Even now, I believe you can go and scroll through, look at what we've done for the last, I don't know how long we've been going on, but a couple hours, so you can go back and look at that. Also, we will be posting short videos on our YouTube page of kind of individual topics. So I believe there's already a couple posted there, and stay tuned because there'll be plenty more to get put up there for all kinds of different concepts. So yes.
Yeah, can I get that because I got this here too.
To put on.
Can I get that
Should we possibly live stream the prototyping of our first intake?
Probably.
All right, yeah.
Move the camera over here.
Over there.
Set it up over here. Hello, live stream people. Long time no see. Okay, so this is a prototype that I've been working on for a little bit for a mechanism to pick up some of the game pieces. Basically, it's a couple of the Andy Mark spoke wheels. I can't remember exactly what they're called, but they're from Andy Mark. And these are nice because they're kind of like little paddles that can stick out and grab onto objects pretty easily. So it's got a motor right here and basically a little plate on the bottom. So the idea is for it to sit right here and then drive up, grab onto the game piece, and there will be something back here to stop it eventually, so that way it just gets held right there in that area. But it can grab and pull in both of the game pieces with relative ease, it seems. So next steps for this prototype is it's very flimsy right now and it's very bulky. So we're probably going to try to reduce its size if we end up deciding to go with this mechanism. And we're probably going to want to change the gear ratio to make it run a little bit faster because right now it's very slow. So speeding that up would help a little. Then we can grab the other prototype and stick it in here if we want.
Mind if we do this first?
Yeah. You want to do it or is it? No, you can do it if you want. It's your prototype, man. Sure. Do you have both motors set up? Ooh, they might spin the wrong direction. If they spin the wrong direction, he could just reverse it on the joystick or reverse his joysticks. Oh, using the joysticks. Yeah, it's just drivetrain code hooked up to it. You want to give me a salt?
It is arcade, but I'm not sure.
That should be fine, I think.
Yeah.
If it is arcade, you're going the wrong direction, you're going forwards or backwards, just turn it. So go left or right on the joystick.
Alright.
So, this prototype. Okay. So this prototype should be able to grab both of these. Run it. It works well. Splits it out fine, and it could be better, but it works. So, question: how about you grab one of the pieces for a second and see if it stays in when you lift it? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, because you're probably not going to want to be running those motors continuously while you're going back and forth.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well said.
So it's real good for
The one I'm concerned about, yeah, the cubes need a little bit more help.
You guys should shake it, see if it. That's pretty solid, honestly.
So out of curiosity, if we do start running into problems with the game pieces falling out, could we possibly just put a plate on the bottom?
That's what I'm thinking. Something here.
Something underneath there to hold it in place.
Yeah.
Because that seems to be the problem.
Yeah, that could work.
But I mean, this works pretty well. What's the difference between these two? I guess to look at.
I think this one we want to have something to actually stop it back here before we start repairing it a little bit more. I think in terms of sizing differences for these two, this one has a little bit smaller of a horizontal space. This might be an easier mechanism to fit into a narrow part of a robot, but it is probably going to be a little bit taller. This one we could possibly make a lot shorter to the ground, but it'll be wider. So it depends a lot, I think, on what size of chassis we decide on. But they both do seem to grab pretty well.
This does seem like it might be wider than the panel. Yeah, that's the thing to consider.
Yeah, so it might come down between these mechanisms, or these types of mechanisms, whether we want to go over the barricade or whether we want to go through it. Right? Okay, and that's why we like to prototype multiple ideas, because even if both works, some might work better in certain applications. So it's good to have options.
Maybe get a closer image of these two.
Like I was like putting it like.
Yeah, we can zoom in a little bit
Try and
more.
get a table base. Just in case other people want to be able to replicate these later. And I don't think these are too bad.
Hey, there's a pretty good question in chat.
Okay.
Which is?
What about multiple items next to each other?
You want to focus on it.
That is a very good.
There we go.
So really quick, Matthew, somebody in chat just asked whether or how these mechanisms do at picking out one individual item.
Man,
That's true.
Nick, you need to go.
You did break the skill?
Yeah, that's definitely something we may want to test soon.
Right, because we don't want to accidentally grab two and then not notice it.
Maybe if we cut the aluminum this one.
Well, how about diagonally?
But man,
What about forward and back? Forward and back.
Try and like stop halfway and see if it gets stuck. And man, when you build a chassis for the game, it works great.
Easy.
Wow, that works really well.
We're so good at this, guys.
Let's go.
Oh. Break out of the field.
Can't go diagonal. You have to go straight on.
That's smooth.
Have you tried strafing over?
It doesn't work.
Okay.
How about if you take the center over the side?
You mean like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, like halfway over? No. You gotta fully go on it.
Ooh.
Yeah, not advisable.
Bad idea.
Well, now you know.
I wouldn't try that.
Bad idea.
Wouldn't try that variation.
So it works with those mechanisms, but
I mean,
might be different with the,
that works pretty well, though.
Yeah, that's solid. Like, I'm going very slow with this.
Yeah.
These also are higher gear ratio than the ones that we're putting on, so that might have something to do. But
Pops are really going over it.
yeah, it would be super slick if we could go over it one way and then just straight.
Can you show on stream again if you can scrape over the bars like it's
Yeah.
doesn't look like it.
No. You can go slow, you can go fast. You can stop in the middle.
We got it.
Absolutely no problem. That's
Where's
thumbs up.
Mark? Give me your zip tie.
Zip ties here. Can you drive over game pieces right now?
Alright, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's...
Oh!
Right over. Pretty solid pass for
Oh,
How about-
stream, you can't see, but there is a block that we are driving
Somebody
over
move
top
the
of.
block. Kick the block. Or, yeah, move that, even.
It goes right over. What about the other balls at different sides?
Yeah,
Like
balls
those
don't
two?
work.
I think balls.
Perfect touch.
Oh,
Oh,
balls
pushes
just push
balls.
away. But they don't get stuck, which is a good thing. Ooh, that's the thing to worry about.
Sideways over boxes
you don't
is
want to
not good.
strafe.
You can get off of it, but it's not fun.
Yeah, you don't want to strafe while you're over there. Clearance on the sides is different.
You know, one thing that would be interesting? I wonder if you could use something like brush type material on the side to keep game pieces from getting underneath the sides while
That
you're
would be
straightening.
a good
But
idea.
you'd still be able to get over the barricade.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
It did cascade effect, actually.
Or what if you did like a piece of surgical tubing stretched out, so when you went over here, it just like stretched?
That's actually a good idea too.
A piece of surgical tubing?
So yeah, there are a few options, but games could probably do it if we're not that.
This chassis is sweet.
Yeah,
that's
it's
kind of
wild.
good.
Like honestly, this is for a kit you can buy. This is good.
Top of the line.
Thumbs up.
We love it.
2 thumbs
Thank you, Andy Mark.
Thumbs up.
Alright.
I have working girls too. So, what do we need for back bar?
I don't know how that's supposed to go. Honestly.
It's a good question. Might be
So Diffie swerve.
plate, yeah, a little plate down there just to see what happens.
Don't bring it up around.
Don't.
Don't bring up Diffie swerve around how.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Going up and around.
Why don't you just pick the whole thing up? All right, we are.
Streaming quality.
Oh, it's fine. All right. We are getting ready. This chassis is just about done.
Yes. Well, I don't know if we have those.
This chassis is just about done, and we are about to hook up some of the electrical work to it.
Pretty good. Do you guys want the electrical board?
Do you have one already? Oh.
It's on the other one, actually.
Oh, on that one? We're just gonna put that
It's
one.
just a couple of holes, I'm pretty sure. And removing
Now,
wire.
Oh, so we're gonna try to put that one on this.
6, so if someone,
We're gonna try and put that electrical board on
what's
this
the
board.
problem?
Yeah, we could
Or
possibly
in
have
this
somebody
robot.
jump out and then take over development.
Someone want
That
to
piece is
do
Got
that?
it. Wait, we may not have to, because we're gonna try and just steal that one off.
That's the entire reason we made it.
Perfect. Okay. So no need to make one for that.
So it's zip tied on here currently, but bolt on here. We should make it so it's bolt on, bolt off.
Right here.
Is it tied?
It's not bolted.
It is
Wait,
bolted. It
where,
is bolted.
Where is it bolted?
To the sides of the chassis. There are 4 bolts.
Oh, yep, there are bolts.
Why don't I just cut the zip
4 bolts.
Because that would hold the entire thing off. We have these brackets. So the only consideration is if the brackets will fit in there. Which, nah, they probably should.
That's right, just take this. Or we take this part.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just sticking it. Need pull these up.
You guys want to set it down?
Yeah, that's probably good.
You wanna set it here?
Yeah, go. Here, wait. Open one of these.
Is the pizza still in the other room? I might yoink some of that when I head out.
There is, I believe, still some pizza left, and I don't know what the plan is for dinner.
And this is only going to 8, right?
What?
Tonight?
Oh, we're just gonna go through the wires, but I don't know.
Is there any pliers over there? Just one bolt.
At least some of us might.
I mean, if you are, I might rejoin you then.
I'm probably gonna be here at least until midnight, if not later.
Well, then I might join you. Because I don't know how late we're going tonight, but
I have to leave
at
3 a.m.
We go until we stop.
3 a.m.
No, seriously.
Yes. Well, I can't
we're
be
not-
here until 3:30.
We keep going.
You go into
We only got 30 hours to do this, guys. So you gotta keep on top of it.
Alright, sweet. Let's see if that.
All I have to say is I'm going to drink very copious amounts of Monster over the next 24 hours.
I might have to go pick up some drinks myself.
If you bring me some back, I'll pay you back for them.
Do they sell Monster in the C-store?
Yep.
That one doesn't have any flavors.
I know where I'm going. If they're even open still. I don't know how late. I've only went to the C-store like 2 times.
Or are we doing it here?
I don't know, wherever you can make it work.
Wherever we can put it. We got holes for zip ties.
Why Mechanism? So Mechanism gives us a good advantage on the field as far as mobility. For scoring the different game pieces, it's going to be pretty easy to align better with the freight. I think that's going to be big in the balance. We haven't, I guess, fully decided on Mechanism yet, but it is looking like a nice contender given the fact that it can get over the bars pretty well. So, since, I don't know, I think if there are no problems with Mechanism going over the barriers in the future, then we should go with it.
Holonomic mode.
26.5 hours. Oh, we're counting down.
Yeah, correct.
26 and a half. We should have an on-screen.
I know, we need to get like a big timer.
Just set up like a start a Google timer and capture the window.
Yeah.
That would do.
I think that would be the best
Countdown.
But I just don't know if we want to hear or
Either works because it's just to
Wait, can the mice go over the bars? Yes.
Scroll back like 10 minutes back into live stream, and you'll see we just tested a chassis.
We cannot strafe over them, but if you go directly at them, you can go at almost any speed, and we'll go over.
I doubt anything can go sideways over those barriers, but
I mean, maybe a swerve, but
maybe,
even then, actually,
if you're
swerve
approaching,
isn't technically sideways though.
if you're approaching the bars with a sideways wheel, you're not going to have a good time.
I don't think this is going to do too
well, the thing is too with like the
We put the battery on there.
gluten-free swerve, the Diffie swerve that was released, or that gluten-free developed a few years ago. That might have issues too because it uses idler wheels in each of the corners and only has 2 pivots in the center.
Yeah.
So that might not be able to get over it. Which is
Going to be bueno.
It is
1 inch.
no, that's not. Because if he's
So, oh boy.
hanging down.
You do not want it any lower than it currently is.
I don't know. I guess we'll test the 4 powered wheels. And
So far, the tile riser could. Yeah, the tile riser has so far been the best.
We're gonna probably put gather stuff right here.
Oh no, did you put a back bar on yours?
What?
This.
Oh, not yet. I'm trying to minute.
Too much weight to the side, probably.
And one thing I was just looking at is those bars are an inch tall, or well, they're probably a little bit taller, but they're an inch tight. And this chassis is 1 inch off the ground, so it's going to be real close there.
More center will probably
go build the
help a little
chassis
bit.
really sturdy and nice, but
Yeah, if you're just testing,
It
might
definitely
have some issues there. We'll
it
see.
looks nice.
Very nice, but
The tile riser,
One thing
the
too
middle of
is
the
you should be
tile
able to
riser
mount it on the side
chassis
like this
is
too. If
1
you need to,
inch
you
and
can
like
mount it possibly
3
in the back.
quarters. So that definitely has a lot more clearance between kind of the breakover angle.
It doesn't
like that either.
does not fit in. It's just drive time right now, so this isn't final.
We just want to throw it
Yeah,
on
it
the
doesn't need
side.
to be a final battery position by any means.
But I still think that, like, even if we're testing drivetrain, that it's gonna want to go that way with it.
Yeah. Well, once we get
So just
and
kinda-
these motors have encoders, right? Do they?
If you guys are going to use zoom on this, use one of these 2 controls just a heads up because I think somebody messed with the iris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question: did the Go Build a Strafer motors have
Might have
encoders?
been
I
me.
can't remember.
What?
Might have been me.
I want to say they have encoders on it.
Okay.
There's
Because if they have encoders,
Oh, yeah, there's a plug.
We could just run velocity. Yep, those are encoders.
We need to plug those
We
in.
could just run velocity control if there's a weight distribution issue and still go straight.
It won't be a weight distribution issue.
I don't think it's going to be an issue, but if it is a little bit, we can, for the most part, compensate in code.
What do you think about this spot? Obviously not gonna work.
That could
well,
work.
But
I mean, I just try it there and see what happens. There's nothing wrong with following an iterative process. Stuff rarely works perfectly the first time.
Except for the fact that someone's gonna have to drop in for me here in a bit.
That's fine. You can trade off. Hey guys, I have a question. Does anyone want to help? No. I guess not. Does anyone want to take over from Matthew for this and take prototype in a little bit? Because he's got to take off.
I can do that.
Okay, sounds good.
Get this on here and see how this performs.
Do we know if the Cosics are coming back yet?
Ben is coming back.
Ben is most likely.
Yeah.
JQ is like 50-50.
I'll be coming back later tonight, but I don't know when exactly.
What is the reason why?
Yeah, and if you're A section and have exams, exams 10% come before.
How heavy is the battery? Is it
I
gonna get-
mean, sorry, we'll involve us for like slowly come.
Those bearings are full rip. Is that going to knock that battery out? Because that's the heaviest component. I just say
So, battery health for the tower is less.
So we can throw it somewhere.
Also, if you need, if the mounting holes don't line up, you can just drill a hole in that 3D printed plastic there.
Well, they line up. It's just we're trying to shoot the zip tie through the
You guys probably need to like double zip tie.
Let's just that works. That's no problem.
Zip tie before that lined up well.
Yeah. The thing is,
What?
we can do here.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think comes different easily.
I think it's ready to try spinning this.
I think I might also
Hey
do
guys, we'll do another meeting in 20 minutes here. 6 on the dot, we'll do another.
You got it.
Sounds good, Justin.
I'll do that one. We'll do them in the same order here. Okay. Do we want to keep it on the finishing of that?
As we implement electronics, we are going to prototype the intakes 2.0.
Use the right way of zooming this time.
I'm looking for the
Kind
button.
of on me.
Hello.
Maybe it's
I
just
haven't gone insane yet. I'm getting close.
this one.
though.
Maybe that one.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Where's with phones?
Where is it?
We need phones.
Do you want to test the intakes again?
Yes. Oh, these ducks don't squeak. It would be more fun if they did.
They were really. People probably just squeak them out.
Oh, no, they don't.
All right, you got it.
Wait a minute. I wonder what the max speed if you really want this.
That works pretty well.
Okay.
Not as good for the walls, but that's all.
That's a little
Good
wild.
again with the log. Yeah, finishing. Good. This hole's pretty good.
Let's try seeing if there's what happens if there's two right next to each other. Take that real quick. I want to just run it up against a group of these because somebody asked earlier how they do with multiple objects. So it's not able to grab anything else if there's already a ball in there. Grab a cube. Okay, so it can grab a second cube, but it won't be able to grab them both at the same time because it's not wide enough. So it should be something that I think teams could keep an eye on. Another possibility is I wonder if we could move this bar forwards a little bit.
Yeah, you can move the bar forward or move the wheels back.
I mean, you probably could move that one, like,
Oh, the bottom plate?
no, the bar, move it forward just one little bit and it would probably be fine.
Yeah, we could do that. But what I'm saying is maybe this bottom plate, we could move it back so that way there's just less of a lift to grab there and more surface area for these to actually hold it on along the ground.
We also do like an acrylic diagonal there,
And force it into the middle.
Yeah.
Force it into an angle.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking if we decide to go with this type of mechanism, we're probably going to want to go to something lighter and smaller than this, so we're probably going to do some manufacturing for that. But
Then throw some little triangle plates in there. It'd probably be great.
all right, cool. We want to test out the other one, see how that one's doing? Yeah. There you go. That's way better. What happens if we try and grab, say, two who are next to each other like that?
The only time I've ever done
Takes all of them out.
regularly was
That's in case the special scenario of this happens. What about I need speed?
Yeah.
I'm trying to overrule the scenario that happens. Okay, well that's a consideration.
But try it. Remember, you're not going to get it right on every time, so have it hit like there.
I can't reach it.
You got to start grabbing it right on every time. So that's something to consider. It only grabs the balls when it's directly on.
But I mean, so we tried there, tried there. Kind of. If you were driving towards it.
If you're driving slow towards it, you can probably make it. Yeah.
Yeah. The ducks we don't have to grab. Those just.
Yeah, we don't care about those. The cubes aren't a big issue because they're not going to drive away.
You can take the duck.
You take the duck.
Let's just try it. Duck.
Get it. Yeah.
Oh, poison. Nice.
So the cubes it does pretty good. Balls has to be straight.
Okay, do we want to?
But I mean,
we tried 2 cubes in like a row.
In a row?
Yeah, like a right
try it.
Did you try the heavier
I
ones?
have not tried the heavy ones yet, actually. Let's try the
I'd like to do a recorded video of this too.
Okay, yeah, we have 2 prototypes so far. So
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, so if you have 2 heavy ones. As long as you turn it off early enough, it's not really an issue. I think both systems are
working pretty well.
Yeah, I don't really see. I don't see advantages over one.
Well, in a second, Tyler is going to have us do a video on
Yeah,
it.
you guys.
I want to see you shake it.
Yeah, as of right now, it still seems to me like it would probably come down to which one fits in the robot better.
Right.
Try one more time.
Pretty good. You wanna,
Also, elevation concerns. What would go up better?
Wasn't that?
Yeah.
Well,
this takes up more
lifted out
vertical.
better?
This takes up more vertical space. I feel like.
I actually think it'd be pretty
This
close.
could be compressed pretty well.
Yeah, that's the big thing. This one, it's technically going to be as tall as it's supposed to be.
At least
That one
from
can't
here
get
to
this
here. This is at least the height.
But at the same time, we have an 18-inch height limit, so if this is on the front of the robot, there's nothing above it.
And width, we have a limit too, so you gotta
this,
turn
though,
that.
Not necessarily. We can start with this inside of maybe that gap section, front of chest. So the other ones are right here, and this is into the gap.
Sure. Need space for a linear mechanism, though, right? Is that still the idea?
Yeah.
Howard, you want to try it with the heavier bar?
Sure. I think we were talking right now about possibly doing a 4-bar type linkage to lift it up, but I'm not sure. Instead of a linear mechanism itself.
Set that there.
Have you guys tested the intakes with the duck?
Yes. We tested
Only
mine.
one though.
That's what.
We just did that for fun. Okay, so it's just a heavy block. So in a second, we're going to do a video of that.
And Mark said he just got a scale too.
Yeah, I think it's really down to just what do we want for the space option.
You guys gonna use a handheld?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I'm down for a handheld.
Okay. Well, here's two of them. You all can split however you want.
Yeah, if you want, Matt, you can come over here with me. All right, let me set this up. So
Let's do a wide shot on it.
I was trying to get close shots for them just to demonstrate the.
You just want one?
No, we're going to be talking at different times, I think. Is it on already? Yeah, it's on. Oh, you talk.
No, they're
Just remember, make sure you introduce yourselves with the Bulldogs for about 30 hours.
Do you want the live stream on this still, too?
It doesn't matter if you want. If you want to have it on this, if you have something else going on, you can do that.
Nothing
too.
major over there.
Yeah, you guys get to watch a YouTube video in the making. Inception.
Very, very exciting. So.
I know, it's a behind the scenes shot, right? So what do we covering? Basically, we're just talking a little bit about some of the different intake prototypes that we're doing. So basically, I'm going to introduce myself. Say we're with Bulldogs, Robot 30 hours. You can introduce yourself. And we'll just talk about each of the prototypes that we have, some of the images that we've seen so far.
Yep. And at the end, just say, hey, you can check out all our videos on Fun's YouTube page. Just remind you to make sure you keep that microphone just away from your mouth. Don't go like this if you fire or anything. All right, ready?
Yep.
Here you go. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
All right. Hi, guys. This is Howard with Bulldogs Robot in 30 Hours. And this is Matthew Herber. We're going to talk to you a little bit about some of the intake prototypes that we've been working on in the first couple hours of build. So this first intake prototype that we've been working on is kind of inspired by some of the intakes that we saw back in Robotics for some of the teams that reach into the crater to grab these game pieces. So basically it has a motor up top right here, along with a couple of these Andy Mark star wheels, I think they're called. And it basically grabs onto the game pieces and pulls them into a little pocket in here with this aluminum platform on the bottom. So if we want, we can demonstrate that functionality really quick. So it just goes up with a little effort, it grabs onto the balls pretty well. And then you can put it out. That knocks it out also pretty well. It can grab onto the cubes. This is one of the heavy cubes, so it can grab onto the heavier ones. And it can grab onto some of the lighter cubes. And it's currently sized so that way it should only be able to hold one. The one disadvantage that we noticed is that it can actually grab on and grip onto the second cube, which could cause penalties if you're not being careful if your mechanism can do this. But we have some modifications in mind that might be able to make this mechanism only able to grab one piece at a time. Yeah, and then if we want, we can swap the electronics over so that way we can test out our different prototype. So this design was based on things we saw from FRC, the power-up game. So in that game you had to pick up milk crates, which are very similar to the shape here. So we just basically shrunk down what the common design was. These ones are not actually on any form of pivot. We're using the same star wheels here. This has to use 2 motors though, although you could run this off the motor. So if we try and pick up the 2, it holds it pretty well. Same amount of holding force as the other one. If we try and pick up a ball, it works pretty much the same. The only disadvantage here though is that we have to be pretty straight on it. If we come at it at a weird angle, they'll kind of bounce it away. Of course, that wasn't a good example, but go again. See if we're at a weird angle, it'll just throw it away. If we try and pick up 2 of them, say they're in a row, once it lifts up, it drops the other one below it. So the main disadvantage of this one right now is using 2 motors, and it's a bit wider, although height-wise it's a bit shorter than this method. So just to recap, these were 2 of the first intake prototypes that we've had for the Bulldogs Robot in 30 hours. If you want to see anything more that we've been doing for this whole build, make sure to check out the First Updates Now YouTube channel for some of the other stuff that we got going. All right, thank you.
Nice job, yes, sir.
Everyone wants you to try kicking up a duck.
What's that?
What?
Try kicking up
Oh, yeah,
a
we
duck.
want to film.
Oh, we already did. Doesn't work very well.
Oh, gotcha.
Do it again? Yeah, go ahead. Let's pick up a duck. Pick up a duck. Make people
Oh, yeah.
happy.
Hold on. We got to get that too.
Well, this one flings ducks. You want to try yours? Sure. This one probably just going to fling them too. This one grabs it and then throws it to the side immediately. Yeah. Well, they still might want to see that. Maybe they just really don't like ducks.
I mean, choice of the fails is just as important as choice of that successful.
Oh yeah, it is a good thing to prove as much from failure as success a lot of the time. Good thing to prove that I can't eat jam if I jump. For some reason, my teachers don't always.
They don't agree with that. This is a duck. So bring it back in and say, hey, we're gonna show you intaking the duck. Let's take a look, something like that.
The duck. It's not very serious. The only thing is as well. It's passive. You don't even need to move it. All right, so we're gonna try and taking a duck. We don't have to, but we want to because it's fun. And then, all right, let's see what happens. And it seems to work, but I don't know if the duck. Oh, it came out. It works. Sweet. Let's do it again.
Mention though that you do not pick up ducks.
Yeah, do not pick up ducks in competition. Just a reminder, we're just doing this because we're bored and we're trying to have fun. Sometimes you just gotta have fun while doing robots, right?
Ducks only sit on the wheel, hit the floor. Don't ever pick them up.
Thank you.
Go down on the field and
You know, I just realized something. I have the Neverest 60 motor on here right now. I wonder about the Neverest 20. It should be 3 times as fast.
All right, hey, can you guys? We're gonna test the next chassis.
Okay.
I'm gonna move this
I don't
over
really know
more.
if you even need that to go fast, though. I mean, this one might be worth trying. This
I'm
one I
worried
think is
about
a bit
this one.
fast, but that one.
Yeah,
but this one does still
and we
take a
got
few
weights.
seconds for the intaking. If we could cut it down, it might help a little bit. True.
Oh yeah, we're gonna look at that at some point.
Because those should actually have a similar.
That can be a video, actually.
So if I put
Looking at the weights of the cubes and whatnot.
Oh yeah, that's why I brought the scale over.
Doesn't help
Yeah,
you
we can see how much bearings there is.
Do we not have enough?
Uh-oh.
I went real slow over it. Wow.
Moves nice. Wow.
Not climb well though.
Oh.
Yeah, it does not climb.
Someone want to move that screwdriver.
Yeah.
That works.
Can you strafe it?
Got a feeling that's gonna be a no.
Not straight.
It's straight when you come that way. Just turn around and go that way.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't go straight that time.
Maybe it's just a bad job.
Yeah, that's definitely.
USCR.
Nah, it doesn't look like
Yeah,
it's
it doesn't.
going over it very well.
I mean, for what it's worth, right now it's like super backed up.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think that was what messed up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we messed this one up.
And then just pull rip
I think what's happening is the front of that chassis is hitting before the mechanical wheels in the front.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe if we move those front wheels forwards, it could work. Or
Because
maybe
the
if your
wheels
team
are
was
still
using this
spinning.
chassis.
It does not touch anything.
The front wheels are in the right spot as
I know, but
as
I'm saying
built.
maybe modify the design to put them forwards, just to see.
Can we pick it up and put it halfway to see if you were able to get up, will that chassis drive over, or is it simply too low?
Because also another thing would be trying to make like a little 3D printed winch.
Wow, so that goes over. Can you put it like completely half, like
One
wheel,
one
right now?
side, one wheel.
Nick, what's touching?
It's the chassis.
Is it the chassis?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not the wheels that are touching.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't think this is gonna work.
You have to lower your wheels.
Or do you have if the ducks
Or
on the
cut the
ground, they do
chassis,
kind of
one of the
straight.
Yeah, I cut the chassis.
Oh,
what? Really?
yeah, apparently.
Lowering the wheels is probably the best play though.
Whoa,
I mean, you can try it. Like,
the more you know.
Hey, this is
like that.
for everyone here. We didn't realize ducks can be scored. You can pick up ducks and put them on. They're considered freight.
Oh,
Once they're on the ground, you can pick up a duck and put it on 2 dice.
Oh, really?
Okay. So just put it in the zone. It's right there. It's 2 points.
Once you
There's points once it
you
falls,
get a wheel over, it's
and then you can score points to put it.
When you spin, when you spin,
All right, all we gotta do is drive in an angle.
Yeah.
Easy.
So if you go over it at an angle, it's pretty good.
We could just move the wheels one forward. Yep, I think forward.
Yeah, that would work too.
Wouldn't that?
But then you'll get.
Yeah.
I want to move them both, right? You want to move the back wheels backwards
Yeah.
too. So you
Move them out. Move them all out.
Move your foot.
Are you still in the 18 by 18?
Oh yeah, we gotta check to make sure we're in the 18 by 18.
There you go.
cut off part of the chassis.
Cut the mechanism in half. It'll still work.
Use that bump up.
Yeah. Yeah, so the only issue is that it's just hitting the chassis.
Here, can you give me 1 second?
Yep.
Give me a belt sander in 30 seconds.
So that's 17 inches. So if we move those wheels out, it's gonna be real.
Yeah,
close.
it'd be real tight.
Just hurt the chassis.
To the 18.
Drop it. Drop it.
I think you'll be able to make it.
Yeah.
Okay, just move it out a half inch and that's probably enough.
Yeah, well, we can move the
we
wheels
gotta
just to
move
see.
it like an inch interval.
Well, that's the thing is that they're at those.
I don't think so.
I mean, let's test it. I mean, we can.
Someone want to take over?
That is the measurements.
Looks like
We're good. We'll look.
They are inch.
And so it's. I mean, this is about what it's at, and it's currently 17.
The answer to the question is you can always drill your own holes.
This is such
There's
a beautiful chassis.
There's already a lot of holes.
I don't know about holes.
I honestly think that in the 30-hour time constraint, it's easier just to use the Andy Mark one instead of this.
Absolutely not.
I do
Can
like
someone
the
explain that
Andy
again?
better.
Or
It's
we
got
just
the-
sand
it's got
down
the
the
corners,
corner.
too.
Just get rid of the corners.
That's also a good point, but if the Andy Mark one already works,
And it's got.
we need to modify it.
Does Andy, do we
But
want
the
to go
thing is
McCann though? Because we can just
Do
put
we
McCann
want
wheels
to
on
chop
anyway.
this one up? What? Or do we go with the other chassis?
That we know already.
That we know works, doesn't need modification.
Where's the other one?
It's sitting over there on the table.
Yeah.
We have.
And if we're particularly in love with parts of this, like the wheels,
So we got
can simply just.
I do like the
That's a new one that we just released.
These wheels are
wheels do
banging.
look kind of nice.
The wheels are banging. Switch the wheels.
We might be able to switch the wheels over. I don't
They
know.
look like they're the
I think they're the same
Those are
size.
6-inch.
I'm pretty sure they're
They're
both
the
4.
same size.
Those are 4-inch wheels.
No, I'm pretty sure they're both 4.
Yeah, Tile Runner runs 4-inch wheels normally.
I'm with Howard. Just use the Andy Mark one. Don't modify it.
Use the Andy Mark chassis.
I'm cool either way. I mean, I just want a working robot.
Use McCann either way.
You are. Oh, he's right. The position of the motors in these ones, our intake prototypes will not work.
Ooh, true.
I say we just cut an inch off to go build the one, and then if we cut an inch off it, that one's already on the edge, and then we have the space to move the back motors. We're gonna have to take apart the back motors, and we try it with that.
That's it. Full set.
Yeah.
Let me hear about.
Yo, what's up, Dan?
And just probably.
No, it doesn't. There's no good solution to lower the wheels. It might be kind of hard to see, but there's kind of a larger hole in the center of those
Yeah, but the
bars,
thing is, if we do an
and
inch, then
you
this one's on the
can't.
outer
That's
wall,
where
that
the
makes
shaft
space
goes through for the wheels. So
Yeah, so that's
there
better.
isn't really a good method of
Yeah, so we can just
lowering
work
them.
Okay.
So
Well, like,
No, you don't gotta go on to trying to prototype lifting on them.
Because if we cut it this much,
I'm thinking maybe a tool bar.
You only need to touch down here. So you just need to cut basically this corner. Because the wheel's going to touch down here. So only this is what's
Otherwise, the
going
linear
to
actuator might work. But
I guess we gotta do
a single angle cut. Done.
Yeah, you just take a drum hole and just little triangle.
I'm probably gonna start for
yeah, actually.
Yeah, that'd be easy. Yeah, that'd be real easy.
Anyone got a Dremel?
Any drillers?
here's the thing: the Dremels and the first center over there, we do not have a lot of tools for.
Jesse, where is this? Which one?
It's hardwired right now.
It honestly might be best. Oh man, that would be crappy. No, that wouldn't work.
What?
Oh, it's like saying
I will be back later.
mill,
Alright,
but
see ya.
that would be a
Enjoy.
bit of a challenge.
Thanks, Matthew.
Hey, yo, Luke. I'm gonna start moving on to prototyping some lifting
Sounds good.
systems.
Just take the wheels off and then put in the bandsaw.
That too.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
I'm really sorry for what's about to happen.
Move the motors up.
Yeah, so we can't actually do that because this thing has to fit in an 18-inch cube. And if we move the motors out, then it is no longer
Yeah, if we're
18.
putting these motors out, we're
Yeah.
not going to be at the 18.
Like,
So
we'll be
right now, the
closer to
front of the
19.
chassis, that's the 18. Well, he's like 17 something, right?
Lower the wheels.
The issue with lowering the wheels is you really don't have any space
He's
to
saying,
do
I think he's saying maybe instead of running the motors like this, I mean, it takes some serious work. Running them like that.
But why?
Wait, what?
No. But what does that do?
Run them this way, and then it wouldn't help us in any
Well,
way.
the motors aren't touching. It's a
Yeah,
chassis.
it's not the motors that are catching, it's the chassis.
Yeah, pop these wheels.
Yeah, we gotta do the same thing here.
Cut a little bit, yeah.
So here's where we're at. We like this chassis due to its more open front for putting in our intake designs currently. Downsides, it's not working quite as good as the Andy Mark 1. The Andy Mark 1 works fantastic out of the box. Our concern with the Andy Mark 1 is where the motors are positioned. It doesn't give us a good spot to put our intake. So that is the current issue here. I'll give you guys a little more of a zoom in there. But as you can see where the position of those motors are, they're kind of right in the way of where our intake would go. Whereas, oh crap, what is it? What is it?
Go Builda.
Go Builda. This has the kind of an open front design because the motors are tucked into those rails. So it allows for a little more space. We're currently having issues of, you can kind of see, you know, where that chassis is. There's a little bit of that frame that sticks out in front. So the hope is if we can move the motors all the way out, we would get a little bit better, it'd be a little bit better for getting over those. The current issue is if we did that with the current length of frame, it would be outside of the 18-inch zone. So we are going to chop off an inch and then move the motors all the way out to the outsides and go from there.
He'll lose it.
So that is the current
Dad,
plan.
we have to go home now.
So if the team really wanted something that was, is that enough? So yeah, so if you want something out of the box, this is going to be the best option, but we'll see. What do you want?
That is specifically the best option for driving over the barrier.
It's also really nice for driving
Time
over.
for, you're going to want dates.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okey-dokey.
Hell no. So we're gonna start this in this orientation now?
Yeah.
All right.
So go backwards.
All right.
So we need everyone. Where did they go? That is the question.
So
All right, sweet.
we tested all the drivetrains, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm gonna get some papers out.
Let's go.
All right.
Dylan, why would you say make the U-channel vertical? I don't know what issue that would solve for us. Would you place the motors vertical instead of horizontal? You could, but it wouldn't help you in any way. It's not the motors right now. It's currently the frame rail that's going side to side that is
The frame
bottoming
is
out.
hitting into the PVC pipe before the wheels.
It's
do.
not the motors. It's the frame itself.
I think he's suggesting that if we move the motors and wheels forwards, the wheels will hit first, but that'll put us outside of our 18-inch chassis perimeter. That's the problem.
If you're talking about the Andy Mark chassis, I don't know. We could maybe look into that option, but I don't think we have
But
an
even
easy...
moving the motors up wouldn't
They
solve
have
our
here,
problem
but-
either, because we have to lift our mechanism up through that area.
We don't have a good, simple solution for that, the vertical
Yeah,
area.
we would have to find a way to move the motors in, not up. I think would be best for that.
Or flip them around and run like either a belt or chain drive.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm not sure
so
if it would be
as has been mentioned before, we are currently kind of working on an agile, if you ever heard of agile workflow. So we're doing little sprints, as they're called, which is a little, I guess, collection of items that we want to complete over small periods of time. Usually these will be 2 weeks in big companies or regular, I guess, teams. It can be any time value that you want. We're doing 2 hours because we obviously are on a little bit of a time crunch, but essentially we've just been going through and listing things that we need to be done on the left side, the columns over here, and then on the right side, what we're working on in each 2-hour sprint or each 2-hour time period. So we're going to start on the mechanical side with Nick explaining what we've done in the past 2 hours and where we're headed.
All right, so what we've done in the last 2 hours, we kind of did what we said we were going to do. We finished up the Go Build a Chassis, we finished up the tile runner, and we started prototyping our intakes. After we finished up the 2 chassis, we started running over the barriers with them and figured out their respective problems, like the Andy Bark one can't strafe sideways, and the Go Build a one just doesn't want to go at all. So we're going to be modifying the Go Build a one to make it so the actual chassis rail doesn't hit for the mechanism wheel, and we're going to retest it, see if that makes it a lot easier to go over the barriers like we suspect that it will. And then of course we will continue to prototype intakes. We'll make some more refined versions of the ones that we deem worthy of going forward with. Then we will also be making, or I guess choosing, our lift system, and I'm sure a rudimentary version of that will get finished up. So to just put it all on paper, modify the Go Build a Chassis, continue with refined prototypes, and start getting our lift system down.
Make sure you're checking stuff off the backlog too.
Fine prototypes. And then modify. Go build us, no you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Jesse, what you got for us on programming?
Programming, all the mechanism code works. Loop through together a really quick arcade drive for the tile runner and the little 2-wheel drive code that works. So next, all we got to do is work on autonomous. So get sensors and stuff set up for that, and help them by doing some freight prototyping code so we don't have to keep using drive code for it.
Yes, drive code all set?
Yes. Same for tile runner.
All set. Create a prototype code.
So we are down here just now.
All right. We're all good all up here? Fantastic. Thank you, Jesse. All right, design.
All right, so a lot of the work that we're doing is pretty similar to the mechanical that Nick talked about. So we were working on prototyping our freight mechanism, which we had 2 prototypes for that. We built and tested both of them. They both work well. So a lot of that is going to come up to size constraints later on in our robot design. Now for the next things that we need to get done, which you're going to run this one. Yeah. So yeah, for the next thing that we need to get done, we're going to start working on designing some lifting mechanism prototypes. So methods of actually lifting up that freight grabbing mechanism to be able to put things into different scoring locations on the field.
That's the main goal for the next 2 hours?
Yep.
All right, and then I think we can probably allocate just a little bit of work on the carousel mechanism. It's probably not going to be
we could do that.
as huge, but I think we can probably bang that out in the next 2 hours if someone has some free time. So let's Fantastic. Anything else, Howard?
Nope, that would be it.
Very good.
Yep.
I'd like to do electrical this time.
Alright, cool.
What we got?
So we're still working on the plan to wiring the official chassis. But the electrical board, that's the one.
Yeah, it's like everything.
I
think it's cool.
Yeah, that's all done. And then we'll probably, once the intake is done, we'll plan the wire for that. So I'm assuming it's like going to be 2 motors?
Someone did for the
Or one? I don't know.
Either one or two.
Okay.
I think we might be leaning toward one, just
Yeah.
with the design that we've been going so far. But better to allocate for more motors than fewer, right?
We'll see how that works.
Yeah. So, plan for intake wiring?
Yeah.
Go straight over. It would be way better than it was.
And then,
Yeah, well, we're still planning on because the chassis.
Okay.
Talk about going sideways. This is the chain. I'm not saying do this. We're not going to pull it down. Come sideways. Great.
All right.
I'm saying the middle.
Right.
The middle is the one that
Great. All right, so there is our small update. Do you have anything else to say? There's a small update for the last 2 hours, and we've got our goals set for us for the next 2 hours. So we're going to be focusing on those and then slowly making progress on our strategy and all the miscellaneous things as well. So those are big plans, and yeah, I guess we're going to get back to it. There's our short little update. All right, guys, anything else? Back to work.
I do have a couple of videos I'd like to shoot. So we have the scale. I'd like to get that. I also think we should do some testing with the whatever the new wobble holes are called.
Okay.
And see how much we can like load onto it and stuff, and see how the balancing works for it, that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
Some of the tolerances.
Would you just do that in video or on stream as well?
We can just shoot. We can just shoot the video separately.
All right. Camera's on you, Howard.
Hello. I'm moving.
Justin, please. Justin.
I thought it was a good.
All right. I'm just getting in here real quick. I've been reading the chat. Charlie, you are correct. Dylan had the idea of bringing the motors vertical. It's a great idea. It's really cool. But it uses a lot of hardware we don't have and time we don't have. So we're trying to take the chassis that we have, do some slight modifications, simple. Not only because we're doing this in 30 hours, we're also trying to be, hey, this is something that almost any team could do. So that's our goal, is to try and be, hey, anyone can do this. So thank you, Charlie. You answered it even before I could get on and answer it. So thanks.
I'm assuming you don't need all like.
All right.
What he said.
Woo.
Anyone want to do a game piece video? What video?
Oh, no, but what were you talking about?
Just kind of
yeah.
Do we have a photo?
I also need to, I think it'd be smart if we
that's
put it in like Excel or something like that, like we write them all down. What they are,
It looks like the same. It looks like the same part. They took them to custom. So shipping, all the
whatever.
Shipping hub.
So probably that one. His intake. So we can make the decision that we're not going with this guy. Just put that wire off the rest of that.
Yeah, we're gonna watch.
Yeah, it's just making that decision.
Also, I do have a bunch of extra encoder cables too.
Oh, yeah,
So
where are
if
they?
need be, we can do that. I have a couple in my bag, I think. That I borrowed from my team.
Perfect. Because he's got.
Might be more back there. And then let's wait. We'll talk about the weight.
So those are a board in here?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're just the things that are wrapped up.
I remember that. And then that's just a board cut in wide. Right?
What?
Is there any work on that, or is that just a board?
It's just a clip. They just wrapped them in tapes, that way they didn't come undone. Because logic level converters are very easy to have accidentally come unplugged, and suddenly your encoder's not working and you don't know what's going on. Hey, is someone open that can like write down stuff for us? Just numbers?
Yeah. We got these then. That's that. So, I guess, do you not have any more logic level converters?
I do not.
Otherwise, if we switch
So we
chassis.
got one right here. And there might be a few more in a room back there, but I'm not sure. Oh, here's a second.
We just need to decide which chassis we're doing, and I think we're going to do that after we remake the Go Builda, and then we're going to make that decision. Once we make that decision, then I feel comfortable taking wiring up this guy and doing that.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, you guys, I'm just saying something, so I have no power here whatsoever.
I just think that better because they got us over the obstacle.
No,
those
it's
wheels
because of
are
the
just about as tricky. It's just that it was hidden.
Yeah,
So I'd still like to test those wheels on here because they should be pretty similar.
The gist is we just don't know.
Yeah.
We got to make the decision which chassis we're going with. So, we don't know.
Which that's a perfectly adequate answer at this point in time because it's still pretty early.
I mean, it did go when you did like in an angle, but when you do it in an angle, the wheel was switching to.
You just got to get the wheel touching what you call it. I said that wrong. I said barrier barricade.
We know what you mean. I think. I'm going to start making a 4-bar, just in case anyone is interested.
I was the only person who signed up for the free housing for dorms, so I am.
Well,
I'm here
to
to.
process for you.
I was told I have to check in before 3:30 a.m. So I'm going to be here probably most of the night.
Oh, I'm probably going to be here all night.
I know Luke is sleeping. Are you okay with Yeah.
As long as I've got Monster, I'm good. I love me some Monster. They're getting a little bit concerning yet.
I don't know, I can't drink.
Yeah, you get used to it.
I can't touch that stuff either, but
I'm pretty sure I'll just die.
Well, that's what my opinion was at one point in time, but then I went to college.
See, I need it more to reserve to get me through the day.
I thought that at work I get way more tired than I do at any class.
That was a fair point. But also, a lot of my problem too is that I procrastinate with homework, so I have to do it in the middle of the night before it's due.
Are you A section?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Which I'm doing this right before exam. So.
What classes are you in?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh no.
He's in some of them got math, some of them don't. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just show up and go take the roll or something good. Right? That's how it works, right?
Something like that. I'm gonna go grab a drink of water. We still got bottles of that in the room.
Yeah.
If the definition words are still up, can you get the official name for the ball?
I think it's all just free. That's true. Just a second.
Take a peek over here. We are measuring the game.
And we got 49.74 for the light cubes. Next we'll do the medium weight cubes. So these have one weight on each side. We got 91.55 grams. And we got 91.54 grams. And 91.5.
Yeah, so it looked like chat already kind of clarified everything, but yeah, I think we're planning on Mecanum right now just because it seems to be better for mobility as a whole. We haven't had really many issues with actually, I don't know, for the Andy Mark tile riser, we've had a lot of success actually going over the barriers, so Mecanum wasn't an issue there. And then we're hoping after we make this small modification to the Go Build a chassis, we're going to have a lot of success with that as well, but we'll play it by ear. So I'll continue just to move forward and see what happens. But at the end of the day, we do really like the maneuverability of the Mecanum. That's a ton of.
And I think it's worth noting the issues that we had. If you guys saw us trying to get over that line with the Go Builder, the issues were not due to the Mecanum wheels themselves. It was issue due to the chassis contacting before the wheels.
Exactly. So I believe right now we have Nick over in the machine shop bandsawing down the chassis
Sanding.
itself. Oh, is he sanding it?
He's holding up the entire robot.
Oh, well, I'm glad we're not getting that on camera, but going to fix that, and then we'll see how that works, make sure to test it out, and then you'll be the first to figure out how that works for us.
Yep. Thank you guys for sticking with the stream.
Got 17.5. And we got 17.6. Finally, we have
15.84 grams. All right, and then after we can go get averages of those. So, you want to talk about those numbers?
We're going to do 2 different videos, so if you can say, thanks for watching.
All right. Thanks for watching, guys. We're going to have plenty more videos coming out here in the next day or so. So stay tuned and stay all up to date. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, probably be better over there. Okay. It's technically in the right position. So, basically, I say we would love to give you exactly, what you can put where to get it perfectly balanced, but there's just way too much variance.
So I'd like to do that, and then also I just want to see how many pieces you can totally fill.
Okay.
Just go to that side. There we go. Perfect.
Do it so like how many cubes you can get, how many balls you can get.
Yeah, sure. If we have enough.
I don't know if we'll be able to
completely fill it. I think enough cubes, probably not enough balls and ducks.
Yeah. The ducks. So the ducks you can only score once you knock them out. So like, I don't think we'll ever see that many ducks get put on.
It's kind of not the point though. Like sometimes it's really obscene.
Kind of.
So these are all from a standard kit. I think we should mention that as well too. This is what we got from Andy Mark. The kits are going to see how many we can put on and what we can do.
So, Mark, these are from Andy Mark though? We did get these all from Andy Mark?
Yes. It's on the box.
Oh my gosh. We are 100% opening this. Oh man, what was that? Whoever thought that was a good idea.
Yeah. Sorry, First in Michigan with all middle school kids who have those.
Oh my gosh. Everyone's going to be walking around.
Hard pass.
So, yeah, I'll talk about kind of dividers in here. So, hold that. Yeah, I'll start off with intro again, looking at it itself, throw some pieces on, talk about how to balance it, how that works.
Do you want to do the black one then afterwards too?
Yes, we can also do.
You want to just grab that one?
And it'll be just the base. Will there be tape down the middle?
No, that tape is not.
No, I mean like on this.
Yes, there's supposed to be tape on that.
Okay.
There's a blue and red tape.
Do we have tape that we can throw on to try and make it accurate?
Sure.
Take the tape from the tape ball. Because that's important. Because if it's tilted towards your side, can you try and find like if there's an image of where the tape goes on this? Yes. Anyone? That would be great. Okay, is there any comments that we can talk about? second on this.
It does show you on there how to do it.
Yeah, we're looking at it right here. So, some of you guys were asking how easy, what's the spacing up there? I don't have the exact number, but it's about 13 inches, just over the kind of spacing on the sides there. So you could, in theory, build a robot that drives through there. That is an option. So, yeah. I think that was the, if there's any other questions. So we're all
Oh, it's in there. Yeah, I just pulled that guy up. That guy right there. Took a screenshot of it.
Great. So,
It's kind of intense.
do you have that image again?
Yeah.
Try and get this somewhat accurate. And if there's questions that you can answer, go for it. Answer the latest one.
For sure. Thank you, Robert Mayfield. You mentioned that you can cross the Go Builder going at a slight angle. That was mentioned because as you're driving at an angle, the wheel actually hits before the chassis, which was the problem we were having.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's been checking the chat in the last half minute. Half minute. Charlie, that's a good point. I don't know if anyone's mentioned it, but if you were to use regular traction wheels, making a 17-point turn to go from the hub into the warehouse would be quite difficult. You should be able to, because the hub's sitting, I think it's right around there. So then you would have this like 4-foot square for 2 robots to turn in. It could get tight. Definitely tight with traction. Omni turns a little bit better, but Mechanism is ideal. If you have a tall enough Mechanism wheel and a large ground clearance to clear, that would be ideal in our opinion. Every team can do it differently. Antonio, the black wobble tower is the shared hub. There will actually be red and blue tape like we were making here. You might actually see it in the video. Who's to say? And it will be tight, but it is in that large area over there. I don't know how to scale that zone is, but it seems to be similar to the warehouse size. I don't think there will be 4 robots manipulating it or placing game pieces onto the shared hub. So we'll see if the game is tight. Stay tuned for competition. Nikhil Dasari, you mentioned, are you going to try treads? Personally, we do not intend to try tread. Mostly because we don't have any.
Yes, that is number 1. We don't have tread. And I believe there's also reasoning to, we prefer Mechanism, and if Mechanism work, we'll stick to that. I believe tread will have the same problem as traction wheels. You just won't have a great time turning. Tank drive is helpful because you can drive some forward and some backwards, but I do know a lot of treads that use arcade drive, which is where you're driving similar to a car and you would have to do like a 17-point turn to turn around. That's fair. Arcade is, you can still. Arcade is a lot less like driving a car.
You don't have wheels that are turning.
I intended.
Sweet. The iPad keyboard combo, it's pretty solid. I don't use it a ton because I use my iPad mostly for notes. And so when I'm using notes, I use the pencil. And then if I want to type long stuff, I go on my desktop with my nice keyboard. But it is nice for like things like this, all kinds of stuff. I do find uses for it. But for notes, oh my gosh, it's the best thing ever. Sweet, okay, I think I got it. Alright, we're just about ready there. We can talk. Alright, so talk about this. That's a good question that I have. What happens? So, right, this is you get bonus points if it's tipped towards your side. What if it's like there? But like, it's supposed to be how it's tipped. So like, if they also have one here. Or both.
Or both.
I don't know.
They're probably going with both.
Like this.
I don't know where.
And I don't know if it was specified.
Like that's what it maybe something that we put out there for someone to find out.
Yeah.
I'll go there.
We'll ask you, hey chat, what do you think will happen if we got this? This is the both teams will be using it. Let's say both teams had a block like that, and it's tipped right perfectly in the middle. Do both teams get the bonus points? Do no teams get the bonus points? Will the judges have some crazy way to determine which way it's turned towards more? I don't know. I would love to see if you guys can find out. No one gets points if it tips in the middle. My guess is that it would be scored no points either way. All right, so we got two people that say it would be no one. Yeah. So I have no idea. We'll have to kind of see. I don't know if that was mentioned in the rules, but
It is a circle.
it is a circle.
I was curious if it was a 50-50, but it can go any of the ways.
That would be the kind of cool design.
Yes. If they redesigned it into a triangle instead of a circle, then you could have a 50. It would be a guaranteed direction for red or blue. So I don't know. So I'm not a game designer.
Yeah, we were just. What happens when it's tilted like this? That's what we were trying to figure out. We asked chat.
Nobody gets it.
And that's what they said. That's what everyone in chat said. Sharing the rule book, just too lazy to check. Page 44.
Of game manual 2.
Should go open that up and check it. My guess is that it says no one does. Yeah, it looks like everyone's saying it's no one. Okay, they all read the game rules better than we did.
Or they're trolling.
Or they're trolling us. It is people on the internet.
I don't have a page 44 in game manual 2.
There's no page 44.
Oh, that's remote events. There it is.
Oh.
Page 44. Floor contact is between the blue and red tape. Neither alliance earns bonus points.
Okay, that's a good thing to mention.
You ready?
Yeah. All right. So, start off, intro, talk about this, talk about the dividers, start messing around with the tipping of either way. Then we will go and see how many of each individual we can kind of load it up with.
Yeah. And then I think let's just do like a whole
You guys
conversation.
want to watch this?
Okay. And then we'll do the black one.
I understand.
I'll probably talk about this one.
Where are you working on this one?
Yeah, I'll kind of work into with this one.
All right. You ready?
Oh crap! What's the official name of this?
That is the hub.
The hub?
There's Team Hub, Shared Hub, Team Hub. Team Hub, Shared Hub.
Sure, it's hub.
Yes.
Positive? 100% sure?
100%.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Don't tell me I'm wrong.
All right. You good? Sweet. Hey, my name's Justin Pointer. We're here at Robot in 3 days at Kettering University.
Go back over Robot in 30 hours.
30 hours, not 3 days.
It's all right.
Man.
Whenever you're ready.
Take two. At some point. Hey guys, we're here at Robot in 30 Hours. My name is Justin Pointer, and we're here at Kettering. We're going to play around with the hubs a little bit, kind of see what you guys can expect when you're playing with them. So first, something to note off is that these are not perfectly flat, so they kind of have some grooves to where the balls will either roll around, like there in the center, or in the middle row, there is also kind of dividers. So as you can see, the balls would only go a short distance, and then on the inside, looks like they would be pretty good at just staying right there in their position. And then it's the same concept on the bottom. So there is a little bit of play, but for the most part, they kind of stay in their same spot, except on top, they can go all the way around. This is the same as the shared hub. So the shared hub is an identical base to the team hub. So it's exact same without the top two levels. So same thing, it can ball can kind of move side to side a little bit there. It's pretty well put in there. I don't think it would move out, maybe if you hit it pretty hard, but I don't think it would be moving out there too well. The cubes, same thing, they can also kind of move around. They're obviously a little bit harder to move as the balls are. This is one with no weights in it. One with all the weights, yeah, it does a little bit better of sticking in the same spot, but they could still move. And the reason I'm mentioning that is if I go and I take two heavyweight ones, put one on each side, as you can see, it's balanced. But if your robot were to come here and just tip it a little bit, well, maybe the heavyweights are a little bit too heavy. Oh, there we go, look, it's still balanced. But if you hit it, it's no longer balanced. So this is something you can look at. You might be able to get your tower balanced, but if your robot comes over, you could knock it over there and it moves. And then if you had, for instance, let's say you had a couple balls up here and maybe a cube, and if you get it to knock over with your robot, some of that load shifts, so it might become more of a challenge to get it back to level. Or when you're dropping balls on it. So there's definitely a concern there, and you can always kind of get this thing kind of thrown off balance. The team, the neutral one, this will be kind of back here in the field. Again, it's just base, and so how it works is you score points for putting items in here, cargo in here, and if it's tilted towards your side, if you're a red team, or your side, if you're a blue team, you would get bonus points. One thing to note is if both teams were to put a block here and it is right in the middle, no team gets the bonus points. So something to note there, you definitely want to add another one and put it more towards your side. So something we're going to look at now next is what can we all load up in here? So we have all of the parts from Andy Mark here. We're going to kind of load this up and see how many we can fit in there. So we'll start off with the cubes. Throw some of these heavyweight ones in here, medium weights. There we go. So probably should start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 there, 20, 21, 2, 3, 24. 24 easily fits on the bottom row, and I'm sure you could even get more. But we'll go on to the middle row right now. So we got 24 there on the bottom, 5, 6, 42 there in the middle, no problem. And again, I'm sure you can stack more up there. 4, 5, 6. That's 56 with no problems yet. And we'll throw some more. 3, 9, 60. So I think that's 61 if I counted right, who knows. And you could most definitely fit more on there too. I'm going to take these off real quick and kind of show you in terms of the balls, how many of those we can fit on here. Probably should start. All right. Okay. Now we don't have nearly as many of the balls, but 2 of them fit pretty easily down here in the bottom. 3 would kind of roll off maybe a little bit. So 2 there, 1 in the inner spot. And so reminder that this bottom is the same as the bottom here. So however many we can fit here on the bottom of the team one will be the same as the shared base. So, 15 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay. So you can pretty easily fit. I need to recount that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18. So that's 18 right now on the bottom. Again, no problem, and they would fit in there pretty good. And I'm sure you could fit in probably another one, but if you turn it right, well, maybe it wouldn't fall out. But it'd be pretty close there. So you can definitely fit a lot on there. And now let's just see how much we can load up on here. So what kind of walls here, kind of more in the center maybe. You know, let's say you're, you built an absolutely amazing robot and you're able to just completely fill this in every game piece there is. We're going to see how much we can kind of load this up. Now the question is, can I get it level? I think the trick is going to be to have the heavier pieces there on the bottom. Keeps it a little bit more stable there. We'll get some rubber duck in there in a second. Try and get all the cubes we have. Well, you can, that's all the cubes and all the balls that we have here at the moment for Robot 30 hours. And all of our rubber ducks. One ran away. So there's how much we can load up. Oh, and one more. So I'd love to see if in the comments you guys can tell me how many points this is, because I would love to know. But you can surely load it up. So thank you for watching. I hope this was helpful for you guys. We're going to have plenty more videos coming out here. So stay tuned to keep up to date everything with this new FTC game. Thanks again for watching.
Nice job, man. That was awesome. Let's do one more shot. This one just dumps everything out and then I capture doing that.
Sweet.
Ready? Yeah, we should dump it towards that way.
That way?
You can go whenever you're ready. Awesome.
So here's an interesting thing. How are they going to work with these, falling out every so often? Uh-oh. Are these you're gonna glue them in?
I don't know. Some of them, I actually put 3 in a model. I had to try to get the one out.
Oh, getting the one
So right when I stopped, the camera said an error occurred, so I really hope we just got all that.
Oh, let's hope.
There's one of the problems with the little side is I try to do it 5 6 ways.
Oh man, not quite which one it came out of. That's medium weight. It's also medium weight, lightweight, heavyweight. Oh, there we go. I found it. Oh yeah, it doesn't fit into it. Like, listen to this one. Oh no, that's not. That's a medium weight. Oh, it is. Yeah, this one was missing one. Man, I really think that what they're gonna have to do is like put a little hot glue in there or something. Maybe. Just like, man, this one's missing one. A lot of these are missing. That's gonna be an issue.
The one we weighed, I made sure they were right.
Yes, I checked those.
Okay.
And I'll look at the numbers and we'll get the averages of those.
Lucky they were good.
What?
The Luckies had long variation.
They had some variation.
The other ones were pretty.
The Oriental Trading, they just took there for Oriental Trading. That's great. Yeah, this one's missing one. Throw one in there. Try and sew these together. So is this like if you went to AD Market? Yeah, you go over there. Yeah, I guess that buckles the fan once a little bit. Oh, let me check the chat and see if there's any questions here. I'm clarifying the interpretation is that the robot cannot tip / center its own hub. Electric Whiz, that is correct. You cannot, tipping it. But I'm saying if you're going and placing it and you just kind of knock it, you could pretty easily knock the whole thing over. I know that was a couple minutes ago, but yep.
Just so you know, you're not supposed to be touching it with your own.
You're not, no. But I'm saying like,
Well, if you drop a ball on it,
but if you drop something and like you have a claw,
make it go there.
yeah. But I'm saying it would be pretty easy to have something just bump it. Even if you drive up to it and just barely tap it, the question is, will they count that as a, right? It's probably just accidental. But that's completely possible for a driver. Do you think 4-inch mech wheels will work for getting over the barrier? If you scroll back a little bit in our live stream, we tested out a couple different ones. I don't know what, hey Howard, what size mech wheels were we using?
4-inch.
So 4-inch. So we did get it to go over. We were testing in 2 different chassis. The 80 Mark one works much better out of the box, but we're doing some modifying on the other chassis, and it should be going over just as well. So yeah, 4-inch wheel. How much freight can be held at once? One piece. So 1 duck, 1 ball, or 1 cube at a time. So only one can be held at a time. Oh yeah. You can join the live stream. Yep. I'm currently going through these and trying to find if any others had weights fall out. I think this is something first we'll probably, I hope, looks into. We've with our quick testing, found that the weights can fall out. But then if you do want to get a weight out, it's a big challenge. So there might be some new solution to possibly hold those weights in. No problem, Madison. That's what we're here for. Ask your questions. More than happy to answer them for you. That was 100% Nick.
Yeah, that sounds.
You want to go check on him?
Yeah.
See what Nick's up to?
Sure.
So for those wondering, part of our team is currently in the machine shop. Sadly, our cables can't bring the camera all the way over there, but they are trimming up the chassis to trying to get it to work a little bit better. Are you allowed to move the platform goals? No, Josh, you are not allowed to move them. This one will actually be right here. This one will be somewhere over here. I'm sure an unintentional bump will be just fine, but moving them is not allowed, and that is considered a major penalty, so that's 30 points deducted. Something you definitely don't want to do. 34 points is it's quite the penalty. So yeah, you are not allowed to move yours or opponents or the neutral one for both teams. So not intentionally, sure a little bump is fine, but yeah. Okie dokie. Is there any other question, guys? I'm gonna move over here so I can sit in the chair. Where can I put in the carousel? Ooh. So, Winter K had a great question of when can I put another duck on the carousel? And the answer is when the carousel stops moving. So you can only score knocking the ducks off the carousel is only worth points during endgame and in auto. So in auto it is 10 points. There you get one pre-placed. You can knock it off, that's 10 points. Then you cannot put another duck on. But during endgame, the last 30 seconds of the game, you can put one on the carousel, turn it, have the duck fall off, then your robot must stop spinning it, the disc must come to a stop, then you can set another duck on it, again, rotate it off, so on and so forth. Something that we did look at, which actually, I'll wheel you guys back over there. Since we are looking at this, and we got some phones for the controls. So, one thing that has to get looked at is, if your duck placement is here, it's pretty easy to overspin it and have the duck fall right off. So inside, you can spin it a little bit faster, it doesn't fall off, but then it has to kind of roll to come off. So it's definitely going to be a slower speed to get the ducks to come off and then come over. Again, also for your design, your wheel mechanism or whatever you want to use to spin this cannot touch the top and cannot touch the bottom. It must contact the side of it in order to spin the duck off. Yes, so the weights are on there. We actually will have a video coming out here shortly where we're going to go take averages of the weights of not only the cubes, but the ball and the ducks. So there seems to be pretty big variance in the ducks, but they are some of the lighter ones. But yes, there is a pretty big, as you can see, Madison just posted a comment showing all the different weights. It's a pretty wide range.
Oh, great, I'm on camera again.
Yeah, I'm moving it back over here.
Hi, Chad. How are you?
All right, I'm going to actually. Oh man, that was almost
Chad,
bad.
I got a really good idea. I'm gonna take a monster break really quick and then join back in a second.
You have fun with that. I'm actually going to
love
go.
me some monster.
Go through here. Oh, look at that! I already took the average weights. So, Madison posted what the game manual says, but we actually found the weight of the lighter bricks, instead of being 50.5, we found them to have an average of 49.7. So a little bit lighter, about a gram off. Again, we took 3 of our cubes and took the average of it. So I'm sure if we went through and weighed all of them, we could get maybe a little bit closer number, but you know, it kind of shows there is a definitely a range. Stop touching the carousel. Or I don't even have to stop it. So winter case, so you cannot move the carousel, and I don't believe you're able to like stop it from rotating. So the robot has to be the one to kind of stop it, or it has to naturally come to a stop. So to put another one on, you have to, it has to, and I believe it has to be touching the bar on like the opposite side. You have to put the duck down, then let the robot take it off. Then once it stops going, then you can put on another one. Doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Don't ask.
Oh no. What can I ask what you yelled about?
You heard that?
Yes. Yes.
So it's more curved now. Should be inside of the wheels.
So that's what they were just in the machine shop, sanding down, getting a little more rounded. Hopefully that will go over the bump a little bit better. Again, we are looking for favoring this chassis simply because it works a little bit better for what we're looking to do for intake-wise over the Andy Mark one. But the Andy Mark chassis did work way better out of the box. It went over no problem. It's got plenty of clearance in it. We got the weights if you want the
Awesome. Guess what? That valve corrupted.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah. So, sorry, man. If we could refilm that at some point, that'd be awesome.
You do exactly what you did, but you get a second shot. That's
What
gonna
else
be even
corrupted?
better.
The entire file.
Including the weights?
No. That one's good.
The weights is fine. That's no issues. Got it.
Hey, there's mice in.
That is a good idea.
Do you want the average weights?
Yeah. Can you just send that to me or share it to me?
What's gonna be the best method?
Is that a Google Drive file?
It's
or-
currently in Excel.
Oh, it's in Excel.
Yeah. I can go move it over to Google Sheets.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care. Just somehow send it to me would be great. That's what. Tell you what, why don't I take a picture of it? As long as you take a picture.
So, and then, yeah, you got all the average. You're
Yeah.
all set.
We don't need to do that right now, but at some point,
Okay.
if we could refund, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Which really sucks. You did a great job on it.
Same thing, but
I did awesome, but none of it mattered. Hey, the stream saw it. Okay.
The stream did see it.
Stream saw it. You saw me messing around with the hub.
Also, it's a shipping hub. I did notice that it is.
Just a reminder, we're doing a day one recap at 8 o'clock approximately.
Got it.
So just a heads up on that.
So we got an hour for that.
Hour for what?
Till day one recap.
Big words from Blue.
What did you guys do?
So we took these off to not get sandy stuff in the bearings, and it's hard to get them on the model.
Did you blow them off with the air compressor?
No, the bearings weren't even
Oh.
I just need to get them.
we blew up the electrical.
I got it.
But the electrical was already off before we.
Wait, are you not supposed to put aluminum dust in your electronics? Dang, I've been doing it wrong.
No, we would never. Not in a million.
Surface level before streamlets
We just got safety cappened for -1 for no gloves, -1 for no steel-toe boots. Yeah, 100% great. We all need to be wearing steel-toe boots.
No, we got the glove update. They're all invisible.
Yeah, we're using Bluetooth gloves. They're,
-1 hour for
completely
curved
wireless.
channel. Bro, I think if anything, we gain points for curved channel. It's an aesthetic.
I'm over this guy.
And I use safety contacts so that I don't have to wear safety glasses. That's what I prefer at least. I also have to wear my glasses though.
You guys ever heard of
Then I can't
safety?
see.
You guys ever heard of safety squints? Right side, moving that back.
Yes.
See what I have to say. Oh, good point. Thank you, Charlie.
Yeah.
Really keeping us positive here.
Yeah, that is a good point. We still would have had the issue either, we put it into hole 2 and we had the issue, but hole 3 would have been just more of an issue, so. And did you guys chop off an inch too?
No.
No.
Just round it out the edges.
Just round it.
Yeah. Okay. This one needs
Curve aesthetic.
Oh man, that'd be.
I'm totally blocking the shot. It's off.
You can bring it up.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see my pants with paint all over them.
We all want to see the painting clothes. The
No,
painting
these are my robotic pants, solely for robotic
very
meetings.
fitting. All right.
It all started when a robot tried to eat them, and then it forever. A robot at one point tried to eat my my pants, and forever now they are my robotic pants.
Not even there.
Steel plate glasses. Steel plate glasses. That's what we need to make. Then it's just like inch thick steel. Nothing. You wouldn't be able to see anything, but that's
beside the point.
Okay, are we done? Yeah. Someone needs to tell us.
Scoring on
now.
top. If you drop a heavy piece from the same height, does it increase the chance of unbalance? That is a fantastic question.
Okay, like there's gotta be.
Is this pushed in all the way?
Wait.
No.
I'll have you guys keep watching them, and I'm gonna go check out that question of.
Yes, there is a thrust bearing.
Wait, there's a thrust bearing in this one.
Yeah, but you took it off when the thrust bearing came out.
Did I?
Oh.
No, don't tell me that. Dude,
Close your ears. The thrust bearing came out when he did it.
Dude, this has been a fun robot in 6 hours. I'm going. I'm gonna go.
So, scoring on top, I think it is actually easier to knock it side to side when it's on the bottom ring, simply because that is farther out. But I still do think if you do drop it from a significant height, you still could unbalance it with one piece. That's one of the heavier cubes.
All right, real quick. So it's 7:10.
Yes.
We're going to have our meeting at 8.
8. Well, 8. We got to do a recap.
The recap. We'll do a quick little meeting beforehand. But if you haven't eaten dinner yet and you're planning on staying late, it's probably a good idea.
Oh yeah, food is probably good.
Food is So
is it plain just whatever's in there?
I mean, honestly, I think I might wait till after the recap and then go out and just get something.
Okay.
Because
how late is everyone planning to stay?
I'm probably just gonna set up a sleeping bag in the robot space.
Just gonna sleep here.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna drive the hour home.
I respect that.
Then I can sleep in my own bed.
You coming back tomorrow, Justin, or no?
Yeah, I should be back tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
What? Nick, don't you say a thing.
I've got a couch in my apartment if you don't want to grab home.
Yeah, no, I'm driving home. I mean, if I honestly don't want to drive that far home, my grandparents are like 20 minutes north, so that's always an option.
Bro, that's the wrong direction.
That is the wrong, but it's chicken mouth, so Frankenmuth.
Nice.
Chicken mouth.
Do they live in Frankenmuth?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
How did they do that?
Well, but they're like on the outskirts,
Dude,
so
tell
it's
him,
like.
Tell them to donate some chicken to the stream.
No, we all hate it.
Why?
Because it's overrated.
Chicken?
I'm dead serious. I was up there with my cousins one day, and we were like hanging out. We were like, "Yo, what do we want to do for dinner?" And we went to KFC. And I without thinking of it, took a Snapchat of eating KFC in Frankenmuth and put it somewhere. And all my friends were freaking out. They're like, "Why did you get KFC when you in Frankenmuth?" And I'm like, "Overrated."
It's better than KFC, bro.
But it's overrated.
Overpriced
is what you
Overpriced.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah.
Buttered noodles, on the other hand, those slap.
Those are good. Those are really good.
Sound like
Yeah. Have you ever had their butter noodles?
whose? KFC?
No, Zenders.
Zenders?
Yeah.
What's Zenders?
Oh my
Bro,
god.
why would I ever go to a restaurant and get filet mignon when I can have chicken tenders instead?
I
Yeah,
personally prefer Bavarian in a little bit, but
their butter noodles are pretty solid too.
yeah.
What is Zenders? And also, where's my screw?
Zenders is a restaurant
It's
up
a
there.
Frankenmuth thing, you wouldn't understand.
You gotta go.
So
up there.
that's why I'm asking. That's literally why I'm asking. It's because I don't.
It's just a really, really good restaurant.
It's a restaurant. Zenders is like kind of a more sit-in, like, but Barbarian is all like family style. So.
Okay. So we had to make sure the thrust bearing was seated, and now it is. So keep moving forward.
Okay, Justin, after this, we gotta start that intake.
Oh yeah, the intake should
no,
have
he's
started
typing.
about 3 hours ago.
It's okay.
What intake?
We're gonna do a prototype one that we wanted to do.
Okay.
The car wash method.
Ah, I
For
see.
those who have been watching for almost the whole day, the car wash method is what we're looking to do with some surgical tubing. You'll probably see that here in a solid hour or
I do
two.
still have the surgical tubing hubs if you want them.
Oh yeah, those are good. Good, Howard. Those are the little 3D printers. Am I crazy? The surgical tubing
What are you
hubs, those
doing?
are the little 3D printers.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, it's like what I thought. My team's been using them for a few years. The first couple versions of these, we didn't use the heat set inserts in, but the heat set inserts make them a lot easier to assemble.
When I did it in FRC, I just made tolerance pins, and you just slapped them together and just didn't take them apart.
We just use them a lot.
I mean, hey, fair enough. Yeah, so you just stick the surgical tubings in here and then just clamp it shut.
Yeah. Do we have any new surgical tubing?
That's a good question that I don't have an answer to.
Because the stuff we have over there is like extra crusty.
It's extra crusty and it's super thin-walled, so it's not very rigid.
Yeah.
How easy is it to tip
I'd
the
ask to see if we
alliance?
could get some of the thicker stuff.
Justin,
somewhere.
you answer this one?
What?
How easy is it to tip the alliance up when scoring on the
Yeah, I looked into it, and it's still, I think, easier on the bottom to tip it because it's farther out.
We can test it now. Now it's actually ready to contest it.
What?
Nice.
This
is a
thing,
double.
if the angle's allowed to go.
Oh, because it drives.
Woo!
Sweet.
Not gonna lie.
Oh, we're moving.
We're moving. Bro, not bad memories.
Oh no. I guess you're
Having an angle below there, if those hit first.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh. Howard actually using mechanical engineering knowledge.
What do you say?
No, he just pointed out that the angle, even if the chassis still touches because of the angle, it's just going to ramp itself over.
It should at least. That's what a lot of teams in FRC teams did with swerve drive this year to get them to go over the bars.
Like boats.
I guess value. It's like
Driver hub.
There's no on-off switch, it just.
correct.
That's the kind of electrical I like. You may be required to have an on-off switch on your robot. Don't know.
You definitely are.
You are.
Yes.
You are.
Yes.
Do that.
You are not allowed to hardwire your competition robot. There must be a switch between the hub and the battery.
Which we have. Does it kind of switch with just two frayed wires you push together? That's what a switch
There
does.
is a off-the-shelf switch.
Not fun. Can we get the big FRC, the main FRC break?
We do have one of those, but it won't work. Those are like off-the-shelf connectors designed for off-the-shelf.
I see a problem. It's
Does it need to
not
be reset? I'll press the power button.
Metal does make no work.
Nah, no way.
Hold it.
So who's saying like the night-ish?
I'm here till I leave.
True.
That's a fact.
True.
What's happening?
Wait till you don't need me, okay?
Yeah, no.
How long will we be here? Till I leave.
That's good to go.
So the lights are telling us we're good to go.
This one's good.
Oh my gosh.
Not good to go, but it has
So is it a connection? What were you just driving?
No, this is all good. I restarted it too.
Can the robot stop?
Yeah, me and the group did it. Or we can just go out in 2 shifts and whoever gets what they want.
Yeah, so the question about can the robot stop the carousel, I don't believe there is anything against the robot stopping it. And I don't, does it have to come off though?
No,
Just has to stop. So the robot just has to, the carousel has to come to a stop. The robot can still be touching it. So you could use your motor to brake and, hold it in place. Then you could place the next duck, fling it off, brake, make sure the carousel is stopped, place another one, continue. The carousel just can't be moving, and you can't use your hand to stop it.
Good question, though.
Nice.
I set the controller and then set for it.
Oh, yeah. All right, we can all go home now.
Yeah, goodbye.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll even do this left.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh no!
Yeah. So if you get stuck, it still works.
Do it again. Just.
Unless you do exactly this.
Okay.
And then don't do that. Don't go that slow.
Don't do that.
You gotta gun it at least a little bit. Could you give it a
If
little
we wanted to, we could cut part of it out of the bottom rail, but we should probably make mechanisms.
Yes. Yes, we should.
Yeah, so this is somewhere where you could maybe trim down those. It doesn't look like
Go sideways.
going sideways over it's going to be
The
possible.
only sideways motion you're getting over that is probably with the swerve. And I don't know if it swerves in FTC.
Howard, is there many swerves in FTC?
What?
Any
I was gonna
swerves?
say yes, but really
There's
not.
a few, not many.
Okay.
Gluten-free is one of the only teams that has made an off-season swear before, and I'm pretty sure that they're done because both their members graduated. So I've seen a few others, but not many at all.
How do they do the turning? Just with servos?
Yeah, a lot of it is servos with a pivot. Gluten-free is a differential swerve, but it was 2 wheels in the center, and then they had idlers to support the weight in other locations.
Okay.
And yes, it is wild to have a dipping swerve in any kind of
If you get one wheel stuck in there, you get
So Madison asked about the storing element. That is something we have a couple prototypes for, but we are still in the prototype phase for that. But we have a couple options. Okay. We actually, I believe, either we will shortly have or currently have a video out going over
As long
our,
as you're being
our 2 prototypes.
Can you see how tight this is over here? Okay.
Yeah, that's not gonna.
Okay. Well, you can still go over all that. Unless you do exactly what Luke just did.
Yeah. Hold on, wait. We can do this. We can do this. We got this.
Luke, I'm inclined to believe you don't got this.
No, I got this. Don't worry.
Alright.
We just gotta strafe harder.
So it's definitely possible to get stuck with this chassis, even with our slight modifications.
Is the triangle in the
Yeah, I think it's.
The triangle's in the U channel,
Yeah.
You could put a cover on the bottom. We were close. Could make a skid plate. I like it. Oh, and if you know what? If you want to put the battery underneath, the skid plate's going to be there you go. And he's just going to deflect it.
You gotta be careful with the C channel.
I think a skid plate, a very thin skid plate, could be in our future there.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Are we pretty set on going with this chassis?
I like it.
I think it's sweet.
I think so.
Yeah, that's easy.
And like, I think as long as the drivers are smart, I don't think
Yeah,
you'll get.
Yeah, don't stop on top of
As
it.
long as you
should
don't
stop.
do exactly this, you'll be alright. Do this. This is
Just
bad.
don't stop halfway.
Don't stop halfway.
That, and even then, worst case scenario in a competition, if that happens, you
You're-
your alliance partner to bump into you.
Yeah.
Stop.
If you have to stop here, don't stop until one of your wheels is on this, and you can make it out just fine.
I'm reading them. Sweet.
No.
So it works. Slight modifications just around the corners to get it initially over, but then it goes pretty good. Still possibility it can get stuck, but if you're kind of being smart while driving, could be fine. There's surely some modifications you could do. That's not something that we'll do. Probably more modifications to probably get this chassis to clear better. Obviously, we have 30 hours, so a little bit of a tight timeline.
Well done, Nick. Well done.
Explain something else. I'm going to pretend to.
Ooh, do you have a 10 to 15 pound weight to put on it to try the chassis? Is there any way you can move the wheels down a little? Lucas the Canadian. No, sadly with this chassis, there isn't
isn't really a good and simple way. So the bearings for the drives go through, these larger holes here. So there's no good way for us to just move down. I'm sure if we wanted to make some custom bracket and go all into that, we could. But
Or if you wanted to take material off the bottom, that would do the same effect, but that's a good bit of work.
yeah, it's something that we probably don't have time for today or tomorrow.
I like the idea of 10-pound weight on it.
Take lift, etc.
I don't know what
That's a good thing.
Do we
Put
got
the other robot on top of it?
what's that? The chunk of steel and the.
Oh, those are like 40 pounds. How much can the robot be?
42.
Yeah, so let's grab one of those. Nick, get one of the KSR steel blocks.
Oh my god. They suggested a 10-pound weight. We'll do 4 times that.
We have some small steel.
Do you have some weights we can throw on here?
Yeah, go find something.
Sweet. Yeah, we're gonna get some weights. We'll see about that. Minutes. Giveaways. Yep. So we are going to be moving over to that here in, I believe,
5 minutes.
at 7:30. They're going to move over
they're
there.
doing their show at 7:30.
Yep.
So we will continue working.
7:30 there'll be a recap show, and then
Turn it upside down.
at 8 o'clock you'll be back with us. We're going to do a quick recap about what we got done so far today. I'm sure there will be some people that will continue work after that. The stream will continue as long as people are working. And then for sure we will be back in the morning tomorrow to finish this all up.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to
giving you a voice,
making it loud our own way.
Welcome to the fun.
First Updates Now is supported by Kettering University. Kettering University is where robotics students come for their education. Over 30% of those who attend Kettering University were in high school robotics, and you can keep going with their BattleBots, VexU, esports, and first mentorship programs. If you are a U.S. student grades 8 through 12, scan the QR code to stay up to date on info and events happening at Kettering and get a free Kettering t-shirt when you sign up by December 12, 2021. We would like to thank our friends at Stryker for supporting fun so we can continue to make content for you. Stryker makes some of the most revolutionary medical equipment and is a big supporter of FIRST and its participants. If you are looking for an internship or career that supports you being in FIRST, check out careers.stryker.com to learn more.
Hi everyone, welcome to Fun FTC. It's kickoff day and we've got a breakdown of the new game, Fright Frenzy, right here on First Updates Now. For First Updates Now, I'm Ishan and joining me are our boss and Egan. Before we jump into the game, we've got a lot to talk about on the game. But Tyler, could we start a giveaway for the Go Build a Gecko wheels?
Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, we got a Go Build a Gecko wheel we're going to be giving away on there if you're interested in winning. It's a little bit different with YouTube, by the way, so bear with us as we go through this. But the giveaway for that, type Go Ducky in chat. Go Ducky in chat. That's going to be the keyword for that. We'll show it up on screen a little bit later as well, too. Subscribers, if you're subscribed to the Fun YouTube page, you're going to get 5 times chance to win, by the way. So make sure you subscribe to the Fun YouTube page, and we'll draw for that in a little bit.
Awesome. Really excited to see those. Gecko wheels definitely can be used in this game, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to strategy. But to start us off, we're going to give you an overview of the game, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the strategy because that's going to be a huge part of this game. The Fright Frenzy game just has a ton of ways to score, making it have a ton of strategies that could be used to win this game. There are huge wobble goals, which are called shipping hubs, where teams can score freight, which are blocks and balls. The freights can have different weights, which allow the wobble goals to tip back and forth. A lot of dynamics and mechanics there. There are ducks that can be scored on a carousel. And for the first time in a long time, alliances will be competing for points that only one alliance can score, right? In the past, we've had something like the beacons, but there's always been 2 beacons, so one alliance can get each one. Here, only one alliance can get that center goal scored in their side. So it's going to be interesting to see that dynamic play out. And let's just jump right into the autonomous. So Egan, could you walk us through the autonomous period and what ways teams can score there?
Yeah, so autonomous has a lot of familiar elements to it from past games. So like the alliances start on opposite sides and begin with 3 marked barcodes in front of each robot. So this is just like in Rover Ruckus, how one of the little spots had silver, or kind of down the same vein, there's randomization every game. And your team will use vision tracking to scan essentially which barcode either one of the blocks or your team element is in, to get like a code of where to put that block. So it's a little complicated, but wherever that block starts on in the beginning, if you take that and score it on your tower in the right spot, then you get like a bunch of points. And during autonomous, you can also spin that little carousel in the corner. If you get a duck off of there, you get points, or your team scoring element. And then you can score the elements just like you can as we're coming up on Teleop, where you can place them in different levels of the shipping hubs.
Yep, awesome. So a lot of ways to score. What did you think about the autonomous at a first glance? Easier, harder? Like anything that stood out to you as something that teams should definitely watch out for?
Yeah, so first glance, definitely the level that you're going to put your block or scoring element. I forget what the blocks are called already. What is
Cargo.
The cargo. So that's going to be the most important part. The best way to get points. I want to say it's like 10 or 20 points if you get it in the right spot. Which is a lot, because 6 points is like your top level. So that's definitely, I think, going to be the most important is getting that vision nailed down and and consistent, being able to score that.
Yeah, I had a couple thoughts about the autonomous. Oh, also, I just realized the cargo are the balls, and then the blocks are just boxes. So,
Okay.
but looking at the autonomous, one thing that I thought was really interesting was delivering the ducks via the carousel. It's 10 points in the autonomous period for every duck you deliver, and it's 6 points in endgame for every duck you deliver, right? And so there's also like I think a discussion to be had of like doing what do you do in endgame? Like, do you do ducks? Do you cap? Do you work on getting your shared alliance hub like balanced or unbalanced and all those things? And I think if you can knock out as many ducks as you can in autonomous, it just really it really makes it a lot easier to decide what to do in endgame, and it reduces the number of things you have to do in endgame. I think it will be interesting though, like how teams decide like when to like continue spinning the wheel. I'm not sure if they'll have it like constantly spinning or if there's any rules. I thought I saw that the wheel had to be completely stopped for a person to put a new duck on. So I think it'll be interesting to see what teams come up with that, to decide when to start and stop the wheel and when the duck's falling off and things like that.
Yeah, so a couple things to clarify on that. Again, we are not the game manual, so take everything we say with a grain of salt. But reading the game manual, it says that in autonomous, you get 10 points for delivering the pre-placed duck on the carousel, which means that there's only one duck that's pre-placed, so 1.1 scoring objective per alliance, which means that if you get those 10 points, great. If not, you can always take the 6 points in end game. And that's something that teams could definitely consider. Is the 4 points really worth doing in autonomous? It's going to be a little bit harder. Abbas, you want to talk us through the teleoperated period?
Yeah, sure. So I think the teleop here is one of the most complicated we've seen in a couple years. There's not just one task. While there are familiar elements from past games, you have a lot of different actions that can earn points, right? Just starting off, you have the 1 point for placing freight in the alliance specific storage unit, which is sort of similar to Rover Ruckus, where you have the taped off depots in the corners. You get a couple points for shoving some minerals in there. Same concept. Then you move on to the alliance shipping hub, which is alliance specific. And here you have 3 levels, lowest level being 2, then 4, then 6, which is similar to the scoring system from Ultimate Goal. And I think here what's interesting is that, all of the levels, they're not like crazy high. The highest one I think is either 13 and a half, 13 and a quarter, something like that, maybe 14. And then it just goes down from there. And then like the capstone mark is 20 inches high. So, you're not going to any super crazy heights like you were in Skystone, which should be interesting how teams react to like slide designs or vertical lifts and things like that. Now, the last way for an alliance to earn points in the teleop driver controlled period is placing freight on the shared alliance shipping hub. And here you get 4 points per cargo or per freight on the shipping hub. And I think it's interesting to see how teams will prioritize like the shared shipping hub versus the alliance specific hub, and decide like is it going to be one team for each, 2 teams for one, what's the strategy going to be here. And I think there's a lot of room for some pretty cool strategies in the driver controlled period.
Yep.
What do you guys think? Any interesting strategies?
The shared hub just adds a new dynamic to the game. If there was no shared hub, I think I would agree that this is like just Rover Ruckus all over again. But that shared hub, just so much strategy that can go into it. Do you prioritize getting 4 points, but guaranteeing those 20 at the end? Or do you try to go for that high goal, get the 6 points, but getting that shared hub in the middle is going to be a little bit harder for you because you're not going to have as much time to do it.
And then
go for it.
Even more than that, like the shared hub is closer than the alliance specific hub, right? So it's less points, but it's also less distance. So, how does that work out? I think it's a very interesting discussion to be had. And I think we'll see a lot of interesting things as the season progresses.
Makes sense. All right. Want to talk us through the end game, Egan?
Yeah. So end game kind of follows the same sort of thing as auto, like same old. There are 2 like main tasks at an end game. The first one is capping your alliance shipping hub. So that's putting your team scoring element on the very top. That's going to earn you 15 points doing that. If you deliver any more ducks to the field or your own little scoring element to the field, you get 6 points each in end game. You can't do that in teleop. So you can only deliver the preloaded one in auto. Can't add any more in teleop, and can deliver as many as possible in endgame. there's parking bonuses. Like if you park completely inside the warehouse zone, you get like 5 or 10 points or something like that. Points.
Yeah.
And then, but the biggest thing is getting the Alliance hub or the shared hub to your side. So if you get the shared hub to tip over and stay on your Alliance's side, that's 20 points. And if you balance your own hub to get it standing straight up, that's 10 points. So certainly a lot of this comes down to balancing, right? So maybe getting the elements in the right spots on these big wobble goals might be difficult, and especially for that one in the center, the shared one, you kind of have to weigh your options, whether you want the fat 20 points from that at the end of the game or want to work on your own. So certainly a lot of ways to approach that question. Do y'all have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think one thing I was thinking with like the whole weighting and balances is like there's like 3 different types of boxes, right? Like you have your light boxes, your medium boxes, and your heavy boxes. And now you have to decide which of those boxes to use. And I'm not even sure if you can see which box you're collecting while you're just going to intake one mineral during a match, right? And how that affects it. Because I was looking, I don't think Andy Mark published like the weights of anything. So if you happen to just get like a heavy box when you were expecting a light one, and now your like top is really unbalanced, and who knows how many like 2, 3, 4 light boxes you have to put to counter it on the other side. I think that's going to be that's going to be really, really interesting to see how teams respond to that. If they have any systems to know what type of box they're collecting at any time.
Yep, definitely interesting to see those weighted boxes. They did announce before the game was released that they would be making a modification to the boxes. I thought they were going to put boxes together. Really cool that they got those weights in there. I think that definitely adds a whole new mechanic to the game, whether teams are going to try to sense those weights or they're going to just try, like, who cares what the weights are, just get them in.
Yeah.
The one thing with me that I think is really interesting is with the shared one, you're trying to unbalance it to your side. But with the Alliance specific one, you're trying to balance it to your side, which is just completely opposite.
Yeah.
And so 2 different goals for 2 different things. When we get more into strategy, I'll definitely talk about it seems to be easier to unbalance something, right? And so the point differentials, endgame is worth a lot of points. And I think someone in the chat said, in a perfect game, you get 9 duckies in endgame, right? Because you have that one that you already did during autonomous. That's 56 points, 6 points a ducky, right? And I think what would that be? 30 seconds divided by 9. What
like
is
pretty
that?
much 2 point, like pretty much 3 seconds.
3 seconds. Let's say it's
Yeah.
3.2 seconds or whatever. I think that seems feasible to get the duckies out, right? That's 1, 2, 3. I think that's pretty feasible, right? I can definitely place ducks on that carousel at a 3-second rate, and teams are going to figure out how to get those ducks getting off of that platform really quickly. It's just a matter of how else they're able to do it. So just my 2 cents on that. I think really cool game. This is the first time that we've seen the team has to make so many decisions, right? Very difficult game to drive for, right? Let's go back a couple of years. Ultimate goal. The only decision you had to make was, do I go power shots or do I go high goal?
Yeah.
Power shots are a little less accurate, but more points. High goal is a
Right.
little bit more accurate.
The balancing, just the balancing itself adds so much complexity into the game, like strategy and driving.
Right. Yeah, like where do I place it on the platform? Do I place a heavy block? Do I place a light block? In Sky Zone, right? What were your decisions? Do you split up and build 2 towers, or do you build 1 tower? And do you try to build a 2x2 base, right?
Or
Not much
double
variation.
capping.
Or double
capping
capping.
was also,
Double
yeah.
capping was a possibility, but like it didn't happen because of COVID, right? We didn't see too much double capping. Then what was the game before that? Rover Ruckus. Do you play Close Crater or Far Crater?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like people say that this game is like Rover Ruckus, but it's nothing like Rover Ruckus. Sure, mechanically it might be, but the decisions you have to make, nothing like that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ethan.
I think with the go ahead.
Okay. The biggest difference I think between this and Rover Ruckus that sets it apart is the big thing, first of all, is the one element possession limit. So you can only have one thing, not including your team scoring element, in possession at a time. And the other thing is to even get anything out of the warehouse area, you have to enter it completely and then exit completely with that game piece for it to be eligible to score.
Yep, definitely agree. It like very very strange game compared to like everything we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
With, like mechanically maybe not, but strategy wise very.
Yeah, it's weird because it has like so many things from other games. You know, like you have your minerals from Rover Ruckus, you have your scoring system and wobble goal from Ultimate Goal. Like you have like lifts and stuff from Skystone, but at the same time, it's completely different than all of these games. I think it's really interesting. And like ducks, like how do ducks relate to freight transportation? Not sure on that one, but that's pretty cool that they still brought them in.
I think the GDC was just memeing.
Yeah,
they're into the dank memes.
Yeah. One thing interesting with the carousel though is that it has to be completely stopped before you can place anything, right? You get a major penalty if it's not completely stopped. So not only do you have to start it, but you also have to stop it quickly in order to get that 3-second cycle that we were talking about before.
Yep, definitely. Before we get more into strategy, I got some questions, some topics that we're going to talk about, and I also asked you all to create your own strategy. Let's draw our giveaway winner and start our next giveaway. So Tyler, do you want to draw for our Go Build a Gecko wheels?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. So once again, Go Ducky was the keyword for that. So you'll get yourself one of those awesome. They're the 3613 series gecko. That's what sounds right to me. I know we got a couple of them due over the course of the stream. So yeah, this is what you get. So the winner of that is going to be Jonathan Esco. So Jonathan, shoot me a message if you don't mind. I know YouTube's a little bit difficult with that, but if you message us on Discord, we'll get that taken care of for you. So congratulations, and we still got an Andy Mark gift card to give away as well.
Awesome. Yeah, do we want to start the giveaway for the Andy Mark gift card, Tyler?
Oh yeah, sure, we can do that. So Andy Mark has a $25 gift card that they will email out to you. So if you're interested in winning that, we're going to use Tile Runner as the keyword. We'll do that as one word, by the way. Tile Runner is one word, and the Mark gift card could be yours.
Awesome. So Tile Runner in the chat for the gift card. Also, if you have any questions for us, want to pick our brains about strategy, I think between the three of us, we probably have like 10 years of first experience at least.
Yeah.
10 years of FTC experience. I'm just a guess there. How many years, Egan and Voss?
4.
In FTC or first?
FTC.
Well, this would be 4.
4. Okay, 4 and 4. Yeah, we're at like 15
12.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to pick our brain, tag at First Update Sound in the chat. We'll answer any questions you have about what we think about the strategies. But going into this, I asked the two of you to come up with what you think would be a cool strategy or a good strategy for a team playing this game. I haven't heard these strategies, so you'll hear my reaction to these strategies up front, and I've also prepared my own strategy. Egan, do you want to go ahead and talk us through your strategy? Or Abbas, you want to go and
Can I defer?
Sure.
I need an example of how to format it.
There's one I was thinking about, and I think I saw someone in the chat also mention it. I'm sort of against the whole balancing the wobble goal, or not the wobble goal, the alliance specific shipping hub idea. I think just pump and dump, right? Like just keep going and going and going, and I think it'll be you'll get a lot more points, right? You'll outscore those 10 points you get for balancing by just dumping them onto the top. So I think that's probably my strategy. Wanted to see what you guys think about it.
So you're just gonna go for the shared goal. What are you gonna do during auto and endgame?
Well, no. For the alliance specific goal, like trying not to or not caring about balance.
Oh, okay.
Right. Like if it's balanced, that's awesome. But what's more important is just getting the freight on there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So Egan, you got one point of strategy that you think is gonna work out?
Yeah, I think. Oh man, I swear I had something before.
I think definitely Voss is on the right track with just pumping or at least not caring about leveling the alliance goal. Just because I think you're gonna get to a point where you'd rather have it like stable sitting on the ground than trying to load up the top, get max points, and then it tipping over like your tower in Skystone. So definitely focusing on bottom tracks, and you'll get more points on the shared goal bottom track.
Yeah,
and that's
I wonder if you can tip it. I think that's an interesting thing you brought up.
Yeah.
Like, is it even? I mean, it's an 18-inch wide base, right? How easy is that to tip?
Yeah. So, well, the bottom goal, the actual bottom dish is 18 inches wide, but the part that sits on the ground is about a third of that, maybe a little more.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a little bubble underneath.
Interesting.
Okay.
But once it
All right.
tips, it doesn't like totally tip.
Yep.
Hey,
All
Sean,
right,
is it time to put you on the spot?
My strategy.
Yeah.
So I did a point breakdown on this game again. I'm assuming 5-second cycles because that's about what we saw. We saw about 30 cycles in Rover Ruckus, right? And I think these cycles are going to be a very similar length. Sure, you have to cross over those pipes, but it's also less distance to be traveled. And I think that teams can get to a 5-second cycle. So that's 24 blocks over 2 minutes, right? Approximately 24 cycles over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
They might be able to hit 30. There's also only 40 blocks / balls on your side of the field. So that could be starving in the future, but I don't think it's going to get there. So let's say you have 24 blocks, right? I think you throw them all in the shared hub. Don't even worry about your Alliance-specific hub. Your Alliance-specific hub stays balanced. You get 10 points there. Throw them all in the shared hub. That's 24 times 4, right? 96 points. Plus you got those 10 from your Alliance-specific being balanced. Plus you get 20 because if you throw all of yours in the shared hub, I think you win that. And personally, I think whoever tips it in their favor first is going to win because of physics, right? Let's say I place a block in there after it's tipped in the opposite direction. That block is going to want to move towards the center, even though it's got those ridges to prevent the block from like actually crossing over into a different zone. It's still going to want to move towards the center, and it's just going to be harder to place into. So you got to win that tilt at the beginning. Get those 20 points, right? That's 126 points that you can get right there from just loading 24 of those blocks into the shared hub, because you get those 10 free points from balancing, and you get the 20 extra points for tipping it in your direction. That being said, I do see a case, right? Let's say you have 2 solid robots. You have one robot doing the high and one robot doing the low, but I also don't know how much you can fit in the high, right? You can probably fit 10 to 12 packages in there. Maybe you just throw both robots doing the low one, right? The shared one, and you just absolutely load that up. Sure, you lose 2 points times 10, but you make those points up in tipping it in your direction.
Yeah.
Cool. That's my 2
idea.
cents. Yep. What do you all think about that?
No, it's interesting. And I think another thing to build on that, right? Like if you have 2 robots, then I think there's also a discussion to be had about narrow robots, right? Like you have that 13.5 inches where you don't have to cross any terrain. And if you can have one robot that's going around and one robot that's going through, I mean, it'd probably just make it like more efficient. Maybe it would make it more efficient. I'm not completely sure yet, but I think there is a discussion to be had on narrow robots as well.
So I was going to bring that up. I have a list of like questions, deciding decisions that teams are going to have to make really soon. Narrow robots. Egan, what do you think about them?
I'm just going back. The space that you get to move through there is half a tile.
It's 13.5 inches, so it's a little over, but yeah.
A little over, but like 13.5 inches is, I guess the blocks themselves are only like 2 inches across. And, building drivetrains that are super small are not like uncommon. It just seems like you're stretching too much for something that may not be a huge benefit, because as soon as you get in there, you've got to deal with all of those blocks in there, however they ended up, right? So you may avoid the pipes as a barrier, but driving over all of that's not helping either. So
Well,
you just
but
pick
the
your
blocks
battles
are like
there.
one tile away, right? So your robot will be hitting flat ground before it gets in there. But I've always been a big advocate of like a do-it-all robot. Like I don't think you should restrict yourself from any part of the field ever. And I think if you restrict yourself from taking that narrow path, that's like I just don't think that's a smart design decision, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like the narrow robot, I can see it working. The reason why I like a narrow robot is because then you can do odometry, right?
Yeah.
Team that wants to cycle during auto, build a narrow robot, then you can just go through that gap and cycle during auto. That being said, I don't like the narrow robot because it restricts where you go. Though, with only a one possession limit, I don't think it's the worst idea to have a narrow robot because you don't need an extra wide intake like you needed in Rescue in last year, right? You can
Yeah.
build a super narrow intake. You just want to pick up one block. If you're building a wide intake, you're screwed. Let's just put it that way. You're going to pick up more
And
than
then,
one.
so Ishan, what about not only a narrow robot, but a short robot as well, like 13 by 13, 12 by 12. So not only do you have to go
totally
straight,
mess
but you can
with making a
you can go
small
sideways
box
also.
robot.
The thing with the short robot is if you're doing a narrow robot, having a short robot is probably a good idea because you're going to tip over,
Yeah.
right? Especially if you've got Mecanum wheels on there, which is like you should put on Mecanum wheels if you're building a narrow robot because there's no other point, right? You want to get the strafing.
You want the maneuverability.
As soon as you start accelerating in the horizontal direction, you might tip, right? And so if you're going to build a narrow robot, I think you also build a short one, and then you try to extend to reach up. Definitely can see that being like a B side robot, like the secondary robot. But I think that's a cool design decision, right? Teams that with a narrow robot could win.
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping them, right? It's just something that teams have to think about.
And
All right.
I think
Go ahead.
like even if you have a narrow robot, I think you should still be able to go over the barrier. Like you should definitely make sure your robot can just do everything. I think it's not a good idea to restrict yourself from like an entire part of the field for the whole match, every match.
Yep, I definitely agree. Question in the chat. Opinions on using odometry. Personally, it doesn't seem necessary considering the scoring points are mobile, unlike last year with the shooting positions. What do you all think?
I think odometry's definitely only use is happening in auto. Like there's no in like Skystone, we saw people doing like guided paths back to the waffle iron to put their blocks up, but all of that movement's just going to be driver controlled. So I mean, if you can avoid going into the warehouse in auto, you certainly don't need odometry.
Yep, definitely agree. Auto is also not a very movement heavy auto, right? Like it's not that much motion.
Right.
You can probably do it very quickly. So I agree. Odometry not necessary. If you're building a narrow robot, go for it. Auto cycling will become a thing, but if you're auto cycling, you should be able to climb over those ridges and be able to localize in a different way.
Yeah.
Right.
I think the consistency of odometry is important. Like if you hit your partner during a match, I mean, I know it happened to us once or twice at MTI, happened once or twice at scrimmages and things like that. And still knowing your location is a huge help. You can definitely do that with Vuforia or image recognition or anything like that. But just drive encoders, that's really difficult to do just based off of that.
Yep. Wanted to bring up the topic of defense, right? We saw it at MTI. It made the difference. It decided finals. Like I am sworn by that defense that Beachbots played, decided finals in MTI. Do we think defense is going to come into play this game?
Definitely. You have the neutral, the freight or the warehouses are neutral, and then you can, I think if you're going for the shared alliance hub and you keep going into the other warehouse where all of let's say you're red, you're going into the blue warehouse to get the cargo or the freight while blue is trying to score into that shared alliance hub, I think that could definitely mess with them. I think it'd be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Is there any limit on going into the other side warehouse?
No.
I think they're neutral.
They're neutral.
Okay,
so the only thing is during autonomous, you only score points for parking in your side's warehouse.
Yeah.
I want to pull this up. So here's an overhead view of the field, right? You've got your 2 warehouses in the top left and right corners, and then you've got your 2 goals. As someone who is a big fan of defense, I wish FTC had more defense. I wish refs supported it more, and I wish it was written into the game manual that defense is quote unquote allowed. I don't see a reason to play defense in this game. Like, I look for places to play defense, and if they are saying that they're splitting the freight equally between the 2 sides, right? So that makes it so you have 40 on each side. If you can do 24 cycles, which means that you're not doing an end game, you're not doing anything else, you're just cycling, then you're 8 blocks short. But we know that teams are going to do an end game and whatnot. So both teams on your alliance would have to do 20 cycles, which is just absolutely absurd, right? To train that. Like, it'll happen at Worlds, maybe, but it's still going to be very difficult to hit. If you go to the opponent's warehouse, how are you going to get to your scoring positions? You have to drive either through that corner, which is going to be very difficult to get over, to get to your line-specific goal, or you have to drive around the shared goal, which is, again, very difficult to get around because it's a narrow passage to score. There just doesn't seem to be a point to going to the opponent's warehouse.
Couldn't you score like over the shared hub?
You
right?
can.
Like if you score from the blue side with let's just say a horizontal extension or whatever, and score into the red side.
Right. Let's say I'm scoring above the shared hub. Now my block is high up in the air. It's going to bounce out. Right?
True.
You don't have the precision to place the block where you want it. You also are going to be placing it closer to the center. So the any blocks closer to the center are not going to tip as much as the blocks that are further out, right? Torque is equal
but
to...
like if you have some extension system or something so that you place from the blue side to the edge of the red side, just an inch or two above.
I guess, yeah, you could. It just, I don't see teams necessarily doing that. And you can quote me on this when we come later in the season. If teams are playing defense, I will be the happiest person to be wrong about this. I just don't see a reason to do it unless you actually drain your warehouse.
Definitely is the ranking system hasn't changed between now and Ultimate Goal, right?
It's point based.
Right. So in qualifications, definitely there's no point in playing defense. But in alliances, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Definitely agree. All right. Let's take a look at another question we got. What's the other robot doing while you're hugging the ducky? What, in your opinions, what is the other robot going to do?
Well, you're doing the ducky. Freight? The other dude's either capping or scoring freight.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I think it's going to be interesting, right? If one robot is doing the 3-second cycles on the ducky, can they also cap in that time? Because 2 caps is 30 points. That's quite a bit of points. So
are the caps not alliance or team specific? Because they're called team specific shared or elements, right?
So you can cap the shared goal, I want to say, and your alliance goal.
Can you cap the shared goal?
I don't think so.
I don't think you can cap the shared goal. We'll get back to that.
Yeah, it's only on your alliance goal. My bad.
I think double
that's
capping
15
is also
points.
an interesting idea.
Yeah. A Happy Kid Can said that you could take freight from the other team's warehouse and maybe run the umbrella. I'm assuming that they're talking about the shared goal.
Shared.
But like I said, I don't think that's going to be a fast enough strategy. It's just going to take too long for you to be able to keep it in your balance. Last question that I had for you all is in the end game, are you just doing ducks? Or can you be doing something else while doing the ducks?
I think ducks
I think
too much.
I think only one team is going to be doing the ducks at a time. I don't see the point in more than one team doing it. So I think the other team should definitely just continue, trying to tip the shared goal more, or tip it if it's not already tipped towards them.
Right. Maybe if you're like super concerned about getting that shared goal, but each duck is 6 points. That's 6 points, and tipping the shared goal is 20. So if you're trying to do cycles, missing out on like 3 ducks, you just made it not worth your time.
Definitely agree. Awesome. Nice chat about this game. I think I'm really excited to see how teams decide to strategize on it. I think, Egan, you're going to compete in it. I'm very jealous. I think every single match is going to be different. And based on who you're paired with, based on who you're against, it's going to be a very different game that's played. And we're going to see that evolve as maybe a meta strategy comes, but this might be the first game without a meta strategy, I think. Because let's say opponent wants to just go for the shared one. You come into that game, we're not touching the shared one. We're just going to load up that high goal, get more points than them. They can take the 20, but we're going to beat them out on the high goal. Going to be really interesting to see this play out. Really excited. Before we end the stream, can we draw for our giveaway winner, Tyler?
Yes, we can, for the $25 Andy Mark gift card. If you win, by the way, please shoot First Updates Now a message with your email. We just need email for that one because it will be sent out to you. And the winner of that, and thanks again to Andy Mark, is going to be LD Weiss. Congratulations for winning that. And if you're watching live, we have some more giveaways, by the way, coming up. So if you're sticking around for the Robot in 30 Hours Day 1 recap, which will take place right after this, we got another Andy Mark gift card and then another giveaway from GoBuilda.
Awesome. Egan, want to end us out?
Yeah. So thank you all for the follows and subscriptions we received today. Don't forget you can subscribe for free if you or your parents have Amazon Prime. That's on Twitch. We hope you enjoyed this episode of FTC Recap. If you want to stay connected with what First Updates Now FTC is doing, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram @FunFTC and join our Discord through the link in the chat.
Awesome. Make sure to stay tuned in for Robot in 30 Hours. They're going to be doing their day 1 recap. Really excited to see what they put together. They'll be doing a lot of field testing that's going to be showing. So they're going to talk about how many can you fit in that high goal and stuff like that. They're going to try a tile runner and go build a strafer kit across the pipes. So really excited to see that. On behalf of myself, Egan, Abbas, and our producer Tyler working behind the scenes, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
We should do a
Oh, yes, of course.
That would not be complicated at all.
Awesome. I love 971. I've never been more confused about the than I am about the dice. I don't. I don't know. The only purpose of the belts is just to get spun off. So you think of those as who told me I couldn't? But like, but it really doesn't make sense. Alright, we're back on you guys. Fantastic. I don't get it. You know what? You might say after this. We're productive.
Well, you only get
like or you also Carousel.
Where do you want to do this? Do you have any game elements you want to grab over or anything like that? Like game elements and I know like that be able to show like that. I guess we'll do it done. Figure out the warrior. Check, check, 1, 2. All right, buddy, if you're watching us live, we'll be starting with the day 1 recap in just a couple of minutes with Robot in 30 Hours. You can start asking your questions in chat for the team if you have anything you'd like to ask them. on what they've been doing, how it's been working, field interactions, anything like that. And of course, as we go through, we'll have a couple giveaways as well. So once again, can't wait for this. It'll be starting in just a couple minutes. All right, we got a couple microphones. Actually,
Oh, yeah, that way.
so just reminders, make sure you introduce yourselves as we go through. Tell people what you're working on, that sort of thing. I'd love to have a brief overview first before you get into specifics, and then we can kind of get into specifics, and then I'll bring up questions in chat, that sort of thing.
Luke can do the overview. Do you want to get the mic?
I'm going to hold on to one of the grab questions from chat and that sort of thing for you all.
Thank you. Go the other direction. Okay, that works too.
Rolling. Oh, rolling.
Check one.
Are we? Oh, cool. Nice.
A bit.
Oh, we can do it later. Sweet. Thanks, Mark.
Do we want to do our sprint update after this too?
The sprint?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. As soon as Justin gets back.
So in 30 years when he comes back from Popeye's line?
30 years. I'm just balling. Okay. To yourself. Oh, nice. Wait. Where? Before this? Sounds good. Nice. And some sort of cross brace. Send it. It's right there, bro. You got this. We'll just angle it. We'll just angle it. It's okay. It was. Ultimate goal is being cold. Yeah. Wow. So was Blaster Board.
Let's list a lot of
and relic recovery.
The more we list, the more passive aggressive we get.
Rescue was good too.
I like
Cascade effect. That was a good one. I like block party a lot. Fold over.
All right, I'll be starting in just a minute, guys.
Robot in 3 days.
No.
like little paper graphics just to take on it.
30 hours.
Oh,
That'd be great.
That was the one year that I took one.
first center, are they? That's fair. Oh, maybe they're staying tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're doing 2 1 days, aren't they?
I didn't realize. I was about.
Yeah. No idea. I saw first line.
No, Strikeforce is not team.
Yes. They can't technically do team.
Team ranked first.
We treat them as.
I mean,
Okay. I haven't seen how they actually did, but I saw their bot circa a year and a half ago, and it looked killer, bro.
but I just was really banking on
Because they based, Michigan is the only
opponent
that has all their qualifying options.
The only one I
Oh, that'll do it. I was like, what?
Kamara's got a lot better protection.
Yeah, for the mic.
These are hot yeah, like, I mean, awesome, but just like kind of, there were so many powerhouses.
I mean, this was like mini states, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Baby states.
All right, is everybody ready?
Yeah.
I think we're all set.
Check audio 1 2. All right, whenever you're ready, you can start with day 1 recap.
Fantastic. Alrighty. Hi, guys. This is Luke here with the Bulldogs Robot in 30 Hours with our day 1 recap. So, overall, we are pretty excited about the game and some of the challenges it has. We started off kind of addressing the barrier. That was the main goal for a decent portion of the day. That seemed to be one of the most influential challenges on the design of the robot as a whole, since that would kind of influence how our chassis would be built and what kind of wheels we would use, that sort of thing. So we tested a 2 power wheel drive with the front 2 unpowered. That worked somewhat, but it was pretty easily stuck. We tried the tile runner. That gave us a little bit of problems, but better. We tried the Go Build a chassis and the Andy Mark tile riser chassis as well. Cole is going to get into the results of that soon. We had some work on the electrical system, made a lot of progress there, and with programming as well. We got to prototype a couple of different designs for the freight manipulator, and then we came up with a lift for that, which Nick and Howard are going to get into a little bit. Kind of decided where our direction has headed on the carousel, which Montana will talk about. And overall, we've made a decent amount of progress today. We're excited to go into tomorrow, fresh and ready. As you can see, our team members have kind of made their way out over the day, but that's okay. We're going to be strong in the morning and ready to get back at it with some more mechanisms, building, and that sort of thing. So let Jesse take it away on programming.
And by the way, if you got any questions for the Robot in 30 Hours team, make sure you take at First Updates now. You can ask that in chat. We'll get those questions as we go through, and we'll kind of interrupt you guys as some of those questions come through. And we will have a couple giveaways starting very soon as well, too. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, please interrupt us if you guys have questions. I'm going to talk a bit about programming. So we haven't started on auto yet, and we need to test the freight manipulator and the carousel manipulator, but both of those are fully programmed as far as I'm aware. The drivetrain completely works. I had a small bug that we just fixed with the drivetrain, but it wasn't a big deal. So next steps for me are to go over auto and make sure that all of the manipulators that I have programmed are fully working. I'm going to pass it off to Nick now.
Hey guys, long time no see. It's Nick, and I'm going to be talking to you about some of the intakes that we've worked on today. So, most honestly of the development we did today revolved around the chassis getting over the barrier and just setting the groundwork for everything to come.
But near the latter half of the day, we did start prototyping intakes that could potentially pick up the freight we need. So for starters, we've got your pretty stereotypical vertical roller intake. You just drive up into the pile of freight with this, suck one game piece up, and drive away. It worked really well in terms of getting a game piece seated in your control and not picking up too many, but it did have the flaw of you had to be pretty precise with it. You couldn't just like drive it into a huge pile of freight and always come out with one. You kind of had to single out a target and go after it. And then we also prototyped, and this is not the state we tested in, but good enough to show the concept, a horizontal roller one, where, I mean, same concept, but now you've just got two wheels spinning opposite each other to grab one. This also worked a little bit. It had a little bit more of a poorer showing than this one did, just because if you hit the freight on the outside of the wheels, then it would just kick the game piece away as opposed to bringing it in. And you also had to be as precise, if not more, than with the vertical roller one. We do believe the horizontal roller has potential, though, especially if you combine this with something like surgical tubing on the outside, to where it will kind of, if you had surgical tubing on the outside, it'll almost wrap around the freight and try and kick it towards the middle as opposed to just throwing it away. So we will be iterating on the horizontal design later tonight, early tomorrow. But if that hits the fan and we decide that it isn't worth pursuing anymore, we will just go with what we know works and build a more refined version of the vertical roller one. That's all of the intake progress there really is as of now. We will keep you updated as more develops, but I'm going to pass it on to Cole.
Hey, we're going to start a giveaway chat if you're interested in winning. We do have a $25 AndyMark gift card that we'll be giving away, and the keyword is going to be one word, tile riser. Talking about that new tile riser coming out. So tile riser, which we just typed in chat, type that in, and that's your opportunity to win a $25 gift card from AndyMark. Somebody asked, by the way, Cohen in chat, can the robot hold more than one cargo piece at a time?
So with either of these two prototype intakes, there just isn't physical space for it to hold more than one cargo at a time. With the wider roller, we're going to be prototyping another horizontal one that has a wider reach of collection, and we will be taking active measures to ensure that it can't hold more than one at a time. We don't want to rack up penalties.
There also was a question from Madison earlier. How many people are on the Robot in 30 Hours team?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think about 10. Roughly 10 to 12 overall, split up among a couple different subgroups, but we had a couple people who weren't able to make it today and a couple who are going to be back again for tomorrow. So 10-ish overall.
And there also was a general question of the age group of people here. These are all college students, right?
I think everyone here is, 19 to 21 at the moment, so pretty concentrated.
Yep. So as that giveaway keyword was tile riser, we're going to move into a little bit about the chassis right now. My name is Cole Jordan. I'm a mechanical engineering student here at Kettering University. For chassis today, we were looking at the AndyMark kit tile riser right here and a Go Builder kit. Initially, we found that the AndyMark was able to very easily scale the barriers, and you can see down here the AndyMark has a great clearance in between its wheels, and you couldn't get stuck unless you were really trying to get one of the wheels stuck in the barriers. So we really like the AndyMark's performance right out of the box. However, our Go Builder, we wanted to see how he could do, and we had some issues getting the Go Builder over the barrier. The Go Builder's chassis would originally contact the barrier before its wheels did. So you can see here we've actually modified the Go Builder chassis. We've sanded down the corners of it, and this allows us to have the wheels contact the barriers first and get over. Whereas originally he would just get stuck if you tried to go head on to it. One of the reasons we decided to modify the Go Builder chassis was we really liked the packaging of the Go Builder chassis. With this wide open space on the front, we felt that we have a lot more freedom for designing our game piece manipulation, whereas on the AndyMark chassis, we had motors at the front and back, and we felt that we would be restricted in space and in packaging. So we decided to evaluate a modified Go Builder. We were happy with the performance of that. All it took was just sanding down the edges here. We also like the general size of the Go Builder, so we've decided that we are going to be pursuing building our robot on the Go Builder.
A couple questions about drivetrain stuff coming in. We have the Tile Runner and the Go Build chassis that are both mechanic wheels. Any other thoughts on any different types of drivetrains potentially to use as well?
So we did initially do some testing with a older FTC bot without mechanic wheels, and we really found that there is still such an advantage with the Mecanum wheels. The maneuverability of your robot and ease in getting game pieces and in placing game pieces, we really couldn't see a reason to not go Mecanum wheels based off any other wheel type that we had available to us.
Is there the question from Lucas the Canadian in chat says, is there any way that you could just drop down the wheels on the Go Build It intake instead, or how else can you modify that chassis?
So drop down, he said?
Yeah, or move the wheels. Yep.
One of the issues with moving the wheels on the Go Build It chassis is you are pretty limited in your availability. What?
Just the motors.
Okay. You're limited in your availability to put your wheels. You've got to line up with a couple bearing holes that are on here, and we could have moved it forward. The issue was if we moved it forward, we would then be outside of the frame perimeter, and you really can't move it down without having to really do something strange to the chassis that probably wouldn't hold up. So we decided to just sand down the corners, front and back of the robot. That was much easier, and that worked perfectly fine in our testing so far.
Talking about the barrier itself as a robot traverses. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry, just one more thing. Yeah, so as you can see here, I just wanted to show that you've got really nice bevel gearboxes, I must say, pretty cool overall, that go into the drive wheels. So if we were to keep this configuration instead of going with some sort of different gears or sprockets, which would have been a hassle in itself to find and get enough of, we would have had to take these motors and angle them upward so that the motors would be going like that if we wanted to make it so that the motors wouldn't be a problem for clearing the barriers. But as you can probably tell, if we made these motors go upward like that, we're sacrificing a bit of our packaging for the robot as a whole, and they kind of just get in the way of everything else. So that was another big contributor in not just moving the wheels down.
So I know we'll have a couple of videos coming out in regards to testing of driving over the barrier, but can you maybe just talk about elaborate a little bit more on what you've seen? Have you seen slipping going over the barrier? Has the robot turned as you tried going over the barrier, that sort of thing?
So we tried a couple different things when we were going over the barrier. We tried going at it at an angle, and one of the big things we just tried to do was we tried to get ourselves stuck in as many different ways as possible, whether that's jamming two wheels in the center there. And one interesting way that we figured out we could get stuck with the Go Build It robot was at the end of each barrier, there is a triangle that's sort of the bracket that holds it together, and we can actually get that triangle lodged on the inside of the Go Build It robot and get us stuck that way. So we have tried a couple different ways to get it stuck and develop some sort of skid plate to block that, but otherwise I don't think we've had any other completely gotten stuck with it.
One last question before we move on there. What are your thoughts on the overall durability of the Go Build It chassis?
We really don't have any concern with the durability of the Go Build It chassis. As we were piecing it together, everything, the fit and finish of it all seems really nice. It seems very rigid. We really love the gear system that we had down here. Everybody who was working with this remarked that we thought it was a great system, and it's pretty robust.
All right, hi guys, I'm Howard. A lot of what I spent time doing today was prototyping a lifting mechanism. That was mainly for the second part of the day. So one of the current prototypes that we have, if Jesse would like to show it off, is what's called a 4-bar linkage. So some of you may be familiar with these types of mechanisms, some of you may not. But basically it operates on the principle that if you keep all the sides of a parallelogram the same, the opposite side stays parallel. So it has 4 pivots and 4 linkages, or 4 bars, you could say, holding it all together. So therefore, we put in one input, and it causes that entire piece to rotate out while keeping whatever intakes on the end of it parallel with the ground. So the main reason why we decided to do that, or why we decided to do a 4-bar linkage, is because we thought it would be a very good and simple mechanism to be able to lift up as well as outwards, to be able to put game pieces on some of the scoring elements. So it's relatively straightforward, and it's easy to build with the parts that we had.
All right, we're going to draw for our first giveaway, which once again was a $25 Andy Mark gift card. Don't forget, get your questions in chat for the Robot in 30 Hours team. And the winner of that is going to be Quinn McGinley. Congratulations to Quinn for winning that giveaway on there from Andy Mark. Thanks again to Andy Mark for that as well. And we're actually going to start our second giveaway as we go through the rest of this show. Here, don't forget, stick around with us after. If you're watching live, we will have more of the stream going on as well too, so make sure you check that out. But we're going to be giving away from our friends at GoBuilda a gecko wheel. It's a 96 millimeter gecko wheel for that. So if you're interested in winning that, go ahead and type in gecko in chat, GECKO. And don't forget, if you are subscribed to our YouTube channel, you can do that for free. Click that little subscribe button there. Stay up to date on everything going on First Updates Now. You get 5 times chance to win. So gecko is your keyword as we keep moving on with the Robot in 30 Hours Day 1 recap.
All right. We got any questions or no?
All right, we'll keep going on with the recap. So this is day 1. My name is Montana, and I'm a part of the Robot in 30 Hours here at Kettering University. I am a Bulldog mechanical student. For the most part, I was doing a lot of electrical, but I was also a part of the Carousel team. So I believe it was our 3rd priority to design a carousel mechanism, essentially spinning this green wheel and then spinning the carousel to then remove the duck from the carousel, not by position, but simply by rotation. We believe we have a solid opportunity to do this. We will begin prototyping tomorrow morning, and I believe by the time we recap on day 2, it will be fully functioning and wonderful. Like I mentioned, I was working on electrical. We made great progress. As you can see, the rat's nest on the GoBuilda. It works. Starting tomorrow and keep going on, we will continue to make this official. Now that we have chosen the GoBuilda as our chassis, we'll figure out how to wire everything, and we'll keep zip ties, keeping things nice and neat. And then, as some of you might have noticed on the live stream or seen up close, there is no power switch, so that is my next task. I think that's all we have for day 1. Any more questions?
Let's take a look in here. Somebody wants to know about the 4-bar linkage. What are you planning on using that for?
So basically what we've been working on the 4-bar linkage for is a mechanism to take the game pieces or take our entire freight intake mechanism that Nick's been working on and lift it up so that way we could take the objects and put them on each of the, whatever they're called. Yeah, the shipping hubs. Yeah. So the 4-bar should let us, as we grab the mechanism, start it low and then bring it up and out from the robot's chassis, so that way we can drop things into it more easily.
On the Carousel, what motor is being used for that?
This is a Neverest. I believe it is a 60-to-1 ratio. We will be doing some testing to confirm that. It is not a nailed down science. We have some 40s and 20s that we can try out with it. It's also really easy to pick and replace this kind of motor. So stay tuned.
Last moment for questions with the team here. Of course, you can ask them afterwards as well, too, if you like. But Fizzable asking, do you have the SDK already? I'm not sure who'd be able to answer that.
Yes, we do. We're using Android Studio. I don't know how it works for OnBlock or OnBot, or anything like that. But with the Android Studio install, it comes straight with it, so you don't have to do any sort of extra work. It's right there with the packaging.
Going back to the Carousel, has it been tested to see how fast you spin the Carousel?
It has not been tested, and we're actually concerned about that. So we will do some programming to limit the speed in which to allow the duck to travel across the carousel as opposed to launching the duck.
What is the 4-bar linkage? What components is that made out of?
So the 4-bar linkage is made mostly out of Tetrix parts that we had. So It has a Neverest 60 gear motor right here, I think, with a 3-to-1 gear reduction to this arm. And basically this gear right here is bolted directly to this piece of aluminum without putting any torque through the shaft, so that way it doesn't bend our shaft with that amount of torque. But aside from that, it's mostly Tetrix axle, aluminum, and bushings. Which you can make it really with anything if you wanted to.
So before we wrap up and draw for that Go Build a Gecko wheel, make sure you type in Gecko once again. We don't need to do a whole round table, but any last advice for teams, starting their first day in Freight Frenzy? Any last words of advice you can give them as they get started with their challenge?
Speaking from personal experience with programming, get started early. The earlier you start with it, the faster you'll be able to run into your potential issues, even if you don't necessarily have a test bench robot to work with. And the faster you can get those done, the faster you can get all the cool stuff done, like autonomous and making sure all your mechanisms work properly.
As far as the barrier goes, there are a lot of different solutions that are going to be effective, but I'd say you are going to want at least 4 powered wheels, no matter which one you go with. The ability of the barrier to get you stuck when you only have 2 powered wheels is just immense. So make sure you're testing and make sure that you can really get unstuck with whatever solution you choose. And also prototype, prototype, prototype.
All right, we're going to draw for our giveaway once again for the Go Build a Gecko wheel. If you do win that, please shoot First Updates Now a message either in our Discord, or you can shoot us an email, admin@firstupdatesnow.com, with all your shipping information so we can get Go Build to get that out to you. And thanks again to Go Build and Andy Mark for the giveaways. We have more coming up tomorrow as well. Ankil Kodahala, congratulations. You have won. Please make sure you shoot us a message for that. So congrats on there. If you have more questions, feel free to ask them in chat. We'll get to them as soon as we can. How late are we staying tonight? What's the general plan for the rest of the evening?
We will see.
Okay, so it might go all night for all we know, right?
We might have someone here all night.
Yeah, so make sure you stick around, especially if it starts, getting into like 3, 4 a.m. Stuff gets weird. So, join
That's
us during that time. A couple last schedule notes for everybody. So tomorrow we'll do just a brief check-in, probably around like noon or 1 or something like that. Just see how everybody's doing on there. Get a pulse check as we count down to the final hours. 2 p.m. we're actually checking in. I believe it will be 3 p.m. Eastern. We're actually going to check in with another Robot in 30 Hours team. There's a few teams from Wisconsin doing that, so we'll check them out, see what's going on with them. At 7:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Andy Mark is going to be on to talk about some of their new components and to do an AMA. If you have any questions for them on the game or new components and stuff like that, we got Nick and Liz from Andy Mark who will be talking about that. And then the reveal. 8 p.m. tomorrow is the plan, maybe about 8:15 by the time we get started. And the plan is to play a few matches. So if you're actually interested in seeing how this game is played on the field, you can go ahead and do that. One last question before we wrap up here. Thoughts on narrow bots and the idea of having a narrow robot to go through, and that comes from Mahir.
We had looked at the idea of a narrow robot because if you do get yourself within that 13 and 11/16 distance between the barrier and the wall, you won't have to worry about getting over the barrier, so you have a lot more freedom in some of your chassis design and what sort of wheels you might choose or what sort of approach angles you're looking at and ground clearance. However, if you're narrow enough to fit that, it's not just 13.7 inches that you got to be. You have to have a margin of error. You got to be able to make sure that you fit through that. So you have to be even more narrow than that. And when you're getting that narrow, you already don't have a whole lot of space on these FTC robots. If you're cutting off 5, 6, 7 inches from your current frame boundary, you're losing so much packaging, you're losing so much space for any sort of actual game piece manipulation, and also space for just the component, your main electrical, your controls. You're losing a lot of space, and you're not really gaining that much compared to keep at the standard frame and just being able to climb over those.
Also, you'll be able to see it, I'm sure, later on in the stream as well and on our YouTube. But it was pretty quick when we were just sending it over the barriers as well. So you might actually save time if you build your drivetrain robust enough to just take it full force and go straight over the barriers instead of kind of maneuvering over to the side, going in, and then maneuvering from there. So it's a little, I mean, it's a lot more of alignment if you're going that path, but if you can make it work, so be it.
All right, thanks a lot, everybody. Thanks a lot to the Robot in 30 Hours team for doing a great job so far. Lots of great progress, lots more to do, so we're going to let them get back to it. So stay tuned. We can't wait to show you off more what's going on here. Of course, Robot in 30 Hours here at Kettering University. Thanks a lot to Kettering and Stryker for sponsoring all this streaming going on here. Keep your questions going, and we're going to let these guys get back to work. Thanks, guys. There we go, right? Got the microphone from you. Thank you. Check one. Sorry, what's up? I might go get some dinner. I'll probably come back. So. Assuming the doors are probably locked, right? So I'll have to call and text you when I get back. Or just go back over there. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. Right. You got your air mattress ready?
I'm about to. I was waiting to.
Sure. All right. Where do you want me to pop this, guys? Where do you think you're going to be at mostly?
Here's probably fine for now.
Okay. Can we reshoot that video? If you don't
Yes.
mind? Okay.
Can I eat food first?
Yes, actually, you know what? I'll go eat food, and why don't we plan in like 45 minutes or so? I'll just come back.
That sounds
Yeah,
fantastic.
Jesse,
I got an idea for.
I figured you already ate, man.
I'll stick around.
Not so much, huh?
Go ahead.
No, I had to go get the food.
Oh, yeah, lucky you. You didn't eat it on the way, or what?
Nah.
Carousel time.
That is the Andy Mark.
Wheel or the never rest mode?
Both.
I think that's different than the one that AndyMark provided. That's why I was asking where that one was.
I thought it was the same.
Does anyone else want to do like one or two?
They may have
it's
changed.
different because that's the Andy Mark logo. There's nothing marking
Oh,
it here.
okay.
So I do not know the brand.
Okay, we must have changed it then. The wheels and Andy Mark.
Yeah, we can.
That sounds good.
Because that is one thing that a lot of rookie teams are talking about.
You want to take your food shifts now or later?
I got my like, right now, so
I know.
Sounds like how to set it up. I mean, I can.
I'll hold down the floor.
All right, I'll stick around here too, but I don't think they've got.
Tools are so scary.
Much more tools or
What?
You do know we have more.
I am unfamiliar.
We've got a whole drawer full of types. Well, they're not all the right size.
It's okay. It's okay. Do we have like an L?
Here, I'll show you.
I'll do it.
Bring that with you.
Oh.
I mean, I've done not robotics, but like very soon.
No. For me and Cole.
No, yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, especially if you don't like think to look at them, because you could look at them and have like 4 lessons.
Alrighty, Mr. Cole, what are you working on?
Right now, I'm trying to, as we discussed in our Q&A there a little bit in our summary, I'm trying to figure out how to get a skid plate, hopefully out of this, on the bottom of our robot. One of the issues that we found so far with this chassis is this open channel down here at the bottom. The corners of the barriers, the triangular portion that brackets the two pipes together there, one of the times when we were running over it at a weird angle, trying to find how we got stuck, we were able to lodge that triangle down here in the middle and we weren't able to get off of it. Because of that, we're going to add a skid plate to prevent that from happening.
Fantastic. There's that. As previously discussed, barriers are one of the big challenges of this game right here.
Obviously, you will be scoring, that sort of thing. That's always a big one, but those barriers are definitely adding to the process, that's for sure. All right, let's look at the chat. Let's see. A whole lot of geckos. Thoughts on narrowbots? CG. If teammates are on the way. I didn't see that one. Yeah, that could definitely be one. We've seen that in the past with past games and FRC and FTC, but you got a small area to maneuver around. It's not going to be fantastic if you have a couple bots going in there. So especially when it's only that one way where you can kind of feasibly go through. So if you've got 2 narrow bots, you're not going to be all that great, right? Definitely going to increase your cycle time if you are having to share that lane with another narrow bot. So at the end of the day, I am still of the opinion that it might have been it might just be a better idea to save time if you can just build a solid drive base that's going to be able to effectively traverse those barriers, because you can really get it going. You can really just take those barriers at a pretty high speed and work out just fine.
Hashtag full send.
Hashtag full send. Thank you, Howard. So yeah, it's definitely. I don't think we've had many problems at all with having too much momentum here yet. So we haven't tested exactly with the game pieces, but it does seem like if you are able to just go really quickly over the barriers and then stop after that, you shouldn't be in trouble like that. Okay, is the current robot controller version 6.2?
Yeah, we updated it.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Howard says yes. You could make it able to go over the train in the small gaps, yes. That is a great idea, yeah. I mean, if you are mechanically capable of being able to go narrow and also being able to go over the barrier, that would be pretty cool. It is a sizing limitation at that. You are going to have some tougher times packaging, but at that you can definitely engineer it. So if that makes your time better and your strategy is furthered overall, by all means, sounds like a plan. I think we are.
I don't think it's ever a bad policy to have more flexibility.
Exactly, right. More places you're able to go on the field, the merrier. At that, you could do it so that you have, 2-3 inches of clearance there, so that you can just go over halfway too. You know, that's always a plus. Huh? The ideal scenario if it doesn't affect anything else. Exactly, yeah. Definitely say that would definitely give you some more mobility. But yeah, I don't know. For 30 hours at least, I think we were kind of mainly just focused on getting everything packaged. So it helps to have more space, and it was definitely something that we were concerned about for our last robot in 30 hours. So not having to limit ourselves based on that narrowness is going to be a plus. Any thoughts on the cycle time to do a warehouse operation to remove a piece, place it back down the shipping hub? So we have not tested it out. So in a perfect world, I would say we go from the shipping hub to into the warehouse in probably about 3 seconds, call it. Maybe on average 3 to 4 seconds, getting from the shipping hub over to the warehouse. From there, probably call it another 4 seconds to grab a piece of freight. I think at that you could probably, if all else equal, you might just be able to back straight out. You wouldn't have to do anything crazy with rotation and turning around to go back to the warehouse. But at that, it depends on where you are on the field, where the pieces are, and then obviously where you want to put it on the shipping hub to keep it balanced, that sort of thing. So let's call that another 3 or 4 seconds. So at the end of the day, maybe 15 second cycle times, I would say, might be the average. Don't quote me on that. Definitely do not quote me on that. But probably in the ballpark of a 15-second. 15? You think it's generous?
I think it might be a bit generous, but
I
It's hard
think
to tell until we actually start running.
I think when we actually get a hang of driving our robot, and we'll see tomorrow night. But I could definitely see 15 to 20 second averages. So we'll see. You'll be able to see, but don't go. All right. Yeah, I was just thinking, since you can only control one freight at a time, you need a lot of horizontal space. That is true. It does depend on where you're storing everything, and overall, I must say there is not a ton to package compared to, say, Ultimate Goal, where you had to have that whole ring in there, right? So if you were storing 3 rings in there, yeah, that was a lot of space. 1 compared to that isn't crazy. One of the ideas I was kind of thinking of at the time that we discussed Narrow Robot is you could actually do it instead of a, use an example here. Instead of the width of the, where you keep the same orientation here and then just move inward to 13.7 inches, instead of having it narrow, kind of like a skinny butt, I was thinking of actually having it proportionally wide and then bringing in the front wheels. So that way it would be, you would have it so that you'd have it to strafe through on that narrow 13.7, but at that you could theoretically, if you were to use a 4-bar or a similar mechanism, you could just lift it up so you could start in your 18-inch, like you would still be 18 inches when you start the match, but when you're ready to go over the barrier, you would just strafe sideways and you'd lift up that 4-bar or arm, what have you, so it's off the ground. You just have to go right over the barrier, lift it up a couple inches, go to the side, bring it back down, and then collect there. So if you wanted to, yeah. So if you wanted to approach that, I mean, hey, that's an idea as well. But you can keep a little bit more of your packaging in that way. But you never know. You gotta try it out. And we didn't have a crazy amount of time, obviously, to play around with the chassis that much. I think if we had 3 days, that might have been something that we toyed around with, but for now, it seemed like the best option for us just to, given the time constraint, pick a chassis that we thought was going to work and would traverse the barrier well and build on top of it. All right, have to complete enter the warehouse before getting the piece. Yeah, that is pretty crazy to me. I know in Rover Ruckus, it was definitely, I mean, you could see by the end of it, the most competitive robots were just reaching them. So before reading the rules, that 1 to 2 minutes where the reality that you could have done a conveyor belt of some sort to get to the shipping hub was pretty cool, but after a couple minutes of traversing game manual 2, it was quite unfortunate, but it had that. So and full send with the janky duct tape. Yeah. I honestly, the Go Build It chassis is very nice, and it has traversed the barrier very well, I must say. So I think it's, if you have a decent drivetrain and you actually Loctite the bolts and get everything sorted out, you can definitely make some pretty quick cycles and really jump that barrier and have no issue whatsoever with having your robot fall apart. It might be a little bit janky in duct tape, but not the jankiest thing that this first center has ever produced. You should see our robot from 2 years ago. Anyway, awkward having to avoid that spike on the end barrier. Yeah. I think I've beached the robot on that spike probably about 2 or 3 times now, but that's learning, right? I think 8 to 10 cycles is what top teams will be able to do. I definitely agree with that. I think getting to state, region, worlds, what have you, I think definitely under 10. Oh man, 5 seconds. If you can do it, man, I would love to see it.
If you're the electric whiz that I think you are, you probably can.
Shout out that. I want to see it.
Just
you
for
should
those
do
of you
it.
that don't know, I'm pretty sure that Electric Whiz is a person from Gluten Free. If you have heard of them before, they tend to be pretty good.
Yeah,
But
never know.
yeah.
But
Fantastic, yeah. 5 seconds. Hey, man. Love to see it. This game is just how they want Rover Ruckus to be played. I think that is true. I don't know. I think Rover Ruckus was pretty interesting, the way that it played out at high level, but you know, it's I'm interested to see what happens this time around. If there are any crazy loopholes that people think of, if there are any wild ways to design your robot that are gonna really give you that advantage and save you some cycle time. We'll see. Exactly. So, I don't know. It's a pretty interesting game so far. What's GF stand for?
What?
For GF. I mean, GF is alright.
Gluten free.
Okay, that'll do it. I'm not updated in the FTC, so my apologies.
Yeah, they're kind of what royalty times.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're okay. They're one of the only FTC teams that I've ever seen make a really good sprint drive.
Yeah.
Like, really good.
So. How much do you have to tip the alliance goal to make it fall? It's possible to stack too many pieces. You know what? Let's test it out here. Let's see. All right, going over to the field. Love it up. All right. Let's do some stacking. So, quite honestly, you would need a lot of pieces. I think you're gonna have more trouble actually stacking that many pieces in one concentrated area than you will with them falling over. But we'll try it out. We'll try it out.
Yes.
So, looks like we got 5 heavy blocks right here.
Yes.
Or get a shorter piece.
Try out.
Or even put a safety right here so that way you can just work out without it running into the wheel.
I was thinking we just take them off.
Well, if you add like just a little C channel in between here as a spacer, it'll be sticking off a little bit more, but you can...
This?
Yeah, just this between these two pieces. It's not necessarily with the amount of forces that are at play.
So I think this might be a little bit more precise than what most robots are going to place, but it is not tipping so far.
You could lower it down in that case, which wouldn't be a bad idea. I would be really impressed if you could build a robot that could stack that many in one location without...
I don't know, man. If you've ever watched Power Up FRC, it's...
Yeah, but the Power Up game pieces, I think, were a lot more grippy than these smooth ABS pieces, you know?
Yeah. So, I don't know about you, but I'm thinking it's probably not too likely. I don't think you're going to see too many tipped shipping hubs here, but hey, you never know. Let's see how high-level gameplay plays out, right? But yeah, if you can stack like this, so be it. But let's see. Let's test it out. Maybe giving it a bump might give you some trouble. Theoretically, could say you accidentally run into it while you're trying to stack on the other side. Maybe you're a little bit wider of a bot. Even when it's unbalanced, it doesn't seem like you're gonna tip it over unless you're almost trying. Got that. But no, not all that easy. Even if you are smacking the bottom of it. I don't know. So let's see. Really test that out here. Heavy boxes here. One light. So we're at what is that? Probably about almost 45 degrees. It has not tipped. So you need to. There you go. So even with a couple stacked on there, you would have to get it pretty shaken up. There you go. So that's about your tipping point while it's just the shipping hub. So I'm gonna say in most cases you're probably not gonna have to worry about it too much. I think at the rate where you are smacking and running into that, you're gonna have other trouble before you actually tip it over. But I could definitely see if you have a couple on here and you run into it at high speed or something like that, and they're not entirely on, and you kind of just bump into it, especially if it's not level. You have something like that, and you bump into it. These pieces are pretty shaky, so don't think you're gonna have too much trouble with tipping over, but dropping some pieces every once in a while is for sure, I think, going to be happening in gameplay. All right. Unless we got anything else from the chat in the field, we can take it back over Montana and Cole.
Currently looking for fasteners to put together my carousel.
Of course. All right. Oh, what's that? Chat. Oh. Alrighty. Any thought on how to get the team shipping element on board for placement? Looks like either it has to be picked up from the barcode or off the floor when it falls off the carousel. So yeah, this right here I feel like is the prime reason why we have the shipping element as our third priority behind the freight and the carousel, because at the end of the day, I think that's going to be a pretty big challenge. And I think it's going to be at the rate that you are able to pick up the shipping element. I think you're going to have the capability of storing it and everything like that. I don't think the actual, I guess what's it called? I don't think delivering it to the top of the shipping hub to cap is going to be a crazy problem. But yeah, that I think actually acquiring it is going to be difficult. If you remember back to Skystone, was that 2 seasons ago? Some teams would print out, 3D print different kind of elements for stacking on top of the stones, and some of them did have those. They had like groove inserts in them, so it was really easy to stack on top of blocks, and that worked out pretty well for most cases. So I was thinking some sort of thing that would be really easy, like an inverted cone that you'd be really able to stack, but I think that will be a pretty big issue, especially if you're taking it off the carousel. If you just leave it on the barcode down there and you have a pretty solid mechanism to pick it up and deliver it, then you might not be in trouble. But at that, we have considered using a different mechanism for collecting our shipping element compared to the freight, because it would be kind of difficult to just collect it with something that's, I guess, similar to our current intake designs, since you can't really manipulate the orientation of it all that well. So,
oh yeah, there's that. Not ground currents.
How can we get slow mode turned off? I will ask about that. You spin the goal. Just where we put the pieces. There's a hub, I think that is correct. Unfortunately, one of my first thoughts was using some sort of servos to grab the shipping hub and then bring it over to the warehouse, but 2 minutes later I read the rules and that was just a pipe dream for me. Not intentionally replay. Yep. That base was too wide, except without actually getting under it. Doesn't say rotate only shared one. Yes. We experimented on the shipping hub there for a second. Gave it some trouble trying to tip it over. Didn't really work.
I think we might be outside. I'm going to set our last up pressure. So answer
Antonio, pressure brakes would possibly work and all,
but I honestly think it'll be easier to just have a motor and then turn on the motor brake. That'll probably stop it and be all good. Pressure brakes, if you were thinking of like clamping onto it, you are not allowed to touch the bottom or the top of the wheel. You can only touch the side. Just keep the wheel connected while you're rotating. That's the power to do. Yes, exactly. That's stated below. Of course, it's worth doing. If it's worth overdoing. Yeah, look into it, Antonio, if you have some idea that uses the side of the wheel, but remember you cannot touch the top or bottom. What is the minimum size again for the team shipping element?
We moved our battery bit, actually.
That's a good question, but I don't have an answer.
Don't know. Not something that we've looked into too much yet. We're going to check here in a second.
Yeah, we had a spinning arm in the middle, and we were able to, we were able to just flip ourselves up without knocked over. But we were also, like, we started to tip. Just throw the arm around. So if we get stuck, throw the arm on the leg.
Okay, so then, yeah, we're just worried about that.
So you could find it first. Well, here's the thing. If we just cover this with zip ties, he's not going to get that far down. But those are the zip ties. That's all. 2 of them were broken. 2 of them are cut zip ties off something else. That's it. I've never been anywhere near Robotics and not had zip ties.
These are also fast.
No, I almost want to say like tomorrow somebody go get. I would pay for it. 500. Sweet. Justin, you come back from dinner?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go then.
Did you get the spicy?
Yes.
Okay, the spicy one is sitting outside of the bag.
Outside of the bag.
Yeah, and then did you get fries?
Yeah.
Fries are in the bottom of one of the bags, so just grab fries out of there and spicy's off to the side.
Chicken and fries.
Yes. Nick, well, I don't know where Nick went. Nick should be back here in a minute, and then you can dip.
The latest iteration of the carousel, we're thinking about adding a C channel in here. So instead of having this block being intersecting with the green wheel, this block will actually be further out, which will then allow me to adjust its height before putting it onto the robot.
4 by 4 hours. Okay. As per Quinn. Tell Matthew if he wants snacks. We have plenty.
Is this mine?
Was it sitting off to the side? That's a spicy. So no. Yours is gonna be in one of the bags.
It is?
Yeah.
I didn't think that's
All right. Yeah.
Is it I think Cole just went back for a spicy, so.
That'll be close.
Okay. There's a normal in the bag?
Yeah. Both bags should have a normal in it and fries. That's fine.
Did they just pack it that way?
Yeah. Just,
Okay.
All right.
You just ordered the classic. Classic fries.
Did you eat yet?
No. I'll just wait till Nick gets back.
What's Nick doing?
I don't know.
He was
taking his sweet time, I guess.
He was cold.
Oh, whoa.
You know, because Kettering's blasting the AC while it's like 50 degrees out.
I love cold temperatures, man.
I know. I love cold temperatures. When I have a long sleeve shirt and jacket.
Also, my hair just traps in deep, so that doesn't help.
We got update. It's 4 inches by 4 inches by 8 inches.
The size of the scoring element?
The max
Yes.
size?
Oh, sweet.
Max.
Probably the max.
Max.
Oh, so the minimum is 3 by 3 by 4, the max is 4 by 4 by 8.
Okay. Well, so it's the same as in Robotics.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
So it sounds like bones are what they're expecting. Yeah, tune, tubes, cones. What's some good ones that someone can make?
Square?
A square. I want a perfect rectangle that's maximum size.
I don't
Steel
think
block
there's
for
any
KCR.
ruling about opening. Lunchbox?
Yes! Get it!
Does it even have to be...
Do you really want me to?
No.
Does it have to be five-sided?
No. It could be a dodecahedron.
What if you made like a silo, but you cut off half of it? So, but it was like the top was full, but it was only half the rim? Yes, it was very confusing. But you could make like a silo, and then of the cylinder part, you could cut half of it out. Then you just like, you don't have to pull it all the way on top. You just put the top of the dome on the cap.
One thing that my team used to always try to do with our story elements, if possible, is make things symmetrical. So any way that they'd end up on the ground, you could still take them and put them on, even if they're tipped sideways or whatever.
That's a good point.
Because otherwise, you have to assume that it's not going to get run over and knocked over or anything. My team always 3D printed ours too.
It sounded like the minimum is 3 by 3 by 7. So that means you can't make a cube to put on top, which is kind of unfortunate.
It's not necessarily symmetrical, but something that can. No, it's 3 by 3 by 4. So you can just make a 4 by 4 by 4 cube.
Good, yeah. Yeah.
No, actually, I have an idea.
That would work really well.
Symmetrical, but he needs a mechanism to grip it.
And then using a 3D
Basically,
printer would be
have the outline of a cube on all sides and have cones going in on each.
All right.
And then just holes drilled through everything.
Oh,
Gonna make 2 of these?
Because then every single side can be placed on top.
Yeah, but we gotta figure out how we're gonna drive
so it's like 6-sided.
Yep. 6-sided
cones
with element
inside
funneling towards a hole in the center of each side.
Wow.
Howard, you said you have polycrypt pulleys?
I think so.
How would you defend
Fancy cool. Oh, that's not the right size. That's why.
What are you giving it to me?
That's where I grabbed it. But this is mine. Big boy. And big boy work. Big boy bad. Big bad boy good.
Coming up on 12 hours.
Yeah, how you feel?
Yeah,
Feeling burnt out?
A lot of it is meat bearing
Don't worry. I'm adding the C channel iteration. I'm just taking my time.
That was meant. Nothing, just me like going, yeah.
Oh, this beefy boy surgical tube.
How can you strafe along the alliance wall towards the Carousel? How close can you strafe along the alliance wall towards the Carousel without hitting it?
So there's a metal
It
piece
just depends
under the
on how many you are
carousel.
driving in straight lines.
But you can't start with it.
Who are a couple people that think they're going to be the late night ones, like super few of you?
I'm probably going to be the
Wait, kind of show, like, couple you something really quick.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
I'm just coming because I want to learn. Oh wait, sorry. I'll be the only one here. Stream, I won't leave you. They're all going to learn how to run the stream. They're going to be here way later than I am.
Trying to pick it up after it falls off the carousel would be a pain.
It's a good point. Once he falls off the carousel, it's going to be in who knows what orientation. Unless you could like weight it so you know it would fall off in the same orientation every time.
All you gotta do is just hit one of these 3 buttons.
There you go.
Alright, Justin, how are we making this into?
I don't know. I was trying to look at what do we have options for motors.
We'll probably just end up using the port on stores.
Do we have more of those?
Oh, hey.
How fast are these?
Oh, you're back.
They're pretty quick. They're like 100-ish RPM.
Huh?
I'm going to go eat.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Go get some.
They're like 100-ish RPM, so.
That's nothing.
Well, they're also geared down a lot.
Do we have any motors that aren't that?
We have some Never S20 somewhere that should be more like 250 or something.
Dude. Okay.
But also remember, they all have built-in gear reduction, so you don't need to reduce them anymore.
Okay, so if how am I going to power 2 rollers off one motor?
Ice.
Which is bad.
Because we cannot do 4 motors.
We're gonna need some way to run like a belt over.
And for anyone watching, please note that obviously there are more ways than I can count on 2 hands
to run 2 rollers off a motor. You can use chain, you can use polycord, you can use gears, you can use, come up with a linkage, I don't care. Let me refine the question. How are we going to do that with what we have on hand? That is the real engineering challenge here. Making do with our very limited part supply.
Not only do we, if you want, I can 3D print some new polycord colors for you, time them in like a half hour.
That might be the play.
Okay.
So let's
Let me do
plan
some
this out
CAD real
pretty
quick.
quick.
I can get you some.
So we want, while you're doing that, can we also make car wash rollers that go out the shaft?
I can do that. Yeah. Or I'll have it attached to these hubs that can go on each end. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you integrate a car wash roller and a polycord roller?
Yeah, I can put it together.
And then while you're doing that, could you...
You might need to write me down a list.
I'm going to make a drawing.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm going to forget.
Paper. This will
We're
be
going to try writing it on multiple papers so that way it can get done
Yeah,
faster.
grab one of the like 17 whiteboards.
I love how you're saying that like doy, but you were so quiet till I said it.
Yeah.
And I can design stuff in front of real quick.
I totally wasn't looking for paper when he said, "Do you have paper?" I was about to hand you this and say, "Go at it with a Sharpie."
Hey Jess, you're a crazy smart guy. Do you need this rectangle that says control hub and expansion on it?
I do not. That rectangle that says control hub and expansion was finished like 4 hours ago.
I'm not quite sure what you ever would have needed before. All right, Justin, walk through this with me. Let's concept this out so we can exact.
Do you want to do this on stream?
Yes. Let's do
Should I move that over here, or you want to
move that over here?
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna grab.
You're coming with me, stream.
This is some dumb stuff. Whee! All right, stream. Verify you can hear me. The adults are away. The boys will play.
Let's go.
And do we got chat anywhere? I want to interact with people. I'm too lonely around here. Surrounded by 2 losers plus Jesse.
Nick, it's weird for you to talk about yourself in the third person like that.
Dude, I swear to God, you never graduated middle school. You really just hit me with the "I know you are, but what am I?" Like, nice one, bro.
Destroyed.
All right, chat. We live? We clear?
Saying that because he's sad.
See.
Note the new drip. Had to represent. I came from the 862. It was a rough life, but it brought me around the boys. Let's go. Yeah, if you're wondering, the others are eating dinner. Right.
Yeah.
I almost said lunch. All right. We can hear you. Love the enthusiasm.
Howard,
What?
you don't care if you can hear us. You're sitting right next to us.
Okay, so we got, the way I was thinking of doing it is we've got that basic shape, the Xbox controller shape we outlined earlier, right? If we've got standoffs, hilarious. We've got standoffs. We can just make a mirrored plate, right? That's not rocket science. We can just do the same thing.
Sorry.
Let's start intra-team conflict here. Okay, so we've got this, right?
Yeah.
So here needs to be open. Here's where we want our game piece to end up. Like, we want our ball
Do we have any?
in this cavity, or our cube.
Are these servos full motion?
If they're rev servos, there should be.
The rev servos you can convert to rotary. You need to use the rev program.
Dude, it'd be our luck to not have a rev programmer here.
That's
This is all I got. The other servo was just.
I'm not a
the
huge
regular
fan of those, but we'll work with
servos
it.
over there, the high-tech ones, I think.
So we need a way to power this set of star wheels or compliant wheels.
If you want, I can make them continuous rotation, but they'll never be regular again.
What, are you just gonna hard solder the potentiometer in the middle?
Maybe.
Nice.
I just rip out the end stops with a pair of wires, just disconnect the potentiometer. But yeah, that works too.
ran some.
Back in my day, we didn't have fancy continuous rotation servos. We had to make them ourselves.
Howard, you're a college student. You can't say back in my day.
Okay, we've got the two car wash rollers here. We've got the two star rollers here.
We got these. So some options that we have. This is from Andy Mark, right? These are Andy Marks?
Yeah, they are.
These are Andy Marks, and they just came out with these. So kind of similar, but obviously they're a little bit smaller and only have two flaps or whatever you want to call them. Are these also Andy Mark?
Yes, but less sure.
Andy Mark?
Yeah, those are Andy Mark. Yeah. They're just
Also Andy Mark. So these are another option that we have, a little bit more on the squishy side. And then we have some of these 3D printed, when Nick over here is saying car wash method. This is a 3D printed part. It's got some screws on it and threaded inserts, so we could throw some surgical tubing in there and then clamp it down on them. And then, you know, if you've ever been through an automatic car wash, you know, you'd have kind of the big arms flapping around.
So really quick for those 3D printed car wash roller things, if you want something similar to those, you can get them from Armabot. Alternative to that, there are a lot of files on GrabCAD, I think, for them that you can look at. So, just if anyone wants them.
And if you're unaware of what surgical tubing is, it's like this.
It's really
stretchy.
Giant rubber band.
It's a rubber band in a form of a tube. So that's what that is.
We can get cheeky with this. Uh-oh. We can get cheeky with this. So we can actually... Oh, we can get so dumb with this. If we... Okay, so here's our power transfer, right? If we throw a never rest right here, and I'm curious to know if we could get anything faster. I think faster is better for this. And we shoot.
Bang.
Can you run just straight D shaft, nothing never rest?
Neverest has a D shaft output, 6 mil.
Can it be really long?
No.
Okay, we can make this work. So we put a never rest. It wasn't what I was thinking.
We don't have any Rev Ultra planetaries, do we?
I doubt it. I really doubt it. Here's what we could do. We could have the D shaft go to a polycord pulley right here. Also, Howard, I need you to design a polycord output for that.
Polycord output for what? The motor?
Yeah.
Which one?
Never rest.
Okay.
I would do it myself, but I don't have a computer, and you'd like to. And then we put a polycord pulley here, and we could just make a triangle. I wanted to put it on the bottom.
Raspberry Pi tomorrow and have your remote access into one of my virtual machines.
Oh my god. I wanted to put it on the bottom so it would almost like supplement the pad. Like if we make this thing thin enough, it still could, I guess. You see what I'm saying? Like if there was a slight dead zone here, the polycord would actually...
Yeah. Which polycord are you using, by the way?
Probably the orange stuff.
Okay, I want to say it looks like 4 mil.
It looks really thin. It's thinner than
It's not the Rev 6 mil stuff, but
It's probably close to 6 mil.
I don't think so.
Probably like 5. Let me use my hand calipers. I'm getting
Calipers.
4.8 mil.
Do we have a ruler?
Yeah.
Nice to know if these are props.
Yeah, like 4.
Ha! 4 mil.
4 that's right. 4 and some change. My hand calipers at 4.8 was pretty accurate.
I'll assume 4.5-ish. I'll add in a bit of extra tolerance.
So if we do that and then we mirror it on this side, right?
You're thinking this stuff in here?
I'm thinking
The car washer? Or the...
Oh no, for the car washer, firm surgical tubing.
But the belt.
That's what I was thinking. That's a little thing.
How do you connect this?
So we get it really hot and we press them together.
Yeah, heat gun method works.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've used a butane. I should have brought my little pocket butane torch.
Someone want to go grab the BattleBot solder station?
Yeah, I mean honestly.
Do you need one?
To fuse that stuff together.
Oh.
Those heat guns attached to the solder station work really well.
Yeah. You probably want this thicker.
Thicker is better in this instance.
So then you basically make a custom length belt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just making your own belts.
It's like chain and sprocket, but we don't need to find sprockets.
Yeah. Now,
And
obviously.
it's more likely to slip, but it won't like mess up things too bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need motor.
Now, obviously, a belt with tooths would be the best option for transferring all the load, but what is the orange flexible material called?
That is polyurethane belt, polyurethane round belt, and you'll hear it kind of nicknamed polycord.
You can get 6mm polycord from Rev that's actually hollow, so you can use little studs to connect it together instead of melting it. But you can also get stuff like the 4mm solid, stuff like that from McMaster Car.
All right, so McMaster Car and Rev kind of sell stuff like this. But yeah, polycord.
I personally like the Rev stuff, but it all works the same, really.
All right, Howard, come here for a sec.
Yep. Why does that look like an old video game console controller?
Because it is. So we need the polycord pinion.
Okay.
General FTC question: are fans allowed on the robot? Yes, although I'm really curious what you're doing.
Flying robot? Question mark.
Yeah, I mean nothing against them. All right, so we need a motor polycord pinion. We need a polycord pinion here that has this bolt pattern on it.
Okay.
Because that's going to be what's up here.
Well, I'm probably going to do one with that bolt pattern for both, so that way the motor pin you can just connect it to each hub. So these two will be the same. And just
Yeah,
bolt
and
it
then we
to
need
each.
the car wash and polywood. Oh, because we can use the little.
Yeah, just the motor hubs. They all have the same hole spacing.
Okay,
So
so
it's
can all
a
of them have
16
this hole
millimeter
spaces?
space. What?
Okay, so this one's gonna end up looking like. Right?
Yeah. Something like that.
Then this one's gonna be like.
Are there restrictions on the fans?
Oh, it's gonna be
Remember
the exact
at
same
Robotics,
one.
it was very easy with the fans you can use.
I actually have no idea because I've never used fans.
I don't believe there are restrictions.
At first there is.
Is there?
Oh,
Yeah,
by the
I'm
way,
sure.
just for everyone
Well,
to
at least there
know,
wasn't
all the
before.
files that we're 3D printing for this stuff, we're going to put on GrabCAD the next couple of days. So just keep an eye on GrabCAD. We'll put them up there if you want any 3D models.
Okay. And then this one. All right, but it's also gonna have this pattern, just as why not?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sweet.
So we need to get this shape
So
stand up.
question for the ones that have the car wash connector, the things for the surgical tube. How many of those do you want? How many pieces of surgical tube off? Because I might be able to make the entire thing smaller and more compact if I do less, because then I could possibly have the holes go through in between some of the sections of the surgical tubes.
Want it to have
Four sound good?
Four.
Okay.
Like 4 of those U pieces, you know?
Yeah.
I also think this intake is going to be the meta, this or the rubber band. Rubber band intake.
Rubber band intake
I see
actually
those in
might be
VRC.
pretty cool. Yeah, those are a lot in Vex that I've seen them before, but I
We'll
could
see.
actually see
We'll
a
see
rubber
how well
band
this
intake
one
working
works.
decently.
I think there's potential. A little bit of research for you guys. 5818 in Infinite Recharge for FRC used a very similar style to this, and I think it has potential. That's why I'm kind of riding this train pretty hard. But I don't know, I am a sucker for wide intakes, honestly.
What?
I'm an absolute. I'm a wide intake lover.
Wait, are we playing Hangman now?
If anyone in chat throws in a letter, then they can try and guess. But
I was gonna guess I need sleep, but there isn't enough.
yeah, you're about. I need sleep.
I some other stuff.
It's only 3 enough, but it seems like more.
517.
Sweet.
Cool. So
we can cut out the plan is to.
So you can't launch the freight. What does that mean specifically? So first is always super nebulous about terms like launch. I'll get to the Hangman later. First is always really nebulous about terms like launch. I think it's pretty discretionary. Like, I think dropping it from 2 centimeters up doesn't count as launching. I think it's more just to discourage, freight shooters. But I didn't see an actual definition for that. I don't think there's a quantitative definition. I think it's more up to ref interpretation.
If you got a big old flywheel chucking the balls 30 feet, that's launching. If you're just kind of like spitting them out, they're probably it's loose. But yeah, if you can't kind of be chucking them. So, yeah.
Cool. So we can get 2 plates made up. We do need to determine our standoff spacing, but that shouldn't be too. But we're gonna need a bushing. We're gonna need a lot of bushings, and we're gonna need a lot of shaft colors. Yes, we're gonna need to find 8 shaft collars, and we're gonna need to find. Well, I guess those motor Ds could be
one
used
side
as shaft collars. And we're gonna need 8 bushings.
And then the plan is for these, top and bottom plates is to do them out of
1/8 inch Lexan.
1/8 inch Lexan. I don't know if this is necessarily a Lexan brand, but Lexan.
It just got Kleenexed.
So yeah, that's the plan there. There's our rough shape. Oof. So
we'll see how well. Does horizontal velocity versus vertical velocity change what people would say? No.
So either way.
Again, it's not really unless someone found it in the rules, then feel free to put it in chat and shut me right up. But it's really just meant for your manipulator to be pretty much at the deposit location before you eject it. It's not really trying to launch it up from the bottom of your robot or from a distance. It's just more you're supposed to be there. So I would err on the side of caution. Again, if anyone finds something in the rules that contradicts me, but
also Madison, I'm really curious. You asked that fan question of who's gonna put a fan. Really curious what you want to put a fan on. I'm from the first world, and I put a fan on our first robot once because we had our pneumatic compressor packaged really tightly, and it wasn't getting enough airflow, and we were burning them up. So we put a fan on it. But we ended up finding that the fan would keep breaking due to impacts, and it wasn't ended up worth it. And we actually just moved the air compressor. But I'm really curious to hear what were you thinking to use a fan for?
Please tell me you're using the fan for downforce. I'm begging you. I'm begging you to tell me you're using the fan for downforce. I'm actually begging you. Also, a lot of teams. This is more FRC again, but they take how the 775 motors have a little nub on the back.
Yeah.
That was the motor shaft. They 3D print fan casings that hooked onto that.
Ooh, to add cooling to those.
That was cool. I think 3476 was the main pioneer of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was so sick.
Yeah, because you can burn up those 775s. So.
So you're not supposed to guess.
I still don't know what it is. But launching propelling game mounts with enough force such that they move independent with contra with.
That's a good definition.
Moving slowly due to gravity is not launching.
So you can drop it on the target, but you cannot.
And my guess is if you have wheels kind of push it out.
Right.
There's probably a little bit of fine. So maybe a powerful enough fan would aid in balancing the alliance hub or tipping the shared hub. That is, okay, so or fanning away freight towards scoring. Oh my gosh,
So that's a cool idea, definitely on the fan side. I'd say do a little more math, see if something like that can actually work, because it's a cool concept, but my initial guess would be if you do a little more research, you're probably not going to be able to find a fan big or fast enough in this form factor to actually do what you're thinking.
I think
research
some old Delta fans from one use servers that
do it.
Okay. But here's what I think there. You could totally probably get maybe blow the balls around on top
remember, like moving items on the bottom ones, there's kind of ribs like that hold them in place, so you wouldn't be able to move those too much. But on top, you could like move them around. But getting them to move to that other side and stop there, and being that being enough to tip it over, I don't think that's something that it would be tricky. Let's just leave it there. It would be really tricky.
Here's what I will say again on a quick side tangent of that. Again, do the math if that's something you're considering to make sure your fan idea could work. But also on a legality standpoint, I'm 99% sure that if you took control of your shared hub with something like that even though it might not be explicitly stated, most refs would view that as you interacting with the balance hub too.
Yeah.
So that would probably be, if that's something you're legitimately considering, I'd ask in Q&A, because it's better to kind of have your heart broken early than it is to show up to your first event and have them break it there. Better to...
Bonus points, yeah.
No one wants to be broken up with in front of prom.
Oh, yeah. All right. We can cut these out, but that's all we can do till we 3D print those parts.
Well, we need to make spacers. So what do we need? We need spacers.
Cut out top and bottom. Top and bottom Lexan.
We need to locate bushings.
Yep, bushings.
We need to cut D-shaft.
Yep. What are the locking thingies?
We'll just call those hubs, or we'll call those locks.
No, what is the name?
I mean shaft collars, but
collars,
but they're not really shaft collars.
Shaft collars. We need
motor shaft collars.
Yeah, shaft collars. Mainly just ideas to see if fans are even allowed, but I appreciate your input and we'll do further research. Thanks. Yeah. What are those orange things? These orange things are some tubing we're looking at for the car wash, or no, not the car wash.
The power transfer.
For the power transfer. So you can kind of melt these and stick them together. So it's really great for if it's a low torque application to use as a belt. Especially with us, we're on a tight timeline. We don't really have time to go to McMaster, order a belt, get it delivered here. Like, in less than 24 hours, we have to have a finished robot. So
the technical term for that is polyurethane belt. If you're ever trying to buy some, most people call it polychrome.
And there's many different. Are there any FTC legal Hall sensors?
I don't know.
I don't know.
There are rev magnetic limit switches, which are basically single-channel Hall sensors. Other than that, if you're talking like a Hall effect encoder, there are a lot of Hall effect encoders that are legal for FTC. So, if you're just talking about basically a magnetics.
What he said.
Just the rev magnetic limit switch.
But you guys have induction sensors, right? There's induction sensors? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the rev.
And there's no real advantage Hall effect over inductive. And a lot of times inductive ends up being cheaper.
Well, inductive and Hall effect are basically the same thing.
No, they're different. Dude, this is the last...
They function the same.
They function the same. My last 3 months of work have been on like those two sensors.
Are coils/metal detector induction circuits allowed?
I don't think there's anything that says you can't. But like, if you're planning on like heating up metal parts.
No. He's asking if you can tell if they're heavy cubes or not.
Ooh.
Just a second.
Can magnets be on the team's scoring element? I don't know.
Could you use a magnet pickup?
Those pieces
you don't
are
be able to pick
steel,
up two of them, but
they are steel.
Then rev magnetic limit switch. It'll detect steel. Put one of these on the robot. Have it close by. If it detects steel inside of the thing, it'll know it's heavy.
That's not a
And
bad
here's the thing. I think it's nice to know if it's heavy or not for when you're placing, but I mean, like, your robot should be able to. If you're worried about can your robot pick it up or not, I think you really need to design for your robot to be able to pick up the heaviest.
I think that might be more in reference to being able to strategically place them in different locations.
Strategically place, yeah. I think
an idea right
we did look at it earlier. Sometimes when they're laid all over the field, it's kind of hard to tell whether it's the heavier or lighter of the of them. But
Yeah,
No.
so if you have your robot tell you.
But if you have your robot tell you.
A little LED indicator.
It'd be hard. 1 second, I'll be right back.
Is there a bonus for
link
balancing?
in a sec and I'll stick it in the chat.
I thought I read something that you got bonus for balancing them.
Yeah.
So then detecting them actually isn't a bad
that's a
bad
I mean,
idea.
it's definitely something that'll take a lot of strategy and some development and extra time for it, but if your team has time for it, I don't see why it would hurt.
That's a cute idea. I really like that.
But here's the thing, right? So these are the heavyweight ones, right? So there's, just leave it how it is right now. There's the heavyweight, so it's got one in each corner there, one in each corner there. If you notice, there's one in this corner. If we rotate it, they're switched, like on what side, to try and make it balance. Notice where that one is? It's on the opposite bottom corner. Now my reason is if you had it on top or something, this space right now has one piece there, no piece on that side. So if you grabbed it here and your sensor was up here, I mean, like there's challenges to it, very, very much challenges, and reading whether or not there's two in here or one in here could definitely be a challenge, but he said, to unbalanced shared. If you want to select the heavy pieces to unbalance shared. Oh yeah, the team platform. Yeah, you'd really want the heavy pieces there. That would be perfect.
That's what it is.
When you're doing the shared one, yeah, you'll really want the heavy
just
pieces.
if you have a heavy piece, stick it on the shared one. If you have a light piece, then stick it on yours.
And that's where it might be easier if like you don't need a detection, just like pick it up and then like kind of see it and be like, oh, that's a heavy one, and then throw it out.
No, it's inside the robot. It's going to be hard to see.
But the autonomous idea of like getting it to tell you would be really, really cool.
Yeah, like if you have an LED driver or something on your robot, you can have it change the color of the LEDs if it's a heavy cube, even to give you feedback without needing to set it to the phone or driver station.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say
Something
this.
you don't need to.
Here's my hot take. Anyone that thinks they're going to be able to tell on field whether it's a heavy or a medium or a light cube is tripping. You will not.
Yeah, there's no way.
I've driven. You will not be able to tell on field, especially while there's a match going on. That is going to be the least of your concerns. That is a good solution to the problem.
I just don't know how
I don't know how effective a sensor would be on that.
And how you
That's
be able
not
to
me
tell.
like dissuading you. That's just me saying I genuinely have no idea. But I'd do research on that because that's such a cute idea. I actually did.
Actually, I'm not sure what Jesse's take on this is, but if we could get the code up and running for one of the magnetic limit switches, we could see how well it does.
Let's get a robot first. Hey, Justin,
That's
where
true.
did your
Well, it depends on how far away it detects, right?
where did your iPhone charger go?
By the yeah, totally look for it.
By
how big is one of those metal slugs? Give me 1 second. I'll grab one that's not in the cube. Just gotta, charge the phone.
Do I just wait? Where do I jam this into?
Into the battery pack that's below the iPad.
Oh, I see you. Why are all your cables braided so fancily?
Because I like my nice cables.
Oh, that's adorable.
So the metal looks like that. It's that little slug. Goes into the cube, so this is a cube that doesn't have any in. Not going to put it in because the thing is they're like impossible to take out, but then at the same time they fall out kind of easy in competition. So would determine
the weight even be worth it in autonomous with the time being 30 seconds and there being other priorities. That really depends. If you're
something your team to look into.
If you're an elite, if you are the best of the best elite team, I can see that being something you look into. If you're maybe a little more middle of the pack, you're right, there's probably more important priorities. But if you are pushing the upper bounds of performance, I can see that determining your path.
I would also say if your intake is also wild, that could definitely be a good thing, because then you aren't wasting time picking stuff up.
If it's what?
If your intake is really good.
Well, yeah.
Like,
have a good intake.
And then going back to the previous question from Visible, it's like 7/8 of an inch long. The slug, and the diameter is probably about 3/8. So 3/8 by about 7/8 is what the size of this metal slug, and they are steel, based off weight. So should be able to detect from a magnet. I don't know. Do we have any magnets around here?
What size and trappian star are you using?
Motors are magnets.
Are those the?
I don't know yet.
What are those?
Do you know what hold it up against Navarrete.
I assume that's the end.
We're trying to finish that.
Probably give or take around 3 inches in diameter. We need to, now that we have a new concept, we need to relay out our Lexan so we can cut it out. We will show you guys the finished product then, but I'd anticipate around 3 inches.
So the kind of star-shaped one from Andy Mart is a diameter of 4 3/4.
So that's hopefully we don't use one that big.
So that's kind of one of the bigger ones. These are the brand new ones from Andy Mart that just came out. These ones are 3 inches.
I can see us using the little 2-sprungers.
So these would be these are the new ones from Andy Mart.
That might be cute.
These could be interesting to use.
I'm down to try it. I mean, that is something I like, how they all have the same hub, so we can just mix it.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's the same hub as everything else it uses. Did you settle on an intake? No, we have not settled on an intake. We're making one last prototype as this, but we have one other design that we know works, but we are just hoping to make it just a little bit better, because right now it's really got to be straight onto the cargo in order to pick it up. So we're hoping with this design, it gives us a little bit wider range to pick stuff up. It's working on CAD model, and 3.75 is way too big. Yeah, it's they're big.
They're
So
quite large.
the advantage though is, you know, you get a lot of flexibility with it. So, you know, the pieces are variants in size. So sometimes that flexibility is great. And this is kind of a nice happy medium. But if you have something like these, the sushi rolls, you know, if you have these at a set distance, they might, you know, grab a ball, but they may not grab the cube because the cube is a smaller size. So it's something to definitely think about and consider, is that, you know, you have different size objects that you're picking up.
All right, enough talking to talk. Want to walk the walk?
Sure, but well, you got to start with cutting that out.
Well, we gotta relay out some things.
Yeah, relay that out. Okay.
With our new plan, so let's get this. You can clean off Sharpie with hand sanitizer, right?
Yeah, alcohol works. Or if
Oh, no.
you find the where's that spray bottle that we're using for cleaning whiteboards?
I didn't know we had a spray bottle we were using to clean whiteboards.
There was somewhere at one point, like 12 hours ago.
WD-40 away from that polycarbonate, that's all I gotta say.
Fair enough.
For those of you that don't know, polycarb reacts with WD-40 and makes it shatter like acrylic, basically. So.
Where's a rag?
We've been using paper towel. Spray bottle's down there.
I got him a rag.
Oh, there's the spray bottle.
Yeah.
Anyone know what's in this?
Me and Luke have been spraying for them all day.
Yeah, just water.
No, isopropyl doesn't do a whole lot to Sharpie.
Water does not remove Sharpie.
We could just grab a new piece of Lexan.
We could just draw over this. We could use purple. Yeah, we drew an old one, but it's a little outdated.
Could you just grab a new piece of polycarb?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, then I'm wrong. Oh, how is that any better? I don't
I'm
know.
sure that you could find tons of polycarb back in the pantry if you get.
That's too small.
This is a little bit thicker.
Yeah, I know, but it's like I mean, yeah, this is perfect. I just don't like the lines on it.
Okay. There's a bunch over there in the machine shop.
Let's just use these.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You positive?
I'm
Shut up. Oh my god, someone play Montero.
Oh yeah, we're going on 12 hours of being at the school.
Such a good album.
Okay, so normally what I love to do is I love to break out Onshape and I make a really cool collector layout sketch. I CAD something up. But we're not actually going to do that. We're going to do cartoon CAD by drawing it out, by physically arranging things where we want them to be, and then we're going to cut it out. Yeah.
Or you could do cardboard aided design.
Okay, so that's this.
Do we want to move to a table?
This is LAD. This is Lexan aided design. Or SAD, Sharpie aided design.
I like SAD.
This is so sad. I like that actually. Alright, bring the camera over.
We're moving, y'all.
Do some sad.
I love this.
Alright, so hypothetically, if I were a block or a ball and I was about to be in Taken, then I would have 2 Andy-Mark prong wheels.
Along with...
these. Where'd you get the first one? Not one of these, Ben.
Do you want the bag full of 3 of them?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got plenty of servos
2
in
of
here.
these.
Carbon fiber inlay.
PLA, eh?
Oh yeah, it's okay.
Okay. I trust.
Actually, they might have some.
Dude, we only need PLA.
Wait, do we need it to be waterproof, servo?
Huh?
You should be waterproof, trust me there.
We need never rest motors, which we've got one here.
Howard, are these high-tech ones full 360?
No. You can make them like that if you have pliers in a couple minutes.
Okay.
You're not putting them back afterwards.
What? How do you mount never rest motors?
Zip ties and duct tape.
Either on the opposing surface or the face of the motor or the gearbox, or you need a clamp like this to actually clamp onto them.
Yeah, but is there anything I can do to put it parallel with the face of the top plate and mount it like this?
You could drill holes and then on the face of the motor there's screw.
What is
holes,
this
I
tapped
think.
for?
I think M3, but I'm not sure.
Okay. We'll just do that. We'll
You
presume.
look up the data sheet on Andy Mark's website.
I don't have internet.
Dude, I can look. Never mind.
If you want, I can look it up really quick.
No, that was just code for me not wanting to, but I'm sure we'll do that later on. But one of the benefits of using polyurethane belt is, especially in scenarios like this, where we're kind of on a time crunch, we can't really order anything, and not only time crunch, on a design crunch. Like normally if you were making a custom path for a belt, then heck, you can't even do that in Onshape. You need to go to SolidWorks, you need to set up a path length dimension for a certain arc and math all that out. Polyurethane can be any length, so we can just make any 3 points we want this thing to be and then weld it up as such, and bada bing, bada boom, we are transferring power. So, I'm a ball or a cube, and I want to end up right here, right?
Or a duck. Could be a duck.
It could be a duck, but I hate the ducks.
Not what we're focused on.
If I wanted to end up right there, can you hold this like right here?
What? That?
Yeah, that's too much resistance.
Remember, the cube's technically going to be smaller.
Yeah, but the ball, I'm not too worried.
Did you say you want the poly forward or?
Yeah, that's what we'll end up using eventually.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Okay, can you keep holding this? I'm thinking. I like this. I like where they are right now.
Okay. So do the sad.
First, hold on. Do that one more time.
What?
Can you hold it? First, let me define where the floor is going to be.
Sorry, we're putting marks on your cube.
Then, this is like a really bunk way to just measure compression. It's just feeling it. I think that's going to be good. But I've been...
let go and see how well it moves.
I mean, you could, but yeah, it moves. We'll move it pretty good. We've invented this. It's called SAD, Sharpie Aided Design.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay, so this Andy Mark hole goes here, and I moved the other one, which is really sad. But I'd presume that goes there, and that goes there. Okay, so those two holes are going to go there. And this Sharpie rubs off really easily, which really sucks for our purposes.
Let it dry and then it'll...
Okay, how big do we want these car wash wheels to be?
Is that something, do we want to make some?
What do you
use the ones that have the hex shaft to just kind of get a rough...
Oh! We could just put in a drill.
What do you mean?
We could just make some car wash rollers, put in a drill, and just test some sizes out.
Yeah. I'm down with that.
We are about to do some testing. Now you're doing the black stuff is stickers.
The black?
Yes, I know.
Ooh.
It's free.
Well, yeah.
This is Home Depot. This is
yeah.
SREIT.
See, that's what I thought too. That's what I wrote down. But isn't it like I before E except O, I before E except after C, and something then so like a neighbor and when.
No, more words that don't follow that.
Dude, public education is bunk. It ruined me.
I can't read stuff right. I'm like you.
Oh my god. I before E except after C.
It doesn't work.
And
it's made up.
After an N like a neighbor and friend.
That's completely made up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
As you can tell, English is not our strong suit, nor is any other language. Okay, what length?
I'm a cubic dude. Dude, gyroid always bugs out on my printer. I like it, but it... Honey, I shrunk the kids.
This is bad. This is bad. What length should I do first for the surgical tubing?
Try like
3 inch?
Try really long, because we can always cut down.
Oh, good point. Okay. Like 6 inch? Like that's...
Well... Yeah, try an effective length of 6 inches.
Okay. Can I get a Sharpie?
No.
I'm doing sad. What did you work on, honey? Sad. Thank you.
I need a second drill.
No, you don't.
I actually need a second drill. My hero. Bonk.
Now this is
and Doc, we have a second pen. Do we have a pen anywhere? Like a really adequately sized pen? Like this was perfect, but...
You like this, or...?
Yes! Oh man, you just pull things out of anywhere. I like it.
I have more.
Just start ask for something else.
Tuition! Okay, so theoretically, Justin, if you wanted to like slide this cube at me, and in case anyone was wondering, yes, this is very controlled engineering.
Crude.
So theoretically,
what you gotta do is you gotta drill hole. Like put them in these 2 holes.
if I were a backplate, if I were back here, because I don't want to kick this in.
I mean, that works surprisingly well.
Okay, but it needs to be constrained a little more. How how much do you trust yourself to like?
I do not want my fingers anywhere where you are controlling it.
They're quite literally rubberized. All right, Montana, trust me. Can you hold these two?
Like I was just volunteering.
What? Can you hold these two pieces of?
Are you ready to
Tetris
lose
where
your
they are?
finger?
What if we just use two long ones?
No, it doesn't work like that. Can you hold these like this?
Dude, just put it there and then look. Do this, and literally just put the drills in the put them in the holes. Hey, Harry.
No, but they need to be like here.
Sensors and electrical doodads that would be.
See, this is why I need you to hold these things.
Why do you hit?
Just those encoders.
They're gonna hit it.
Odometry or anything
Okay.
like that. And,
So if I was a cube,
so I'm not sure how odometry would do with the tubes, but would be here. You can pull a lot of 12 converters.
It's pretty solid, actually.
I mean, these prongy wheels are more stable than you might have given them credit for.
They like the fact that they aren't as good at like the fact that they're going at a slower interval means they like drag them in better.
Yeah, I think running them slower is probably faster.
Sometimes green
yeah. Like, of course I can just absolutely send this straight into my thigh, but if I just go slow.
They work surprisingly well.
Cool. I might, seeing that, I might have gone too close with these.
Okay.
It's like right now I've got them right here.
I'm digging the elevator music over there.
I've definitely got these too close as it stands. And you're right, the Sharpie dried.
Told you.
Try that with the heavy one. Oh!
Ooh, a heavy cube.
I see you.
Grab one of the heavy cubes.
What if... No, that's stupid. Never mind.
What?
It's gonna... No.
Do you want to grab a heavy cube? Try that?
Actually, I think I'm tweaking. Yes, I do. That is a good idea. But, 1 sec.
Do we have any tiny screwdriver?
Watch you get British.
What are you talking about? What? I don't know.
We need a box. We need a box to test this in. This is so weirdly under-constrained, and I'm not rocking with it. Justin.
What?
This is your fault.
Mine?
Wait! An idea.
Oh yeah, there's also that stuff that's like thick.
This is what we should use.
Not these?
No, we should use this.
Why?
Because the thin surgical tubing, especially with the heavy cubes, I'm kind of worried this is going to flip.
This looks more like noodles.
You're spinning.
It didn't work. No, it's been well, but
I don't actually know what I'm trying to test here, but I want to test it.
About that. I don't get it.
Yeah. Is there an optimal way to get the compression on this thing?
Yeah, get a flat piece and drill 2 holes.
What?
Like, put those...
Like, yeah, I get it, but we got to commit to a... I guess we can always change it over,
Go get a piece of wood and just drill holes in it. And then have it drag it through.
Yeah, but we need a pocket for this to sit. Oh! 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 We've got a bunch of these little dudes.
Inspiration has hit Nick.
What?
Inspiration has hit Nick.
Yes, no, for real. We've got a bunch of these little angle brackets.
Big
I can use that
changes.
to mock. I can mock that up right now.
Go for it.
Yes! That is awesome, bro.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I have no idea what Nick just
Those are
said, but
quite
I
large.
disagreed.
Those are large surgical tubing pieces.
Yes!
Are you familiar with how large your surgical tubing is, sir?
and when sounding like A is in neighbor and way. That's what I was thinking of, but I was just being dumb. Thank you.
And when you're Canadian, say hey.
Yeah.
Hey?
It's a problem, eh?
Yeah.
I'm only half Canadian.
Oh, you betcha, eh?
Dude, I don't know. I'm like technically full Canadian, but I'm also technically not Canadian. It's a weird dynamic. Canada said, "Stop saying you're Canadian."
Oh, what is it called? You could do like the gravy and fries and stuff.
Poutine.
Poutine.
Yeah.
What do you think of poutine?
I think poutine's pretty banger. I had poutine in Ottawa once, and it was like
kind of slaps.
It slaps. I've
never
had. You know, how many of you American folk know what elephant ears are?
Elephant ears?
What? Yeah.
Every
elephant
carnival.
ears. Yeah, no. In Ottawa, they had beaver tails, and they were like elephant ears. They were like elephant ears, but they were like a lot less.
I think I heard something about Gabriel Iglesias. He was like trying to trudge through the river to get the beaver tail, and he was like, "This was worth it."
No, that doesn't shock me. But no, like beaver tails, like you know how elephant ears are like really doughy?
Yeah.
It's like beaver tails are like they're still kind of doughy, but they're more like crispy and cinnamony. It's like way more cinnamon. They were banger. I'm going back to Ottawa, man.
Just for beaver tail?
I still had a
gotta get
beaver
a
tail.
passport.
You don't have a passport? No, get a passport.
I'm actually, I've been going through it right
It's
now.
a bit different, but nice try.
Visible, you asked, is this intake going to go on the end of the 4-bar? Yes,
Yes.
the current plan is to have it going on a 4-bar. Do you want to show off your 4-bar real quick?
Elephant ears are some of the most disgusting yet most satisfying things ever made.
Here's
I mean,
the,
they're really no different than like any donut.
The motor side is the
Fair
best.
enough. You
Sure,
should have
yeah,
one
there
every
you
day,
go.
but sometimes you gotta treat yourself, you know.
Here's the current design for the 4-bar. Obviously, it might change, but it works.
Woo! It works. Nice. We take those.
Someone said "eh," and I'm not sure if they were being Canadian or saying they did not agree with my beaver tail comment.
I think it was
So is the 4-bar just going like up and down? There's no side to side of it?
No.
No.
Okay, good.
That's why you got McConnell's.
Did you want
W.
okay.
Because I'm just trying to figure out.
You know they came.
Yeah.
Do you know how? Yeah,
Unfortunately, I'm aware.
They put everything in a bucket and pulled out a C, and they're like, "Hey!" And then they went in, and then they pulled out an N, and they're like, "Hey!" And then they went in, and they pulled a D, and they're like, "Hey!" And the guy was writing it down. He's like, "Okay, Canada." And they're like, "We only pulled 3."
So it's going to have to be less.
We're supposed to be
I don't know. How much
C and
how many
D.
batteries?
Will the 4-bar be able to reach the top level of the hub?
Yes.
How many batteries?
No, just.
Hey, okay.
Can
Where'd you
there's-
even see
and
that?
Is it a bad idea? To
Oh,
have
yours
them
is ahead of
down
mine.
here? 'Cause I don't like having them on the bottom.
I wonder what drill size this is.
I don't think it'd be an issue.
Full? There was
And
this
the
right
issue,
here.
I mean, coder wires can't fit.
Do you have a good way of
Full with the power lines.
holding this?
What do you mean?
That is
Oh, you grabbed one without heat set inserts.
Unroute the
Oh,
power wires.
oh, then what?
without
Oh.
outside of the power.
If we get that hex shaft and we just huck it in the drill,
I don't want
Do you
either
have hex
outside
shaft
of
somewhere?
we gotta.
Oh, yeah, Cheerios.
Wow, that's the least favorite thing
I think you could
I've
actually
heard anyone
put
ever
it to the
say.
outside.
I'm confused by that.
If you like send them up here, there's nothing going to be contact.
Horizontally.
Oh, yes, the 4-bar
FRC,
should
you can't have anything on the outside
should
of the
just
robot.
reach out far enough
long as you
to
zip tie things
actually
down.
like, you know.
Yeah.
It's not.
Antonio, yeah, you're correct. It's like 13.5 inches. It's not that tall.
That came up inside of ours and sheared our breaker off.
We put all letters,
So
the
like,
output, and
I'm
a
so
full
used to the
mount, the
FRC,
Z.
you will be killed
Yeah.
if you have anything outside.
Lucas
your
the
robot.
Canadian's got it.
If anyone were to get it, I'd hope it would be Lucas the Canadian.
Do you have to clear the radius of the base reaching outwards?
Yeah, it should clear.
Yeah, it should clear.
We're saying this,
but we haven't tested it. So
where this is going off of just head CAD, I think it should clear.
Off SAD.
Just off head SAD.
Sharpie aided design.
Huh?
Howard.
Off record? We are very on record right now. We are very on record.
Your design with the hex shaft does not fit a hex shaft.
Oh. Did you try a hammer?
Oh yeah.
They're just a press fit, right? Yeah. Close fit, right?
What are you doing? Do it the other way, bro.
What?
Hammer the hex into the plastic. Don't hammer the plastic.
Yeah, he's kind of spinning.
Whatever. Oh my god. You always do this.
Give me a drill.
What? Does anyone want to be a peach and find me like 3 million more of these screws and caps nuts?
No.
Can you pass
Got a
me a
bunch
drill?
of zip ties. Fasteners are so hard to find.
Okay, we're not. Oh my god. Wow, these chucks are terrible.
What? They're lovely.
Does this sound lovely?
Yes.
Does this sound lovely to you? It's a ratchet,
Lovely.
lad.
It's a ratchet, bud.
Oh, this doesn't even fit in here. Cry about it. You know what? I will. Okay, just do something cute. Like, I don't know. Can you thread a bolt in that hex shaft and just clamp the bolt?
That's the jankest thing I've ever heard.
That is quite cute.
Or just do this. I think I agree. I think. Did you try a hammer? Well, there's your problem. This man knows.
Might be too big.
It's a self-tapper. It'll work.
Let's not do that.
Might be too big.
If it fits,
It ships.
it ships.
Did it work?
Every day chasing the rats.
Oh, cool.
But this also might be too big for the drill shop.
No shot. Oh wait, it's the same size. It's also a button head. That was not intentional.
It does not grab on.
Yeah, that would be a problem with a button head.
Does anyone have any funny jokes? I'm a little joke starved at the moment. Yeah. Come on, chat, hit us.
Chat, provide us with humor.
Lucas the Canadian already made me giggle. Someone else needs to join him. Got 38 watching. 38 watching. Glad to have y'all.
I want to hear 38 really good jokes.
Yeah, that's price of admission.
Oh
for...
crap! I'm one of them that's watching.
Come on, Justin, hit us with your best shot.
I'm trying to think one that's clean and.
Oh my god. Just keep it PG, mildly PG-13 at absolute worst.
Let me think of a good one.
We have sponsors, Justin.
Dude, this chuck is like literally done for.
You ever have turn on the robot? Oh yeah. I don't need to do that.
So you're going to modify your robot after the 30-hour build?
No.
We don't currently have plans to modify the robot after our 30 hours. We will go into deep hibernation until robot in 3 days, which is in January.
Yep, January.
Yeah, kind of goes against the whole spirit of the thing to mod it.
This? This is a 3D printed.
In January after
When
it gets
is
announced?
It's FRC kickoff, so it'll be like January.
Yep, January.
After it gets announced. And then it will last 3 days.
Montana, you are spitting.
January 8th.
Yeah, that's all right.
The first Saturday or the second Saturday?
It's usually the first Saturday.
The numbers are 34 now because you asked us for jokes.
Saturday after.
That one counts for yours. That
The lack of joke dropped.
everyone heard that. It's like,
January 1st is a Saturday.
now it's back up to 38. Oh, they came back.
So,
It's the
second
second
Saturday.
this year.
So,
What is that search abomination I'm looking at?
It's an octopus, almost a hexaplex.
yeah, I think we're going to want the heavier weight.
Well, gun it.
Maybe don't gun it next time.
No, gun it, but actually secure it next time. Did you clamp it down?
No, he clamped it too much. They split in half.
Oh, they split?
It's not split.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
No, you didn't even clamp them, bro.
I gotta watch the video of this because this is gonna be comical.
Here, can someone move the camera so it's a little more both me and Justin?
You
Yeah.
got the thicker black stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna try with the heavier. That was great. It happened too fast. The
Can
camera.
we try with black stuff?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try next. So I gotta unscrew this. Where is that? Hey Howard.
It's stronger.
Yeah. Do you have more of these little teeny tiny screws that clamp this all down?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
Wait, are you using 6 different pieces? 6 different. Yeah.
Isn't the intent of it to like have it you through 2 of them?
No.
Or that's how the Armabot. That's how the Armabot.
The way that my team got these a bit smaller than the Armabot ones is by having each individual one.
Oh.
Yeah, if anyone
I kind of like the use so that
it doesn't do the use.
If anyone wants to do testing, the field's set
Got
up.
it. So the field's now how it would be. Okay,
That's
sweet.
why these ones also have those teeth to grip on a lot better. That's why they clamp harder than the Armabot ones, because
Alright.
otherwise it will.
Sweet. Thank you. Never mind. Okay, I'm trying to still think of a good joke.
Oh, there was a really funny one I heard a while back, and it was like clean too. It was like perfect for kids, but I'm forgetting it right now. Hold on. I'm trying to-
Justin, you don't need to think of a joke. You're sitting right next to me.
Oh, that was good. You guys realize I'm giving up my weekend, right? Like I work 5 days a week, and I'm voluntarily choosing to be here, bro.
Yeah.
Hey,
this is your last
if
week
you
of
work
work.
5 days a week, that means you don't work on the weekend.
Correct.
Yeah.
He's giving up his
Right,
free
that's
time.
cool. It might happen if I don't say
So
one.
like everyone else here who's B section.
I'm A section.
Well,
A section better.
do you really want to find out?
Do we think this length is good, or should I go a little bit shorter?
Do the length, but try it without it blowing up first.
Yeah, it might
That
be
was
good
not a
idea.
very fair test.
I don't see
the problem. I see the problem. Look at me. It's the problem. Thanks for the assist, bro. Dummy.
Nice read.
Straight dumb energy, bro.
If I was a Wally, I would be called Dummy.
What?
What?
That makes no sense.
Nah, that's kind of funny. I don't like these screw heads protruding, but I guess we can just tape it up.
Man, I'm trying to think of something that's clean. I got many good ones, but they're not clean.
Alright, keep it PG whatever.
Robot driving over there?
PG-14.
Yeah, something
That means
like
we're allowed to say they have 4 at least once.
Oh my god. Use yours wisely. And use it while Tyler's gone.
Tyler's probably watching the stream in his hotel, maybe. Man, these.
On that note, subscribe to First Updates now for all your fun First Update content needs.
Hey, there's 33 of you watching. Drop a like. We only have 14 likes on this live stream, so drop a like if you guys are enjoying some of this content. Some. Your iPad. What? How is that a joke?
That's like a 1 a.m. joke, right? It's like when you're in a VC for 4 hours and you got nothing better to do.
Dude, this iPad is fantastic.
Oh, I'm so dumb!
Dumb moment? Dumb alert? Dumb alert?
Oh, I had a stupid moment. Oh, darn. Oh, shoot. Oh, heck. Oh.
You have 63, not 14. Oh, dang. I just haven't updated my stream probably since 14 likes.
Oh. Oh,
Hey, really call that.
Oh.
Call that.
How's it feel?
Man.
How do I
I'm having a
Refresh
dumb
the
moment,
page.
bro. I'm having a dolman.
What?
I just said a dolman.
Oh, they're coming back?
Big boy dolman.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, we are at 65.
Wait, who's coming back? Ben's coming back?
Ben 10?
Here.
Ben 10's coming back?
What was the hardest part about making a robot in 30 hours? Or 3 days? I think, honestly, part of it is, like, having supplies. Like, you think of something like, man, this would be so great. But then you don't have, like, what you need.
I mean,
and, like,
having supplies, you look at these 2 tables.
We got a lot.
You never have what you
We
need.
have supplies, it's finding them.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, the time is huge. Like, some people were mentioning earlier of, like, rotating the motors so they're upwards. And it's, like, a great idea. It gives you a lot of, like, ground clearance and all. But, like, that would take a lot of time to get there and, like, a lot of different hardware. And so, not only are we trying to build this in 30 hours, we're trying to make something that, like, any team could make. That's another part of it.
And there is something to be said for the whole burnout aspect. I mean, everyone loves robots to death. We're all here doing it. But after 30 hours straight, even your most robot fanatic will start to grow a little tired of it.
I got tired like half
Then
an
there's
hour in.
Howard. We don't talk about Howard.
Yeah, he talks a big game, but ask him in 24 hours. He'll be just as burned out as the rest of us.
So, I mean,
shut up.
Like I know, like Nick and I have both been here for. We currently are going on 24 hours. So.
What?
No, we're not.
No, you're no.
12.
It'd be 12.
12 hours.
There you go.
Your brain's at 24 hours.
My brain is at 24 hours.
I got here at 9:30 on the dot. That was a mistake.
I took like a 3-hour break.
Sleep when you can have monster.
I showed up when we actually started building stuff.
I missed that part. Can you tell us about the rotating motors again? Oh yeah. So in our chassis, the one that I think we're going to end up using, the motors kind of run horizontal. What?
The Go Builder chassis. Woo!
Oh yeah, the Go Builder chassis. Yeah. Sorry.
I can grab it.
Not shameless. And so like if we were to rotate, because they kind of have like a 90-degree at the end, that would give us more like ground clearance in the middle. But the problem is you'd have to like completely rebuild the chassis around that, and that's just something that we sadly don't have time for. But it's a great idea. So yeah.
So I just broke 2 wheels at once.
I'm understanding basically put the bevel gears on put the motors on a bevel system so they're vertical instead of horizontal.
Yeah, and to be fair, that also does come with its own set of disadvantages. Like now you give up some vertical packaging. It's not a net benefit trade, or it's not an only benefit trade.
Right.
It's not what you do.
I don't know. It all does come down to what your robot architecture looks like.
And what your intake is going to be.
Yeah, so like your robot architecture.
Well, sure, I guess that would fall under robot architecture.
So I'm interested to know, of people watching the stream, how many of you guys do your teams like fully CAD your robot? Or at least CAD major designs. Major design elements and whatnot, because
You're not watching the stream.
I've only been part of FRC, so most teams in FRC do a lot of CAD, but what about FTC?
So I will say I've mentored 4 different FTC teams.
Yeah.
And 3 of them didn't do CAD, and 1 of them did very rudimentary CAD. Like they didn't make a full master robot. They just kind of CAD like
concepts.
And do you guys know like Carousel CAD, where it was like just geometry?
CAD full. We do. Okay.
Yeah. But to be fair, I mentored some pretty. We're in Michigan, so in Michigan, FTC is pretty exclusively limited to middle school. It's not high school based like a lot of other states are, so that does tend to just due to the nature of them being younger, kind of make them less competitive. And then alongside that,
I think one of the big things.
Yeah, and then I also, just the teams I mentored were from some lower resource.
I think one of the big things about CAD too is like, this seems a lot more like there's a lot of parts that do the same thing. I can imagine it's difficult to find part libraries for a lot of this that are useful.
No, there's a lot of FTC part libraries out there for what it's worth. Like I did a FTC CAD challenge a while back, and you can find part libraries like everywhere.
Yeah, I know for IME.
Oh, dude.
Every single component.
Vex, I hate the Vex part libraries that are available.
The part libraries for Vex leave some stuff to be
They're all
desired.
squares, but none of them are like the same size. So you try and make anything axially aligned, and it's a
The fact that it's squares, nobody ever mirror what
What's
I'm
your
doing.
plan to deposit the cargo? So we have.
The fact that they're square sucks.
Yeah.
We're using kind of wheels to intake it, and our plan is just to reverse it to spit it back out. To move the cargo up and down. To move the cargo up and down, we have a 4-link arm configuration to move our intake mechanism up. So we are currently prototyping a intake design. We have one other design. It does work. we are a little concerned that you kind of have to drive straight on in order for it to pick up cargo. So that's why we're hoping with this design we can get a little bit wider intake range.
This is my last robot in 30 hours intake. Right. By the way.
What is that?
Freight, cargo.
It is very
It looks very cursed.
It was actually, the concept was cool. If I had like a day more to tune it, like Teams for Ultimate Gold used a very similar style intake and was effective. So I was like really proud of this thing. But it had a vectoring plate in here, and it was just a car wash all the way along with like these bushings, and it would take in the ring along the width of the towel runner and just suck it back up into the jank. That robot sucked, but it was awesome, and I kind of liked it.
I heard that the shooter style we had was actually copied by a lot of people.
Yeah, I'd like to think that as well. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe it was just an obvious choice, but it's fun to think they copied us. IMO having FTC in middle school seems a lot more fun. I'm glad I'm from Michigan because even though I have a 0 chance of getting picked on Alliance and World, I say an FTC and FRC longer. That's fair enough.
Yay, Michigan.
That's a decent take. I think there are a lot of FTC teams that even are in Michigan that still start in middle school. But yeah, there's definitely pros and cons to both.
It is nice going from FTC and then into FRC. You get twice the amount of time, pretty much.
Yeah.
And twice the amount of experience from that as well.
Yeah, and like honestly, let me find the part I'm looking for first before I go off on my tangent. For what it's worth, I mean, some people just like FTC more. Some people just really like the smaller robots, and more power to you. So for those people, it kind of sucks that in Michigan, FTC is limited to middle school, but some people see it as kind of a natural progression from FTC to FRC.
If it's someone sketchy,
really
don't
just
let
a
them in.
mindset thing.
There might be some of the first center teams coming back from the competition.
It could be Kylo.
Oh yeah, he's sketchy. Don't let him in.
Yeah, here's Spin.
He's telling us to stop. We're bad. How tired should I be right now?
Tired?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Dude, it's only 10 o'clock.
I know, but I just counted these 5 times and I counted 3 each time.
Why do none of these screws and nuts fit each
I just
other?
couldn't before. So I feel like that's not good.
Parts.
Okay, very soon I'm going to need a lot of Keps nuts and a lot of M3 screws, and I'm finding neither.
Do we know who?
And it's frustrating me.
The box. Wait, no, not that.
So Madison asked, do you guys use many 3D printed parts? Actually, the parts I'm playing with right now is 3D printed. We would definitely use more, but one issue with 3D printing is they take a while. But we do have actually parts printing on printers that are right here, right now. So yeah, I would say we use probably a good amount of 3D printed parts, and especially if we had a longer timeline, we'd probably use even more.
Awesome. And yeah, definitely a 3D printer for whether it's FTC, FRC, or even like combat robots. You can't beat 3D printing in terms of just spitting out the exact geometry you want.
Yeah.
That is more often than not, like aside from just basic shop tools, that'd be one of my first recommendations for any robotics team to buy.
Especially things for like electronics mounts.
Like
wildly easy.
Huh?
Ooh, that moves that so much easier. Oh, that moves it so
Weird
much better.
jellyfish spider going on.
It's still really big. I don't know if it needs to be this long.
That might be a little too big.
But like, man, that
So
it doesn't quite pull it, but it pushes it really well.
Look at the whiteboard.
Okay. I
Yeah.
get it.
We played
Like I said earlier to people, all the 3D printing files that we designed here, we're going to put on Brad Chat eventually, so just keep an eye out there.
Wait, why don't I just do that?
Are we set in on that arm that they're doing over there?
Yeah.
Is it?
On.
Is that what we're committing to?
Are we committed on the arm that they've got over there? And we're just doing different intakes now?
Oh, this arm?
I don't think that is a finalized idea.
I don't think anything's really finalized.
I'm just trying to figure out electrical effect.
You want me to make a second?
Yes, but it's time for the real test. Oh, you did use the idea.
Do we want to try and move the electronics away from the middle?
I don't know where we can. The issue is,
Where's my pen?
the batteries can have from both.
Yeah, they just split
One
out
on
to the
each
side.
side.
Justin, would you like to kick the cube towards me?
Yes.
Hey, can someone hold this? Oh, Monty. Do you go by Monty now?
On occasion, he's not in occasion.
Do you want to go
Either
by
way.
Monty? Do you want to hold this?
Monty Carlo?
What am I holding?
Can you hold this plate?
Oh, I see.
You know, there's these things called clamps.
Center?
Where?
Or side? I don't see
Like
why it would
right
be
over there
side.
in that toolbox.
I think center would be the best.
I probably should get going and driving home at
What time is it?
10:30.
Yeah, that's what. That's
No
what
rattle. No rattle. That's huge.
like
Huge.
the position of the battery right now.
Yeah, I would put it back.
You're gonna want to. Here's the thing. You're gonna want it farther back because it's got to be able to pull it out.
The thing is,
Also, how is
this
this any better than the one that pushed everything out of the way?
Because we're gonna have the car wash rollers.
Yeah.
On the outside.
I was told we were getting stuck
How
on
are you gonna power the car wash rotor? Look at the whiteboard, man.
We weren't able to go over at the.
Madison, yeah, the navigation images are just for navigation, and from my understanding, they've been in the competition for a couple of years now. The navigation images have been in the competition for a couple of years. From my understanding, they're not the most helpful. You need to get something more.
So basically, the navigation images are for a software that is available in FTC called Vuforia. And FTC on-bot Java and block programming, if you were running Vuforia and you see the navigation target, it'll output your coordinates on the field. So you can basically use that in place of odometry to get rudimentary field coordinates or positions.
That's a lot of. But do we think we need to make those shorter?
A lot of times they'll be placed next to scoring locations in different games, like last year. So they can be used for automatic aiming or things like that with vision. But this year it's just more for navigation.
But I don't know what to think.
Not proving. You need to make things.
I know.
I don't. It runs.
And
right?
I think these definitely
I
need to
can
be
wire
shorter.
things down in like a minute. Is all fine. But I don't know.
So what I will
do we
say
wanna start
is
repackaging
if that did do
electrical
anything,
We're going to want to
showed me.
Oh yeah. But then
They have to be at least there.
I want them to rest like here.
So
on the intake, especially.
yeah, the intake, the arm. I think the timeline on that, but mounting.
So if I do
So my
that,
question is it a good idea to put the encoders
okay,
on
right there.
and
That's
just
where I
say,
want it. I've decided.
What, sort of access do you need? I don't know what.
That is the compression I'm happy with. Where's the Sharpie for me?
Yeah,
We need
well,
not.
we could potentially start running some basic
All right, I
auto
might
stuff with Jesse
might
Watts
have to
with,
dip.
Someone's wondering if we know the purpose of the navigation.
Otherwise, I'm gonna start getting.
That was already answered.
I'd say for now.
Yeah, just stay the night.
I guess no, I'd say for now.
Do I want to sleep in the battle box?
Hypothetically, repackage
Couch.
unless Jesse can do auto stuff in the next little bit. If he can do auto stuff, I think he should have the robot for right now just to get a head start on that.
BattleBot's room couch is pretty comfy. It's pretty comfy. Then I have the BattleBot to protect me.
Okay. So, yeah, if you just want to get the bot ready to start.
Yeah, I'll get the encoders
Oh,
up and
man.
then we can start doing some Ultron stuff.
You need encoders, wire plug-in.
All into the
Give me a second.
Yeah,
Let me send some messages.
Everyone's already kind of taken everything.
It's not going to be really pretty required. Howard, what are you working on? CAD for.
I'm working on finishing up some CAD models of parts to 3D print them.
Now, do people go to sleep, you guys, are there people going to be staying here or up to
A few people are going to be staying here.
Okay, because there's 2 couches here. Okay. And the break room.
Yeah, I can
Just put your head down, off down. You know what I'm talking about, that. That we don't breathe on first. I do have a couple of spare mattresses. If someone wants to do that. I'm not going to be a place to put it in.
French snacks. I earned them.
You want to grab me one?
I will do so.
You can give me one too?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunate.
Fruit snack, bro.
Fruit snack, bro.
Fruit snack, bro.
We all need fruit snacks.
Disappeared.
Awkward.
Is that you?
Oh, it was under my nose the whole time.
That's a weird spot to put your phone. No.
I leaked your phone number.
Thank you.
Stream saw it.
We're gonna leak Nick's phone number.
Send text messages to Nick.
Spam.
Spam.
Check out what you guys are doing over here.
Yeah, I need to take a and debate whether I'm sleeping here or driving home.
Yeah.
Sleep on the FRC carpet.
No, I'm gonna go to the BattleBots room. We have a really comfy couch in there.
Dude, those couches are nice.
On the, like, isn't the floor in there asbestos lined?
The floor is asbestos.
So you want to sit there in that environment for 6 hours.
That's fine. That's a good point.
I'd rather do car than that. Oh, is the camera on me? Hello, camera.
I don't know if I would want to sleep in my car in Flint.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that.
What time is it there? Winter K asks. Winter K, it is 10:35, which isn't really that late. We're all kind of weak.
Do you have a timer yet?
Eastern Standard Time.
It's just we've been here for a long time.
12 hours.
Yeah.
Well,
not
no.
24.
Oh, some of us have been here since 9:30.
Why?
And that was
So
that's
that's
long.
long.
That's
Why did you
13.
guys get here at 9:30?
Because I said we could come at 9:30. And then I did a machine shop training.
And then
So I've been
fruit
here
snacks
since
here.
Fruit snack run.
Yeah, BattleBots had a meeting.
Who wants one?
That's cool.
Dang. Howard? There you go. Woo! I actually got something. Yay, sports! Sports.
If Stream's wondering what I'm doing with our chassis right here, I'm wiring up our encoders as our software group is actually going to try and work on some initial Auton stuff right now. So that's going to be pretty neat.
One-man build team right now.
Mm-hmm. I
What's
don't know
on
what else
fruit
I
snack
could do
break?
that's interesting. Want to be spinning electrical tape around stuff. That's it's a good practice. Keep it insulated from the outside elements, you know.
Do you want one?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. Do we have? Oh. Cutters, you know, if you're watching, you might want to cut things that need to get cut. You don't want to just rip stuff sometimes.
It might be worth it to invest in the heat shrink tubing to put over the encoders. It'll just look cleaner. What?
You want heat shrink?
No. I prefer the electrical tape, but.
What? Yeah. Alright, I think it's nap time.
Alright, peace.
Dude, I can't imagine napping in those chairs.
I don't know. Do I drive home right now or do I stay?
See, the thing is,
Do I stay or do I go?
If I
You're gonna get his DMCA strike. Montana, no.
And that's not false.
Did I do that?
That's also gonna get his DMCA strike.
It's okay, my singing isn't good enough to tell what song it is.
you'd be surprised.
You would be surprised.
How many viewers we got?
We're at 42.
Question
Howard.
from chat. Howard Bartlett asks,
On the spot.
he's over there in this room.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
If,
Who are you?
I mean, I could go do a monster run if you don't have any here.
Yeah. See, we're an engineering car school. NOS.
Oh yeah.
Well, I guess Red Bull also works. And I guess Monster also works.
We're not a car school. We just happen to have automotive engineering programs.
And used to be called GMI.
It is not a car school.
In the middle of the state that
And
generally
the
does the most
majority
cars,
of our internships are in the automotive field.
such as GM and Ford.
Our test track was sponsored by GM.
There's a GM logo right over there.
I don't work for GM.
That's the thing, though.
I don't either.
A lot of people confuse Kettering as an automotive school.
Because it is. No, it's not.
It's primarily automotive.
It was once. It no longer is.
It's expanded a little bit.
It's expanded. I work in connectors, which is not automotive.
You want to go empties?
Yeah.
I might. I'm not going to get much out to the moving cameras.
Yeah, I was debating whether I'm driving the hour.
I think the movie. I'm gonna go to bed and then just
Actually,
like
guys, can
come
we
back
duct
at
tape a
4 a.m.
monster can to our robot?
Yeah. Go for it.
Sweet. No, you gotta cut out the logo.
That was a joke. We're not doing that.
Dang it. Come on, man. That's
No.
got me all excited. No.
Tell you what, we can have one within like 30 feet if it's in that container. From that. That'll work. I'm really sad that I don't get to solder. I like to solder things.
It's true. There isn't usually a ton of soldering to do in FTC. It's my team, we do some soldering when we do our LEDs in the robot.
Can we do LEDs?
Can we do LEDs in the robot? I was told no.
Who said no? I'll buy it.
Blame.
Okay, he's got more authority than me.
I've got LEDs and LED controllers for my team that I could have brought.
I feel like we should prioritize before the hardware something. I think the LEDs are too big.
Yeah.
RGB makes your robot work better, kids.
That's horsepower.
Horsepower. No, it adds light power.
Dude, like an underglow would be so easy to do though. It's like a couple minutes.
Rigid. That ain't falling apart. No rattling.
Well built.
That's what we like.
That's our main man, Montana. Rigid film stuff.
So yeah, really odd. I'm gonna grab a camcorder.
A little off balance. I will admit it is a little tippy. That's okay. I'll figure it out. Symmetry. You add another connector. What about synergy?
I gotta make it a little bit easier.
Some of the ones that are rounded on it. Oh yeah. That can work if you want it to be a little bit of a smaller footprint thing. But also, I don't know if it's necessary. Hands in proximity. I can take a look for one first if you want. If not, then we're fine. No one else bought root stacks, so I'm gonna take these if they don't. Go for it.
Not a rock. Made it out.
Oh, there it goes. Why's one of these just stuck in this box? The heck, Nick? Don't worry about it. We don't use these. I want them back. Yeah, we do have 20 mil 80/20. Couple pieces.
Riveting entertainment, I believe.
What?
Alright.
I think that's one of those.
I disagree.
Okay. What are you looking for? Basically, U-bracket that has the curved edges like this on both sides. Make one. Well, you can't really make one because they have the application. These ones that don't have the curved edges don't fit the sides. Oh, they're weird.
What's popping there?
That's not a U-channel.
Popping and locking?
It's a U-channel.
Oh, U-channel with. Oh,
Yeah.
I remember those now. Yeah.
I used a few of them earlier.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't know if there are any more. There's parts of what we have here. Maybe there's some in there. There could be some back there. I'm gonna take a look for it.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
I'm assuming those rounded strafer chassis is allowed to go over the bumps? Correct. That's exactly what happened. We were working with the strafer chassis. We were first testing it out compared to our Andy Mark over here, and we found we couldn't go over those bumps, the barriers, at all. Well, actually, we found that you could, but if you sort of mechanism sideways and hit the wheel first, we were able to get over with. So we rounded out the corners. Now our mechanisms hit first, and we're easily able to get over those barriers. Relatively simple modification for us to do. That's really one of the good things about all these kit bots, is you do have a lot more freedom than you would expect. You know, when you hear it, you think you're kind of locked into something, but there's a lot of little modifications you can do that really change what you've got. And this one from Go Builder was pretty easily, it's decently set up, so we were able to make some changes here and there to better suit our purpose. Oh, Devin, is that Devin Spalding? Is that is that our Devin? Or is that some other Devin?
Devin who?
Is it our Devin Spalding?
Oh my gosh, Devin Spalding's our stream?
I don't know if it's our Devin. It's just named Devin, and he's the only man I've ever known named Devin. So
Yeah. I thought it said Devin.
I'm gonna go with it is. What's up, Devin? It is? Oh.
I don't know if it's our Devin.
We're assuming we all know you.
There's a probability.
Either he is very heavy or very, very cheap.
Exactly.
I thought it said Devin Spalding. Like, oh yeah, it's totally.
No, it just says Devin, and I don't know. There can't be more than one person named Devin. Let's be realistic. There's just one.
Okay.
You can't have the same name as someone else. That's copyright.
It's copyright.
Think about it. There's one Montana. There's one Justin. There's one Jesse.
Dude, Nixon life though.
You can't double up that stuff.
Yeah, I think it actually works.
Oh, it's a different one. Who? I think he was. I didn't hear he is. He said he was gonna take a nap. I think he's asleep.
Luke. I haven't seen Luke in a while.
He said he wanted to take a nap. Honestly, that's the vibe. I'm going to leave soon and come back at like 4 a.m. and then just go through it. Because people are going to be here. 4 a.m.?
They're going to grab a
We're working through the night, correct?
That's a good question.
Maybe.
Is the stream staying up all night?
I don't know if the stream is, but I know people are staying up.
Components, pieces like that. That's why we have buckets and buckets of just 3D printed parts.
No, not the stream, but we.
Because we have a couple.
Howard, when are you going to bed? Never, right?
What?
You're not sleeping ever.
We needed these?
Yeah, probably not.
As long as y'all doing stuff.
As long as I get more monster, I'll be good.
Yeah.
We needed use
Does
brackets.
that go in?
What?
Does that fit inside?
According to him, it does. What? True. Yep, it does. Might need to file a little bit.
All I'm saying is like this. So you basically will bolt this down to where it needs to go, and you put this over top and bolt either side and it'll hold.
That's it.
Yeah. You touch it? What? Forward slide?
My team used to always use these as lightsabers, so we just go like this. And
Don't show that on camera.
Too late.
That is quite dangerous.
It's fine. I think power just overall is quite dangerous.
That's fair.
It's kind of a package deal.
hopefully none of my students are watching this. If so, do as I say, not as I do, kids.
Also, like, go to bed, right? This is middle schoolers.
Yeah, I think you just flung it.
No, you don't tell our viewers to go to bed.
What's the official name? Not shared storage hub. There's a name for it.
Shared shipping hub.
Shared
Shipping hub, yeah.
Shipping hub.
There you go.
Shipping these, not storing. Got it. Okay.
Well, we're storing freight on them.
No.
They call it, despite the fact that they are obviously stored.
Hey guys, welcome back to the last 3 hours.
I apologize to everyone for that one. That is genuinely terrible. I can't do stuff that's not voted for the game. It's just not funny.
So just to know, the base of this is the same as just the bottom of this. So one thing that you'll notice right away is that there
It's okay, Devin. We forgive you.
So if you were to put a ball on this, kind of stay within the ridge there.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Devin. Whatever he said. I need more caffeine. I'll be back in a minute.
But on the top of this one will be your line roll. It can roll all the way around, and that could throw off your band. So that's something to know. Middle level is the same concept of there is in there, so all kind of hold the cell. So getting this level, one thing that you might want to look at.
My tube might be a little pinched.
Heavyweight there, heavyweight there. Yeah. Maybe we'll put another beat here. You can notice it's still level. If you were to go and put something out on still level, the robot would just maybe bump it right now. That can throw it off and off. What is it? A little bump can actually throw it off. So that's something to kind of know. Even the slightest little bump can put it off. State moving, bumping is a moving penalty. Minus 30. You really don't want to get it. Slight bump that accidentally, most likely, especially so again, ball kind of sit in there.
I think what?
There's a big polycarb bench hopper. Where's the J hopper?
I have no idea what you're saying. That's a good question.
He does. It's like a hopper.
Do you upload these to Thingiverse? Wait, what is it? Put them on GrabCAD. Dude, you should be putting them on Thingiverse.
I don't know what that means.
I only use GrabCAD to get reference. That's all I use. These are nice because they're factual. Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's not the job.
Like, drop, like, I actually think 2910 is like a really similar one of Thingiverse. But from what I've seen, a lot of it, I have something to
10 years.
I got stuck in the middle.
Oh, do you know what the J hopper is?
It's
from
last year's Robot 30 hours.
Oh, like the ring with the shooter?
Yeah.
That's on the field. Just sitting on the field.
Found it. Teamwork.
Woo! I had no clue what we were looking for.
No, I had no idea what the heck that was.
I'm down here now. Whose water is this? Because if it's no one's, then it's mine.
It's not mine, this one's mine.
I have two right next to your computer, just for anybody.
Oh, danger all over it. That works.
I know they have been untouched. It seems that we've done safely.
The answer is not a good idea for random water. Yeah. It's not something you need to learn to not do.
There is different weights of these. There is a lightweight that has no weights in it. There is a medium weight that has one weight on each side. There's also a heavyweight. That is something to note. We do have a video on
No wonder you go through so many lots of
the averages of them to see how much they weigh. What you can expect. They are all
that's impressive.
Oh, I used to go to other stuff. You guys basically had a sealed in here soda in 140 seconds per time. What? You didn't want to know that everything. Basically, what happened, how I did it was I held it down to the table. I had a straw in my other hand. And I had two guys in the cabin do this under the top, so one with another right after each other. And I shoved the straw, put the thing up to my mouth, and the straw coming out. So that way air can go into my mouth, and just shoved it. And at 3.8 seconds. Woo!
There is 60 views. Pretty easily fit 60, if not more. So
Whatever you're gonna do with it. Oh, is this a switch? No, that's breaker.
I could put them on. I just don't know that.
Well, the one thing I talked to Mark and that robot over there, the FTC Robot, we can take the part off if we need. So I could grab its switch if we need to.
Okay. And there might be stuff with the parts somewhere.
Oh, probably should. The middle one.
Get you some content chat.
Yeah, I wasn't getting into the points and everything there.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna.
Do you want to do the dumping it all out?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. How can we forget that?
I mean, that's a cool like outro.
Maybe I can go solder one
or intro.
Either way. Unless you want something. Ready?
All right, yeah, go ahead.
I've seen this piece, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, this is a switch.
Sweet. Dig in there, did you?
So what are we recording?
What's that?
What are we recording?
That was re-recording something from earlier, talking about the shipping. Why do I keep forgetting the name?
Shipping hubs.
So
Yeah.
the shipping hubs, we recorded early. Sadly, the file corrupted. Just going over the basics, kind of showing what you could all fit in here. In fact, balls do kind of roll around on top. Middle row ones, they kind of lock in place. That video will be live on our YouTube channel here. Yeah, probably tomorrow. And we have plenty of other videos you guys can check out there. So feel free to go check those all out. And if you have any questions, put them in the chat and I will be sure to answer them.
I'm not sure if you will.
Okay.
If you don't, you can also say something in Slack or something.
Okay.
One of us will get you.
Yeah, because I might go sleep and then come back at like 4.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'll be up then, if I'm being honest. It depends on how I'm feeling. I probably should get a little bit of sleep at some point.
So if I come back at 4 and everybody's asleep, then I get to go back to sleep.
Oh, here it is.
Waking up at 4?
Yeah.
Mornings are fun. This is gonna leave the latest.
Yeah, here's the cable that was connected to it. It's a slight problem. No, so I think the other side's about to give too. Yep. That's what the label makes.
Picture perfect memory.
I really don't want to have to walk down to the battle bus room to get a soldering iron. Oh, get it.
I have a soldering iron over here.
Oh, wait, how's there not a soldering iron in here? Like, I mean,
There are, but they're just not great. Oh, that's so
not great.
You guys not keep soldering everything back there? The sponge is down in the battle box room, and I didn't feel like looking at it.
What are the updates on the programming side right now?
There was a question on the street.
Yeah, no, I was just going to answer it.
I don't know if the...
Yeah, I don't think it got picked up, but programming-wise, I saw somebody just ask. We are starting to figure out our Auton stuff right now. So that's another, I think that was one of the things we said at the recap and the just like general advice is that is a really important thing and you do not want to push it off to the last minute. So that's what we're doing. We've got our Go Build a Bot in a running state with encoders plugged in right now, just movement, just chassis, and we're hoping to hand that to our programmers while we can, while we're still working on figuring out the main mechanism of our robot. So during that time that we're not going to be doing a whole lot of the chassis, we're hoping to hand it off to our programmers so they can start work on some controlling and Auton stuff.
Do you want to solder on at XT30? Yeah.
Go for it.
Sure. Yeah, you're probably gonna need to strip these wires as well.
You're not coming. Do you want to just electrical tape that?
Yeah, just electrical tape. Make it go back on. Make it work, man.
Hey, do you want? I don't know. We should make a video of that. I feel like we should do a video about the chassis.
That'd be a bad idea.
Well, I was gonna do a video in a little bit, I think, with Tyler on how the cannon drive actually works.
Oh, that's a good.
So
That's a good one.
The math behind it, basically.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
There's a
to do.
plug there.
I actually might draw out on one of these whiteboards if I have time. A little example thing.
I feel like zip ties would be more effective to go along this length.
Do we have like
Although I am
solder?
That's a good question.
Might be important.
Luke
for-
did leave. Not Luke, just Luke did leave. He did have the soldering iron, so.
Odometer is basically little omni wheels that track the ground just with an encoder to get your X, Y, and Z outputs. So that way if your drivetrain wheels slip, then they can keep track of it. I think that question comes mainly from the barrier, because going over the barrier with odometer wheels, they might catch or get thrown off and cause problems.
Yeah.
Well, odometer is what a lot of FTC teams have used before to get very, very high precision outcomes, including mine. So it's very nice for being able to run most of the teams that I've talked to run a software called Pure Pursuit, or I guess a library called Pure Pursuit that allows you to basically set coordinates of where you want your robot to go on the field and just tell it to go. Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
That sounds.
It's just the barrier makes it a big challenge this year
Oh,
to
yeah.
do that properly.
Get rid of that option.
Better idea.
Which is why I think that the vision targets actually might come into play a little bit more this year, since a lot of teams probably won't do odometry. They can get their rough field position based on the vision targets.
All right,
Not
there we go.
perfect, but what?
Has that always been available?
The vision targets? Yeah, it's usually lower precision and a little bit more setup than odometry in a lot of ways. And you can only use the vision targets when you have them in sight. So a lot of teams have just gone with odometry and stuck with it, which fair enough. But yeah, some changes may need to be made this year to get it to actually function. I know there's solder down the battle right?
There's gotta be solder.
There might be something in the truck that's machine shop. Let me go check.
You just wanna go check?
Yeah, I can check. Come back, man.
Oh, whenever you're forward.
What? What did you say?
Question for chat. I found this fastener. I missed camera. Found this fastener. It seems like a slot, but it has threads. So we'll have a quick Q&A. Name that fastener. Get a long look.
Get a zoom in on this.
You know, we really don't have to. I'm not really a hand model.
Too bad. Well, the focus is not on point.
I think that's okay. We'll leave it at that.
Chat doesn't know what it is if they can't see it. But move your hand away. I think that's far focus. There you go. That just made it worse.
Premium streaming quality.
Yeah, right? We know what we're doing, totally.
I'll call him Jeff. Thank you, Antonio. I like it. I like it.
The Jeff screw. Now you have to hold your hand here for a minute and a half as chat delay kicks in.
I think they'll have enough information though.
It's like a T.
It is. Flat on two sides with a little bit of a radius. Well.
Back to your regularly scheduled program.
Dilution of that. I will continue putting the carousel mechanism together.
screws. That screw is not in that. Use some Jeff screws.
Jeff screw.
How's everyone in chat doing? I mean, it is like, what, 10:30 at this point?
For us. I don't think all of our
true.
viewers are from Michigan.
That is true.
But
I mean, if you want to post what time it is where you are,
I like
it's actually not a bad idea.
some chat interaction.
We'll go on a quest with solder. It's like how we're distracted.
That is fair. Let's get distracted.
This wouldn't be a bad time for a cat now. Those springs got like 3 more hours on them. I can grab
PM in Texas. Still pretty good. Wow. From Michigan. Nice.
PM in Texas, still pretty good. I'm actually thinking of this. Mission folks. Yeah, Antonio. It's 11 here. We're waiting on some 3D prints to finish, so we'll see. We'll see how much longer we'll keep the stream going for tonight.
Mitten folk, I like that.
Represent.
Yeah. I did 8 It's not what initial mistakes, but make it see. That was it. There's no way out.
Sometimes they're all
in work.
Good thing we have
So,
some money.
yeah, I'm just going to clean my stuff up and see. I have no personal items. I don't need
We
to
have a
clean
lot,
anything
yeah.
up. Dope. 10 p.m. Texas.
Well, there's
Pretty
those,
good.
there's more over there, there's so many.
I'll call him Jeff. Who's
Oh, yeah,
Jeff?
yeah, Cole.
Who's Jeff?
Cole. You missed the whole story.
Oh, yeah.
This guy,
Name's Jeff.
slotted bolt. Call him Jeff.
His name's Jeff.
That's epic.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Kind of funny.
I cannot. Why not? It's just not worth it.
Alrighty, I'm doing the 4 a.m. thing. I'll see you guys at 4. Godspeed, Cole.
Why do we do 4 a.m.? You and I can work through tomorrow. We don't have the stream though. That minimizes the
So,
break.
for context, we're discussing what we should do in regards to sleep, because as of right now, I'm doing the intake prototype, but we are currently hard roadblocked by the polycord pulleys and whatnot being printed out.
Yep.
So I'm kind of
3D
debating
printed out.
like just passing out for like 3 hours and then waking up to some fully fresh parts.
Yeah.
Or
Which is the
failed
plan
print.
I'm gonna do. I don't know if
Or
the stream's
failed
going
print.
through tonight. I'm probably
Don't
gonna
say
go
that.
snooze and come back
Don't say
at
that.
give or take 4
Had to say
a.m.
it.
If I wake up and that print is failed, I am leaving.
If you want, I can start a backup print at home or at my apartment too at the same
That's
time.
not that bad of an idea. Howard's a good guy. I am familiar with like Orange, Texas, which is like the eastern.
Orange, completely different subject.
So, Orange, Texas, it's like on the border of Louisiana, and I can confirm it as Central
Wait,
Time.
why is it-
There was a little bit of conversation, so.
Why is it called
called
Orange, Texas?
It's just the name. Like City Orange, Texas. Like Detroit, Michigan. Orange, Texas.
Or Orange County, California.
Orange
What's
Beach,
it orange?
Alabama. The name of the city is Orange. So
that's weird.
Okay, but Michigan has a city called Charlevoix.
But I mean, that's not a like fruit or I just brand whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I don't know if I.
Michigan's got some cities named after more much weirder
Michigan.
things.
It's a small Malibu, Florida. How is a car any different from a fruit? Probably not.
I mean, one's man-made, one is like I don't know.
You didn't know that.
What does that imply? What's that supposed to say?
I invented oranges.
Oh shoot! No way! Is there no solder in the vicinity? I can't find any good. Man.
No solder in the whole premises.
If you want, you can ask Justin.
Nick's taken to sleeping on the field.
Bro, I'm still allowed. No shot. You're gonna get a lick of sleep. 3 hours. No. Ben said.
Welcome to FRC in 30 hours.
Nick, it's not even midnight yet. Come on, man.
Dude, I'm using my time efficiently. I'm not just gonna twiddle my thumbs until that fruit finishes.
Do other stuff.
Light.
Stuff.
Light.
True.
I mean, this robot is legitimately just a forerunner and an intake.
Not much more than that.
Fair enough.
I still say we really want to get software like these.
What are they?
Big forest wise. Oh, it's just a heated enclosure and then there's like space for material storage.
No rev. That's what we like to hear. Absolutely nothing.
I can hear it.
They're not horrible.
You can hear what?
It's bad.
The gearboxes, the off-the-shelf parts. Oh, it might have been this actual nut.
Yeah.
That one here doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Didn't see it. Only left. Whoa, found Jeff, guys.
What? You found Jeff?
Oh my goodness, Justin, you're so behind.
Sorry.
You have a slotted bolt. His name's Jeff. Part of the team.
Wow, that's
Chat named him.
Thanks,
Oh,
Jeff.
Chat named him. Are we gonna have chat name our
Thanks,
robot this year?
Antonio.
Ooh, that's a good idea. We need to have a poll on that.
I don't know. Maybe we wait till tomorrow.
But yeah, you gotta wait till tomorrow.
We're gonna see what it looks like first.
It's probably gonna end up just being robot McRobot face or something.
That's a good idea. I would
Howard
say
would probably
no.
know.
What?
Do optical sensors work against the transparent walls?
Optical sensors is in like the color sensors or is in like the Rev 2 meter distance sensors?
No clue, not specified.
I do have.
We want to specify, I could probably talk about that. Unless it's a like a modern robotics type
Optical
sensor, I'm not
distance.
very used to those.
Optical distance.
If it's the Rev ones, then I'd say probably yes because I think they're infrared and infrared does bounce off polycarb. So I'd assume so.
We can test it.
We could test it in a little
I
bit.
don't know
just-
how easy it is to test, but.
Oh, you just set one off and then just set data or telemetry output on the driver's one.
And
We
then see
we
if
can do
it's
that in a
like
little bit.
100 years there, or if it's right there. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Modern robotics optical distance.
Oh, I have not used the modern robotics optical sensors in a while, but I think they work against the polycarb. I'm not sure about that. You might want to look somewhere else or do some testing of your own, but I think they do.
I would think that they would list the technology they use and then just see if, like,
That's
just
true,
quickly
but I'm
Google.
not sure if modern robotics really does anything anymore, so I'm not sure how easy it is to even find that. They're an older system, if I recall. Like that was back before the expansion hub days of FTC that a lot of modern robotics components were used. So back around when I first started.
Yeah. Yeah, I would look and see if they list what technology it uses, and then just look up the things that bounce off of Polycarb on Google, and just see if they line up.
What?
And then likely they would work.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
I'm curious.
No. Have you guys tried to code strafing along a wall in autonomous?
Interesting challenge.
No, we have not tried that yet. We haven't done a whole lot with autonomous. We're going to start doing some of that soon. Jesse over there is working on some programming for it. I'm not sure exactly why we need to do that with our chassis, but if you're talking about like if you had a chassis to try to go through that little gap, I could see why you might want to do that.
So do we
But
go until...
I'm not exactly sure how we do that very efficiently. So, good question.
I'm down till going to 1 a.m. and
Crashing.
then waking up at 8.
I was thinking more like 12.
I'm gonna move over here
It's
because
taking 8 hours out of this room on 30 hours. All right, let's get this figured out. How high is this thing? So I've got...
That's, I think, still stupidly too long.
This is. So this is my thought.
All right, we pulling the stream back up. We doing this.
Yeah, give us...
Hey,
we're live.
No, wait. We need to go chug some up, dude.
For real?
Yeah.
That's some dumb stuff.
We're gonna go chug some up, dude. We'll be right back.
For what it's worth, the moment this hits 11, the stream becomes PG-13 instead of PG.
what?
I don't know.
Might lose viewers.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that claim. Are you guys using the new driver hub, or are you on a phone?
We are using the new driver hub. So if you have any questions in particular about that, we can talk about that if you need, or answer some questions. Just initial thoughts on the driver hub. I like it. It eliminates the need for the USB hub plugged into your phone, which has been a point of failure that my team's seen before. So being able to just plug them straight in, that's pretty cool. And also being able to swap out batteries and things like that is really nice. Yeah.
How long is
24 inches.
I'm attempting to attach the carousel to the robot. It will take
We might need to move the electronics panel first.
Yeah.
a few holes.
I feel like that's something to work on next. Trying to get the electronics vertical.
I'm not sure if the hole spacing on this matches up with the Tetrix exactly. If it does, it would be easier, but all you need is 2 that fit roughly. Should be fine. It doesn't need to be super precise.
I have 2 in a slot.
Yeah. You want to help me set up some drawings and stuff to talk about the cam?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm gonna head out there, guys.
Alright,
I'll see. I'm gonna. Whenever I wake up, I'll text Slack and see if anyone's around.
Okay.
If there's someone around, I'll come in, or I'll sleep till someone is around. So.
Fair enough. Sounds good.
It might be 4 a.m. It might be 6. It might be 8.
Imagine being able to control it.
I'll see.
Yeah, it's,
You wanna come help me, Matt?
It doesn't wear the direct controller connection. Those USB hubs have sucked for me in the past. I mean, I don't have much comment on that, but
Yeah, just a second and I can bring it over to show you. I'm assuming Jesse's not using it. Are you using the control hub right, the driver hub real quick? Can you start on places? Alright, that's fine.
Oh, so that can be used.
So yeah, if you want to look right here at the driver hub, it's got 3 USB ports, a USB-C port, and a networking port. So it's got a lot of extra I/O. All of it works, so you can just plug controllers directly into it, not have to worry about it. So it's really nice. I like these things so far.
That's what I like.
And really quick, just a quick plug. Thank you, Rev, for sending us one. We really appreciate it.
I think he's good.
That and also they have a big battery, so we don't need to worry about it dying very quick. So that's also a
Although
big
this
plus.
is our final feed. This is our final chassis. So.
Not like, it's not like a combat robotics where you're going to be jolted around a lot. It's actually a lot less than FRC too. So FRC is much higher contact than FTC.
Hey Jesse, were you offered the robot? Were you offered the robot this time?
I'd say that we could turn these into continuous rotation servos, but we need the ref programmer to do that, and I don't think we have one. Yeah, dang. Otherwise, these would make decent low-speed continuous rotation actuators that are a lot lower power.
I was thinking.
And also, these are really torquey servos compared to any of like the older high-tech ones. I like these servos. Ref servos are nice.
There we go.
Get that monster out of the shop.
Put in some age-appropriate water. Hey, drink your water, friends.
What's that?
Oh, I forgot about these two.
Not affiliated with monster.
Monster energy, drink carcinogen.
Yeah, is that the mess up motors? Okay, that motor's fine.
That motor is brand new from Andy Mark, so it shouldn't be a problem. That's fine. Who cares? Who cares?
I think we can.
It'll be fine. It's
I have
okay.
slot in the horizontal slightly. I don't have a lot of this way. We could put a washer in it. Might be thinking too much. That's too much thinking for 30 hours. Have washers. I'll think about it.
When did you guys play game yet?
I have no idea.
So
Yeah, I'm gonna go draw out some Mechanum Logic stuff to talk to people about if they want. Try to make a video or something.
Matthew, do you know where we have extra Lexan? Because Mark was telling me about you have a bunch.
Probably in here, if I had to imagine.
Because if I could get like a 2-foot piece, then
I can go look.
we could probably turn this guy into the upright and then just put a new piece down here.
Because he was talking about like we have a bunch left over from old fields. I guess it's somewhere in there, so I can go see if any is in there.
Because I'm thinking this bottom plate will just be smaller. We leave all of this open. We zip tie it over here.
I mean, honestly, what you could do, cut the thing in half. L brackets. Rotate both of them up. Right? Although I don't know. This might. Well, you could mount to the back here instead. Cut it in half, rotate them. If that makes sense.
I think we're going to put 4 big U-bolts. This thing is. Well, not really.
I mean, I'll go see. We're probably gonna need more lights anyway.
Yeah.
So I'll see if I can find more.
Okay. Sweet. We will restart at another time. I will robot you. Robot. There's still no switch.
Wasn't Howard going to that?
Yeah, I know power switch yet. I think.
We don't have solder. We have an iron. So yeah. We were going to.
There's some of the battle bots here, but it's on the other side of the building, and I don't really want to walk, but I guess I can. If I have to. Yeah, most of the stuff in the battle bots room is mine anyways. I just forgot about it.
Where'd it go?
Is it like heavy duty?
Well, I mean, there's
Marco's talking about thick stuff.
Yes. Talk to Mark. I think. Ask Mark about it, but I think we need those things in there.
Did you get solder or no? Want to be a dog?
And you thought I was going to get us used
Dude, why am I getting 4 ads?
Where'd the pink Sharpie go?
This. This?
Where'd the parking go?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we addressed it. We're in, Are we doing a robot test? We doing a robot test over here?
I forgot my arms, so I can't.
No, you can walk out. You need an ID though?
I just
I have no idea what to expect.
So, what are you hoping for?
Hey, Matt. I'll give you my ID card. You want to go to the battle box room and find solder and electrical stuff? Sure.
Right around there.
Make sure someone moves this
So
around.
if you wanted to, you could just keep
I'm gonna take my jams
for later.
stand up while we
Just to see what
in case you get lost. Okay.
Yeah, Carousel probably work good. I'm dumb.
That's fair. Often dumping code helps it run.
I mean, I definitely.
Oh.
Better honey kit like you have like
cutters?
Wait, I think these will work better. Let's try them out.
Yeah, those won't work better.
Oh yeah. Stream. How's it going? How's everybody doing? We were struggling to stay awake, but we're awake now, right?
Sure.
We a live regular enthusiastic?
I'm alive.
Let's go.
Enthusiastic.
No, I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert.
Well, that's too
Alive,
cheery
I'm alive,
for me.
awake, alert, enthusiastic. Let's go. I'm alive, awake, alert.
If you go get me a mobster, I can do that.
I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert. I'm alert, awake, alive. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. And then you do it with like your arms going. And then the last time, you're full on jumping and screaming.
Yeah, no.
And guess what? We do that every morning at 7 a.m. in band camp. Oh man, this one time at band camp?
Yeah, we can show off some prototypes.
Yeah, sure.
I'll bring them over real quick.
Man. Hey, can you show us your intake mechanism?
Yeah, I'm bringing intakes over here.
We got 2 prototypes. We're making a 3rd. So,
So this is the plate as it stands.
For prototype V3.
Yeah, so really quick, this was one of the first prototypes, just looking up close. It did have a motor mounted over here to drive it, but we took that apart, or took it off to use for something else. Basically, it would just go and scoop up a game piece into here and hold it onto this platform. So it worked pretty well, but a small area of capture. So we also had this one, which had wheels on both sides. We've modified it a little bit, it's upside down. But it would basically do the same thing. It would grab, but from the sides, and hold the piece right here. So based on this one, these guys are making one over here that should have a wider area of capture by using 2 sets of rollers. And we're waiting for some 3D printed parts for those. So yeah, we'll have more prototype stuff soon. If you have any particular questions about any of them, let us know. We can chat with you guys a bit more about it if needed.
I just got outed on someone's private.
What?
I sent Nate some stupid shit and he just put me on the floor. Oh, stuff. My fault. That's my one slip up for the Robot 3 hours. Sorry to anyone that heard. No, I'm sure. I'm sure it will. Where are these bushings they used last time?
I think most of the bushings got used up in the 4-bar that I had.
Oh, man.
Most of the bushings that I found were used up in the 4-bar. I'm not sure how many more we have.
Oh my god. Not the swear truck.
Oh no, what a stock.
There was a lot of these bushings
Nick,
last
you better
time.
say sorry to Tyler.
I apologized very profusely. I used these bushings last time. I'm wondering if we've got any for the bigger D shaft.
It's a swear jar.
I know.
You mean for the motor shaft? I don't think so.
No, but where's that D shaft that Mark told me?
Was it 5 mil D shaft or?
I don't know. It was D shaft. This is what Mark came up with.
That looks like 6 mil.
Yeah, I need bigger.
The supply chain issue. Oh, yeah, I guess that is a good point that the parts are hard to get, and I know we were very lucky to get some of those parts. So people are saying that they're still stuck with the phone and expansion hubs due to supply issues.
So one thing too that my team found out, because we got a control hub halfway through last season and then got a second one, it's pretty easy to transfer your same code over. It's just some of the vision processing stuff might need a little bit of changes. So
Yes, the current intake is supposed to grab all of the frame types. Wait,
yeah.
Do we just have smaller D shaft then, if all the bushings are made to work with that?
Yeah, I just
Well, like, yeah.
Do we need more? Or?
IK, saying tuning back in. So this is, we have 3 prototypes. Well, this is our 3rd prototype that we're working on right now. Yes, we are planning on picking up all types of cargo, including, well, the ducks are lower on the priority list, to be honest.
Well, we can only do the ducks in the last 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So
and first, and off time.
Oh, yeah, that's just one, right?
Yeah, you can get But it should pick in most.
One right here.
Our current designs work great, but they have a very small field of pickup range. So we're hoping with a design that can kind of push the item in. We have a wider range, but as you might know, we can only pick up one item. So you don't want it too wide because you don't want to be picking up more than one item. So that's where we're at the moment.
Size as the motor shaft. We can actually take some of the smooth bore motor hubs like these and use these as a bearing. Sometimes, but it's kind of that's kind of gross.
Okay, so you know what? This is just a new design constraint. It can't be more. The intake can't be more than this tall. And you know what? We didn't really want it to be anyway. So
Nightbot robot in 30 hours team this for 1 time during this.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
So we actually have that for our streams.
Oh my god.
Are you doing good or bad? It's still in mine. I have the
Yeah. Nick, that number better not go up.
This is Nate's fault.
This is not Nate's
This
fault.
is Nate's fault.
Is Nate here? No.
Do we want this thing to be? We don't want this to be thinner than the ball, right?
No. The ball is the last thing.
So theoretically, if we, now this is a conundrum.
You know, Nick, there is another option. I'm pretty sure that's the same size shaft that the tire runner uses. So
That the what?
That's the same size D shaft that the tire runner uses. So we could possibly pull some bearings from one of the tire runners that we need. If you need the long ones.
Tis an idea. Where'd you get all that 4-bar D shaft?
That just I found random places.
Okay.
So like in here, I've taken it off parts. There's probably more that can be found.
Howard, do we have more of these somewhere?
Are you looking for small pieces?
How many do you have?
I just have 2.
Yes, but we might be able to find some.
Somebody go let
I look super.
Small pieces I might be able to find.
That door or the other door? I'll go. Oh, okay.
Ben's back.
Where's a tape measure?
Thank you.
I found a tape measure. Justin, doth give me your tape measure.
I think there's 2 more somewhere.
I should be all good there.
Okay. If you don't use them, I can bring them back, and my team probably will.
But we need to get the new versions because we can't use the hex shaft.
Oh yeah, I know. But just if you need to do stuff for prototyping, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Wait, why can't you use the hex shaft?
Because aren't we printing out ones or something?
You're opening out some, but why can't you use the hex shaft instead?
Because
you use hex bearings in whatever plate you're machining. For those little
on the end,
twangy boys, just drill a hex bearing hole right here and use hex bearings. You can run power cord between the D shaft and the hex bearing.
I'm so confused.
for these.
Yeah, but the pulley, these need to mount to the same, whatever those nuts are. Oh, sweet.
Whatever what nuts are.
Those need to mount to whatever the square. Hey, close to back. The dude, you know the These nuts.
That's the leading intake prototype.
That's what we're standing on. Okay.
Cool.
Ben, is this
Hello.
you?
Hello.
How was the wedding?
It was a lot of fun.
Is that
a lot of fun.
It's a little tall right now. I don't really want to cut things until we
Yeah. All the cousins are married.
You can go now. Huh?
How are you guys doing? I have polycarbon pulleys for hex
Hey, do we have hex bearings? Oh, much appreciated. Hex bearings. Okay, then we'll do that.
We're in the first center.
Okay.
Trust.
I didn't know.
We go with Thunder next.
If you get something with a plane, it should be bad.
I didn't know we had a hex ecosystem.
Hey, can I measure that real
Oh,
quick?
my team uses tons of hex in FTC. I love hex.
How are you guys still using 25 feet?
Well, can we use this with that?
I don't think so.
You don't need the
What did you say?
We use this with this?
Actually, my team has stretched things like
Is
this.
this 25 or is it what?
What?
The 25 or is it small?
That's 25.
Can I get that?
Do we really need these mounts with actual set screws in them?
Top pieces?
Yeah.
Some, but I don't know where those are.
Do we have... Where are the shaft colors? Oh, yo!
Also a good question.
This is a square shaft color. Will it work? Yes.
I don't think it'll fit.
Oh, sure.
This one I can only be about 50% sure about.
What's your over under? Where's the small Allen key?
I mean, here's one without the actual set screw.
Oh, sweet. Where's the small Allen key?
He's catching up on his sleep so that way he can take the night shift.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to take the everything shift because I like caffeine. Yeah. Okay.
Should I just watch this? What's happened? So, I'll keep it real. Not much. One time, bro?
What'd you say?
One time?
What'd you say?
I just kind of like forgot it. I kind of forgot I was on. I wasn't even like mad. I was just talking to Justin. It wasn't even worth it. Well, no, I just forgot. So I'm working on an intake prototype because apparently that's just my niche. Yep. Justin's helping me. Ours made a 4-bar. It's kind of cheap, but it'll be better. We're putting out intake parts right now. Jesse's doing awesome stuff. Figured out that the chassis couldn't drive over the barriers. We changed the chassis so it can drive over the barriers. This game is very simple. So it's not like last year when we're going to be stuck in integration help. It's kind of like we put the intake on a 4-bar and call it a day.
Oh, and then you'll just reverse it and dump it.
Yeah, it's like last year.
Thank you so much for becoming a supporter. Thank you for supporting us.
It's like, I mean, last year we had to bring it from intake to hopper to shooter. This year it's just like pick it up, spit it out.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like a better robot could get more creative with it. Like you could have something that reaches into there and then goes in. And then
So you can't actually do that.
We're not allowed to reach over the
You
barrier.
have to be in the warehouse.
You have to be inside of it, all
Yeah.
four, like the entire robot.
Yeah.
Garbage game.
So this is like a
One thing is,
stupid.
we have to be entirely inside of it to grab them, but I don't know if we have to be outside of it to drop them off. That would be a much farther distance, though. But
That's actually a good question. Because you could just
Someone play on my Dream League by Robotics.
Okay.
Dude, when I tighten this thing, it's gonna get so eccentric.
What are you looking at?
The 4-bar.
Okay, I worked with what I.
It's a little
had here.
chunky.
I worked with what I had. Okay. Wow, man.
Is this how we're gonna spit it out?
This is how we're gonna lift them, I think.
So Jacqueline, it's pretty simple. They have.
Oh no!
Snap, crackle,
Yeah,
pop.
that's why we don't like to use gears like.
Oh, I don't
You
like
can
to
do
use gears like
sprocket-
this either,
Can
but
you do sprocket and chain?
I don't know if we have any of the right size
Justin,
to get the reduction that we need for this.
How
That way-
how eccentric it is.
That's a big thing. If we wanted to run encoder feedback, then we never S60.
Whatever, bro. If it fits and chips, I'm totally fine.
Oh, I'm not going to run anything less than a never S60 with that kind of a cantilever force.
Yeah.
Talk about sprocket and chain we've got.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Oh,
I feel like I have
because
been united.
this is guaranteed going to slip.
Oh. Well, actually, the way that I set it up with twisting the motor, any force pushing down will actually push that deeper into this bearing. So it'll just make
Okay,
itself.
vibrations are going to loosen this. This will.
Oh, well, what I'm saying is that if it does rotate with the direction of the force going to be applied, it's actually going to be pulling this motor tighter.
Tell me, Jeff.
It's still not an ideal solution.
No. Well,
Justin,
we're
we can
trying
make
to
this
take
one.
it.
Ask the viewers what it was.
Yeah, that's a prototype. If we
Yeah,
could get,
oh, yeah.
Them as in
I'd say at least a 2-to-1 external reduction is needed for this to be able to have it hold steady.
Yep.
It's
If
Jeff.
we can get that with chain and sprocket, then
They know what Jeff is. They know what Jeff
I just met Jeff.
You might be able to.
Where's my big shot?
Where's my big shot? You can keep looking for it, but you're not gonna find it.
Where is it? Alright. No, the really flimsy one.
There's Jeff.
I called you because we needed the door. That was it. And Ben tried to call Luke, and
How have
his
things
phone
been going?
like rings.
Pretty well.
And he's like, I don't have anybody's phone number. He's like, I have Nick's. Physics class.
You're finally repaying that one time you let me and Tommy Hall like a year ago.
Also, like calling you during physics when he lost connection, and I was in person.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna miss physics with options.
That man
Oh,
is
did you just take the screws out of that one?
It's fantastic.
I just had more screws.
Yeah.
I had a shaft from last year's intake, but it had shaft colors on it, and I was gonna steal them, but then I lost.
Yeah, because the last year there was had to like move a lot of stuff around and shoot it out, but this year it's like, especially since last
No,
it seems like pretty boring.
I agree. I'm not
that's something.
Okay. Well, there's how many did it have on it?
It had shaft colors.
How many? Because here's one.
2. No, but it was like a really small form factor shaft color. It had like.
The spinning array of surgical tubing.
And this is an even right Allen size. That's it, boys. I'm going down.
You're liking dealing with all the different Allen sizes.
I forgot how frustrating
Set up somewhere, maybe over there.
Nothing's
He was a little
consistent
crazy here.
at times.
Yeah.
Because each manufacturer is like, oh, we're gonna do something different. It's like, okay.
It's actually just obnoxious.
A little bit. You get used to it though.
So, for shaft colors,
Yeah.
so Howard,
Wire stripper.
remember when you got
there's some in there. Put some in.
I'm actually using every single one of them.
What?
This, 2 of these will be constraining each shaft. I hope you know that.
Shoo, buddy.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Gaga, I'm doing it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, but one thing that would.
I'm just gonna go cry.
Wait! Can I amputate the set screws from this one to this one? Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's real nice.
At least you should.
I'm taking all. Are these yours?
No.
Okay, then I'm taking them all.
They're yours now.
Even if they were, if I brought them, they would be my team, so I can.
Cool. Then I will be.
My other
amputated.
coaches said that I'm fine to take stuff.
I will be amputated.
What can I do to help?
Excuse me, ma'am. What size is the bushing drill? Because I will be
About a half a year.
half a year.
I'm just
saying the
trying
bushing drill
to
is
not go into caffeine.
half a D.
Half a yay. You know, about how big? About yay. How yay big?
I thought it was half a
Oh, I forgot about that. I was going to go over an explanation of the physics and math behind mechanism drive.
You definitely should. People are always amazed by that.
Oh, yay! Vectors cancel each other out.
Wait, Howie, to clarify, you're printing these polycord pulleys out. You've got 4 sets with that hub pattern on it, right?
4 of them, not 4 sets.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So theoretically, if we don't want to do hex, we don't have to.
You don't have to, but I'd also just full send it hex, if I'm being honest.
So
because you're going to have to wait for me to print more of these things too. You know. This is a
Why?
dangerous.
I thought you integrated it.
What? I didn't get them on that file.
Just the thing. Just wait. 1 second.
So can you find hex codes? Can you find hex codes?
Yeah.
Here, I'll get you first.
Oh, thank you. If you're not, I was going to put it down to our build.
I believe Howard, this is 3/8, right?
No, that's half.
This is half?
That's half.
Cool.
Churros are half.
Oh, you're right. Man, you're right. This truck is garbage.
Yeah, I know. That one's worse. That one's worse.
That's not.
I think that was the last.
Okay. You think this is about where we're at?
That's a real deal. This is like the new version of what you were going over there.
There you go. He's got the
Huh? What about it?
Never mind. Don't worry, we're following all safety standards here.
Is that a Bosch?
Oh, these are so bad.
Nice job,
He's just talking shit because you know
No, I'm dead serious. The chunks on these,
how come that's
the chunks on these are actual garbage.
Wait, did I just say that?
Did you?
No.
Did it get caught?
By me. Oh, these are so big. Oh, that's going to be a problem, actually. I wonder if there's any... no, it's not actually going to be an issue. Yeah, it'll be fine. In this we trust.
I might be able to design a 3D print something I want to or I might
I didn't see the chat light up, so I guess you're good.
Let's say probably 6. How many people want it?
We got 25. It just dropped.
25.
Yeah.
That just dropped. You think they can hear me sniffing?
What? Yes, I can hear that.
Chat smells funny.
Because of this, so we'll need like the diameter of all this. Yeah.
What do we want?
No, we do not want her. We could use square, honestly. It's like a square and clear as well.
The trick is also we either need some way of making sure the right side of the graphic.
Just really pay attention to when I disassemble those infant cubes, what I actually do.
Since I'm thinking that's on the ground.
Visible.
We're not doing that.
For the Andy Mark chassis, yes. For the what is the chassis we're using called? Go Build. What?
The Go Build machine.
Yeah, the Go Build striker, I think it's called. That one did not clear as well. If you took it with some speed, it would go over. But you had to give it some speed. The Andy Mark one, though, went over pretty much no problem.
Well, one thing that my team's done before for a lot of our mechanisms was made it entirely symmetrical, so if it comes around or whatever.
Yeah, but this is like, we have to have a hole.
Yeah, well, the thing is, what a few of us have talked about earlier basically is square 4 inches by 4 inches on dimensions.
have kind of a funnel shape, and then a hole in the center that intersects. Technically, that is minimum is 3 by 3 by 4. Maximum is 4 by 4 by 8. So a 4-inch cube on sides will be
more
Sure. I swear to God, check this out. Never having any.
because we're probably not going to do that with our normal.
Is it a lot?
So one thing that we had talked about is
So we
with
could
the
just do a drawer slide lift, honestly.
well, one thing that we had talked about with the drawer bar is we can make this bar extend up over here and have a mechanism up here that would just swing out with a servo to grab it.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure
That
how
is
easy
possible,
it will be
but
to
you would
prep.
need 2 servos, one to swing out, one to release.
Yeah.
So we could do that, or you could do, that would just be a mechanism on top of one, or you could do a separate mechanism on its own. A thought that comes to mind is just like a simple drawer slide up with then a servo that swings out to get it over it. You lower the drawer slide and you release.
Yeah, that's true, but adding that plus the 2 servos that you need to either swing it out and
Yeah,
then
well,
tuck
it's
over
going
it.
to be light, so there is that. So,
Well,
but
I
yeah.
think in that matter, it might be better to go with this because this would only be adding 2 actuators to all.
Yep.
And we would probably want to run a drawer slide like that with the motor, I'm guessing.
Question. Is there a way we can, what's our...
No, we have hex shell. We're running very
Carousel.
low on motor count right now.
Yeah, oh, no, what's our carousel design?
I couldn't hear you.
A
wheel.
Design? A wheel? This?
You don't use oh, that's just a motor attached to a wheel.
So it's this?
Did you do that in FRC? Yeah. This explains so much about you and
I mean, like, if it was like some lightweight thing, not if it was like
And like for
this is so
for the prototype
like an intake. Yeah, sure.
That intake only needed one. That one's also a little bit smaller dimensions, so they were thinking
Sure, it was for standoffs and standoffs only. No
I don't know whether this is good or if it's bad.
What is it?
So this is supposed to ride.
Okay.
Tile. Tile.
Speaking of standoffs,
This is what it does.
Nice.
It simply just drives through a car.
Oh.
Also, it's backward.
What? Okay.
Okay, I can fix it.
Okay, I know exactly the problem you're having because you've done it, but I don't
Why is this not fitting? There's literally no reason that
could
yeah, it is. Peculiar.
I think
So
you might
peculiar.
have like motors
No, wait, I'm actually like geeking off.
selected incorrectly or like
No, because we ran into that issue earlier. I rewrote a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, they definitely
like on my method.
Sorry for
I did.
that.
Front left, front right, back left.
No,
back
there's
right,
a bird.
back left,
No, there
front
can't be a
right,
bird.
Back left, front right.
But you're waiting for a certain constraint to be made before you terminate or move on to the next.
What's the distance?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. Who's that? I know. That's what I was talking about. He's fucking on blast.
Yeah, because you use that for the
He's not blast. I said that's my buddy.
No, because this should go here. What is that? And then it should come here. So I have this method. This method. Tell me out loud. Oh, I gotta fix it. Which is no big deal.
Good thing you told me.
I just gotta fix this method. Like,
Dude, that was not meant to go to the mess.
Where did that go?
Show that to the world.
No, I don't know about that one. This is on a friend of ours. You did the blur the second to last caption.
Yeah, somebody
That
took
reminds
that
me-
picture of you and
Dude,
posted it on your story.
that reminds-
I sent that to my
that reminds me of the pictures of
and
people
he
like taking
screenshotted it.
pictures like
Stood on his
this.
story.
That reminds me of pictures of people, or people taking pictures like this. I see
Start doing people start doing like a straight.
no, yeah, I was thinking.
Did not have I'm gonna beat that kid later. He's actually catching these things.
Nobody else.
Sure, okay. But I was gonna give you a block.
I think I got it tipped right. Like it was a zero.
I made it very clear that he's catching hands for this. He's actually catching hands. Oh no, Nate. Dude, I'm gonna put him into the stratosphere.
Electrical tape, the perfect way to cover up your mistakes. You do not want to see the soldering job.
Did something get unplugged?
I don't know, signal.
Who's electrical again?
Yeah.
I think you're on a delay.
Did the connector just pop out?
I'm guessing over the course of this being pulled and stuff, after a while it's just gotten a little bit loose.
Okay.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah. Did you separate?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I hope so.
Okay. I just didn't want to like grab the whole thing. There it goes. And then
no, there's one on the right side. The batteries have little 15
bubble.
Bubble. Yeah, I grabbed them individually and then did another. But on the bad side, the batteries have
Oh, man. This is a very big roller coaster, man. I'm used to.
Oh,
You should reconsider. That can mean whatever you want it to.
You did a really good job of every 2 hours doing the meetings up until about 8 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, I heard about that, but you guys didn't increment your sprints.
Yeah, we did.
Every 2 hours.
Gripper-wise,
Board says sprint number 1.
Mine doesn't.
I didn't look nice.
And I actually wrote in Sharpie, so I knew it did chicken.
Yeah, something
If you take a regular marker and wipe over it.
Yeah, I know.
basically 4-inch by 4-inch.
But it's fine for now.
We also have rubbing alcohol too.
Then a funnel on each
Rubbing
side,
alcohol
so
will
every
take
single
it
side's
out.
symmetric.
Because it
There's a
just
hole in the center of that, so it all intersects. That way it can.
Do I have any more of the
tumble around
funny
all we
screws?
want,
I
as long
do.
as it'll be symmetrical.
All right, I got 2 of these built.
Yeah.
So we don't need to worry about what.
Can you get a drill bit that can drill out for those drums?
Because I guarantee that there's going to be a situation where
We're just gonna
run
run back.
another robot if we were to compete with it.
Yeah. Because this is like also.
We really shouldn't be using hex for
There's
this.
2 ways to get it. Either
Well, we have to.
starting
Makes
with
life
it
easier.
It does.
and you can pick it up then, which is like if we had the ability and the time to, that's what we would do. Because that makes most sense. Most efficient is to hold on to it the entire time. The second way to get it is by putting it on the carousel spin wheel. I want to call it.
Okay.
I really do. So,
If they would have just doubled or tripled the points value, it would have been worth it.
Yeah.
It's like, here's 3 points for doing something that doesn't matter at all. Like, why?
Yeah. So the other ways to get your team shipping element that way is from it running on there, and then that's just gonna fall. Like there's no good way to catch it. So this
You're not allowed to catch it.
You have one on slow speed and one on high speed.
Oh my god, that explains so much.
It's
a box.
Yeah. I
know we
I feel like you.
Maybe I can go back to my apartment. What is happening over here?
No! Oh, I didn't put a screw in that one. I am transferring torque.
Some contraption going on over here.
Yeah,
we're doing the drill testing again.
Before it was just him pulling.
I have a process stopping her.
Where's the clip?
When have I ever let you wrong aside from last year's intake that did?
Okay, to be fair, didn't you stick that thing on the end of a drill?
Yes, yeah. Then I turned it on and they all went.
And you exploded it too.
You need to stop asking questions. I'm actually getting sick of it.
It's okay. Somebody in the YouTube tell me how long it took to make the chassis.
Well, it stopped being a speed run about 40
least an
seconds
hour
in.
and a half. It's at least an hour and a half.
And it's actually
and he had to take half of it apart because he didn't like how it
so
looked.
you're a comedian.
No, because it was.
Yo, calm down. Okay. It's okay.
You should play a different game.
You did not like how it looked and you had to take
No, because it wasn't built right. It's still not built right.
Yeah, that's true.
What's up?
built different.
What is wrong?
If you can't figure, hey,
It's
if they
Kettering
can't
built
figure it
different.
out, then it's not an issue.
Valid.
Hey, it's Kettering built different.
That's all I'm back here. Oh, am I supposed to put 2 screws? Because I'm not.
Oh, I'm at a broken.
You're like I have this one kid on my team. we'd have like on the wheel hub, it would take 4 screws. He'd put in 3.
Dude, if this was a competition robot, I'd be doing this meticulously to the detail.
I don't know about that.
But this thing can be so good. You know, this thing knows jokes. Do you know who that is?
Who let you come here?
Do you know who that is?
What am I looking at? Get a close up of this.
Where's calipers?
Now flip them. Hey, you take them out.
So
Well,
this
no,
actually
then I at least
wasn't
know what
done
the
right.
diameter is, so then I tell you what that is.
Oh, this is the one with garlic stuff.
Yeah, this is still wash.
No, it's a circle. It's a circle.
Oh, you were just saying how weird they were.
This drill contraption over here.
Oh, there's gonna be car washes on the outside. There's gonna be car washes on the outside.
You gotta figure it out.
I'm literally in the process. Give me a brick. Those are the ones I'm more worried about.
So, what the?
Just put a cube there. I'm more
Print in place mechanism.
No.
It worked.
Okay, this is the problem. Stop doing it. Get
What
out.
did he print it?
That's not bad.
I don't like.
Who did this?
I don't know.
Howard.
Give me a cube. Give me a
Oh
cube,
my
give me a
God.
cube,
Bring
give me
all
a
your
cube, give me a
complaints
cube.
to Howard.
Give me a cube. Oh yeah, that is space.
That works surprisingly well. It's quite base.
Oh yeah, I'm so good at my job. They call me Mr. Intake.
So what was the value you said?
Because I suck.
You need to find a proxy for mechanically and get out of here.
They call me Mr. Intake. They call me Mr. Intake, Benjamin.
Yes. I'm curious.
No, gosh darn it. Okay. Okay, yeah, no more touching the camera.
Why?
Because it keeps cutting out.
Did it?
Yeah.
It's fine. It looks fine over here.
No, I don't, it just cut out.
I think so.
I'm really not.
Yeah, I know it looks fine now.
Okay, Justin, we need a drill bit for these cars.
If that's the case, then I could possibly design it with a little piece of a very
Well, like just the center is still there. Yeah,
I'm gonna put my Venmo on stream.
I just had to document it. Make it perfect.
Dude, the fact that I haven't broken into the rap scene yet is a tragedy.
No, we're gonna make some beats when I'm in the house, okay? I don't have any good microphones. It's okay. Robot in 3 days seems so boring. I just do robot in 3 months. It's more realistic.
When you first posted that, I thought you meant 3 minutes. I'm like, all right, buddy.
Robot in 3 minutes?
Yeah, robot in 3 minutes.
Robot in 2 months is kind of like a early competition thing. It just sounds like longer FRC.
Yeah.
But
Okay, we need 4 drills.
no.
I'm not kidding.
Why don't you just chain it up?
It will.
So chain it
just
up.
prototype it as you think it really should.
Oh, yeah.
No, that means 4 drills.
Actually, I'm dead serious. I remember my first competition I ever went to, and a team had a DeWalt drill zip tied to their chassis, no battery on it, and then it was wired right into their power
I'm
machine.
not happy with it.
Yeah.
Do we have a
Oh my
4th drill?
god.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
wish we could do
Justin,
that.
we need a drill bit for the hex bearings.
Yes, we do. We could get a socket, a 1/2-inch socket.
What?
You're using a drill.
I do not understand.
This is nice when they rescue the field doesn't wait on the truck.
That's disgusting.
I know, but it keeps coming and cutting it off. I know it's fine. Gosh darn it.
Justin, these need to be shorter. No. Dude! Step off.
Is this the new thing that Andy Mark
I hope not.
I don't think that's not all I can say. Maybe it's
Justin!
What? Do you want?
These all need to be this short now. The new purple mark. And also, we need to find that drill.
Where's the money? That much shorter? That much shorter?
So, look. Unless you think it's worthwhile for them to... Well, 1A, where's that mark? 1, I don't want it to like hit this too much, which is still going to, but barely. But 2, I don't want these to crisscross.
Yeah, sure.
Which actually, maybe there's some merit to that. Yeah, let's try it. We need the bearings. We need the drill bit for the bearings.
What?
Where's?
I want to carry this.
Do you have the bearings yet?
I'll find the bearings, you find the drill bit. Deal?
I don't know what size I need.
It's 1.125.
Inches?
Yes.
You want to put a 1.125
Dude,
inches
just stop
in
talking and start
on
doing
that.
it. Yes, I do.
Put a task on it.
Sprint through.
Dude,
I said I didn't want to use hex, and then no one listened to me, and now they're like, you want to do that? Yes, I want to do that.
Sprint 3 is UV. Dude, he's gonna cry. That's right.
Not yet.
Has it been like this the whole time?
No, it actually just started like 30 minutes.
As soon as he got here?
Actually, like 10 minutes before.
Okay, good. You're tired. Maybe it's nap time.
No, Hess is actually the most productive guy.
Nice.
Because you have somebody to yell at.
Dude, it's his fault for letting it happen.
We need Luke to come back.
Where's Luke?
Luke was like uncharacteristically sleepy.
Ben, where is Luke?
Sleeping. Yeah, I don't know where I was looking for him.
Good.
Give him a kiss.
Yeah.
Good night, kids.
Oh no, you gotta give it to someone else instead. No, I'm kidding. That's so stupid.
2 bros working on an intake. They might kiss.
No, that's stupid. That's so stupid.
It's funny.
That's so dumb.
Robot in 3 months.
Don't look at me.
Doing autonomous testing, I think. Oh.
Turned.
Why did it turn?
It went backwards for some reason.
Was it supposed to turn, or?
It did not turn enough, and I'm also not using the gyro right now. Autonomous is getting there. But you saw there, we'll run it again here in a second just for transparency, but it went forward, and then it was supposed to, I'll be the robot here. So it's supposed to do this. It's supposed to go here, 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 and then spin this way. Well, what it did
So
was
quite a
it
few
went
things it missed.
here, here, and then it went backwards, and then it rotated. So it missed the strafing part,
Sounds
which
like
is
you.
fixable.
Sounds like you told it to go backwards instead of sideways.
No, I know what I think I know what I did wrong. Which is basically that, but in math. So we'll see.
Math.
How do you like the driver hub? Better than the phone?
Very nice. I did not like the
How do you like
This
the
is
control
nice. This is also very
Did you
nice.
know what Luke did to me? He texted me saying, "We fried the control hub."
Yes.
I was like, "That's not nice at
Yes.
all."
Yes,
I was like,
that was very funny.
My stomach sank. And he's like, "Jokes." I was like, "Get out of here."
Joking.
I was like, "Don't do me like that, bro."
We will run the autonomous again once
Let's
my
do it.
tooth gets unstuck from my mask.
I'm drilling. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's like really stringy, like my mask is. So I got caught in my brace.
Wait, is that one of the?
Isn't it airport mask?
I got exactly the same mask.
Is that an
you do.
Adafruit mask?
I got
or-
it from airport.
Huh?
Oh no.
No. No, I didn't get mine
Adafruit
from
gives you a
Airfare.
mask.
I got mine
Yeah, I
out.
have an Adafruit mask.
Mine was just like a 50 packer.
It would have been cool. It would have been cool if they had the Adafruit
Right, my
logo.
girlfriend's mom gave it to me.
That would have been cool. No, they're just like.
Alright, I'm
So
running the
mine,
auto.
I bought some Adafruit stuff
What?
for
I don't know why it turned first.
Not at all what you
That's
told it to
cool.
do.
I don't know why it turned.
Something you might know already, but weight has to be like in the center for like it has to be distributed evenly amongst all.
Yeah.
That's not at all correct.
I'm not really sure what's going on anymore.
Do you have variables you aren't resetting every start?
AI.
They might be
Probably.
hanging out.
I probably am not resetting my encoder.
Because
That's
considering it just did
a
things
good idea.
three times differently.
You're using
that'd be
encoder?
good.
I'm proud of you.
And back to your regularly scheduled hacking slash.
Dude, I do not like this.
What's going on over here? Hang on, I gotta get it.
Yeah. Look at this Bosch. Look at this Bosch.
Hey, no more product placement.
Wait.
You're wearing the shirt.
No more product placement. No more product placement.
If you can do that product placement, I'm gonna go start selling cars. Okay.
No more product placement, guys. No more product placement.
Oh, I can
use your pocket. What are you looking at?
Oh.
Bosch.
No, we gotta check out Andy Mark and rebuild them.
Yeah, how's the rebuild it chassis going?
That drill sounds so bad.
This is the jankest. I have no words.
That started plunging.
Yeah. Probably don't do so much zoom in.
True.
No.
It's just horrible.
No? What?
Alright.
What's it called? Piece 3/4?
Here you go, Nick. Finish this test. Scratch it off on the scroll.
Looks like you made your own tattoo out of a circle. Is that what you did?
Whoa.
No.
Did that hit you?
No.
Okay, we're good.
We should set up a clearance zone around the
I'd say you're right, but it's already done.
Someone clip that.
Yeah. It wasn't even on camera, the box.
Okay. No one was harmed.
Can you clip on your
Physically, no one was harmed. Different story.
You're sweeping tomorrow, right? I'm leaving at 4 p.m.
No.
4 a.m. actually?
No. Can't do that.
Wait, where's Jeff?
Who's Jeff?
Jeff? Jake? Jake from State Farm.
Jake from State Farm. 3 in the morning?
3 in the morning?
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis.
Yeah, I asked Jeff.
Well, she sounds he is. Well, she's a guy.
Two slabs. It looks like a slotted. What do you guys think it is?
So, how about for next year we do robot in 3 minutes?
Yeah.
3 seconds.
My name is. Oh, we're out of time.
We're out of time.
Okay, I need those flip-flops.
This is Jeff.
I think we'll need another churro. Shorter.
Yeah, we're gonna have to cut some down.
What's a good question I can ask Chad?
You want to just take it to the drop-in and ice it?
Hang out with Joe Man over here.
You want to ice some churro on the drop-in?
What?
I get it, Antonio. I get
This,
it.
The horizontal?
You totally destroyed this table.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
Well, she's a guy, so.
What do you mean? I don't get it.
Yes, Antonio, you know what we're talking about.
You not see what you've done?
What's your guys' favorite commercial? What's the funniest commercial?
actually
I
wasn't.
think that's up there.
Dude.
And my favorite was, who was it? Capital One had the Peggy series. And it was like,
Oh,
hello,
Peggy.
this is Peggy?
True.
And then it'd be like, hi Peggy, I have tokens and I want to get my rewards. Well, tokens need to go to coupons. Coupons then go to the points. Points go back to coupons, then you can get reward. That one was funny, and then they had they're like, can I speak to the marketing department? Or I don't know, some department. And they go, transfer. And they're just handing it around to random people. And then he'd go, hello, this is Peggy.
we need hex shaft colors, and we need to cut these down.
This makes it down on the
Well, figure a length. Show it there.
Okay,
And honestly,
we need 2 lengths of churro that are this long.
if we put the, oh no, we still have to.
Can we get 2 lengths of churro that are this long?
That long? Yeah. Mountain Dew had a horrifying puppet commercial in the Super Bowl a few years back.
I'm really storing it like nicely for you.
Y'all remember the Mountain Dew commercial where it was like the big spider tank shot the mountain?
No, I remember the one where it was like the guy was supposed to be taking care of like this person's family, like the grandma and like the goldfish, and he forgot about it, so he was drinking Mountain Dew.
What?
And then he like poured Mountain Dew in the fish tank, and the fish was dead, but then the fish came back, and then like the grandma was dead. And he, like,
I do not remember
yeah, that was a Mountain Dew one for during the Super Bowl.
Dude.
This is bad.
Sometimes it feels like they take in people like just off the street and like come up with a commercial for us. Like.
What do you want? Everything. Yeah, we want you to come with a commercial.
Go real quick.
Dude, okay, the geometry of this thing's actually starting to look Schmidt.
Yeah, let's be honest. Twice some of us watched the Super Bowl.
That's the only reason to watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Kind of a
commercials.
hot take, but like.
M&M's normally has some pretty solid ones. All right,
The M&M ones are just genocide.
Yeah, basically.
99% of the time.
I would love to take you with me stream, but sadly the cable won't reach all the way to the machine shop.
Dang.
Sorry. Nick, get over here and be entertainment. Ugh.
Nick might be running low on entertainment juice right now.
Oh, he's far past that point.
Nice. Shout out Justin. He's a day one. We're ready to make little poly walls.
Puppy, monkey, baby. Isn't that how it went? It's like Mountain Dew commercial.
Puppy and monkey.
Yeah, I was like puppy, monkey, baby. Somebody play it.
Go find God, bro.
Go find a 4th drill.
Please? Pretty please?
Go put on the billboard.
Dude, I test iteratively. I'm not sure why people like are against that.
I'm against floor drills.
Why would I not test it as I'm building it?
Dude, that requires 3 people minimum.
Dude, why would I not test it if I'm building it? Riddle me this. Shut up.
I don't see anything. You know those like weird videos where like you line up like the aluminum foil and the batteries, and then they like reverse the coin spinning and whatnot, and that's what I feel like will happen if you put 4 drills within the same vicinity and turn them all on.
Only one way to find out, bro.
What?
I need there's something on the design.
I need this. So I will take it. This is a society. So Luke's out of commission.
Yeah, I know.
Cole might not be coming back. Joe just kind of ran out of here.
Who's Joe? When did he get here? Joe went through you know what you need to
Oh my god! Oh my god! Someone clip that! Someone clip that! Someone clip that!
I'm gonna put you down. He's like, oh, this person left, and then Joe just came here and he left. I don't know. I was like, who's Joe? And he did Joe Mama.
Nice.
That's my dub for the night. We're not gonna have a robot, but I got him.
There's no what is like carrot or fruit. There's
That's my dub. Point proven. Shout out Adam, bro. That's
Adam D4 or whatever.
He's my, shout out to my real fans.
Did it strafe the
It's
correct
going
way?
pretty good. I'm on the other side of the cage.
Let's just.
I mean, I'm setting the wrong values.
Yeah, those are the new pulleys for the intake. Dude, I'm literally just in that first seat trying to work. Do you see these happen, Shakespeare?
I've seen teams do for a drive turn.
Yeah,
They'll take like the big like whatever metal extrusion thing that you use for your chassis.
Like a Carousel chassis?
Yeah, whatever. I don't know what it is. It's like a 2x4, but it's metal and it's hollow.
Okay, yeah, 2x1.
Whatever. and they made like a chassis out of that. I'm like,
Yeah, there goes 50% of my volume. Yeah, this will be a good deck, actually.
So now for.
Can you do me a favor? Can you check for one ket off? What? Can you check for one Kettering ket off? Like on blue lines? Oh my god. People are all the same. Who won? Okay, fair enough. No, they're 2-1.
I mean, I'm gonna. 2 Cheerios hot off the press.
Okay, and we're gonna need 2. So it was actually very misleading.
Why?
Because we're gonna need 4 more churros.
Still going strong? Question mark. I don't know what your definition of strong is, but we are still going.
We're gonna need 4 more churros that are like.
So how's it going? Anyone answer?
You got a
Lucas?
tape measure?
I said good.
Okay.
Dude, I absolutely robbed Ben.
It's not cool. I don't know how you put up with this guy the past however many hours you've been sitting.
Dude, that was such a clean setup.
Dude, there was a weekend where I was in a car with him for like 8 hours.
I would have offed myself.
I'm not even joking. I willingly gave up my Monday evening and the whole entire Friday.
We got some good stories out of
We
it.
got such good stories.
But at what cost?
I'm kind of mad at him, so.
And that was like the most time I've ever spent with Nick.
And before that
we'd like communicated, but like never like been together.
That week brought us closer.
For the better or for worse, it did.
Alright, let's see. What else? Like, okay, who else was there? So Sakib and Gavin.
Sakib?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know when he left.
He left at like 5.
That's rude. But I think it's true, actually.
Oh, yeah, no, and like he left
I don't know.
at like
I just didn't.
No, he sent me a text. He's like, hey, I left. And this was at 9.
He said he'd come back if we had more electrical work, but he said probably not.
And then I was like, yeah, I mean, electrical probably done. So I don't, unless Gavin is like still on.
I think they kind of are.
Where's Cole?
Oh, Cole just went to bed.
Yeah.
Well, Luke's napping.
Yeah.
really didn't have that big of a crew, honestly. Like,
Somehow
I think
the
that's
game
about
still
it.
has me waiting. I'm normally fastest at this point, especially on Saturday.
Dude, we cranked that on-brand cherry cola, and now we're feeling it.
We were literally about to go to bed at about 11 and then wake back up. You wanted to get up at 4. And I'm like, no, dude, just sleep until like 7 at that point.
We were really underestimating how much work there was to do on this thing.
Yeah. Because we're waiting for Prince.
Yeah, but...
And now we're just going with the Cheerio, bro. Oh, wait, okay, is there other links you need to put?
No, I'm gonna hold the captive. So like, there's gonna be one on top, and there's gonna be a shaft bar on top as well.
It'll probably help it get lower.
Yeah, there's gonna be standouts.
Or you can do the method of bolting on top.
So I am gonna need a secondary
hammer.
Done. Good save, boys. Well, first off,
Are you gonna appreciate how perfectly I made those? Did you check the tolerance on them?
I didn't, but maybe that should be a compliment to you.
They're
the fact
pretty-
that I didn't even think to, because I knew they were going to be really good.
They were ridiculously within spec.
Within spec.
Dang, you're still grinding. We still grinding. We're still here.
Man, I think I recognize that name, but I can never be sure.
Coda G.
If it is, long time no see, brother.
Yeah, I'm ready. 2 monsters deep, let's go. Don't slow down. Maybe you'll pop your other eardrum. We were talking about like rough like here for your eardrum. Oh yeah. Is that related to the monster?
I just woke up with one and couldn't hear anything. Yeah, it's great.
I definitely do. Oh man. It's been a minute, eh? How's it going?
The Coda.
Also, apparently,
Maybe Montana. They're pretty close.
So these, that was so bad. So these are like technically gears, but they're going like the wrong way.
Like you know about the scoring element or whatever.
Right, chemicals.
Oh, right.
Sure has been chilling.
Love to hear it, bro. Life good? Life good?
How's the wife and kids?
Yeah, you know the gist. Alright, so if I take the ball, okay, this thing's gonna look baller actually.
It's gonna look legit.
Yeah, so if I have a ball,
that's gonna pull it right in.
we need the second ball.
Get your other Cheerio.
I'm working on it.
And your thing. Where'd you put the second thing robot? Where'd the second thing robot go?
That's a great question. I don't actually know.
Hey, anyone got the other car washer?
Where'd that go? Yeah, that's actually a great question.
Chat.
What are you cutting?
No.
Is that the marked one? Because you marked one of them, Nick, and then you gave it to him.
Yeah, and then he took it back. Chat, who stole the
I
second,
didn't really move.
the second car washer?
I didn't actually move.
This is quality
You got me,
entertainment,
bro.
LMAO.
Dude, you missed some solid moments. Like, just ask. Dude, did anyone clip that? Can someone check?
It'll all be alive. I mean, you can all go back.
Oh, right. So, I need a timestamp. Okay, now I'm actually tweaking. Like, we.
Sucks to suck, right?
Do you have it, bro? I'm gonna be so mad if you have it.
What if I just stall you a whole hour, and then we don't finish the robot? We're like,
Oh yeah, it's in my pocket. I know, I checked. No. I didn't take it to the machine shop.
Did we have 2?
Yes, I made 2.
Dude!
It's like you're making it.
Does anyone have the third octopus, or are we just legitimately drugging right now?
Sorry, car washer. No. That's Spiky Boy. Car washer. See? Car washer.
No, it's not the same. Trust me.
No.
Okay.
Car washer.
So I think I understand that.
See, that is that.
Yeah.
Where'd it go? Car washer.
Did it fall?
Maybe.
Okay, cool. Did some? Okay. Who
How sure are we
got
we
up?
made two? Are we like
I
just?
saw
Dude,
two.
somebody-
I mean,
I saw
I'm kind
one
of
sitting there.
hallucinating at this point. But I'm like,
Dude, you had to have taken a
36% sure I made two.
You had to have.
Me?
Oh, no.
It's Ben.
Guys, I have it. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, about that.
That's a problem.
I know.
You want to come up with it?
Yeah.
To get started.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh,
shoot.
Dude, it was on top of the Craftsman cart.
What? You left it on top of the toolbox.
Yeah, I definitely put it there. Yeah, you know what?
Oh, I know what that is.
Get that.
Dakota knows all the nicknames. I like it.
There's 100% to it. We found it.
I am not delusional, for the most part.
I'm not delusional. I just forgot where I left it.
Like 2 minutes before.
What time is it?
It's only 12:30. I mean, like, I'm normally like at least 4 hours into sleep at this point.
Oh my gosh. How old are you? 80?
Dude, you only got one more. You only got one more week to be on an adult schedule. Then Kettering can mess
Dude,
it up.
flight outs are gonna screw me up.
Yeah, they will. But it'll be for the better.
Yeah. Okay.
In a good way.
But living in any house with a bunch of other dudes is going to screw you.
Yeah, I'll be living with 4 roommates, and I'm.
4 roommates?
Yeah, and they were roommates.
Luckily, I just have to deal with Wally.
Hey, dude, we're in the room next door.
Walmart.
I'm gonna antagonize
Brandon. From Fight Ups.
Oh.
He goes by Wally. His nickname was Walmart. His actual name's Brandon.
I don't know him.
Hey, bro, you know what?
Maybe I'll meet him. I've been wanting to go over to Fight Outs.
Cool.
But we'll see. Okay. I need to come up with a strategy. Cool. Someone help me make a strategy if anybody would like to. Yeah.
That, or I'm gonna
Literally
start
forget I know Marvin.
moving the hubs.
Everyone knows that.
All right.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
So this is bindy as all get out, but it kind of works.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, we can trim those down.
This definitely needs to get trimmed.
Huh?
You want me to trim them?
Tell you what, trim them to like.
Why don't you just give it to him as is?
Yeah, use discretion. It's a good idea, man.
That's why you the idea, man.
Did you file this today? Or was this from when we were?
Awesome. No, that is a product of last year.
Oh god, I hated that.
Little pog.
Little pog.
Dude, what's this thing? Pog glad.
Pog 3. Guys, think about names for the robot. We'll do a vote on who gets tomorrow. So put some good ideas in chat if you have good ideas.
Yeah, what do we name our robot? We're not picking till tomorrow, but if you got some really good ideas, we'd love to hear them.
And we'll choose some submissions that you guys can. During I think it's or FRC parliamentary days, I like dumped a bunch of first.
Can we name it Nick? Was last year's name Nick?
Yeah, it was named Nick. It was no, it was Nick period.
Nick period.
And Nick period is out in the field. Probably in shambles, I don't know.
We'll name it Nicholas. That sounds original. Nicholas. Saint Nicholas?
Saint Nicholas? Jeff Senior.
Jeff Senior.
Not a bad one.
Oh my god.
Should we do?
They want to name it Nick.
Not again.
It is Dakota that wants to name it.
The first one was bad enough, not the second one.
Nick.
Oh, this is a good one. What if we name it Nick?
Dude, the first one was Nick, period.
Nick, question mark? Nick, explanation.
Oh, no.
Remember what you did to me earlier?
That sounds way more cryptic than it needed to. Remember what you did to me earlier?
Catch. Why am I here?
Brennan, I don't know why you are here.
Oh my god.
I asked myself that same
I know
question.
why he's here. I know why he's here. Long time no see, brother. Been too long.
Who is he?
He's a dude from 4476.
Premium content. Free content. Remind that, you know?
Premium content.
Every other day of the week, people have to pay for this.
This is YouTube Plus.
No shot.
YouTube Premium.
No shot. Nice roll. Nice roll. I think he's making fun of us.
I know, it's like you're talking smack.
Okay, so they don't bind with themselves, but they still hit that.
That's fine. I think when we put 4 drills on that thing, it's going to feel a lot better.
Well, 4 drills is a lot different than 2 motors or whatever you're planning. Just playing devil's advocate.
Freddie said, Nick, it's been a while. Logan cracking like 600s?
Dude, I'm going to keep it real with you. I matched that, but I didn't post it because I didn't want to match.
If you say I'm going to keep it real with you one more time.
But that was like my first night running, so I might have to crush it.
You got a sponsorship from Dairy Queen, question mark?
I've got screenshot proof, I can say.
No. Well,
I wish we had a sponsorship.
what was that name? Somebody add to the counter.
Wait, what'd I say? What'd I say?
You said the naughty word.
No, I didn't.
You did.
What'd I say?
I don't know. Say it again.
I've got screenshot proof, I can send it.
You sponsored by DQ.
Hey, Justin.
No, I don't believe we're sponsored by DQ.
We are not sponsored by DQ.
That would be great.
Dude, I would really like to know what happened here.
I could really go for like a blizzard right now.
Justin, where's that little threaded rod?
I don't want to touch this.
Oh, my favorite, the blizzard cotton candy slaps.
You know what's really good? Chocolate ice cream cone.
Where's the threading you used? Okay, but that's like cute to find.
But visible. Reach out to DQ and be like, yo, sponsor these kids. They're great.
Or get your own sponsor.
Or if you get sponsored by them, it'd be great.
Yeah, that'd actually be really cool.
It's on the sign in the background. Oh.
Wait, where? Oh, that's a team. That's a team.
So if you aren't aware, so we're at Kettering University. We're in what's called the First Center. Here, I'll kind of show you.
Justin, where's the threaded rod?
I don't know.
I need you to help me find it.
So you can kind of see, but there's all these kind of pits on the other side of that chain. And then you can see a bunch of other banners from other teams. There's even some over there. Here, wait, I'll move you guys.
This is disgusting, but it's gonna.
But we house, I don't know how many teams anymore. I think it's close to 12. I think it's like 8 right now. There's like 8 different teams that are all housed here. So as you can see, that's one team's, that is 1506. Yeah, that's 1506's pit there. There's another team's pit over there. So typically we have a field here, but we actually had a kickoff event here at First, or at Kettering University. So that's why there is currently not a field there. But yeah, these are all pits. So sadly, we are not sponsored by DQ. That team is, which is legit, but we are sadly not. And we're working over here. There you go, Kettering University. People talking.
How's that even going? We need a fourth drill.
You want a fourth drill?
Can you need a fourth drill?
Man,
We need a fourth drill.
have you ever seen anything this sketchy? I don't know.
We need a fourth drill.
I like this.
We need a fourth drill.
Say we need a fourth drill.
We also need another one of these.
Do you see how this is working?
I know it is. I've been really difficult. Well, it's not that bad.
No, it's bad.
No, it's not. It's bad because that's
It's
how.
bad once you start spinning it. Look. You're gonna go this way, and then it's gonna go this way, and it's gonna get
I know, but don't have that contact with rubber.
Hey, I didn't build it.
Oh, that check line wasn't even seated. It's supposed to go against the shaft here. Oh my god, just find me a fourth drill.
Got one.
Okay, I'm not actually kidding. You need one.
He's walking over to them right now. Find something to shove in the top here.
Oh yeah, boys.
Yeah. Dude, 4 Bosches, 1 intake.
My team does not even own 4 drills. Dude.
I don't think mine does either.
In case you were wondering, those 2 right there are FRC boys. They're not used to FTC, so they're
I'm an
doing
FTC.
it.
I love how everyone always says that, but we're always the ones that are on camera doing work.
Oh!
It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
Fair enough.
All right, we need another one of these so we can power you. We need another one of these so we can power this.
Oh my god, what is happening? What was
Oh
that?
yeah, that truck is donezo. Hey, that's your product there.
No.
Premium
FRC moment.
Premium 4 drill
Okay.
Dude, these 4 drills are like actually just heating me up like a microwave.
Shots fired. Wait, don't we have to pay for this?
Oh my god.
You remember when he did that in a BattleBots meeting, right?
Yeah, isn't this normally
Turned his camera
premium
on when he
content?
thought he turned it off. Yeah, it was fun.
I could have sworn this was only premium content.
We hit the midnight hours.
Oh.
Hello, police. There's been a murder.
Alright, I don't really want to do this, but
We need. Okay, so.
4? Oh my god.
And I'm gonna put my hand in.
here's what you're gonna do.
Prototyping.
You wanna grab a ball?
Prototyping. This is fun.
Here.
Okay.
Language!
Ooh. Okay, so I'm already set up.
I know.
Would you like a different one?
That chuck is.
We have like 6 of them.
What, another drill?
Yeah. We have like 6 or 8 of them.
Do you want another right angle one?
Wait,
I can get you another right angle.
Yeah,
we need a new drill. I think I broke it.
No, it's been like that. Yeah.
No, it's not going
No, it
back.
moved. It moved. It just sounds like garbage.
Like
I
a
got my
Bosch.
drills ready.
Like a Bosch. No, bad.
Yeah, can you get us a discount on a new truck?
Maybe.
Oh, come on.
Hey, I need you to drill this in here. Screw this in here. Or something. Just like make that work.
Okay, it's gonna work.
No, I did it.
No, I'm serious.
No, I did that already.
Okay, do it harder.
Oh, wait, hold on. I have an idea.
Did you try?
Where's a hammer?
Wait.
What are you
sending?
Okay, just do it. Stop hammering and just do it.
That's not gonna help.
Nike.
No, it helps.
I don't think that's how you're supposed to use screws, Ben.
Which one's
He's still working.
Can you hold these? Can you hold these drills and I'll set that up?
Quick update. Jeff is still with us.
We have not lost me. I'm surprised.
That dock sounds dead. Oh yeah, it is absolutely shredded.
It's like it's 3/4 of the way through.
No,
like,
it's
in its
way
grade.
beyond that.
It's already 6 feet under. We keep digging further.
Okay.
Have to crack
Alright, Get a camera closer. Can somebody, you guys
Yeah,
want to
I
like
got
zoom
it.
in on
I
that?
don't. No, I don't want to
The
break.
teeter-totter on the right side.
Where's the
Yeah,
button?
you gotta feather it like slow.
Oh,
I just don't.
Put your drill in slow-mo. Put your drill in slow-mo.
Alright.
I can't. So, hold on. Someone needs to put Ben's drill in slow-mo.
Students would feel different than doing
It's the top switch. It's the top switch.
This is quality entertainment.
I think it's okay.
We got more drills.
We got more drills. Good. Good.
More drills. Alright. Alright, throw in a cube.
Nice. Get a
The
ball.
one is kind of struggling. That one drill will be struggling.
Oh wait, I'm going a little fast. Nice.
Get the ball. Take those out. Are you joking? No, it does. That was it was designed to. So for what it's worth, hopefully this thing is driving forwards.
But that's a lot to
Okay,
ask for.
now reverse.
Now reverse them all.
How do I reverse?
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Alright, I'm sold. I'm gonna keep working.
Nice.
What if
There's
we
2 new
refine
drills, by
this
the way.
idea?
Oh my god.
All drills.
Better than that?
No, I don't know.
I don't think
No, it's
so.
not.
Is it cooler looking?
Yes.
I'm convinced
Do we have?
It was
You guys,
bouncing the
we do
ball
have a
back
little
and forth and back
Yeah.
out. That one, as soon as it touches it, the ball's in.
Okay, how are you gonna touch that? Hold on, say the magic word. By driving forward? The same thing you're gonna do with this?
No, like literally, if you just.
But you're kicking stuff.
As soon as the ball just touches it, like if you even just slowly move it, it
Right,
comes
by
in.
driving forward.
How were you getting the balls into that one when it was bouncing around? Was that just staying still and the ball staying still?
No, you drive forward.
Yeah, but that one was bouncing around.
We weren't driving forward.
Then how was the ball getting into it?
I'm so
we were
confused.
driving forward.
I
We
agree
put-
they both
we
need to
pushed
drive
it in.
forwards.
Yeah, if you push the ball to this one, as soon
Honestly-
as it makes contact, it's in.
I do
That's
believe
my
you
one
have
concern.
more of like punching power.
Yeah, also the question is space.
Yeah.
It's going to take this.
Because that's going to need to fit inside of the slot in our chassis.
Let me take this. Let's do this. Let's take
I think that one will
That can
clear. I
get
mean,
way
you
made
can,
way
you
smaller.
can bring it over
Yes.
there and check, but
It's very rudimentary.
Yeah, we need to put a drill to that.
Yeah, let's put have we?
Oh, we had a motor on it earlier. We could stick a motor back on.
Right, but go ahead and use the drill.
The problem is
You can't get to the axle on that one. It needs to be driven.
Let's see that.
well,
so quickly grab a motor and get the battery and just,
why not build both?
oh, and you're good.
Why not build both?
Yeah, I mean, the allure of this one is it being able to intake wider.
Wider?
Wider.
Wider.
Wider area.
Oh, my bad.
The advantage of that one is
So, but the thing is, would it be needed because the issue is we can only hold one at a time?
That's what my concern is. Rover Ruckus, it didn't matter how wide your intake was as long as it could grab one. And that, you grabbed two.
Well, if you're not sacrificing anything, the wire one's better. Provided you're not sacrificing anything.
I disagree, honestly.
No, I would agree. Because you can, it's easier to collect. The problem with a wider one though is it's hard. It'll be a lot easier to collect more than one.
That's
What's
Yeah,
the-
no, but
we
there's
can only hold one.
there's not going to be a floor for this until the actual pocket.
Okay.
So you shouldn't theoretically be able to hold more than one. But we'll see.
But still, like we've had issues where it will get stuck, like with other intakes before, it will get stuck within the intake itself. It might not be in where it's supposed to be, like in the catch.
Yeah,
So that
maybe
is-
it will, but that's just something we got to build in and find out.
Yeah.
And, like, that could happen with this one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I tend to like the wider stuff, but you could totally do it well. Making this one wider is a little bit.
It's much more risky.
Yeah.
Right? You're much more. I think making that wider would make it more likely to grab two than that.
How many
one
seconds?
currently is.
How many seconds can you hold more than one? Or like?
I think it's like
You're just not supposed to.
I think it's
No, 'cause, like-
it can't be like an immediate thing. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, you immediately hold two. Here's like a
I think
minor
you immediately
penalty.
have to make a good faith effort to get rid of it.
Yes, of course, but at the same time, it's like, is there the 5-second penalty kind of a thing? Like, if you're controlling this for longer than 5 seconds, then you will have
Because
that
it's
issue.
easy
So
to count how many go in.
let me.
Yeah.
So 20, yes. 20.
Let me look up the rules, see what we have.
Safety glasses. Oh yeah, probably should have put some of those on. Oh, we all had our safety contacts in.
Safety
squints. We're all good in that aspect. I also have to wear glasses on top of my contacts, so my eyes are that bad. But
I gotta find.
we had our safety contacts in.
If you want to just start looking over it, like what we got, if you go for it. If you're up for that.
Want any black licorice?
All right, we got to make these plates, and we got to make a second.
We'll just make one and then.
Yeah. So in terms of actually ground,
Found it. We're good.
we need the ball. Where's the ball?
Here.
It's back and it's very quiet in here.
Thanks, Brennan. Brennan knows the importance of a touch it, own it intake. I know.
Hide your kids. Aside from Nick, of course. Only kid in the building.
Love of my life. I'd die for that man.
What? Oh, we're just working on prototyping some stuff. So.
If you need something to do, you can figure out how we are going to manipulate our team scoring.
That is really good. So we
So that's something else we grab.
Where's the never rust?
We have to grab it.
When we grab the ground, it's going to be like an orange cube, and that you can pick up from any orientation via quick place.
Is this gear being used? No.
It is the never
rust. Did someone take it?
Did someone take what?
I had a never rust motor chilling you.
Oh, were you using it?
I was using it for, just for packaging.
Okay.
All objects, just as balls, auto-centered a lot better. Side rollers, sort of auto-centered, but
Yeah, it's a good point. The thing is that we can only pick up one object at the time, at a time. So trying to get something that can pick from a wide range and also only grabs one, a bit more of a challenge.
Brennan, would you or would you not agree that wide intake important? Like, I'd say the most important characteristic is wide, but that's me. I'm not even playing. I normally, I'm a comedic guy, but I'm not even playing when I say that. That's real.
I would agree, but let me look to see what.
Chat, I want to hear what you think. Would you rather have a wide intake that could potentially pick up more than one ball or object, or small intake and just have to line it up real good? Wide intake important.
I love Brennan, bro. Why'd you break our snap streak?
Getting right into the juice.
Yeah, now I'm mad. Oh, he's another FRC boy. Okay, so we gotta cut this out.
Okay. Are you thinking of Londo? No.
What?
Brendan Londo?
No.
I don't know who Brendan Vivick is.
No, I know who that is.
Oh, okay.
have you looked at Vex 2010 intakes, just envisioning stuff like that?
Let me Google.
Vex 2011.
That's a good point. We didn't do a lot of looking up. You know what they say? You steal from the best and design the rest. That's what they say.
Yeah, I did not
know they said that.
That is a thing.
Steal from the best, invent the rest.
Yep. I mean, that's what cheater
Hey. Pull out.
Sorry about that.
What are these?
They are moving.
I would say something.
Look at that.
I I don't think I should.
Total power.
Well, the 2010 intake looks like, I mean, like,
He said 2011.
2011.
2011.
He
Oh,
did,
sorry, 2011.
He did
Like,
say 11.
They're picking up multiple objects.
Yeah. That also looks like it was from, oh god.
Yeah, well,
That's
I mean,
what we're trying to figure out, Lucas. You have a very good point, because we're trying not to do that. There is methods in place where hopefully it won't do that, but there is a good chance that it could, and we need to look up penalty points. I'm in the process, the slow process of doing that. We're trying.
Someone says smaller definitely better, especially for good drivers, which is why I think it's good. I'm a really good driver, in my own opinion. Well,
if you're, I mean, good drivers always are.
Thank you.
Mechanism design is the best place to make your drivers look good.
Sure.
Facts.
Yes, sir.
No, because I have to actually tap these holes with the screw. That's not designed for self-tapping. With an Allen wrench, that's a screwdriver, very small handle. So. Yep.
Yeah.
How's this prototype gonna take?
Dude, I'm literally getting slandered.
That's true. That's my that and just making sure that it's not even.
Shouldn't name it Robots suck, but.
Yeah, if I'm gonna fall over, I might have to head out. It's getting that good.
Name it
Alright. I have no idea when I'm gonna be back tomorrow. When does the stream start tomorrow?
Something.
Well, the stream's just gonna keep going.
I'm sleeping or something.
Well, until everyone leaves.
I'll probably be
Someone's gonna leave.
Andy Mark.
I'll probably be leaving in like
Okay, you guys, so
1 to 2
if
hours.
you exceed
Mark's
the
doing
5
6 at
second
7:30, so I'm
time limit,
guessing around
But
9.
I'll make sure
more
somebody
than
else
one,
is in charge.
you get I get a
Okay.
Okay.
Because I don't know how long Andy Mark's going to hold that. Probably a half hour, but we're not like contractually.
cool guy.
I'm not awake.
Okay.
I did.
I call
Well, I'll
like
see if I can get up at 8.
wait
Who knows?
Yeah, that's probably because of me.
I don't even know.
I think
Zach
I'm going to leave my house.
waited 2 seconds and went to voicemail, and he probably turned off his phone. I don't know. We couldn't find it.
I need to go before I fall over.
The darkness.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Houston, could we get some more churro?
Yeah, you just have to tell me what length you need.
Okay, I would like it to be.
I want to get some snacks.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
By the way, the fruit snacks, absolutely slug. The grape ones and the rest, slug.
What about the carrot ones?
What?
I don't think these ones have carrot.
Carrots are fruit? What?
This joke has been driven into the ground.
It's still funny.
I'm gonna like go to your funeral if I make it and just be like, are carrots a fruit?
Put
Idiot.
that on.
That's gonna be me getting you back for Joe Mama.
Dude, I did not believe. I was so clean. That was so clean. You never saw it coming.
Dude, it was so
Oh, I have an
proud.
idea. How about this? All right.
Okay.
We go like this with a piece of metal and we go.
If we spun it right, we could actually throw
I'm with this. So, Justin, then we just go 3 and 3/8.
3 and 3/8.
Yeah, 3.375.
We could just auto place it into the
How many?
2
I guess
to start. It's probably going to be more.
Oh.
That's. We want an element on the field. So we spin a duck.
Straight it on.
Oh my.
Dude, you guys are lucky you don't have to pay for this.
Dude, I'm barely here.
Then go take a nap.
No, I mean, like, if I had to pay $5 for this, I wouldn't be here.
Ben, you got dog game about it to me.
I heard you. Yeah, I saw in your freaking story that the thing sounds like a TOS. You're like, just me on it, things I have to tow it.
Dude, that was within literally a half hour of purchasing it.
You're like, oh, sick.
Dude, it's in the lot though. Want to cruise?
Yeah.
Take the top down, flint things. Dude, it's actually such a fun ride.
Yeah, I bet.
Dude, it feels like it's vacuumed to the ground.
Okay.
I actually have a couple air mattresses if anybody wants to put outside my door.
Okay, thank you.
And you can blow them up in the air.
Oh,
Leave
okay.
air up there.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Okay.
That's what I did for mine.
That'll work.
One of them may leak a little bit.
Yeah. I saw you had the hard top.
wrote the word.
Yeah.
That's neat.
Dude,
Did it come with it?
It did. Like, that was actually such a steal. The hard tops were
The hard top, yeah, the hard tops are stupid expensive.
Dude, the lady did not know what she had. She did not, like, honestly.
How much you get it for?
Gotta make that prize money. Yeah, you're spitting.
How much did you get it for?
6K.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
They've gotten more
Because
expensive.
I know what we would ideally
That one only has
do,
88K on it.
but the fact is, can we
And you had to tow it day one.
We can make 2.
Dude, I'm not sure if I got scammed.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I have a feeling somebody
We'd be
might
like,
win.
say, hey,
The alternator was
that
bad,
would be really
but she
good.
literally got the alternator replaced like a month and a half ago. So, I don't know if she knew it was a bad alternator again. She's like, yep,
Does
time's
he-
up to go.
Vision?
Or if she thought she solved the problem and then just sold it. But one way or another, that thing was not alternated.
That's fine. I know.
And that is a problem.
What's going on?
I've got, dude, I'll tell him some other time, maybe tomorrow. I've got like an hour's worth of just Miata bull crap to.
You're the one about it, man.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with her so far. She's put me through my paces.
The Kyle?
Yeah.
Or no, he's dead.
Oh, okay. Is that the Nice. Cool guy. Yeah. I didn't know he was FTC.
He did FRC.
He was on the 6 days.
Yeah. And this past
Guys, I spent $300.
So yeah, so
Yeah,
auto
we
no
should do.
barcode.
Yeah, so we should do.
I was thinking ideally, there would be 2 robots, they would both converge, and then they would go separate ways. Because that is what the whole point is.
We should move this.
So we can't make.
Hey, you guys.
With. Well, okay. So
There you go. What are you guys talking about?
we're figuring out
Oh
our
yeah,
strategy.
they're all gone.
Oh, you're
So, yeah,
doing the strategy.
We're trying to come up with a strategy.
Yes.
So,
You gotta loosen.
as we have
this.
30 hours, we are trying to come up with
Better?
2 different strategies.
No.
What we would
Oh, that's the
ideally
wrong
do
one.
and
Tighten
what we
it.
can
It's this one.
manage.
Okay.
essentially.
My bad.
So the
Okay.
first diagnostic is we do not have vision on our robot, so that is manageable, and we are going to essentially avoid trying to nail
should be
the
good.
level that the barcode says with the shipping hub. We may still choose to place onto the hub as it is 6 points versus 2 points in the storage space, but that'll be up to us.
Huh?
Hey, what do you mean by Alliance Hub? What are you talking about? The control hub?
Shipping hub? The team shipping hub?
Yeah. How heavy is it?
I give it a solid 7.
It's like pretty. It's pretty light.
7 pounds?
That's heavy.
Dude, no. No, it's maybe half a pound.
Got an idea.
This could be
Why
like a
don't
pound.
you get a scale and weigh it?
Yeah, there's a scale
It's more
over
than
there.
200 grams though, so it doesn't fit in the.
What?
We made a video. You'll catch it on the YouTube. Fun. First updates now.
I think, yeah, I think they know the first updates.
Hey, we're doing math.
You're wearing shoes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if we'll reach. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I'm trying real hard. We might get there. Might get there in an hour. We'll see.
You got a bit of extra slack.
I can see.
You got lighter, bro.
I can see.
Okay, that's about
Ben!
So 144.8 now. Alright. 147.6. What was the first number I said?
144.8, so it's like 2.8 pounds.
2.8 pounds.
It was like 7.
2.8 pounds.
All you can see are your eyes.
It's 2.8 pounds. Yep. That's the weight. Confirmed.
Close enough, right?
Yeah.
Close enough. I don't want to be on the camera.
Good call. Good call. Good call. Ah!
When are we ending the stream? Probably tomorrow.
Well, good thing we're in today.
It's like 1.5 wabables. No, I think a wabable is probably heavier than that. That's actually check. That's a good point.
I think so. Wabables were maybe a pound.
Oh,
I can't remember that.
maybe he's right.
I give it a solid 4.
I would say. Let's see here.
Yeah, Wabables weren't too
Honestly,
heavy.
it's about 2 wabables. So.
If you know, you know. I did not know.
Okay, so.
Wide angle. That's the widest we're getting. All right. I want to have room to walk around the tripod. All right, we can see the whole field and our wrist.
Sweet. Okay.
There it is. Aha. This is our replacement for DozerBot. You must start by touching the wall.
Yes.
There we
okay.
go.
I want to put that thing down.
So.
I think I have a good marker.
This sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
There's 3.
Should we do? Oh, okay. Should we do manageable or ideal first?
I think ideal first, just because that's what I'm constantly
Yep.
thinking about.
I agree.
So-
Because that's what you guys want to hear.
Yes. Okay.
I'm going to ask the question in chat about the difference between the bottoms of the shipping hub.
Okay. I believe they are identical.
No,
But-
they are not. The shipping hub, I think, has kind of a flat spot. So yeah, if we look at the bottom of the shipping hub, it's more of a flattened area, so it
It's
wobbles a
very
lot less.
similar.
You are correct.
Yeah,
Wait,
this is
wait,
just a
wait,
dome on
wait,
the bottom.
wait,
Can't see
wait,
it.
wait.
Yes, there is a flat.
There's a flat spot right here, and it's a much less steep angle at the base, so it's a much, I guess, shallower curve, you could say. And then if we look at next to it, the wobble goal bottom is just a perfect hemisphere. It looks like a big section of a sphere, not hemisphere, but close enough. So yeah, it's just a constant curve on the wobble goal. Well, it's not a constant curve up here.
They were very similar, though.
Good.
Yeah,
That was a
similar,
very
but
good
that's partially
question.
Why this one seems to be much more stable when it's actually balanced than the wobble goals that keep oscillating back and forth.
You're so mean.
This one doesn't really oscillate nearly as much.
Okay, so
All right.
ideal strategy is first.
Get out of here.
Okay. So ideal strategy is, in a perfect world, we had like the best robot that we possibly could do, and actually have like 3 months instead of the 30 hours that we do.
Exactly.
Okay. Also, I don't think I've introduced myself to chat because I wasn't here very long. Hello, I am Jacqueline. I am the, or JQ, it doesn't matter. I am the electrical lead for this, for Robot in 30 hours.
That's funny because I'm Montana and I've been the project manager of Electrical Lead while you've been gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I did FTC in high school. If any of you are interested, you can look up Team 6567. So that's the team I was on. I did a lot of building on that. So here we are, strategy. Okay.
Nice.
So ideal. Auto. We would have our team. We would want the team scoring element in.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah.
As one of the barcodes, we would want that to be the team shipping team shipping element, because using that to indicate, well, 2 reasons. Using that to indicate is worth 20 points as opposed to 10 using a duck. When you place onto here and are correct. I also believe that it'll be easier to see your own element as opposed to a duck. I think they're really small, things like that. And then number 2, there is a possibility of grabbing it while it is in the orientation we want it in.
Yes,
there are
that
other
is ideal.
parameters you can do, like creating a symmetric object, or just allowing it to be picked up and oriented on the robot. Some downsides of having your element on the field would probably be it's bigger. It is most likely bigger than a duck. Where you could drive over a duck, you might be able to drive over your element. And then if your teammate were to accidentally bump it before you grabbed it, that would also be unfortunate. So yes, team shipping element on the field.
Interference.
With that, we would probably also want to place our preloaded box onto the shipping hub. So we would hopefully either have a camera wide enough, or we would move the robot ever so slightly to look at all 3 barcode positions. Once assessing all 3 barcode positions, we would make a snap judgment of the height. We would set to height as we approach. We would place on said height. Ideally, our team would do the same thing. Look at everything, assess, approach, lift to height, and place.
What is it called for the?
The 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
Barcode.
Barcode, yes. But then if it's in like the first position, second position, third position, figure in like, I guess like key levels, what we can
I
say.
think that's the shipping hub level.
Well, I'm saying for like the extra points. So you're gonna put it in like the shipping hub level regardless, but then to do the extra points is determining
like
where
level
it is.
1, 2, 3.
Yes. So generally, like broad, that would be kind of like the key level because you have the barcode.
Because like they match.
Yeah, kind of a thing. Like right, would that be proper terming? I don't know like what the right terming is. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's just the correct level.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because the barcode should be an indicator of whether you want to go low, middle, or high.
Exactly.
And then that would match.
Cool. We'll do it. Okay. Then or
this person should be able to.
Oh, right, because
Ideally.
if we do, I'm trying to think, was there,
You get 10 points for knocking the duck out.
because I'm thinking, yeah, if we could do duck and then park, and then you'd want the other person to park all the way in there. Because there's 2 different parking.
Deliver, honestly.
Would they? Oh, yeah, okay. That's
If
like
we
a-
stayed
yeah, that's
really
the more
small,
advanced.
if we stayed real small, they could deliver and then park again. But that's
Easily, yeah.
that's like
That's like real.
I mean, there's
really.
30 seconds. If you deliver
Yes,
in 10,
but things are slow.
Okay.
So this is just, I think, like, so in the future when there would be more is developed and you have more time to really develop your code, definitely, I could see doing trips and actually either scoring here or even scoring here would be possible. That will definitely it is definitely going to be a game changer. I could see in the future as the competition goes on. But I'm thinking just for in general right now, we want to focus on like in the ideal situation, we'd want to focus on probably if we are in the like close position with our robot, we do the barcode this, duck, and then park here. I think that would be this like good to start out with at least for idea.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because this is 26, I'm pretty sure. Placing on the correct position, so that should be higher priority than the 10 points for the duck.
Yes.
So it's like a bonus if
This
you
is
get the duck.
exactly like that's like, oh, do we have the time? Let's do this worst case we run in park kind of a thing.
I agree.
So
And that's definitely something you can test in the later weeks of build season.
Yeah.
How quick can you do odds on delivery assessment and all of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. We'll add to that.
Oh, so then if this close person does the duck, then
Yeah.
the far person should grab the piece and then park.
Yeah, that kind of a thing.
Because I think there's only one team element per alliance. Team.
No. No.
No.
Oh my god, where's the voice?
Good question.
Crippling gambling.
That is a very good question. Because I thought, are there 1 or 2 barcodes per alliance?
Okay, bro.
I thought there was only one barcode. Oh, there are 2 barcodes.
So there's probably
You're right.
2
Yes.
elements. Could you double? Could you double cap? That'd be fantastic. Because our current design would be amazing for that.
You'd have to make a really big hole to fit
Well,
over
no, it
all
would just
4.
scroll down.
Oh, you're right.
Or it just goes straight through. And it just, yo! New strat, double cap.
New strat, double cap.
Let's go.
on the
Oh my
flat.
god.
You know where it's at. New strat.
I hope. Oh, I wish. I hope that's a thing. First, please.
All right, so 2 questions.
Yes.
Are there 2 barcodes? And then can you cap twice because there's 2 shipping elements per alliance? That is the question for chat.
I think, let me look at like the game.
We're looking,
fields.
but if you're looking,
There
double.
are 2 barcodes. Okay.
Nice, nice.
It doesn't, okay, let me look for,
So it's the center of the 3rd. And then it's on this. It's in between 1, 2, 3. So it's on this line.
is there still everything on like, nope. On mobile, I know, I just, maybe. That's just weird.
See if chat knows all the answers.
Maybe they do,
You
but.
can cap twice.
Yo!
You can cap twice.
Yo! Our design is perfect then. Huh?
I was thinking that, but I wasn't sure if you could.
Woo! That's fantastic. Okay, cool. See, chat knows all the answers. Not us with the game manual. Trying to read it. Thank you. Sweet. That's fantastic.
Have we mentioned our shipping element design yet?
No.
That would be a cool thing. You want to do that, Howard?
You wanna?
I can turn my laptop.
Sweet.
Go for it. Update soon.
Yes. All right. So this person delivers, and then would probably back up. This is a cool thing. If you have your carousel on that side, you would back up to the wall. If you had the carousel on this side, you would back up to that wall.
Yes.
Quick distinction. We will probably have it on this side, the driver's side, so we will back up to this wall, and then strafe in, which you probably can't see. We would strafe in to the carousel. Carousel.
So this is
All you.
okay. So this is a basic shape of what we have been working on. I'm not sure how easy you can see that, but the goal is to have a 4-inch by 4-inch cube, basically, that is symmetrical on all sides. So as long as a robot can pick it up in one orientation, it can pick it up in any. And the hole going through it on each side makes it so that way it can go all the way down, and so that way an alliance partner might be able to put their game piece on top too to double score. So yeah, pretty cool. We're 3D printing it right now. It'll take about 6 hours. So yeah. It's basically just a cube with some cones cut out of it. So Yeah. Now, next we need to do is figure out how to actually grip and maneuver it to try to get it up there. So that's going to be focus on that department for the next couple hours.
Yeah, and while we're covering ideal versus manageable, we probably won't be able to manage capping. We will try. We will try our best to cap, but it may not be manageable, so we are definitely saying it can be done in
Good job, Ben.
So yeah. All right, and then once you've delivered on the carousel, you're just gonna strafe over to the storage space, in which you are hopefully completely in for, I believe, fully in storage is completely in storage is 6 points. So you could score 6 points by completely being in the storage.
Cool. Sick. So that's that auto.
Yep.
As you guys probably know too, there's going to be like multiple different paths for the auto, which makes auto very confusing in that sense and difficult. So that's just a thing to consider as well. I remember one game, there's a team that said they just completely ignored like logic and just did their own path. We're like, they're not running auto at all. They just can't. They were running into us no matter where they were. And I was like, no other team ever thought like that. I was like, that's fine. It's like, you just can't run your auto. Because the logic wasn't there. It was rough. We were like, oh boy.
Yeah, because that's like,
That's a huge part is like determining what the best route is, and our other teams are going to be on that same page.
yeah, I feel like it makes no sense for this person to go through the
Exactly.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense at all.
Yes, and the difference I think between FTC and FRC, FRC you have like kind of obvious 1, 2, 3.
Not here.
But
It's
in
like,
FTC, like
free for all.
your coaches could be on the edges, drivers inside, drivers outside. Like,
Yeah.
The Alliance Station is wide open.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool. And that allows you to pick whichever orientation you want to be. Something silly that might happen pre-week 4. I believe you guys do 6. No.
We're just, build season is fully, and then you're like, oh, we have competition. Robot should be done by competition. Oh, Robot failed during competition. We make an adjustment.
Okay, so then week 4 of competition season.
We
You
don't
have, like,
really
weeks
do
of-
weeks.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you have.
Michigan does a little bit more, but that's also because Michigan, our season is November and December,
Yeah.
while other states are later. Usually.
Yeah, the first competition, at least out in New York, is December. Like,
That's states for Michigan.
no, states is February.
No, that's states for Michigan in December.
Yeah, that's
We're just saying
insane.
it's different. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
It depends on where you live. You would probably know best.
I believe we have a viewer from Texas.
Yo!
Hey, but yeah, what I was mentioning is you'll probably want to have an auton for close and for far.
Yes, multiple autons make things easy.
I do know that in a driver station for FRC, you can just click a different button.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
same. You could select whatever auton out mode you want,
Yep.
basically.
Nice.
So if you want, you can also just basically copy it and then change a few things, or you
Yep.
could just add a time delay if another robot's going to intersect in front of you. So a lot of it just has to come down to communication with your alliance partners. Figure out what the heck they're doing and base your moves off of that.
Yep. Also, there's like, you can get really unique with how you do your auto selection and stuff like that. You could literally go through an entire selection process to be like, are we red alliance or are we blue alliance? Because that actually is going to determine like what angles you have to take and all that. It's going to be different. So there's stuff
Yeah,
like
so you
that.
can use one auton code and then just pre-select
Yeah,
like that
yeah.
during the initialization period.
There's
Yeah.
there's so many. You can get unique with that. So yeah.
Yeah. I think the biggest interesting thing this year is going to be what teams do for precise movement without odometry. Honestly, or
See-
how to get odometry to work.
See,
What if you just use it early and then forget it?
Well, the issue is
Like-
that it might break off when you go into it.
So then
Because
your
there's spring-loaded wheels along the x-axis and y-axis you need. So,
I don't think
it's like
it's
little
just gonna-
2-inch Omni wheels could grab on there.
so
and
what they
3D
could
printed
do
wheels.
though is just
That's 3D printed now.
always line it up to be on the edge.
It's possible.
but I think personally, geometry is not going to be the way to go.
I don't think it's going to be as viable.
I really don't, because I'm trying to think.
I think
There was
the
a game
vision
that had a
targets
similar
might be used a bit
Rover
more often
Ruckus
this year.
2019 game, I think it was. Rover Ruckus, yeah.
Yeah.
It had a similar hit.
We put a steel insert in a churro. It may or not be a bolt. Is the other part.
Good
Hey
job.
guys,
I'm proud.
All right, chat. What is this? What is this? It broke.
Question: was that a self-tapping screw?
No.
That's your problem.